La papaya, no la potato. La potato. I can't run it. I can't run it. I can't run it. I'm fucking a hurry. I know what crazy I did. 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 I'm at it for what it means. How much they pay me a million. I sure how they need me to charity. Take cool, snagging the food. I call my baby my children. I call my children my millions. Who's taking over the world? We're making hundreds of millions. A little bit like I bought the yours and a penny all your life.
What's going on, everybody? Hold up a second. Wanted to make sure I can hear everything. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? It's Monday afternoon now. And for those of you who are in down south, it's about to be noon. And for those of y'all on the other side of the country, where you were a couple of hours behind, but you will catch up. You will catch up. I just want to say good morning to everybody, and good afternoon for those who it's noon. Okay. Anyway, I had a video queued up that I was going to go into. I was going to do the court hearings because I like that, right? When we went over a couple of court cases, actual court cases, that was before judges. And some of the ones that I'm going to share today, these people were sentenced, right? And it's recent. But I did listen to the MOT interview yesterday. And who is MOT? That's Man of Tomorrow. And apparently Man of Tomorrow is trying to be the head of the Black Manosphere. Now, I'm not sure if I want to share some of the video. I did make sure that I had it. Let me check and see if Reg, let's see if he made it private. If he did, it don't matter. I have it. Okay, yeah, he didn't make it private. So, he want to be the Black Manosphere president. And, I guess I'll get there when we hear him say that. Now, the video, it seemed like he was on for almost 2 hours, and we're not going to do no 2 hours listening to nobody who wants to be the president of a failed movement, right? I think anybody who want to be the president of a failed movement is essentially a failure, and they know it. But that's neither here nor there. I think, do I think this interview was something that we as women need to know about? I'm gonna be honest, no. I think it was ridiculous. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Now, did I agree with some of the things he said? Of course. I mean, there's things that idiots say that we all can agree with. Like, for instance, today is Monday. If a fucking idiot says today is Monday and today is Monday, then I agree with some of the things they say, right? He said some things that I agree with, but I don't think he knows that he is no different than them. So let's go. Let me go grab the video. It is up. Let's just put it right here. We're not going to listen to too much of it, y'all, but because I don't, look, I put bag. I'm sorry. I don't think it's worth us really going into it, right? I've been listening to a few different people, right, in the last week or so. And, you know, sometimes it takes for you to hear something to put you on the right track or let you know that you going down the wrong track. And what I mean by that is, I listened to someone I think it was maybe Thursday. It may have even been Friday, right? Who was talking about us as a community. And this idea of having to separate ourselves. You know what I mean? Separate ourselves from those who just isn't getting it. They just don't want the same thing you want. They mentally are crazy, right? Unstable, unstable, instable, crazy, loony, stupid, foolish, on the fuckery. But you know what I mean? And they don't have the same goals. So we got to understand that just because we in this space where Black people are, doesn't mean that everybody in this space want to be Black, or proud to be Black, want change. We just have some people who just are here and they absorbing all types of information that isn't beneficial for anyone, just so they could point the finger and say, look what he or she is doing. So Man of Tomorrow, I've been here for a while, so I've listened to these dudes, right? And I'm gonna tell you right now, on some real shit, he just sounds like a guy who is upset, and he has a right to be, right? Because he agrees that the Black Manosphere at this point is just an area for men to make money off of other men, right? People who are grifters. And so you're going to hear him say these things, which we already know. I'm going to be honest, I really don't even know if I want to play this interview, because it's almost like wasted my time. Right? I have other things that I could share, and other things I can do. It was really quite boring, to be honest. You know what I mean? I didn't get no meat. There was no meat in this interview. There wasn't even anything where I would be like, look what this nigga said, ha ha ha, and break it up. It was like really boring as fuck, and the same old, song. Don't they have a song called that? But it's the same old. Oh, it's by, and I can't sing it because I could sing it but it's really by I think it's The Weeknd, one of his first albums that before, even in the US, before we knew him, before he got famous, he had a song called Same Old Song. I like it, right? Anyway, and that's all this interview is, the same old song. That's because every time he talks about how the men in the manosphere shouldn't be focused on women, every chance he got, even probably not even recognizing, he threw some insult at a woman. These whores, these thoughts, these bitches. That don't sound like a man who wants a change in this area, in the manosphere. Right? If you want to simply say, hey, we shouldn't be focused on women, you just say we shouldn't be focused on women. If you want to say that the men should be focused on what women are doing, you say, hey, we shouldn't be focused on what these females are doing. Like, you could say things without calling women bitches, whores, or whatever. You understand? This is who we talking about. You see? And there was times in there where he was taking jabs. And that was even a time where he said he sent his wife to a man's funeral. I sent her to his funeral. I sent her to his funeral. But then again, we find out that his wife isn't even Black. Now, does that matter? No. But it says a lot in the fact that he was able to send his wife to somebody's funeral who he didn't even like. And that's according to him in this interview. See, I'm breaking this interview down without us even having to hear what he had to say, because I'm telling, like, it was boring as fuck. It was long as hell. He did a lot of talking, right? And I think it could have been much better, but he knew who he was talking to. I was considering maybe, because he did say he dropped his link, and I'm going to check. I'm going to see if that's true. I'm going to see if he drops his link and if he let people up, or is it going to be where you a woman, so we don't accept you over here. See, he claims he dropped that link so the men who want to say something to him could come over there. I've been on panels with him before, right? Usually he's always been quiet. It would be me and some other reasonable people. Like, there are some Black men who are very reasonable. We can really have conversations where there was no name calling. The men wasn't calling women bitches. I can't remember his name, y'all. He was out of Canada. And Man and Tamar used to be over there by him, and I too used to be over there by him. And it was a little small group of us, because see, positive conversations don't not gather large groups of people. That's a fact. I have been in this space. I have watched men come with positive messaging for both the men and the women, particularly when they was focused towards the men. And these channels never popped off. They would never pop off. See, even if it did end up with a group of 1,000 people, it's going to take years to gather those 1,000 people who will come, because you'll have to grab a few here and there who will be committed to the positive conversation. You see, because these men in this space want to beat up on women. And then we also have women in this space who just want to beat up on men. And it gets us nowhere. See, I'm okay when we are joking. When you want to joke and have fun, when you want to go back and forth and you're roasting one another, that is a part of our culture. Ever since before I was born, they used to call it jonesing, right? It's all in fun. Now, the person who might be laughed at the moment may not feel like it's fun within the moment, but then they go home and come up with their jokes, and then the next day and next week, whenever they shoot their shot again, everybody's able to get up, walk away, and live to see another day. That's a part of our culture. But not today. Today, motherfuckers want to pick up guns and shoot. Motherfuckers want to flash their guns and shit. Motherfuckers want to threaten harm. And see, if you threaten me with harm, then now I have to protect myself. And so now, before you know it, I'm always in protective mode. So I'm always gonna let you know that you better not play with me like that, because I already know you play those games. Next thing you know, we all sound like we violent, even the ones who not violent. I sound like I'm violent sometimes because I want these niggas to know I'm not to be played with. Do not play with me. And I'm not talking about on the internet shit. I'm talking about these niggas always want to resort to violence. And they'll say they'll come to your house. And this nigga said it too. This nigga said it too. The one who want to proclaim to be, the president of something that he wants to change for the betterment, and yet he resorted to violence, talking about violence. Now, I'm not even blaming him, right? Wait, what's going on? Oh, wait, is it playing? I'm not sure what's going on right now. Oh, I think that's the auto play. I'm sorry. I was like, I'm not even playing the video. What the hell? I see shit flashing before me. Let me pause it. It's paused. Okay. So I'm not saying that he did anything wrong by it. I just think that people, we don't see ourselves, right? Sometimes we need to back up, right? And look at ourselves in the mirror, or listen to our own content sometimes. Listen to our own interviews sometimes. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of times I don't like listening to myself afterwards, especially after I drag someone. You know, after I dragged you, depending on how heated I had to get or how low in the gutter I had to go, I'm not proud of that. You know, I'm thinking, damn, these niggas will turn you into the worst of yourself. And the reason you end up becoming the worst of yourself is to protect yourself. Right? You got to protect yourself. And ladies, see, this is what they don't want us to do. They do not want us to protect ourselves. They want us to be just there as a punching bag so they can punch us as they want. And then if we dare, we better not dare try to protect ourselves, because now we become masculine. We better not dare have nobody come to our rescue, because then they start talking about how because we are women, we're able to get away with a lot. We're able to get away with a lot. We shouldn't be able to get away with nothing. He should be able to walk up to us and choke the fuck out of us, and we should just be there, relax as he do it. We better not try to stop him, because if we do, then we the problem. Or they then start telling us we the problem with them. So I'm walking down the street. I don't even know this nigga. This nigga walked by and punched me. And because I'm swinging to get him off me, now I'm the problem too. That's what they tell us. We the problem too. See, because we should have just been there and let them whip our ass and cry about it. But then if we call the police, right, I let him whip my ass. I don't even fight back because I don't have the ability to. Then when I call the police, now I'm a problem also. Why am I a problem? Because I got the white man involved. I got the white man involved. I shouldn't have did that. I shouldn't have got nobody involved. Ooh, I got my sons involved. Ooh, I'm a danger. Remember, that's what Jay Prince said just the other day to me, that I'm a bad mom and I'm a danger to my kids and my husband and my family members. Why? Because if they come to rescue me from these dumbass, dangerous niggas, then I'm the reason why. And then he asked me, I remember him asking me, what if they get hurt? You see, they want us to be their mamas. They want us to put our lives on the line. They want us to be hurt. And we jump in front of bullets for our children. We take lots of hits for our family members. And then he got the nerve to ask me, what about my children? What if they get hurt? What if my husband get hurt? And is that what I'm supposed to be worried about? Because that's what I've always been worried about. That's why I live my life a certain way. But I cannot dictate what other people will do. I live my life a certain way to make sure that my husband wasn't in any danger due to me. I live my life a certain way so my children wouldn't be in danger due to me. You know that bullshit about me giving men my number. I shouldn't have to have done that bullshit. But in that moment, what else was I to do? Me saying that I'm married wasn't enough. Me having my fucking children with me wasn't enough. These niggas out here dangerous. They were dangerous back then. I know this, and they seem to be far more dangerous now. It was never a time since I've been alive that everybody was getting along and the men were just very, very protective of everyone. There's a lot of men who will protect. And then there was also those who were the ones who these niggas had to protect women and children from. Right? A nigga who might protect his mother, his daughters, his wife, could be the same nigga who's dangerous to other women. You see? I know this. This is nothing new. Bunch of young people thinking that there's something new under the sun. There's nothing new under the sun. Too many young girls and women, and not even just that, but young boys have been getting abused. And that abuse comes from other men. 99.9% of the time. They can always talk about a woman who abused. It depends on what type of abuse you're talking about. Because these men will revert to talk about how women abused them, how a woman made them feel, how their mothers made them feel. And now we talk about feelings. Oh, Lord, I don't know why they do that. They'll talk about what their mothers said to them. They hurt their feelings. As if their mother wasn't doing that to their sisters, aunts, and shit too. Now they talk about feelings, huh? Most of the time when women are talking about abuse, we're not talking about no motherfucking feelings. Especially when it comes from our family members. We're talking about really real abuse. These niggas like to revert to, well, my mom, she used to tell us this. Or my mom made us do this. Yeah, your mom made you do something that she needed you to do to help her make sure everybody survived. If your mama made you cook breakfast because she had to get up and go to work, at least she made sure the food was there for you to be able to cook it. Right? You saw other parents maybe cooking breakfast for their children. Okay. You can't compare your household to other people's household. Because your mom may have been a single parent. She may have been raising boys and not girls. Or she may have been raising girls and not boys. Right? She may have raising one boy and one girl, and one of them is more aggressive than the other. But okay, let's say we could blame our parents for some shit. You know, after a certain age, though, that shit is gone. After you a certain age, you should, if you realize something was bad about your parents, you should want to do it different. And now you look into what is different out there. Why are some of you niggas 38 plus crying about what your goddamn parents did? Anyway, let's go into some of this shit. This shit, I think he didn't come in until like almost an hour in. Let me see. Okay, here you go. Now I started it. I started my recording when he came in. So in case he had hit it, I would have had it. We're gonna do a fair use thing, and let's see.
If you want progress, you gotta take sides.
Yeah, you have to choose. Yeah, you do have to choose a side eventually.
Of actual lying to what percentage of black men is.
But he said he was a gatekeeper. What do you think about
himself? Because he can't. January to April, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, within the environment. Like a lot of these dudes are just obsolete fucking men, for the most part.
Even O'Shea is gone, they still listen to O'Shea. If you're from LA, you should put up a picture of Jordan down. Well, I could have put it. I was about to worry. I was worrying.
Nah, man.
Here we go.
I was about to worry. Yeah.
No. I gave him a word. I showed, so I'm a show, man.
Okay. All right. Got MOT on here. Let's see what I'm coming about. All right. So folks, we have MOT on here, so we will begin this interview. So what's up? How you been doing?
I've been all right, man. I've been busy. I'm doing this hurricane relief. I got the top level of the contract this year. Mm-hmm. So I got to stop doing everything and kind of do this. I can't even drive like I want to because I have to manage, thousands of fucking people and all this shit. I'm not doing a very good job at it. At least as good a job as I thought I'd be able to do, but that's what the learning process is about.
So I'm glad.
Okay. I'm gonna rewind that. Okay, I'm gonna rewind what he just said. I don't know what sometimes I feel like other people don't listen, people don't pay attention, and people are so into television, right? I want y'all to hear what that man just said. And I want y'all, he wants to be the Black Manosphere president, right? That's what he want to be. He gonna explain it. He gonna explain why he thinks he should be Black Manosphere president. But listen to what that man just said about his real life. Okay? Here we go.
I can't even drive like I want. I'm doing this hurricane relief. I got.
Okay.
So what's up? How you been doing?
I've been all right, man. I've been busy. I'm doing this hurricane relief. I got the top level of the contract this year.
So he got a top level contract this year with doing this hurricane relief. Okay.
So I got to stop doing everything and kind of do this.
I got to stop doing everything and kind of do this. So I'm assuming he talk about he got to stop doing YouTube and kind of do that. Or maybe he mean the reverse. He going to stop doing that and do more YouTube. I don't know. Okay, but I think he probably is trying to say he got to stop doing YouTube, to kind of get on his real job.
I can't even drive like I want to because I have to manage, thousands of fucking people.
He can't drive like he want to because he got to manage thousands of people. And that's when I'm saying he's lying. Okay? You either a driver or you management. You're not both. Now, if you own your own company, right? And your driver and management, then it's not thousands of people. Because you could be your own company, right? You could own a company, you get contracts for your company, and you only manage your people with your company. He made it seem like, oh, hold up. Hello?
Employment assistance. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. Who are you calling for?
Okay, I only need a moment of your time. I'm actually working on getting some important information over to you about the new economic impact debt elimination and alternative loan program. The economic impact loan program has been designed to condense altogether your credit card debt by putting it into a non-collectible status. There are no upfront costs to join the program. However, the window for the special enrollment period will soon close. So I was wondering if I could get that over to you just for you to review. Would that be okay?
Zippity doo dah, zippity day.
Okay, just hold a minute while I retrieve the information.
Look, you could say,
Program have been
look, y'all, I said zippity doo dah, zippity day. Look, these goddamn automatic calls, man, drive me crazy, okay? Anyway, here we go. Damn, where was I? Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. All these men are fake. All of them are fake. All of them are fake. All of them are fake. Even the ones who act like they're not fake, they fake. Because there is no way in the world a man of substance for real would want to be the president of the Black Manosphere. He understands that there is no cohesiveness in the Black Manosphere. He understands that it ain't shit about it. You ain't gonna make no money unless you're doing what they do, like, right? Just on YouTube, making money with people giving donations. But he understands there's no real movement. And if you got a real life, then you go and take care of that business way before this shit. Okay? So that man did an interview just so he could have his name spoken about. So here we go, the rest of this bullshit. So he can't do his job great in the real world, but he got time to come on YouTube and do this bullshit in the manosphere, huh? Here we go.
I got to stop doing everything and kind of do this. You know, I can't even drive like I want to because I have to manage, you know, thousands of fucking people and all this shit. I'm not doing a very good job at it.
He's not doing a great job at it.
At least as good a job as I thought I'd be able to do, but
At least as good of a job as I thought I would be able to do.
that's what the learning process is about. So,
And that's what the learning process is about. So we got some hurricane relief, real people lives involved, real shit going on, whatever. I'm not sure what he's doing. I think he's a truck driver. So I'm not sure what, what he would be doing where he got to deal with thousands of people. Thousands of people. But whatever it is, whether it's thousands of people or 10 people, he said he's not doing very good at it. He's not very well at it. So why won't he hop his ass off of that panel and off YouTube and do his real job? My husband's not on YouTube and saying, well, I'm not doing great at my real job, but here I am trying to do this job. So he starts off wrong. And that's the thing. I was like, well, damn, nigga, jump offline and do your real job. Maybe you'll be doing better at it if you got offline. Listen, I can't be a sewing and then claim that my garments aren't coming up right because I'm wasting all my time online. You see? I'm wasting all my time online instead of doing what I'm supposed to be doing for real. The bread and butter, the thing that really pays me, put the money in me and my family's pocket so we can eat and pay the bills. You see what I'm saying? But nope, not him. Okay, here we go.
Okay. So I'm glad you got that contract. Now, so,
He said, I'm glad you got that contract. Look, he sounded like he was excited. Yay. You know, over here, when somebody say, hey, I got a contract, we be like, oh, congratulations. Good job. What you gonna be doing? Oh, really? Oh, that sounds cool as a mother. You know, we hype the people up. That's because we really care. You see, he didn't even really hear what he said. He didn't even hear him say he's not even good at it. He just said, oh, I'm glad you got that contract. And next question. Look at it. Look at it when he said, man, that's why I don't get on camera, y'all. Y'all will be able to tell by my face and shit that Bomb is full of shit sometimes. I mean, yeah, especially when I start getting in. Y'all think it's funny hearing me. If you just saw my face, you could tell when I don't believe people because I'm expressive, y'all. I'm very expressive when I speak. You know what I mean? You'll be able to see that as the words process in my brain. You could tell that I don't be believing people. You will be able to tell by the expression on my face. You know, I could sit up here and be quiet than a mofo. But if you only saw my face, you'd be like, damn, Bob, we could tell you ain't believe shit they said. Okay? That's one of the benefits of me not getting on camera also. Here we go, y'all.
before I go, someone asked you about, you have different businesses and stuff.
Wait a minute.
Okay. So I'm glad you got that contract. Now, so before I go, someone asked you about, you have different businesses and stuff. I think it was Osama. You want? I guess he asked the question is, what do you do? Do you have any proof? Or I know you might not do that. But.
No. I've been through this. I've been here 8 years, and if you don't know that, then there's no reason to talk to him.
Okay.
Now I will show up in person. I show him all the proof, and then I punch him in his fucking face.
See? Look at that. I'm not sure what he asking him. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't hear. He's like mumbling, and apparently, he does that when he don't want to ask you a question for real. He want to know the answer, because Reg could be a little messy. And when I say messy, I mean, he know what he's doing when he asks certain questions. He know what that could bring about. Like when I was over there last week and he asked me about the Aunt T thing. And what's weird about it, if you listen to it, he asked me about Aunt T, I give him the answer, right? The answer is the same no matter who asks me the question. I was over there by Aunt T, right? And he was talking about the Queen Maker. I think that's what everybody call her, right? Or she called herself, I'm not sure. But anyway, the Queen Maker. And I and others were saying the same thing. Nobody was saying nothing mean to him or anything. And then he went for me. And even when I told that nigga, because he asked me, I told him. Then he told me, no, I don't think that's what happened, Bob. That's what he told me. So, you see, so he act like he asking a question, but he really not asking a question to get the answer. He already think he has the answer. Because that's what he told me. He was like, no, Bob, I'm like, nigga, I don't have to lie. And, I've been on this bitch for as long as I've been. I get confused with the years, y'all, right? Because of COVID, right? I was here at least 4 years before COVID. COVID been 3 years, so 4, 5, 6. So we talking 7 years, probably 8 years, right? And these niggas ain't never catch me in no lie. You know what I'm saying? I have my opinion on things that's about opinions. It's just about opinions. But I'm talking about where I went and told them something, and then they were able to catch me in a lie. Could I be wrong about something? Yes. Wrong about something? Yes. But catch me in a lie where they ask me something and I just tell them a lie to escape it. But I've caught a lot of them in lies, outright lies, right? Not all of them, but a lot of them. And that's the thing. They're waiting. Like when they told me I was that woman in Ghetto Ghetto, they were swearing up and down I was lying. He was one of them. Reg was one of them. This shit probably still on his channel, right? Calling me a liar. So anyway,
Because he never asked for no proof from these player niggas or these game niggas. But I gotta fucking show proof, nigga. Get the fuck out of my face.
yeah, you gotta show proof. But no, you ain't gotta show proof with these niggas. You right. That's what I'm saying. When they don't show proof, because they can't show proof. And they know they don't have to show proof because nobody's asking for proof unless they mad at you. So look, Reg know that he need to show proof. Everybody asking for proof. These niggas be lying. All of them be lying.
Nigga, I've been here 8 fucking years. 8 years. Motherfucker know what the fuck I'm on, man. Who is this dude? No channel, no nothing, but I gotta prove something to some random ass faceless nigga on the tube, man. Get out.
And then he say if he showing proof, then he'll punch him in his face. What kind of shit is that? He want to be the Black Manosphere president. I think we all should vote him in. Okay, I think we all should vote him in. He just like them niggas.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm not with that.
Okay. All right. So, I got a couple questions. You're not that mean. Okay, but
I don't care. Hey, man, ask whatever questions you need to ask. It's just that I don't want to talk to your fucking audience.
okay.
about shit.
No, okay.
Certain people I'm cool with, but most of them I'm not cool.
All right.
Look, he don't know they lied yet. He's like, hey, ask me whatever you want to ask me. I'm just not talking to your fucking audience. Look, he don't know that they lied yet, y'all. He's like, yeah, I'm not talking to your fucking audience. Some of them I'm cool with, some of them I'm not.
All right. First question is, why do you want to be the president of the Black Manosphere?
Are we live or what? Are we live?
Yeah, we live.
Are we live? Okay, good.
Look, he didn't know they were lies. Look, he thought all that shit he said before, he thought that shit was just between them two. He like, wait, we lied? Oh, damn, did I just say I don't fuck with? Oh, man.
Yeah, we live. Yo, they hear you. They hear you.
So the point of being the president is to be responsible for what's created within the actual space. Because right now we have a kind of a laissez-faire. And when you have things that are laissez-faire within Black America, it always turns into the hood. It always turns into the hood. And I don't like hood people. I think they're not even human beings.
I don't like hood people. I don't even think they like human beings. Y'all heard that, huh? He don't like hood people. They're not even human beings. He don't even think of them like human beings. So let's do something real quick. Just in case you watch it, because I did put his name in the title. You know what I mean? Let's look up something, my brother. Hood. Meaning. Because I always ask him that, you know. Hood meaning. Okay. We need the urban. Y'all know we need the urban because we know what a hood is. A hood is a headdress. Y'all know it go over your head. But we know that hood means neighborhood, right? We know that. But we're going to. It's sad that I have to look that up. Ain't that? Here you go. Here you go one. What does hood mean? Hood. The term hood is slang that is commonly used to refer to the inner cities or ghettos and the people from those areas who are involved in urban culture. It is a shortened version of the word neighborhood and is often associated with a tough gangster image. Wow, gangster, huh? Because we know the gangster image really isn't our image. But I guess then again, they could call gangsters, they thought of as high society, money, power. But in the Black neighborhood, they refer to it as gang, right? You see how to play on words depending on what color you are? Anyway, the term can also be used to describe someone who embodies the characteristics and personality of the hood, such as being fierce and hardened. The origin of the term hood can be traced back to the word hoodlum. Hoodlum, which was used to describe a criminal or troublemaker in the early 20th century. Over time, the term has evolved to encompass the inner cities and the culture that emerged from those areas. The term hood is used by a wide range of people, but it is most commonly associated with urban communities and the hip hop culture. It is often used in rap music and in other forms of urban entertainment to describe the experiences and struggles of people living in the hood. I'm not reading the rest of this shit, y'all, but we get it, we got it. So is he saying that he don't think that Black people, because we know essentially that's what they're talking about, is human beings? Or is he just saying something just to say something? It's sad that I had to define this motherfucking word. Because when I ask people, when they talk about Bob, what do you think about the hood? And I'm like, what? And then I said, well, we got to define hood. And then they don't want to do that. They don't want to define hood. Because see, in their minds, they have a particular definition, but I need them to express it so I can know what they're talking about. And then they'll tell me, don't act like you crazy. You know what the hood mean? I'm like, yeah, the problem is I do, and you don't. I do know what hood mean. You the one who don't know what hood mean. These are the type of conversations I have with young, ignorant dumbasses. And some of y'all may think, oh, Bob, you know what that mean? Oh, no, I don't, because I know the meaning of the fucking word. Like, I literally know the meaning. I watched this word evolve into what y'all are referring to as hood. Because hood is short for neighborhood. And most all of us live in a neighborhood. Even white people. But when they refer to the hood, they're talking about Black people neighborhoods, the neighborhoods where most of the people in that neighborhood is Black. And in case you didn't know, all of us essentially who live in hoods live in the hood. Yes, even if you're in an apartment, but it's mostly Black people in that area, you in the hood. Because apartment complexes are also in hoods, in a neighborhood. So I think what happened to some of you don't know the definition of the word, and so you cool with just using it. But we can't have a conversation until we identify how you defined it. And if you defining it as this neighborhood, like in a movie, because that's what y'all always reference, some fucking movie where in the movie, we know all the criminals. We know all the drug dealers. We know everything they're doing, right? Because it's a movie. But in the regular neighborhood, we don't know what people are doing or aren't doing unless we see them, right? We know the drug dealers if they're the ones standing on the corner. But what if the drug dealer that lives in your neighborhood is standing on a corner in somebody else's neighborhood? How do you know he's a goddamn drug dealer? he or she. The things that people are doing, the criminal activity they do late at night, somewhere far away from where they lay their head. So I think TV, and because y'all wasn't taught that TV is just TV entertainment, real life is a whole nother beast. I could walk in town in Wilmington and they would call it the hood. But I'm able to walk down, it's in the center city. Businesses, corporations, and banks, and everything is right there, a couple of blocks down. It's shocking to me the way people think, Black people think when in reference to us, because most of the hoods that we are referencing are in the inner city. And like I just said, banks are also in the inner city. These hotels are in the inner city. These corporations are right there. Walking distance. People don't even need a car if you live in the hood. Right? So then when I ask for a definition, now if you want to talk about, let's talk about what I've only seen on TV. But when I lived in California, this is not what I saw. What I saw on TV and what I lived was not the same thing. Right? So on TV, when we saw Boys in the Hood, we followed those lives of those actors, right? And we knew that one of the brothers was selling drugs. And we knew the other brother, though, he was going to school, trying to get an athletic scholarship, which means he was doing well in school in order to get that. Y'all did understand that, right? I know people break down that movie a lot, but you don't really break it down, because even in that family, the mother had 2 sons from 2 baby daddies. One of them sons was a drug dealer. The other son was going to school and getting an education. He wanted to play sports. Right? Then down the street or across the street was a young girl who had both her parents. Then she was dating a boy who was living with his father, but the mother was still in the life. The mother was successful and the father was successful. They wasn't wealthy and rich, but they were successful. So even in Boys in the Hood, they had multiple family types in that movie. The father was pro-Black. He was educating people about how they gentrified the neighborhood. We forget all about that shit. All we know is that there was a shootout. Cops was involved. Murderers. Then, even though, what is his name? I can't even think of their name, right? Even though the one whose brother got killed ended up killing the ones who killed his brother, you notice none of them went to jail. Because it's a movie. It's like that in real life. Everybody don't know what's going on because it's a movie. But I think if I'm correct, the end of the movie, I think they stated that even he ended up getting gunned down. That's right. It's a fucking movie. Real life is not like that, though. Real life is I walk outside and I can say that I live in a decent neighborhood, but do I really know what people are really doing? I do not. We just know what they're doing in this neighborhood. And as far as we can see, because we don't know what's going on inside those homes. There could be a family in this neighborhood where the man or the woman is beating their children and their spouse, and we won't know it. In wealthy neighborhoods, well, that's where we got a lot of murderers coming out of that. Mass murderers, right? Burglars, they on drugs, selling their parents shit, and the parents not gonna come and tell everybody in the neighborhood. You only find out that shit happening is when they kid ended up stealing the neighbor's shit. And then the parents got to go and ask them, can you please not press charges? We'll give you your shit back. You know, can you not do this? Can you not do that? It's bullshit. Anyway, let's get back on the fucking topic, because I don't even know. Okay, here we go.
I think that these failures and these losers, these mixtape dudes who want to just keep up a whole bunch of bullshit, they should have never been allowed in this place in the first place. But at the end of the day, most of these men did.
He been here 8 years. Remember, he said that, and the manosphere existed way longer than 8 years. And now he wants to dictate who come in, but he wasn't no better.
Did not come here to get their shit together, which is what the manosphere is actually for. They came here to be on some entertainment shit, which is what the actual manosphere is actually not. Because it doesn't take a whole lot of skill to be an entertainer, right? It doesn't take a whole lot of skill to be an entertainer, to leverage.
He said it don't take a lot of skill to be an entertainer. Woo, baby. These niggas will say anything, okay? It takes a lot of skill to be an entertainer. Talk shit just to entertain people. Yeah, it does. Everybody can't do it. Everybody don't want to do it. Okay?
A whole bunch of foolishness for the collective benefit of nobody. It takes nothing. Talking about gynocracies and all this shit. All of this is feedback noise for failed men in society.
Okay, he referencing BGS, Angry Man. That's that talk they have.
That's all it is. And failed men don't need a voice. They've already had a voice.
Failed men don't need a voice. I agree.
They had from 1970 to 2020 to prove their point about their value in society. The only thing they knew how to do was get the wrong type of women pregnant.
Wrong type of women pregnant. See? They're going to be attacks on the women constantly from this man. The wrong type of women pregnant. Maybe they were the wrong type of man. Maybe they was the right type of women. Because apparently, if she had a baby, isn't that the goal? To have sex. So if they had sex with her and enjoyed themselves, even for a moment, that she was the right type of woman. You see? She was the right type of woman in that moment.
Not really be on the productivity piece, not really politically organized, and get overstepped by actual women.
Got overstepped by actual women. That's true.
And
not just women. Listen, women didn't just come together by themselves, just them, and get things done. That when women come together, they have men who also help. Women of different races, men of different races. Mostly white men. That's who fund these movements. Right? But my black husband and my black sons would be supportive of their mother and their sister, their aunts and grandmothers. See, that's the difference between black women, not just black women, but women. We understand that we need allies. And the more, the merrier. And black men, though, are trying to do something. Actually, they're not trying to do nothing. Really, you're not trying to do nothing. You're just talking. Because if you was trying to do something, you want allies. But then they'll say, well, we don't want no women, and we don't want no gays, and we don't want no white men, and we don't want none of that. We got to do it ourselves. That's why you ain't getting shit done. Your ego is all in your way. You're not even fighting other people. You're fighting yourself. You're out there boxing, shadow boxing your goddamn self. Because if you don't understand that you need allies, people are going to be on your side, and you know what to do with that and get shit done. But for the last 50 years, as he put it, black men, and I'm not talking about all black men, right? We're talking about as a group, as a whole, coming together. They have been boxing with themselves. They still happen, even in the pro-black community. Pro-black community don't want women involved because they say we're women and we're supposed to be submissive. And they don't want no white men involved because they say we pro-black and blah, 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 blah. And that's why they don't get shit done. Okay? If you're mixed, you can't even speak because now they talking about, well, you ain't black enough. And if you're from Africa, then they talking about, well, you too black because you don't know what we've been going through here in the U.S. And why wouldn't they know what we've been going in the U.S.? They come over and they go through the same thing. But see, that's that shit when they against each other, they're against themselves. They really don't care if they benefit. And that's why when they hear that they're lower on the totem pole, and the reason even women, black women are even close to you, because we deal with you, because we want to be there to help you. We're siding by you. And so there we are. You're at the low. And so, of course, if you at the low, then we're at the low. And if we're at the low, then you're at the low. And if you don't understand that, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. That is just how that shit is. Okay, here we go.
What you have to do is because they want to do a reset and bring all these dumbass individuals here who I don't want to talk to and who Black America has left alone and nobody really cares about. It was a marketing ploy to bring these people here.
Okay.
For some dumbass.
Look. Oh my God. We're gonna go to the next question if I can find it. We skipping through this shit. This shit is dumb as hell.
Before you can have progress, you gotta have actual. Why you're here to have progress. But everybody is just laissez-faire, prison logic. Just let people just hustle and bustle all over the circumstance, and nothing is ever gonna work. I mean, like I said, I don't run into these type of black people in my real life.
This nigga running for president, and there is no president. This nigga running for office, and there's no office to run for him. And he think that's smart? I'm sorry. I am so sorry, y'all. We skipping through this shit. Like, we gonna skip all the way to the end of this motherfucker, because I'm gonna be honest. This conversation is dumb as hell. If y'all want to go check out this dumbass shit, y'all gonna have to do it on your own time. I apologize, okay? I apologize. This conversation is so boring. Like, if it would have been with some, if it would have been something where we could hear somebody giving pushback and ask some real questions, and refute or question him about something, then maybe it would have been a little interesting. But it's almost like when you interview someone and you allow them to say whatever they want, you don't question their answers. And so it is what it is, right? Because I think Reg gonna mention that O'Shea was a trailblazer, right? O'Shea never considered himself as a leader, but he was a trailblazer. And this dude says no at first, but then he ends up in saying yes. Just do his, like, nobody getting pushed back or nothing. So O'Shea was a trailblazer, is a trailblazer, right? The only thing that interests me about this is when he talks shit about everybody. He mentioned, I don't care about no master teachers. He mentioned something about, because Reg was being messy, asking him about the different men, Bernard Riley, AM, I think he might have mentioned Angry Man. I'm not sure, but I know he mentioned O'Shea. He mentioned Bernard Riley. He mentioned Kevin Samuels. He mentioned Roger Curry, whatever his name. That's the one who he said he sent his wife to his funeral. He talked bad about some of the men who are the ones, just teaching men how to get women. And he went on this spiel about game, right? Which basically is just the way you look at life, right? So he went on that, and nobody was there to give him pushback. He insisted that nobody else come on the panel. So even if another man came up and gave him a little pushback so they could have a good discussion, that would have been cool. Or if Reg himself would have gave him some pushback or dived deeper into a question. But nah, that didn't happen. He had no problem referencing women as bitches and saying that the bitches are the problem, right? Did I agree with him when he said that men shouldn't be focused on the women? Yes. I disagree when he talk about the men shouldn't be focused on bitches, because you now are kind of saying that all the women are bitches and whores. Okay? So that's when they shoot themselves in their motherfucking feet, when you could have somebody and a group of people agree in agreement in order to support you. You shoot the men in the feet because you're jealous of them, and then you shoot the women in the feet because you know that these men don't like women, so they okay with you referencing them as bitches and hoes. I venture to say that your wife is a bitch and a hoe, though. Okay? And if he show up in the chat, y'all let me know. I put that link and see if he brave enough to hit it. Because, see, they not brave enough over here. Because y'all know I give everybody respect who come up on this panel. I'm going to give you respect. You can ask your question, answer questions, right? But the one thing they don't like is that I'm not just accepting anything that come out their motherfucking mouth. I ain't got to cuss them in order to prove that they're stupid. We ain't got to do that. And I know some of the women, they like to go in, but if you really having a discussion because somebody is doing something that could be harmful, you destroy them with their own talking point. You use their talking points against them. You let everybody hear what they got to say, and then you question them to dive deep into it. You do not have to start calling them all kinds of names. That's what these men do to women. That's what they do. And then they'll always reference some young woman, right, who just entering into her womanhood, gaining freedom and trying to figure it out, right? That's what they do. These old ass niggas wants to run back to a young lady who's anywhere from 19 to 30. But most of the women they always referencing are younger women. She's trying to figure it out. She's in a world that open up. That's why they always talk about the city girls. They always talk Carly B. They want to always talk about these women rappers, Meg Thee Stallion, and shit like that. Women who are in a certain lifestyle. These are celebrities. A woman who's a celebrity got millions of men right there if she want to pick them. But in essence, she's just human. So she could pick somebody, right? And then when she picks him, it can end up being all fucked up. It could be because of her. It could be because of him. A man who would go to date, let's say Meg Thee Stallion, but he's thinking that she's this hot girl, you know, she want to do this, that, and the third and shit because she put it in a song. And then when he realized she's not really like that she's college educated, right? She needs a man who gonna be able to handle that she is more famous than him. A lot of men can't handle no shit like that, especially when he's young. You know what I mean? And then she's willing to help him build a little something off of her, but then he gets too grown for his britches. We've seen it. We've seen these women support these men. How in the fuck she need to have a man who's on YouTube? She gets on his channel and help him build. He built his audience just really because he's dating her. And then he starts to shit on her. He starts to shit on her. Anyway, so we done with this. Now we're going to go, I'm going to look in the chat, see what y'all doing, and then we're going to go to the next thing I have lined up. Okay? We're going to talk about some real shit. This MOT shit is some bullshit. Nigga, go and do better at your job, your real job. The one you say you're not doing too good at, that came out of your own mouth. That came out of your mouth, okay? You said you wasn't doing too great of a job. So go and do the job that pays you, nigga, okay? And if you happen to be in the chat, I'm going to put this link in, and then you could come up. But if you don't come up, okay? If you don't come up, I'm cool with it. I know you're probably watching, though, okay? Or listen. It's okay. Okay, and we're gonna move on to some bullshit that's real, right? We're gonna do a court show. Yes, we are. I got it queued up and ready. Okay. Philly boy sucking dicks in the chat. I don't know what's going on with you, Philly boy. What you doing? Bomb, you so shoot is in the foot and tell what? Bomb, you so shoot. Wait, let me put it big, because I don't know what y'all be thinking I can't read. I can't read this shit. Okay, I don't know what it means. Maybe it means something. At bomb, you so shoot is in the foot and tell Alis you love us. Bomb, you so shoot is in the foot and tell, I guess the 8 is us. Let me see where the 8 is. Or okay, it's close to the U. Okay, us, and tell us you love us. Let me say it again, because I'm missing something. At bomb, you, maybe it's you should shoot is, oh, maybe it says at bomb, you should shoot us in the foot and tell us you love us. So I should shoot you in the foot and then tell you that I love you? I'm not shooting you in the foot. You shooting yourself in the motherfucking foot. I'm not trying to cripple nobody. I'm not trying to cripple no black woman, no white woman, no Asian woman. I'm not trying to cripple no black man, no white man, no Asian man. I'm not trying to cripple no little kids of Neneo's race. I'm not here to cripple people. See? And I'm one of them people who like to help people if I can. And if I can't, I can't. If you're asking me for money, I ain't got none. I can't give you no money. I can give you a word of wisdom. If you ask me a question, I can give you my advice, possibly. And it's hard for me to give advice just to a basic question because, see, I am older and I have an understanding that life isn't as simple as, hey, should I go to the store? Should I go to Kmart or Walmart? And I would have to ask you a few questions. Like, what are you going to get? I don't think Kmart exists no more, but y'all know what I'm saying, right? Life isn't as simple as that. It's not like I might need a little more details before I give you advice, but that's only because I want to give you real advice. Now, if I just want to just flip a coin in the fucking air, boop, and wherever it lands, that's the answer I give you. And if you live your life like that, then cool. That's it. Cool. You will have to flip your own motherfucking coin. What the hell you gotta ask me to flip a coin for you for? What, you scared? You will see, those of you who do that is that you're scared to make your own decisions, and because you know if it works out or don't work out, the only person you can accuse is yourself. But you'll be able to accuse me or others for giving you the bad advice. You know what I'm saying? That's well, a friend told me I should go to Walmart. But when I went to Walmart, there was nothing there. What I wanted wasn't even there. Bitch, because Walmart don't sell what you went there to get. Maybe you should have did your own homework. Y'all motherfuckers don't want to live your lives. Y'all want to live it on YouTube. I don't know nothing about that. Like, I literally live my life. What's on China White, Carmel, Philly Boy, Victor, Jamie, Miss Kira, I'm sorry, Miss Not For Everyone. Let me go up the list, down the list, up the list, up the list, down the list. Let me see. I have something to listen to while I'm cleaning. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. So anyway, y'all, we're going to get to it. Because that, if y'all want to go and listen to that interview, it's over there by Reg. Tequila, what's going on, sis? Let me tell you something. This shit was boring, okay? It was, let me see. I can't believe this shit. I think I know what he's saying. You shot the men in the foot, but you tell us you love us. Or he could be talking about black people. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Well, Hispanic people. I did. Well, I'm sorry, Jamie. Hispanic people. I should have threw them in. You know, I missed a lot of people. What's going on? Just hear me out. How you doing? I'm not against people of their races. Like, throughout my life, I've come to terms with we're all people, right? And no matter what color or nationality, religion, and all that stuff, most of us going through the same thing. And I also recognize that by dividing us as a people, right? Because together we are a large group of people. But when they separate us, then we become individual, little small pockets, right? And then they could control, they meaning whoever wants to control, right? We're easily controlled when we're small little pockets. They could come in and control the Asian group if they want to, because they're a small population. They could come in and control the Latinos, the Latin people, right? Or Hispanics if they want to, because that's a small group of people. And so that's what they do. They learned this many years ago, many, before any of us was born, right? So that's what they do. And how do they do that? In order for them to be able to control a group of people, they need help, because even that small group of people is larger than they are, which would be our government, right? So what they do is they want help. They need help to control that group of people. So how would they make you help them control that group of people? Well, they make you and that group of people enemies. They make you and that group of people enemies. And you know how they're able to do that? Because we're human and we do tend to stay and deal with our own, right? We deal with our own people. Even the Black people who claim they moved out of the neighborhood, they moved out of the hood, as they want to call it, they still end up going back there. When they want to have fun, they know what clubs to go to. Even if you move to a whole nother area, everything they do, they come back to this place that they know. You see? Why? Because they could be themselves. They're more comfortable. Although they'll claim, well, I live in this white neighborhood and In this white neighborhood, I ain't got to worry about this, that, and the third. They ain't got to worry about this, that, and the third from others because truly they are the criminals in that area. I know. I live in the area. I lived in the area. I go into the goddamn store, and every time I go in the store, they are watching me. They're watching me. I have a video clip of some shit. And when I walked in the store to go grab 2 or 3 things, and I got accused of stealing. And you know why? I got accused of stealing when I first walked in the store. I just walked in there. They told me I can't have a book bag in the store. I heard the woman when she told me that. And I looked at it and I giggled. And I said, ma'am, I don't have a book bag. I'm too old for that, right? People think I'm young, y'all, because I'm short. And I look young. I do look young. I look way younger than, you know what I mean? And so I laughed and I actually thanked her, right? Because it's like she gave me a compliment, right? I giggled. White woman accusing me of being like a child and saying that I can't come in with a book bag. So I giggled. I had my headset on, my Beats, and I had my, so I put them back on. I laughed. I said, oh, thank you. I said, man, but this is not a book bag, just my purse. And I put the headset on and I started walking through the store. Anyway, I told y'all this story before, right? Anyway, I'm walking through the store like I do. I go down every aisle because that's what I do. It was just a dollar store. It wasn't Dollar Tree. It was Family Dollar. No, it was Dollar General. Dollar General. Anyway, so I'm going up and down the aisle. I know what I went in there for. I only went in there for dishwasher detergent and dishwasher detergent, right? One of them is for the dishwasher and the other one is for to wash dishes in the sink. Okay, so that's all I went in there for. But I'm one of them people who you never know what I might need. I don't know what I need until I see it, right? So I'm walking around and I'm in the back of the store where the dishwashing products are, but also they had some crafts back there, right? Cleaning supplies and stuff like that. So I'm looking, but every time I would bend down to grab something, and when I raised up, I bump into somebody. And it's the weirdest thing now that I look at it after the fact, but in the moment, I was thinking, oh, like he bumped into me and I said, oops, I'm sorry, I apologize, right? I apologize because that's how I am. Oops, excuse me, right? I didn't see you. So I keep walking. I go down the aisle where they had the lamps and stuff like that. In fact, I bought this lamp, but I didn't buy it that day though. I ended up buying it later, but this little lamp that's on my side of the bed, I bought that from Dollar General. Okay. Anyway, so I was over there by the lamps and I'm looking and when I raised up again, I bump into somebody else. And I'm like, excuse me again. Then I get to where the dishwasher detergent is. And I put the little bag, it was just the one bag was 80 cents, y'all, for the dishwasher detergent. It was just a small little bag, 80 cents. And the dishwasher liquid, no, I got them backwards. The dishwasher liquid was 80 cents, and the dishwasher detergent, the little things for the dishwasher, was $1. That's $1.80. That's what I have in my basket. That's when I put those 2 things in my basket, I bump into this man. And then this time I noticed, I'm like, what the? In my mind, I'm thinking, what's going on? I know my butt is big, but my butt is not that big. And then I realized I've been bumping the same man the whole time. So this time I said, excuse me. And then I look at him. And I'm thinking, he's looking at me. I'm looking at him. I take my music off my ears. And I'm like, excuse me, is there an issue? And he's just looking at me. Then I realized this man is following me around the store. I realized that not only is he following me, but this man has touched my body 3 times. Physically touched me. Right? This motherfucker done bumped into me 3 times. Okay. And so now I'm like, okay, let me get the hell out of this store, right? So I go with the basket, the little 2 items, and I go to the front to pay for the stuff. And now the line is long though, right? This is Dollar General. It may have 8 people in line. And this man is standing there with his arms folded, looking at me. And I say, you know what? They got like they have like $8 Generals in the same little small area, y'all. I'm not even joking. Between Family Dollar, Dollar General, and the Dollar Tree, there's like 8 of them. Okay, so I'm like, forget this shit. I'm going to the next one, right? So I put the 2 little items down right there, and I walk out that store, right? And I get in my car. And I look around as I'm about to get in, and everybody in the parking lot is looking at me. So I pull my ears off, and this man is yelling, "What did you put those items? What did you put those items?" I'm like, excuse me? Why do you put those items? I'm like, what's going on? He gets behind my car and take my license plate number. But actually, he gets behind my car so I can't leave, right? Because I asked him, I said, what, you want to check me? Nah, what you do with the items? I'm like, what, you want to check me or something? Nah. So I'm like, look, I'm like, okay, well, I mean, if you want to come check me, because see, he didn't already accuse me of stealing, okay? What the hell is this nigga talk about? I would never follow a black man to hell. Nigel, I see you. You are going there by yourself. Oh, man, what's going on, Cassandra? How dare you leave me to work? Anyway, my man left me alone 12 hours for a check. Can y'all believe that? My man left me alone 12 hours for a check. What you mean he left? Your man left you for 12 hours for a check? What you mean he left you? I know you must be being facetious or some shit, right? Okay. Because if you look like that, we know you ain't got no man. Okay. And if he left you 12 hours for a check, then I guess he loved you. That's only if he came home with the check, unless he bought them drugs and shit, you know what I'm saying? He bought some drugs, came home with no money at all. Or he came home with some crack cocaine or some of that fentanyl, whatever that shit called, right? Anyway, listen, I don't know why I'm reading the chat. See, that's why I don't read the chat, y'all. Anyway, listen. So this man bumped into me. He behind my car yelling and shit, right? Which means he's already accused me of stealing. People know me in the community, right? Because I'm the president of the community in which I lived in at the time. And there were some people who I knew, like some of the kids who I deal with. That's what embarrassed me when when somebody came up and said, "Hey, Miss Lavanya," and I gave him a hug. And then this dude is yelling at me and shit. I'm like, what's going on? So I took out my phone and recorded him because I was trying to leave. He wouldn't let me leave. Then I was like, look, if you're going to call up, he told me he would write down my license plate. So I figured, okay, this dude writing down my license plate. I was like, look, are you calling the police or something? Because I'll wait. Nah. So I started thinking, look at this man, right? You could tell he's a racist. And I could show y'all the video. So I decide not to leave because soon as I leave is when he will call the police. And then he has my license plate number. He will accuse me of doing something I didn't do. And it would be hard for me to prove that I didn't do it if I leave, right? So I pull out my phone and I got a video in which you hear him yelling, asking me where the items are. I tell him the items are in the store. Where they at? Where they at? I said, I set the items in the store. I walked in the store with him following. You should see him Man, y'all should see him. He heated. And then I point the camera at the items. And then I asked him, are those the items you're talking about? I said, are those the items? And he agreed that those are the items sitting on the counter. And then so I wait. And I'm waiting for him to apologize or something. But you know what's worse about this shit, y'all? It was $1.80 worth of products. 2 items. $1.80. And Dollar General ended up giving me hundreds of dollars behind that. I could have sued them and got thousands of dollars. I did require that they fire his ass. Right? And then they didn't fire him. You know what they did? They moved him to another store. And the only reason I know that is because, like I said, there's several of them in the same location. I'm not even joking. It's just so many of them. I ended up going to another location, maybe a year later, and he was there. Now he probably don't remember me, but I'll never forget him. I'll never forget him. Okay. Anyway. Why would a young woman want to be with an old man that smell like mothballs? That's a fact. Y'all fighting in the chat. Okay. Anyway, y'all, let's get. They're gonna dislike this video that I'm about to pull up. They ain't gonna like this. Okay. So let's get with it. Let's go.
Who's here? Court is calling 2023 CR 1952, State of Texas versus Michael J. Durant. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
For the state.
Defense.
Sorry, Sean Sheffer for defending her.
And are you Mr. Durant?
Yes.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, sir.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Durant, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Service. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Your
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled, court's admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand you're charged with injury to a child, bodily injury, intentionally and knowingly? That's a 3rd-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? You need to speak up.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty, sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He had, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently?
Okay, she just asked him, the lawyer. Let's hear her say that again. Uh-oh, look like my electric about to blink off again. If it knocked me off, y'all, I'll be back. For some reason, the electric popped off earlier, and my lamp is blinking right now again. Okay. Uh-oh. Hey, babe, I don't know what's going on down there. If you're listening. But the lights are dimming. I'm gonna turn this lamp off. Yeah, okay, here we go.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss,
Okay, so she asked him, was he rational? Did you think he was rational? This, that, and that? Uh-huh. Yep, okay. Now this, he's filing, I'm sorry, not filing. He's pleading guilty because they did a plea deal, which means that she has the right to now sentence him, right? Sentence him. Okay, so that's what I want y'all to know. Here we go.
Mr. Duran, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, the state recommends deferred adjudication. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that to be the entirety of your plea bargain agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
State?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, or there'll be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
That time, he has worked with CPS. The child was never removed from his custody. Child did very well with him. He did everything that time, CP.
Okay, look like she gonna ask him a question, but I think
That time, he has worked with CPS. The child was never removed from his custody. Child did very well with him. He did everything required. They ended up closing the case. It was not a legal case, Your Honor. He is just requesting, he understands he did wrong, that shouldn't have happened. And he's actually also already started a family.
he said he understands that he did wrong, right? He wish it never happened. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Violence class also, Your Honor. So we're just requesting the court to follow this recommendation.
So were you the CPS attorney?
No, that was not. Like I said, Your Honor, there was actually never a legal case, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything you have to say for yourself?
She said, anything you have to say for yourself, he should have shut the fuck up. Cause here we go, y'all. Here we go.
Yes, I was, that day I was, disciplining my child like a parent should. He acts dramatic and he was, trying to, I understand what I did, but I'm trying to.
Yeah, you're trying to shift the burden on him.
Oh my God. He shouldn't have said shit. Did y'all see the judge when he said that? Look at her face. That's that black woman like, what? Y'all see that? Her head is cocked a little bit and she looking at him like, what? Okay, here we go. I'm gonna rewind just a tad bit.
Yes, I was, that day I was, disciplining my child like a parent should. He acts dramatic and he was, trying to, I understand what I did, but I'm trying to.
Yeah, you're trying to shift the burden on him.
Explain,
I don't believe he's trying to do that, Your Honor.
Look, the judge, look, his lawyer, when he said that, his lawyer started rocking like, oh my God. He opened his mouth. And the first thing comes out is it's the child's fault. Lord have mercy.
Because we have discussion, we had discussions. He understands
Well,
he
he's
went
saying
way
his
too
child
far.
was
He
asking-
went way too far. It
He's-
shouldn't have happened.
He's saying that his child acts dramatic. That's what he said. Dinah, could you, did he say that? Excuse me?
Yeah, Your Honor.
So he hasn't learned anything.
I disagree with that, Your Honor. Having
Well,
known him for
What have you
this
learned?
time.
I learned how to talk to my child. I'm always being there for him. He's always coming for me to advise. He gives me this random, I love you, I hug you. I'm always
No.
Um,
Here's my thing. You told me that he was acting dramatic. You told me, and if the record is not clear or if I'm remembering things incorrectly, please correct me. But you told me that one, your child is dramatic, and two, you started by saying I was disciplining my child as a parent should. That's what you told me. So how does disciplining a child as a parent should result in a child having a belt mark on their face? And was that being dramatic? Because that's what it says in the police report, that he had a belt mark on his face, belt mark on his arm. And how old was your child at this time? What, 9, 8, something like that?
yes, ma'am.
So basically, what you have taught your child is that your child needs to fear you, which means that if your child accidentally sprays something in somebody's food, he can't tell you because he knows what's going to end up happening. He's going to get hit with a belt across his face. And I don't know why people think disciplining children equals, let me pull out a belt, let me beat you with the belt, because this wasn't let me tap you with corrections. And now you get an attitude with me. And let me just tell you, I will send you quick, fast, in a hurry as a condition of your probation to the Bexar County Jail or either to the state jail facility. And you can see how your discipline works with other people at the jail if it comes to that. So I'm telling you, when you beat a child, this wasn't discipline, this was a beating. When you beat a child, what they learn is to fear you. And you are a grown man hitting on a child. If somebody, let's say, for example, you're at somebody's house, they invite you over, you're sitting at the table and you drop your food on the ground or on the carpet, and it's white carpet, and they get angry. And so they take a belt and slap you across the face. And they tell you, well, I'm just disciplining you because you knew this is white carpet. You know, I told you to be careful not to spill anything on my carpet, and you did. You know what you would do? You would call the police and you would file charges because that person hit you. So you've gone beyond disciplining your child. And I don't know why people don't understand that. And you can say your child out of the blue is saying, I love you and all of this. Sometimes, you know why they're doing that? Because they're walking on eggshells. Because you have put fear into this child. If this child were to pick up a criminal case, you know what they'd come to court and tell me? His attorney would? He suffered trauma. Well, what trauma did he suffer? Well, his father beat him. They're not going to come in and tell me the father disciplined him. They're going to come in and tell me my father beat me. And that's what this was.
It wasn't like that, Judge.
Did he have a belt mark across his face?
I can't recall. I don't remember. I remember him just ducking, and usually
Just ducking.
usually I try.
Just ducking. This dude don't have no. So listen, somebody in the chat say, why didn't his lawyer speak for him? Because before the lawyer could say anything, this nigga started talking. She said, do you have anything to say for yourself? And he just started opening his mouth. Look at the lawyer now. The lawyer, as I got to pause, he looking down like, oh my God. Oh my God. This dude done talked himself into some, oh my God. We know he'll learn nothing. Because the first thing came out of his mouth was that he was doing what a father should. He was abusing his son as a father should. I was disciplining my son as a father should. He was supposed to be like, he knows he's in trouble for doing that. Why would he go and say that? Why wouldn't he say, I thought I was doing something. I've since learned that I was over excessive, that what I thought was discipline, I now realize is abuse, right? And at the time, Judge, I was wrong, but I now know better. But nope, he went in there because he's standing his ground firm, because he still believes he did right. Oh my God, here we go.
Punish him, send him to his ground him, take away his video games because he does wrong. He understands that.
So why did you beat him with a belt across his face? Is it because the girlfriend came to you and said, this is what happened?
Wait, let me
No,
rewind.
that wasn't.
So why did you beat?
Try to punish him, send him to his ground him, take away his video, just ducking. And usually when
just ducking.
Usually I try to punish him, send him to his ground him, take away his video games because he does wrong. He understands that.
So why did you beat him with a belt across his face? Is it because the girlfriend came to you and said, this is what happened?
No, that wasn't the case at all.
Yeah, so why did you beat him?
It was just he was acting up during the day, and it was
Doing what?
well, prior to that, he had we had went swimming, he had jumped in the deep end, and I told him don't do that. So I went after him, and then when
He said because earlier we went swimming and he jumped in the deep end. What? We went swimming and he jumped in the deep end? You went swimming. He jumped in the deep end, everything's fine. He just making shit up, no.
we got out, he kept on pushing me, acting like he's gonna push me into the water. So we go out to get.
Now they playing. He said, oh, and then he kept acting like he gonna push me in the water. That sounds like he's gonna play for move with his dad. What in the hell?
Food.
Who's your daughter's mother?
The same mother.
Who's the same mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Finish your story.
And so my daughter is like getting irritated, and I'm just like, calm down, because he has ADHD. And so we get home and we finally sit down for dinner, we say our prayers and everything. And he decided to get some Lysol and disinfect her burger because it was during COVID. And so he was just acting up. I sent him to his room. He goes and slams the door, and I'm like, hey. My daughter comes back crying, that he had done something to her toy box, and I said, son, what's wrong with you? And he was just very quiet. I said, well, tell me what happened. Just quiet. And so I didn't mean to hit him as hard. I didn't mean to hit him at all, but I was trying to tell him, like, you need to calm, you need to behave already. You need to, stop messing with your sister. Don't go trying to push her into the deep end. He already went into the deep end and kind of sort of drowned, but I was able to, save him. So I wasn't trying to target him. I was trying to make him understand that it's not okay for you to continue acting like
And what have you learned from your parenting classes? Because I'm assuming CPS gave you parenting classes.
No, it's voluntary.
Did you
Um,
do parenting classes?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you do parenting
It
classes?
was compadre.
Okay.
So,
I like compadre.
and I learned a lot.
What did you learn?
I learned how to calm myself down, you know, don't explode. Take a deep breath, wait a little bit, talk to him, settle him down right. Try to understand where he went wrong, where we both can try to understand each other. He is very active, he's very compulsive, and that's part of the ADHD that he has from his family, from his mother's side. My daughter is just like me. We're very chill, we're very calm, and he just
See, you keep saying, so the daughter has the same mother as your son?
yes.
Okay, and where's the mother in all of this?
She hasn't been active. She has never been present in something. I took custody of them when my daughter was out the hospital because she was born with methamphetamine in her system. My baby mama was a drug addict, so
Mother of your children.
yes,
All right, are you employed?
yes, ma'am.
What do you do?
I do renovation and remodeling.
The mother of his children had met in her system when she had the children. Okay, he blaming everything on her. The daughter is like him, but the son is like his mother. The son has HDAD or whatever they call it, and like his mother. This dude is in there just walking himself in more trouble and more trouble. I don't know how this is going to end because I stopped it so we could share it. Okay, but damn.
Demolition work as well.
I'm going to be honest though, if I was her, he seemed like an abusive father, and there's no mother there to even tame his ass. Which means he could be in that household abusing both of them. And wow. Wow.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. 4 years deferred adjudication. There's an affirmative finding of family violence, proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. I'm going to give you 200 hours of community service restitution if you provide your certificate or proof that you completed the compadre parenting course. Then I will deem that the community service hours are satisfied.
Thank you, Judge.
There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person, regular UAs, field visits, random, one time a month for 3 months. Then if all is going well with the field visits, then we will decrease it to one time every 3 months random. And that will stay in place until further notice. There's to be no harmful or injurious contact with Michael Duran. And probation, is there some, I don't think this is a BIPP issue. This is more a family issue. Is there some type of family counseling that can be?
Donna, I'll look into, I can look into it. And yeah, I can look into it.
Your Honor, he has also started a class, so maybe you can give that to them and see if that would work.
Yes. So I just don't think this is a BIPP course situation. This is more family dynamic situation. All right, probation. Is there anything else he needs? Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go out the record. Good luck to you. You're going to have to do better.
Thank you.
And you're going to have a lot to make up to with your son, because believe it or not, I know you say things are better. Yes, but your son is always going to remember that. So you're going to have to make it up to him and let him know.
He saw me get arrested in March, and he's like, "Dad, I didn't mean to get you in trouble." And he's like, "Dad, every time the cops come, he's like, are you gonna go to jail?"
Yeah.
I don't want him to be thinking that.
No, but see, you got to turn that around and not let him make it his fault, because him saying that is him saying it's my fault, and it's not. Okay. All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Can I see the file? What is your client?
We're gonna share another case.
Right in that file.
Let me see.
Lorraine Apron, the defendant, or ready, Judge?
And are you Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes, sir.
All right. You entered a plea of deadly conduct with a firearm as a third-degree felony. According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 10 years. The state is remaining silent on your application. And then there are no contact orders. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state?
Yes, sir.
Defense?
Yes.
Any objections to the PSI report, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the state is silent. Defense, do you have any witnesses?
Just, if I may, I have a couple of paycheck stubs or 3 paycheck stubs of my clients that I'd like to offer. And I had given the state an opportunity to review them. And then I have some photographs of my client with his daughter, if I may offer those to the court for your consideration.
Yes.
So the lawyer is showing that he has employment and then pictures of him with his daughter. Okay. Remember the part about the pictures with the daughter. Okay.
Judge, state sign.
All right.
I also have a letter from his boss, Judge. I need to find that.
Okay. Says, I do believe he's employed.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can look at this as a
It
matter of
just,
public
it
record.
speaks to his promptness as an employee, as a valuable employee, and as to him being consistently employed and being able to continue to be employed should the court grant this application, to use him as an employee. Judge.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else?
Mr. Gutierrez, on his behalf, Judge, has had a lot of time to reflect during the pendency of this case. He has 3 children, including a daughter whose picture I showed you, his biological daughter. And he has recently reconnected with her and reestablished good communication with her mom and with her. And he feels extremely motivated now between the opportunity he has at work to do well and his relationship with his daughter being very positive. And he wants to be able to continue in that path and show the court that he can do better I see the PSI recommends intensive outpatient. I think their focus is probably alcohol. And if the court were to deem any other conditions of free, he would absolutely comply with whatever conditions the court would deem appropriate. He has been on GPS for a considerable amount of time while this case was pending. I think maybe since
It's been a year or 2 months.
a year and 2 months, he's been on GPS with no violations. And I think that speaks to his motivation to do better and his respect for the court orders and his ability to be a successful probationer. And I hope the court will take into account, that's a significant amount of time. He was on full GPS house arrest, and then that converted to partial, where he's been able to work, but no violations. And so we're hoping the court will give him an opportunity to show the court that he can be successful on probation.
All right, but here's my concern and what I don't understand. How old are you?
37.
You're 37. I don't understand going to a bar and people tell you to leave. And your answer to people telling you to leave is, I'm going back to my vehicle and I'm getting a gun and firing the gun. I don't understand that. So I don't know if he wants to be under oath to explain that to the court, but this is what I'm trying to wrap my head around. I don't understand why people's first answer to any situation is, let me go get my gun.
Well,
And I know people, people seem to have a love affair with weapons. And if you want to have a love affair with the weapon, then you need to treat the weapon with respect, because the weapon can kill if it's in the wrong hands. And I'm just trying to figure out, there's an incident that happened. Somebody calls you out your name. Oh, let me go get my gun. I'll show you who I am. Somebody tells you to leave a bar because, I don't know, maybe you're intoxicated. Maybe there's some altercation. I don't understand why people don't leave.
I would say that the offense report and PSI reflect that he says he had had 5 beers and 3 shots. So I would submit to the court that he was not thinking.
Yeah, I mean,
He
to
was-
me,
And I'm not saying that intoxication is a defense or mitigating at all. I'm just saying that, it causes a loss of impulse control. And
I mean, I understand what you're saying, counsel, but sometimes I think alcohol gives people courage to do what they otherwise wouldn't have done, as opposed to, oh, my inhibitions are released. Yeah. So I don't know if he wants to speak to the court or not, because I'll tell you, I'm leaning towards sending you to prison. I haven't heard anything that would suggest to me that I shouldn't send you to prison, because I don't know somebody who takes some shots. I realize you were intoxicated. I'm reading it, but people put you out of the bar. And it's on Mother's Day too.
It was 6 guys that took me out.
Yeah,
So
because you wouldn't leave. When people tell you to leave an establishment, just leave. So I don't understand why I should give him deferred adjudication when he went to a bar, and according to things he's saying, somebody tried to come on to his fiance. That's when you leave. And they told him to leave, and maybe they were very rough in pushing him out of the bar. I will give you that. They were rough. They bruise you up, maybe push you out of the bar. But that's where you leave and go home. Hopefully you were not driving with those tequila shots. And then, or if you don't want to leave and you stay in the parking lot, you call the police, but you don't tell people, well, I'm going to show you who I am. And then you go to your vehicle and get your gun. Did your fiance say any? Did his fiance say, hey, what are you doing? This is crazy. Let's just go home. Okay.
The altercation at the bar wasn't good. I think that there were probably others there who also had weapons. Again, not to say that there's necessarily a defensive or mitigate, but maybe it's a little mitigating. It just turned out to be a very rough circumstance. I'm not making light of the offense because obviously it's serious. And I think that the PSI speaks to the alcohol being an issue and intensive outpatient. So I think if the court would give him to address the alcohol and maybe perhaps anger management issues, maybe that would help to lessen his future risk to the
And I see
community.
that there are other people who had guns, because I see Eric Fields, who's one of the complainants, not the main complainant. He says, I just want my gun back.
Yeah.
This is Texas. We just want our gun back.
Right.
So, ma'am, I haven't been in trouble since 2005. And being at that
You want to
bar,
raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Guadalupe Gutierrez,
And let me just tell you, your statement about you haven't been in trouble since what time?
2005.
I haven't been in trouble since 1969, and I'm putting it at 1969 because I was potty trained by then. And I didn't pick up any criminal cases. I always tell people when they tell me I haven't been in a gang, I don't do drugs, I haven't been in trouble, it's like, do you want a cookie for that? That's what you're supposed to do. So let's not start with, I haven't been in trouble since this date, because I'm looking at your criminal history and one of them is terroristic threat. And then criminal trespass. And is this criminal trespass with a weapon?
That was with a box cutter at my aunt's bar. I just left work.
Okay. And then the theft of a vehicle.
That was back in 04.
And now we're back here.
Yes,
And on on the probation from 2013 on the criminal trespass with a weapon, your probation had to be extended. Then on the theft case, a motion to revoke was filed and you were sent to TDC. And now you have this that started as an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and the state reduced it to a deadly conduct 3rd degree. So speak to me. Why should I give you deferred? I don't understand why I should.
Well, I mean, I'm not a good talker, but
That's
you
okay.
told me not to say how to start it, but
No,
I
go.
was trying to prove a point that since 2005, I haven't been in trouble, you know, and all those years I was in the oil field for 15 years and I've never had my daughter. So now that I got my daughter, it's a blessing to me because I always wanted it. So now I have an opportunity to be a father and I don't want to mess that up.
I mean, but you have.
I understand.
I think the reunification, if you will, sort of took place after this offense. Is that correct? Meanwhile, you've been on probation with your daughter.
Yeah, it's been good. It's just like I've been on the monitor and I can't blame nobody else but me. But it gets me kind of angry because I can't take my daughter out other than be with her in the living room.
Well, I don't know why you angry about that. That's all on you.
That's what I just said.
If you would not go to a bar drinking to the point of intoxication and you're in your 30s, you're not a teenager who doesn't know better.
I think that if the court would give him an opportunity for some form of treatment, I think he would welcome that and appreciate that opportunity.
I just don't think he's a good candidate for probation. I mean, shooting up a bar, and it wasn't.
It was outside in the parking lot.
Thank you. And State, I know you're silent.
Yes, Judge.
Is our applications for probation, for community supervision and deferred?
Yes.
I don't know if it makes a difference to the court. I don't think it necessarily does, but we can withdraw the deferred.
Now, see, this is what I'm reading, and this is my problem. I can understand people being angry and getting upset with people. I honestly don't ever understand people pulling a weapon, because I always taught if you're going to pull a gun on somebody, you need to know that you to kill somebody, and don't pull a gun unless you're going to use it. That's what I was always taught. But what it says here in the police report that you stipulated to, I contacted Jason, who is the manager and point of contact for surveillance. Jason provided me with footage from one of the cameras. Jason said he was working on getting footage from the other cameras as well. The footage showed Guadalupe, that's you, being taken out of the bar. He walks to his car and pulls out a small handgun. Guadalupe pointed the gun in the air where 4 spent shell casings were found. Guadalupe and Melissa got into the vehicle and he pulls up to the curb. Eric can be seen in the corner near a white car. Guadalupe opens the car door and his hand extends out. Guadalupe then lowers his hand with the gun and points it toward Eric.
I never pointed the gun at anybody.
I mean, that's what they say is on the video. I mean, this is video. This is not.
And I showed her that when I saw the video, I pointed it.
Well, because it's surveillance, some parts of it are a little clearer than others, but as the car drives out, it's a little bit less clear because of the angle of the camera.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else from either side?
Another group state judge.
No, Your Honor.
All right. How old is your daughter?
7.
Okay. All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to find you guilty, sentence you to 3 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's to be no contact with Eric Fields and Lefty's Draft House. Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, and because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you. I did take into consideration that you have a child and that you want to be in her life and do better, but you're going to have to start making better decisions. And it's obvious that you can't drink alcohol at all. So no alcohol, you understand? All right, good luck to you.
Okay, so as soon as they put him under arrest, you saw that, like, he probably went there thinking he might get off. But Dave's like, she said, I'm giving you, I'm placing you under arrest. You found guilty, and gave him 3 years, as he should. I think that bullshit about his daughter was bullshit, because he just found her after he got in trouble. But she's 7. So he took a picture with her so he can bring it to the court. And I think that's disingenuous. Listen, this shit is ridiculous. It don't matter what race a man is. It doesn't matter when it comes to their children. A lot of these men is full of shit. Okay? They do criminal shit, and then they want to take pictures and shit with their children and make it seem like the children gonna miss you. Okay, children not gonna miss you. Anyway, let me see. Let's find some other, because it's crazy. There are just as many deadbeat women as there are men out here, and I'm finding that out when I go through the videos. You know what I mean? So yeah, y'all. Ooh, Lord. like you would think I like to think, okay, it's most of these men. It's a lot of men, but it's a lot of women too, y'all. It's a whole shit of women. Okay. So I have another one. Let's go grab it. I just wanna, warn the ladies that we got some fucked up women out here too.
Who's here? Court is calling.
Okay. Let's go here. Hmm.
Mr. Smith filed a motion regarding support. It's been kind of ongoing about his ability to be employed. Sir, what are you requesting today and why?
Still the same thing. May 30th, I went to the specialist Tuesday. I have blockage in my left upper thigh. Something seriously going on with my right leg. I have no pulse, barely any pulse at my ankles. I can barely walk right now, sir. I go in April 10th to get dye to put in my arteries to find all the blockages. And then there's going to be surgeries after that done by Dr. Rue out of Traverse City.
All right. You attached a note here from Ryan A. Straight. Is that he's a PA?
I subpoena him like you asked.
All right. There's somebody on here. It says Alan Conrad, though. It doesn't say Ryan Straight.
I have no idea, sir.
Well, let's see who this is.
Who's this? It's not my doctor.
I have no idea who it is.
Sure. Sir, what's your name?
My name's Ryan Straight.
Oh,
There's the Dr. Ryan.
all right. So Mr. Smith has subpoenaed you in this matter regarding his ability to work. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. And Mr. Smith, do you hereby waive any information that Mr. Dr. Straight may testify to that could otherwise be construed to be a violation of the HIPAA laws?
That's the whole point of this right here. That's what I was talking to you about earlier. I'm covered under the HIPAA law. But I guess we can proceed. Is this what you're going to do? I guess we can proceed.
All right. So you're okay with him testifying about your medical condition?
No, I'm not.
Ability to work?
No, I'm not. But you're forcing me to, so yes.
Well, I'm not forcing you to do anything.
He's the one that subpoenaed his doctor. The doctor shows up. The court needs his permission to get the information from the doctor. He says no, but then he says, you're forcing me to. Oh, Lord.
If you want to present evidence, though, in support of your claim, then.
Yep, I know. Let's go ahead with it.
All right. So, Ms. Dr. Straight, do you treat Buford Smith?
I did.
Okay, you're not treating him anymore?
Correct.
Okay, and what did you treat him for?
Well, I work in family medicine PA. So I'm primary care basically. So, Mr. Smith, we were evaluating and treating several different physical and mental health conditions.
All right, and when was the last time you treated Mr. Smith?
2 weeks ago.
I did a video visit with him on March 7th, 2023.
All right, and you've written a letter or a note here regarding Mr. Smith's ability to work. You said due to his health conditions, he is unable to work for the next 180 days. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And what's that based on? What health conditions prevent him from working for 180 days?
So at the time, which was I believe November 30th, we were treating him, we were diagnosed him recently with diabetes. He was also having quite a bit of what we assume is neuropathic pain and possibly some vascular, peripheral vascular conditions that we were trying to figure out. He also at that point, or ever since I met him as a patient, he's having chronic issues with his abdominal pain and diarrhea, which we're trying to work up. So at the time of that, when that note was written,
He had diarrhea, everybody. He full of diarrhea. Not paying his child support because he full of shit.
I felt that his conditions were severe enough to warrant a note for that.
All right. Has your opinion changed in any later examinations or conversations with Mr. Smith?
I would just say that prior to his dismissal from our office, I think that it has evolved somewhat in terms of his conditions. He still has probably peripheral arterial disease, type 2 diabetes, which is currently controlled, and some type of neuropathy. My opinion currently is that I feel that he likely could work in some capacity, perhaps not all types of employment due to his health conditions.
Wow. Do you know I got that?
Sir, be quiet. Sir, be quiet for now.
Wow.
So,
The specialist says I can't work.
what restrictions do you think you would have if you were to work?
Well, due to his chronic lower extremity pain, probably he would have to be limited in terms of standing, walking, likely
Which I can't do.
some limitation in lifting to a certain degree.
All right. And then you said he was discharged from your office or dismissed?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
That's irrelevant to this case. I object. That's irrelevant to this case.
All right.
I object. I object to that question. I object. It's irrelevant to what we're here for today.
I heard you.
It's irrelevant.
Do you have any questions?
I can't work. I go in for surgery. Ryan obviously didn't look at his paperwork from the specialist. Specialist recommended me to stay off my feet and my legs until I have my surgeries.
All right. Do you have any
My
questions?
first one scheduled
do you have any
April
questions?
10th.
Do you have any questions for Dr. Straight?
Yes, Dr. Straight. Have you got any of the reports back from Dr. Rue's office or Miss Richardson's yet?
No, I have not.
Well, I think you need to. And they say no.
Do you have any other?
I barely have any pulse. I have barely any pulse at my ankles. How do you expect me to walk? Like, seriously. I'm going in for surgeries. Like, I don't get this.
Sir, do you have any other questions for Dr. Straight?
Yeah. Why would you tell this man I could go to work? You know I can't.
Let him answer the question.
That's just my medical opinion at this moment.
But you haven't even read over the other reports.
I have not received them.
Well, how is that my fault? I'm scheduled April 10th to go in for surgery.
All right, Ms. Boer or Bullis, do you have any questions for Dr. Straight?
Nope.
All right, Dr. Straight, I guess you're all set. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right. Mr. Smith, you had, I think, submitted some documents here. Did you want me to consider those?
No. What documents is that?
I don't know, I got a packet of stuff here, that says confidential, and usually that means it's evidence that somebody wants to introduce in their case.
And whose case is that? That's not, I don't know anything about that, sir.
Well, your subpoena indicated that the doctor's office was not only to appear to testify, but also to present medical records, so it could be.
There you go. See, you knew what it was. You weren't even gonna tell me because you want me to fail at this.
Sir, I didn't.
You're not even, look.
I didn't
I would
look at
rather
this.
be in
I'm
front
merely
of-
looking
I
at
would
the
rather be in
subpoena.
front of Melissa Dykeman.
I'm merely
I
looking
would
at
like a
the
lawyer.
subpoena. And the subpoena says produce medical documents. I was
You got
assuming
'em.
it was that.
You
It's
got
your
'em.
subpoena, you filled it out.
You got them. Read them.
Okay.
I
you
go
want to
in
use
April
those as
10th for
evidence then?
surgery. I don't understand how you expect me to go to work when I can barely walk, man.
I don't necessarily expect anything. I'm just trying to have a hearing here and you're making it very difficult.
Well, let's proceed.
So you do want me to consider those documents?
Yes. You know, I have PTSD. I've told you this before. I feel like you're backing me in a corner. I react. I'm sorry.
Well,
My PTSD is bad. You have no idea.
all right, let me look through these documents. And ma'am, have you received a copy of any of these documents?
No, sir.
All right.
I haven't even received a copy of those documents. That's why I got rid of that doctor and started seeing a new one. He wasn't doing his job. I waited over a month to get my prescriptions for my nerve pain. Randy, I'm not lying to you. I'm in rough shape.
You still have
It's
to
from
pay for
all
your
that
trial.
drinking and all those cigarettes.
It's not my fault. You still have to pay
I
for
know,
your
I
trial.
know it's not. I'm just telling you, I'm seriously, I'm sick.
It's not my fault.
It's my fault. I did it. And that's what my specialist says. I have to accept the fact that all this is happening to me because of my actions.
Yep.
I have no pulse at my ankles. They're talking about taking my feet. Maybe my legs. And you expect me to go to work with no legs? Come on, man.
Don't know what to tell you. You still have to pay child support. 16
No.
years of it.
And I got some other information, Your Honor. I go in front of a federal judge June 9th, 2023 at noon to get my disability.
Okay.
Yeah. They finally got me my hearing date. My lawyers think it's going to go through. I have vascular disease.
You got running the mouth disease too. I'm shocked he's able to talk it when the judge is reading. Cause you know, shit.
If I could go to work, sir, I'd go to work.
He's $54,000 in arrears. That means even when he was working, he still wasn't paying for his children. This is why he's not getting, nobody caring about this shit he talking. He owe that woman $50,000.
But I have blockages in my legs. And they don't know if my feet are dying or not. That's why they want to put the dye in me April 10th.
All right. Well, there's a lot of information here. I'm going to have to take some time and read this. Ma'am, was there anything else you wanted to address today?
No, I just think he still should pay his child support. He's got 16 years of it.
And Ms. Evans, is there ongoing support and arrears or just arrears or what?
It's close,
Currently
sir.
billing $252 a month. He owes a total of $54,056.24. That includes March's billing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Arches billing.
You're welcome.
When I look my case up online, it says closed.
Ain't nothing close.
I'm gonna
Not for this case.
have to get my brother. I'm gonna have to get Ed to get me a lawyer.
So 252 a month, $54,000 in arrears?
Yep.
Yeah, they weren't. They don't. Excuse me. I have something to say about that. I've been asking for a 3-year review for 16 years, and they never give me one.
Oh, yeah.
That amount of money is ridiculous. Now I have another case in that same court, and it's less than, I don't know, 150 a month, right, ma'am? That case is already invaded. That's why I don't get this. One case is invaded, but this one ain't. Doesn't make sense to me. I'm sick. I'm not faking it. I have all the medical documents to prove it. So what is the
The last
problem?
review was done in November of 2021, so it's been reviewed.
Yeah, but what did you base the income off of?
I didn't do the review, so I couldn't tell you
Well, what
that.
was the income based off of? Was it recent work? No, it was not. You guys did it over the last stuff that was on it before.
Well, sir, did you object to the review amount when that
He
came
didn't
out?
show up.
I never received anything, sir.
See, his ass didn't show up. If you don't show up, then they base it on what they can see. And that's what you men are not doing. You don't want to show up. And then they see how much money you've been making over the last year or years. And then they base it on that. And it's your fault because they got that judgment due to you not being there. It's a default judgment. And they're not going to reverse it neither. You want to act like children? Then they're going to treat you like you ain't got no common sense. And they're going to tell you what to do. And you're going to do it like a child. Okay? That's what so he said what they base it on. The reason he don't know because he wasn't there. He asking for the courts to review it, and then he don't show up. That don't make no damn sense.
What would have gone to your last known address? All right, I'm gonna take some time to review all these documents. I'll issue a recommendation in order. You'll get it in the mail within a few.
Here's the update.
All right, we're on the record file 2008-8598, Brandy DeVore and Buford Smith. Oh, wait. So are you there now?
Hello, there we go.
All right. All right, I called the case. Mr. Smith is here, Ms. DeVore is not. This is a date and time set for hearing on Mr. Smith's motion. Sir, what are you requesting today and why?
Okay, I want my new doctor. I'm sorry about missing the last court date. I got the times mixed up. I have a new doctor. His name's Dr. William Weiner. He's an internal medicine doctor. He declared me permanently disabled. I have the letter coming in the mail. I will get it to you as soon as I get it. Plus, I have my federal hearing tomorrow for my disability at 1 o'clock out of Mount Pleasant. So if we can postpone this matter, I don't know, a week or two, so Brandy could be here also, that would be great. I can get you the information as soon as it gets to me.
All right, yeah, she's not here for some reason.
I've been cooperating this whole time, sir. I have no reason to lie. I'm sorry that I'm disabled and I'm sick, but my legs just don't work no more. I'm having major problems with them. I'm homeless.
All right, can you get your doctor to testify?
I think that's going a little too far again, sir.
Well, the only problem is
I'm gonna get my SSI tomorrow.
all right,
So-
okay, and I'll adjourn this so we can see what happens there. But
If that route has to come,
letters really aren't as admissible as a lot of people.
they were
are
before.
because-
They were before. They were
because
before.
you
So
can't-
what's
that's-
changed now? What's
that's-
changed from before?
Okay, just listen, all right? Your doctor was here to verify those letters before. So
He's not my doctor no more.
Okay.
And
I
that's
get-
not my doctor. Have a
I
whole
get
new
that.
doctor.
I get that. But he was here to verify that those were your medical records and testify about his opinion last time.
He wasn't a doctor, sir. He was a practitioner. Now I see an internal medicine MD doctor, and he says I'm permanently disabled.
Okay, good,
And
good.
he told me if I
I'm
have.
glad we finally have
in the
that,
court-
but what we need is we need the doctor to actually testify, because when he submits a letter,
Okay,
he's not under oath when he writes the letter. You know, you would assume it's true, but he's not under oath and he can't be, the letter can't be cross-examined, okay? So
you know,
that's
we've been
the only
going
reason-
at this for what, 13 months now, sir?
That's the only
I think
reason
we're
I would
wasting
say
the
you would
court's
need to
time.
have the doctor testify. I know you don't like to listen to me, but that's how the law works. I'll adjourn this till June 23rd at 9 a.m. and we'll have a hearing then.
Okay, what happens with my SSI tomorrow?
What's that?
What's gonna happen when I get my SSI? Because that's
Broke up.
tomorrow, sir.
You broke up. I couldn't hear you. What?
I said, I have my SSI hearing tomorrow. What
Yep.
is going to happen after I get my SSI?
Well, presumably, support would be recalculated based on zero
Wow.
income because
I'm
we
not
don't.
getting, I'm not getting full-blown Social Security, sir. I'm getting
Said-
SSI.
Gosh, if you would just
Are
listen.
you
sir,
kidding?
just
Listen,
keep
my
talking.
lawyer already told me. All right, adjourn until when? June what?
So when we run support with SSI, we put in
23rd.
zero income, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
usually
June
that results
23rd, at what
in a
time,
zero
sir?
obligation, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. Get that medical record, see if you can get your doctor to testify to back it up, or maybe
Oh,
someone
he
in
already
the
said he
office just to
would.
verify it. And
He already
see you
said he
on June
would.
23rd, 2023 at 9 a.m. And when you come to court next time, try not to interrupt. You got it?
Yeah, I'm just trying to prove my point. I'm disabled
that.
and I don't know what the problem is.
And I give you a
But
chance to
I'm
speak, but
disabled,
then you
dude. I
talk right
can't
over
work.
me whenever I try to explain things.
Because I can't work. You don't listen.
That's
I've
not the
been out of
point.
work for 21
Whether you can
months.
work or not is irrelevant to the fact that you interrupt me throughout these proceedings.
Because
So,
you don't listen
If you do
to
it
me.
again, I'm going to require you to be here in person. I won't allow you to appear via Zoom. So don't let it happen again.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. You have a great day.
He told me he gonna make you be here, then your ass will get arrested. Okay. Mm, mm, mm. Hold up. Oh man. Okay, you can find some irresponsible shit, okay? This court hearings with these men, and these men, oh, I'll pay my child support. Oh, I'm in the rears. Oh, she asking for too much. The children need to eat. The hell. Okay. If he owed that much amount of money, I mean, he was making good money. Okay. Now let's see what's going on. Oh man. I would walk around the YouTube streets, but YouTube streets is full of shit. Okay. Mm. Mm.
To make an opening statement, and the opening statement is what you intend to prove, what you would like the court to do, etc. Anything else you believe is relevant, and after you've both had an opportunity to make an opening statement, well, then at that point, plaintiff will present any witnesses she has at that particular point, And then after she's concluded, then Mr. Daniel, you would have an opportunity to present any witness testimony that you would like. And then at the conclusion of the case, we'll give you an opportunity to make closing statements as well. So as you can see, you'll have obviously an adequate opportunity to make, the court aware of anything you want me to be made aware of. I will tell you that when you are making opening statements, your opening statements are not evidence. Okay, the only evidence you can present is when you are testifying. So if there's something that you feel is important as far as evidence, wait until you're going to testify and are sworn in, and then at that particular point, you can tell me. So, Ms. Daniel, I'll ask you, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I believe the kids should be with me because the dad runs around naked in front of the kids. He drinks too much. There are records. You can look them up for drinking and driving. He's been to jail multiple times. He's went to jail recently. Don't know what for. I have witnesses to prove that he's an alcoholic, and that's not safe for my kids to be around. My kid called me the other day, Ariana, on video. I was a witness to this, and it is true because I was on video with her. My 1-year-old almost drowned because my 5-year-old was in the tub.
Okay, hold on, just a second. In this matter, there's things that are hearsay statements, and those are statements that are presented. They're out of court statements, which you're offering in court to prove the truth of the matter asserted. The court is not going to accept any hearsay unless there's a witness to that. So if you have a witness, that would be the time to present the witness testimony as to what happened in the particular case. But as you're going through your openings, don't tell me what somebody else has said or the children have said, because that is hearsay. Okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I feel like, I don't know, I could provide for them better.
Okay.
Don't cry. He's not good with the kids. He won't allow me to have my kids when I want them because of my mom. That's why he's trying to take the kids from me. And I didn't know I had to present the proof 7 days before coming to court, but I do have the proof. He tried paying my sister Tira to come up here and testify against me and lie against me in court. I have the proof. She screenshot it. I have it with me, but you said I can't show you guys, but I do have the proof with me.
Okay. And just to address that, what happens in this particular matter is there are, like we had the case scheduling, or it required various things. And one of those things that the case scheduling order states is that you have to present that anything you're going to introduce as evidence no later than 7 days prior to the trial. You haven't done that. So the court's not going to accept any evidence that you might have that was not presented to the court in a timely fashion as required by the case scheduling order. And I would have told you at that time to pay attention to the case scheduling order, that there were time deadlines and all of those things. So unfortunately, you didn't take note of that or pay attention to that. So now, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to present that particular evidence. So, Ms. Daniel, go ahead.
Okay. I've been working. That's another thing. I've been working a lot. I don't get out until like 6 o'clock at night.
Right, care, woman, just give you information. That's why you need lawyers.
He drinks and drives with them kids in the car. Like I said, I can't really show proof, but I'm a witness. So he does. He drinks and drives with them kids in the car, and I know he still does it. When I was over there, a couple months back. He allowed me in his house to stay with the kids. The kids had witnessed him and his girlfriend having sex. The kids will tell you, they won't lie. They'll tell you. All of them witnessed it. And the baby was in there sleeping, and she was almost on top of the baby. I had to go in there and grab my baby from the room because they were actually having sex on top of my son.
What? Now she's lying. Making up shit.
Okay, anything else, ma'am?
And him being abusive towards me. He choked me up in front of my daughter, Ariana. The kids still talk about it to this day. They bring it up all the time. Remember when daddy hit you and stuff like that? He was abusive towards me in front of them kids.
She making shit up.
And
y'all.
he used to carry a gun in the car. I don't know if he still does. And around the kids, he don't lock the guns up.
How you know?
Where my 1-year-old son had got to a bullet and almost put it in his mouth, and I had to grab it.
But mhm.
Okay. Anything else?
No,
Okay.
not as of right now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Daniel, you have an opportunity to present an opening statement at this time, or you can reserve it and do it later before you start your proofs. It's up to you.
I'm fine with starting right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna completely reject everything that just was said. What I'm here for right now is I only want temporary sole custody because I've been raising our children by myself for the past 7 months. I attempted to get food stamps, but I can't get food stamps because she's still claiming the kids. Right now, there's a federal investigation because they want to know why she's getting the food stamps when the kids live with me. And so I have to show receipts. And so with these in the last 7 months, I've only gotten maybe 400 or 500. Our children, Kyrie and Lorenzo, have severe food allergies. And so I've been paying everything out of pocket. And their food costs just for them two alone is well over $300 just for them two, because they can't have dairy, they can't have gluten, they cannot have anything containing nuts. As far as being arrested for drinking and driving, that is actually true because I blew a .09 and Kelsey was actually at the home. I had got off work and we got off work we had a half day, and I came home. I spent time with my family at the time. We was drinking, we was having a little fun time.
Sir, let me tell I don't want to interrupt you, but you can go into this on your testimony.
Okay.
You don't have to lay it all out right here, okay?
Okay. But no, I did blow a .09 once, and I did get arrested for OWVI, but no, I do not drink, and I do not drink and drive like that. So I'm rejecting that. I do not walk around my kids naked, and she made a statement about the kids catching me and my so-called girlfriend, because I do not have a girlfriend, having intercourse. The thing is, Kelsey was here because when she said she stayed, we're polyamorous. It was all three of us, and the kids walked in on all three of us. So I can't deny that. The kids, they unfortunately walk in on all three of us having intercourse.
God damn.
My main thing is, only reason I'm looking for sole custody. I don't even want sole custody. I want temporary sole custody. Simply for the fact is, she keep texting saying she might be homeless because
the guy she's with that got her pregnant might be putting her out. He might be seeing other people. She don't have a stable home. She don't have a driver's license. Right now, like, even now, like, she would, well, hopefully, be honest, they will pull the kids out of school because we both have right now we have equal rights, but they'll, like, her mother will pull the kids out of school to the point where I had to go to the school and have them take her name off because she would take the kids out of school and make them miss multiple days just so I couldn't get them. We had an incident with the officers. I went to pick up my daughter. Her mom slammed my daughter's head into the door. And then the school was like, no, our kids miss multiple days from school because she don't have a way to get them there. She don't have reliable people to get them there. And so only thing I'm looking for, to be honest, is temporary sole custody until she can get her own place, get her license. That way we can both be the best parents we can for these kids. Because right now, I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of hard when I'm trying to tell, like, our children's birthday. I almost choked up. Our son's birthday. I told her she can have our son for his birthday. We'll do it the weekend. She couldn't do it because she had no way of doing it. Only thing I'm looking for is to really give our kids the best. I don't care about anything else. She's right here. I'm not gonna lie to nobody.
Can I object?
No, you can't object to an opening statement, ma'am.
I just want the best for our kids. I don't want them growing up in ghettos. I don't want them. That's why I work that's why I work the way I work. That's why I got this house. That's why I push and I push. I'm not trying, I don't care about the evil and drama. I just want the best for the kids. That's literally all. And she can tell you that that's, besides getting pregnant by another guy out of wedlock, she will always complain that I spent too much attention on the kids and not her. And I agree with that. But seeing as I was adopted, I went through foster care, I don't want the kids to grow up in environments like that. So I'm just going to keep, that's it.
Okay. Well, let me tell you, sir, just to clarify a point, you said you're seeking temporary custody until some later point. What we're going to do in the trial, I'll be deciding custody. I'm not deciding temporary custody. We're deciding the issue of custody, okay?
Yes, sir. Can I ask a question? If that's okay, Your Honor?
Sure.
When I say I like temporary sole custody, I meant like I wanted to try to get sole custody right now, but we can go to court later and do joint custody.
That's fine. Just when you said temporary, that was confusing. I just wanted to make sure I'm making a decision on final custody, not on a temporary basis.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Honor, can I speak again? Can I say
No,
something?
you'll have a chance. You'll have a chance to testify, and you'll have a chance to make a closing argument, but you made your opening. So at this point, this is where you can have your witnesses, if you have witnesses.
Yes, I do.
To testify. Okay, and who would you call as your first witness, ma'am?
Melissa Hooper. Tatro, sorry, Tatro. Forgot she got married. Melissa Tatro, sir.
How do you spell that last name?
Okay, yes, they are married. Her name is Kelsey Daniel, and his name is Edward Daniel. And so they are a married couple with children. Apparently she got married. Apparently she got pregnant by another man out of wedlock. So while she's married to him, she's pregnant by another man, but he did mention that they are, didn't he say they are polyamorous, which means they could date other people and be with other people. But at the same time, she's not supposed to be getting pregnant for other people unless that's what they agreed to. Okay. He looks like he's caring about the kids. You notice she kept out that part where the kids caught them all. You see how he's honest and she's lying. Because that didn't make sense, right? Remember she said they were having sex and she had to run in and get the baby. They was having sex on a baby. And then I was thinking, well, wait a minute, he having sex and you're there at the same house? And then now what he said makes sense. Okay? But okay, here we go.
TATRO.
Okay.
That they need to join Zoom separate.
Yeah, do you have them there? Okay. Do you have separate ways to join in this matter? Because it's going to be hard for us to have the plaintiff ask questions and you answer if we only have you on the screen. Do you have do you have the ability to do that?
But somebody asked why can you focus on getting food stamps where the kids need to eat? And what he said is that they have two of it. I'm not sure how many children it is. I know it's more than two. He said that two of their children have food allergies, severe food allergies, which means they have to have a special diet. So a specialty diet is very expensive, where they can't have dairy, they can't have wheat, and they can't have gluten, and they can't have this, and you can't have that. And so now you need these specialty foods that doesn't contain those things, and those things are very expensive. And he says he work a lot. He's even admitted it's hard. That's why it's hard for him raising these children by himself, but he don't want them to be in the ghetto. So he working hard. I'm quite sure he wish she was there, but she is doing what she want, getting pregnant by another man. She don't have no job. She don't have no transportation. She don't even have a driving license. So she left to go with another man who don't have these things. So, wow, like she with another man who can't even provide those things for her. So she can't even get to her children. She don't even have a home for the children. That's why they with him. So he mentioned the only reason he here is because he went to go get assistance to help him with the children, and he couldn't because she's already getting the assistance, but she don't have the children. So it shouldn't be okay for her to get the assistance when she don't have the children. So she over there eating up all the food stamps with her and that man, while her children is with this man, not getting what it is that they need. That's not right. That's not right. Okay. Anyway, they still young, so he should be able to get the WIC and stuff, and other things. But if she's using the remember when you go to get assistance for the children, their social security numbers and everything is linked. So when he go to apply and they see, well, wait a minute, these children already getting this, then he had to prove that, wait a minute, but the children are with me. So she gonna end up in jail. Okay. Because them children not even with her, and she getting that assistance. Here we go.
Kelsey is checking for me on my phone.
We did send, when we sent the directions, there was a phone number. So there is a way you can join on your phone. She can be on screen and you can simply answer based upon your connection on your phone.
Do I have to download Zoom on my phone?
No, let me send you.
Our staff is going to send you a phone number and you can call in on that number and then you'll be connected.
Just one moment, please.
That's why I like Zoom. Y'all could call in. I'm not sure if y'all know that.
You're going to call the number I sent you in a.
I've sent the number. Well, I usually put the link in, but if y'all ever want to call in without getting on Zoom, you'll get on the panel, but it won't be your photo or nothing like that. You just call in and you'll be able to talk on the panels. You don't even have to have internet. But you do have to have a phone. Okay. So if anybody want that link, let me know. I think when you hit the link that I gave, also, I think it also tells you there. It'll provide it's a free number. It'll give you a number. But anyway.
Zoom chat message. When you call that.
Okay, so I'm gonna fast forward through all this, y'all, and see if we can get into the meat and the meat and the potatoes of this case, okay? Let's see what's going on.
Okay. Ms. Paparo, what we're going to do is we'll have to have you sworn in before you testify. So if you would, raise your right hand, we'll have you sworn, and then we'll proceed.
Okay. Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
What was the name?
Paparo, P-A-P-R-O, Paparo. Ms. Daniel, you can go ahead and examine the witness.
Yes, sir.
The witness.
So basically, ain't it true that Edward Franks?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear that. Isn't it true what?
Isn't it true that Edward drinks a lot?
Yes, it is.
And isn't it true that Edward drinks and drives with those kids in the car still to this day?
Yes, it is.
And isn't it true that you know that he runs around naked with them kids?
Yes, it is.
Isn't it true that he's abusive?
Yes, it is.
You need to object.
And is it true that he left a bruise on Ariana?
Yes, he did.
Now, isn't it true that he leaves his guns unlocked with it loaded in front of them kids?
Yes, he does.
Oh, they both lying now. Look, she kind of smiling.
Now, isn't it true that he lets those kids without a seatbelt in that car and drives
Yes,
around
he does.
like that?
Yes, he does.
And isn't it true that the kids have witnessed him jerking off multiple times?
Oh, damn.
Yes, that is very true.
Okay, let me ask, and I'll have to ask is, Ms. Paparo, obviously, in that answer to that one, you say yes. Were you present when that happened?
I was not there, but
Okay,
the
then
kids had told me about it.
Ma'am, if you are not present and do not observe it, you cannot testify to that, okay?
Okay.
Because that is hearsay, because you are not the person that witnessed the particular event. So what happens, as on a number of things that you've testified to, if you didn't observe, you can't testify to that.
Okay.
Okay. And ma'am, if you would, for purposes of you're asking effectively leading questions, ask her questions that require her to answer as opposed to just yes or no.
Okay. I thought maybe being over the phone, her witness over the phone would work. I didn't know. I thought
She's still a witness, so she still has to testify.
Okay, yeah, because she's witnessing most of this stuff.
Most of your stuff. huh?
Sometimes we're over the phone too when she can hear stuff in the background.
But that's not a witness.
And I used to live with them, and they used to live with us.
So he was masturbating all around your
Okay,
house, huh?
you can testify about the things that you observed.
Okay. So is it true that Edward had left Kyrie up by his arm and was abusing him when we were living?
No.
Yes.
We're gonna mute yourself. Go in there and hand the kids, man.
I think it's really all.
Anybody
Anything
believe her?
else, ma'am?
No.
Anybody believe what she's saying? Do you believe 50% of what she's saying? Most of what she's saying? All of what she's saying? Maybe one or two things of what she's saying? Look, somebody said it sounds like the Nene situation. Oh man. This shit is crazy, baby. Okay. I don't believe what the mother is attesting to. I don't believe most of what she's saying. Like when she realized that the mother would just agree with everything she's saying, you know, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Anyway.
Oh.
Okay. Mr. Daniel, you have an opportunity to now cross-examine the witness if you would like to. So do you have any cross-examination, anything you would like to ask the witness?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna do my best. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer. I apologize if I make any mistakes. Melissa, is it true that you called? I know. I'm trying to figure this out. Give me one. All right, Melissa, you called the cops on us when me and Kelsey first got together because.
No,
you called the cops on us because we was having a tickle fight, and the cops came banging on the door because you thought I was assaulting her. Kelsey's right here, and you're right there.
Is that true? Actually,
no.
Your Honor, am I allowed to ask Kelsey to verify that?
No, you can ask her when she testifies. You can ask her. Can't ask her. We're dealing with just this witness at this time, and then we'll move on.
All right, but we are under oath, right?
Yes, she is under oath.
Okay, so she said no. Okay. Melissa, when back when me and Kelsey first got together, we were play fight and wrestle. The cops were called, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, because
I just said yes.
I know, but why would the cops call for us play fighting?
Because Kelsey told me that she called me and told me that you guys were fighting.
Okay. Ma'am,
She didn't say that.
ma'am, I'm going to caution you again. Don't say what somebody else said, okay?
Okay.
You can say what you observed or what, in this case, because you're asking, you can say what, again, a party might have admitted to, but you just simply cannot offer self-serving testimony, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr.
All right.
Daniel.
Melissa, when we when we moved back here and we gave you that $1,600 because you said you'd be high on rent, you didn't pay for it.
Uh-oh.
Why were the cops called?
Uh-oh.
Hello?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay, that's fine. When you told my kids that they're niggers, and I got upset, and I came at you and your boyfriend for assaulting our children, which Kelsey is there. When your boyfriend, well, now I guess he's your husband, assaulted out both of my sons, why were the cops called?
The cops were never called, and we never said that.
I actually got proof on that, but anyway, why were the cops called? Because remember, I had to stand outside and the cop came up. And then you actually did do a decent thing. He was like, well, no. He didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, you can ask the question, sir. Not testify at this time.
Okay. So you don't remember. Okay. I have one more really serious one. And I'll be done.
Okay, go ahead and ask.
Melissa, when you say y'all saying I walk around naked, when have I ever walked around naked in front of the children?
I saw you
You have never once saw
on video.
on video. Yeah, that's a lie. But I'm gonna try to be as civil as I can. When have I ever walked around naked in front of any child?
You got my answer.
I have not gotten your answer.
He said when? When, woman?
Ma'am, he was asking for a date, time, et cetera. He says, when did that happen?
I don't remember. I just seen it on video when Kelsey was talking to one of her kids.
So so you say you saw it on video, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. Where's that video?
It got erased off of her phone somehow.
Oh. Convenient.
That's the case, baby. Right.
Are you sure you're not talking about when you called and you wouldn't stop calling and you caught me and Kelsey in the act and I was trying to get up and run out the room?
No.
So it's not that. So when have I ever walked around naked in front of my children?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
I already gave you my answer.
All right. So you say I have guns unlocked, right?
Yeah, you have done a lot.
I have no firearms.
Okay, sir, you're just asking a question. You're not testifying.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
So you can't make statements. You can ask questions.
How many firearms do I own right now?
The last time I knew, you owned one.
When was that?
You had it in your car?
No, when did I have a firearm? Like you say the last time you knew. When was the last time I owned a firearm?
When you came over here and you handed it to Kelsey.
Ma'am, Melissa, I'm just asking for a date.
I don't know when the date was.
All right, give me a rough estimate.
I
Me and
don't
Kev
know.
separated in November on Thanksgiving of last year. So anytime before that, can you have a date?
Last summer.
Last summer. Okay, incorrect.
Okay,
But-
so
okay.
just ask questions, don't make comments.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
See? Liar.
I will leave it at that right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
He proved her to be lying. But I already knew that they were lying before. And look, she's laughing. She's in court, covering her mouth, wondering when she gonna answer and how she gonna answer. Okay, but he did a good job by letting the judge see. I think he already knew they were lying already, though. Okay, here we go.
Miss Daniel, do you have?
Oh, and you heard what he said, huh? They didn't already refer to the grandkids as the N-word. They referred to him as the N-word. So these men get with these women of other races and want to have these babies, but them babies ain't safe from getting the N-word. But they still love them women. You could tell her mama on crack and shit too. You could tell. But that's his fault too, right? He want to get with a woman who willing to be with other women so he can have different women. And then they start having children. And this is the fuck shit they get. So they all deserve this shit. They all deserve each other, except them babies, okay?
Have any additional questions of this witness?
Yes, I do. I remembered some, and she's a witness to it. Ain't it true that Edward denied Lorenzo? He does not want nothing. He said Lorenzo wasn't his, and he does not want nothing to do with him when he was born. You were in the hospital with him.
Yes, he did. He walked out of the room and said that he didn't want nothing to do with Lorenzo, and Lorenzo was not his child.
Didn't he say, and is it true that he said that he regrets Lorenzo? That he didn't, he thinks Lorenzo is somebody that I worked with at Denzo.
Yes, he did.
White trash.
He wouldn't buy him no diapers, no clothes, no nothing.
Oh my God.
Can you give me a pen and can you give me a pen and pad? I want to write these down so I can. Thank you.
Anything else?
Look, they don't want them children anyway. Them black children. Y'all know them black children, right? They don't want them children. You don't see that the only reason she fighting this shit is because she about to lose the food stamps and that welfare. He's had them children on his own for 7 months. That's what he said. He said he had them children for 7 months. And the only reason he's doing this is because he can't get the help he needs for his children. And the only reason she doing this is because she don't want to lose that welfare and them food stamps. Okay? Because if he had them 7 months, what's the issue now? Because she gonna have to go and get her a job. She can't claim she got babies that she taking care of when she not taking care of them.
Miss Daniel?
Huh?
Any other questions?
No.
Okay. With that, Mr. Daniel, you have a chance to do any recross. Is there any questions you have as a result of the plaintiff's redirect?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna word this. Melissa, wasn't I the only one working? I can't hear you.
Half the time.
Ma'am, did you say half the time?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I didn't catch that.
Okay, so you're saying half the time, even though I worked 8 years at Denzel. Gotcha. So who was paying for his diapers, wipes, and all his other needs? Because Kelsey wasn't working, correct?
For the other kids, you were paying
No,
for.
no. I'm asking, was Kelsey working?
She was working, yes.
No, she wasn't.
Okay, sir, you cannot
I'm sorry.
testify.
I'm sorry.
You can do that when you're testifying, but not when other witnesses are.
Yeah, I'm starting to get like I'm really starting to get like how it goes. So, who was the one who majority worked in the home? Me or Kelsey?
You was until you got fired.
Okay, thank you. So who paid majority of everything? Actually, who paid for everything?
Kelsey.
But she had no job.
She got food stamps.
Okie doke. So she paid for everything with food stamps. Gotcha.
Can't get diapers and look, you can't get diapers and a lot of things with food stamps. Okay. But see that these people didn't he just say, okay, I rest, Your Honor. He's already done his job by proving that they're lying. And just based on them lying like that is enough for him to win. Now, the only way he'll lose this shit is to start opening his mouth. You know what I mean? If he give out too much information, because that we both did it ain't gonna work. We both did it or get both of them losing them children. Okay? That we both did it, that's some foul ass shit. You know? Now, kids walking in on you having sex, that's a whole nother thing, right? Kids do that. That can happen. That can happen. And it's one thing if they just open to letting the kids come in and have sex. And there was some famous person, some celebrity. It was some rapper, was it? But it was showing their son that they could have sex. And it was somebody big too, letting the son see the big booty bitches. He even had, and I'm using big booty bitches because that's what he said, right? And I think even they was taking pictures of the strippers and shit, and the son was right there, and he would let the son come up, and damn, who was it? Can't think who it was. But see, that's disgusting. You don't throw the kids in the world of an adult, right? You don't say, well, strippers is a thing and it's okay for them to see. No, let the kids be kids. Let them look at, Barney. I don't know what kids are watching today. My grandson look at something called Skippy Toilet. Okay. And which is just a man head in a toilet and it flushes and his head goes around and around. You see what I'm saying? Things that he think is funny and dancing and stuff like that. Why they put sex and adult shit around kids? I have no idea. Why should a child know anything about some strippers? In fact, all they need to know is, hey, this is Miss whatever her name, right? This is Miss Pinky XXX. Say hi to Miss Pinky XXX. And the kids say hi, Miss Pinky XXX. And then that's it. The child don't need to know what Pinky XXX is about to do, what she do for a living, or none of that. If she's in the area, you still let this child know this is an adult. You respect your elders and be gone with it. You know what I mean? kids don't have nothing they should be even saying to adults in certain industries. You see what I'm saying? They shouldn't even be around, but let's say they are around. When she's not in her job capacity, right? When she's not creating porn or anything like that. Anyway, let's get to this. This shit seemed to be slow, but it's good though, but okay. Let me see.
I don't know how that works, but okay. Your Honor, I'm not sure if I can ask this or not, but I forgot the first question. I didn't get a chance to write it down. That she asked her mom, but I know it was wrong. But can I ask if she can redo the first question?
No, you can't ask if she redo that, but best of the court's recollection, she said that it was concerns to Lorenzo when you had left the hospital, said that Lorenzo was not your child.
Okay, incorrect. All right.
Okay, sir, you can't comment on what the testimony is.
Not you. I'm sorry.
So stop doing that, please. It's just interrupting the proceedings.
Okay. Is it true when I told Kelsey I wanted to wait till we got to her home before we had another child, 'cause I wanted to give a child a better house?
No.
That's not true? Okay. Can you tell me at what point did I walk out of the hospital when our youngest son was born?
When Lorenzo was born?
Mm-hmm.
As soon as she was she was about ready to give birth to Lorenzo, you walked out and said that he was not your son and you didn't claim him as your son.
And you do realize you're under oath, right?
Yeah, I am.
And you know what? I don't know if I can say that. I think I'm gonna be done.
Okay. Thank you.
That's exactly what you said.
Ma'am, there's no question for you.
Yeah.
Miss Daniel, well, I'll say, Miss Paparo, that concludes your testimony. So you're excused and you have a good day. Miss Daniel, your next witness.
I got to get a hold of her. She's my grandma. Her name is Vivian Weingartner.
Nope, too late.
I got to give her the same app, right?
If you want her to testify and she's not by Zoom, then yes.
Yes. Okay. Give me 1 second and I will get her.
That's what you should have been doing already.
Okay.
I'm gonna fast forward. We're gonna see.
There's another number. You got to, after you call that number, you have to put this number where I was. That's why I'm coming back to sit down.
We're gonna see the
Vigil that you're calling as a witness.
Vivian Weingartner.
How do you spell the last name?
Weingartner.
We're gonna fast forward a little
To
bit.
you cannot testify as to what you did not observe, okay?
Right, I understand.
Okay.
Okay. Now, haven't you seen Edward drinking? Like when you come down to visit, haven't you seen him not put that bottle down? You could smell it on his breath. He'll leave to go to the store to grab it, but he'll be drinking while he leaves.
Oh yeah, he drank a lot, yes. One time he came down to see me, Edward and the kids and Kelsey. And he was drinking on his way down here and he drank on his way home.
Ma'am, how would you know he's drinking coming down there and on the way home? Did you observe that?
That's true.
Okay,
That's
please,
true. You got a good point.
Please don't testify as to what you do not observe.
Okay.
Go ahead, Miss Daniel.
No. When the last time you came down, didn't he have alcohol in his hand? He went to that store and grabbed the alcohol and he drank.
Yes. When he came home, he was drinking.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. When he had it already
Yeah,
open.
yeah. Well, he would sneak out into the kitchen and make like a dance out in the kitchen, remember? And then and then he'd come back in, and you could go out in the kitchen and see it in the kitchen.
He would try hiding it, wouldn't he?
Yes.
We would find it. I mean, you would find it, and you'd be like, "What's this?" Because he was trying to hide it from you because he wanted you to think that he wasn't drinking, right?
Right.
And he leaves the open alcohol bottles everywhere.
Yeah, I seen quite a few open bottles that the kids would get when you lived in the apartment.
So first, he's drinking everywhere. Now remember, he don't want them to know he's drinking, but then the bottles are everywhere. So is he hiding the bottles? And if he hiding them, then she don't see him, right? Drinking because he's sneaking to do it. Or is he drinking everywhere and bottles are everywhere, which means he's not hiding. So it's sad that the grandma get in on the line, but you could tell because the way she paused. Come on. Hey, Legally. Good morning, good evening, good day. You come and shoot, Mama? You gonna ask me something? Yeah, they go to iPad right there. Okay.
What do you say?
You're welcome, man. You forgot your gun. You could have left it open if you want. Damn. Okay, here we go, y'all.
Yep, the kids would get a hold of them.
She said the kids would get a hold of them. Let's see what the grandma gonna see. The grandma ain't said nothing.
So, I think that's it for right now, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Daniel, do you have any questions of this witness?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Miss Vivian,
Yes.
I'm gonna still be respectful. Is it true that I called you about Kelsey's PTSD when she was diagnosed from childhood trauma and abuse from her mother, Melissa?
He was not You talked to me about that, but now she wasn't abused as a child.
Is it true that CPS was called multiple times on her mother and Kelsey had to lie because she was threatened?
By who? Honey, I don't know. I don't know nothing about that.
Okay. How
Honey,
is it true when I call you about Kelsey bipolar disorder when she would have her rage and I tried to call you and talk to you about it?
You called me a couple times about it, yes.
Okay. And so, is it true when Kelsey would like assault me or do anything, did I not call and tell you about those things?
Did you call? You're asking me if you called me and talked to me about it.
Yeah. I called and I talked to you about her assaulting me and all right. Thank you. Is it true that when ever me and Kelsey get in an argument, I would try to call and reach out to you or her mother to try to get her calmed down?
Now that honey, I don't. We've talked about so many things. I don't remember you calling and talking to me about her.
When me and
anger
Kelsey would
issues.
get in an argument, I just want to know if it's true or not. When Kelsey would have those things, like her little fits of rage, is it true that I would call you? I can even quote you. You'd be like, well, I have to go right now. Is that true?
Yes, because Edward, I did not want to talk to you when you were drinking, and I could always tell when you were drinking.
Oh, damn.
Okay, no. Next. Is it true?
Y'all see how she switched that real quick? She said yes, because she don't want to lie, but then she switched it up and said, yeah, I didn't want to talk to you because you were drinking, even though you called me about her abusing you. You called me. I'm not going to mention that. I'm just going to say, yeah, because I could tell you were drinking.
The reason why we was not allowed to sign another lease was because the neighbors was threatening and calling the officers and CPS because of the way Kelsey talked to the children.
I never heard of that, so
You're under oath.
I know I am.
Is it true? Have we or have we not had that conversation? Because I can't say.
I've not. Yes, we have. Yes, we have. At that one apartment. Yes, we have. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's all I have for right now.
Okay. Anything else, Miss Daniel, for this witness?
For the witness?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Miss Weingartner, you're excused. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, and you also.
Okay.
Good
Miss
job.
Daniel, next witness.
I don't have any more witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you wish to testify, Miss Daniel?
Yes.
Okay. We will have you sworn in then. If you would, raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the
Hand
truth?
that up.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh.
Go ahead, ma'am. What would you like to tell me?
About what he said, I am stable. I do have a stable house for me and my kids. I do have a job. No, I don't have my own car. I'm working on that. But my boyfriend, we have a car to get the kids back and forth to school, doctor's appointments, and stuff like that. Yes. And no, I do not talk badly to them kids. He's lying about that, and I'm telling you the truth. Him, yes, he does run around naked in front of them kids, which is the honest truth. I lived with this man for like years, so I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm not going to jail or get in trouble for lying about anything. He chased my daughter around the house with a belt, Ariana, torturing her. I had a video in my phone, but it got deleted somehow.
How?
Ari tells me, like, video calls me and says things that I can't.
Okay, ma'am, you can't testify as to what the kids say.
Well, no, I know. But she tells me things that I can't do that. But what I seen myself is he is still drinking with them kids. Or whatever.
Or whatever. Okay, we're going to fast forward. This is getting boring. Okay.
My son, he went to the hospital back when I was in the hospital when I was losing the baby for a seizure due to a fever. His fever should have never got that high. I know because I was on the phone with my daughter. She called me and I was hearing him in the background crying and stuff like that. And I heard the doctors and stuff like that. I just don't think that he's really fit. And I want full custody of my kids. I really don't want to lose my babies. Those are my babies, my life, my everything. And that's all I got to say.
Okay.
Oh, he about to ask you some questions.
Okay, Mr. Daniel, do you have questions of this witness?
I actually do.
Okay, go ahead.
And this will be going towards Kelsey, correct?
Yes, any questions of her?
Okay. You made a statement about me kicking you in the stomach. On a police report, isn't it true that I accidentally bumped into you when you was breaking stuff around the house?
No, that's not true.
Okay, so the police statement is wrong.
I never tried breaking
Kyrie
anything.
was born in 2018, correct?
Yes.
And we separated in 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you made a statement that you was too afraid to you say you was too afraid to press charges, correct?
Yes.
So that's 4 years. But did we not? I have a question. Is it true that you decided that we should move to Texas because you was tired of the abuse from your mom?
No.
Not abuse from mom. I was tired of not having family. So yes, I did say that we should move to Texas because I wanted family.
But if you were so afraid, why would you want to move to a different state with a guy that was apparently abusing you?
Because if I was going to start over a whole new life, even if it was just by myself with my kids.
But we moved together, correct?
I moved by myself. You came after when you got out of jail.
You moved by yourself. Okay. But then we go to my family, my adopted family.
Yes, and I felt safer around them. Yes,
Yeah,
and I
you
felt
felt
safe. They
you,
weren't
you
gonna
felt
help
safer.
me.
Okay, okay. That's all I needed. You felt safer with my adopted family than with your own family.
Not, I didn't say you. I said your family. I felt safe with them. Not
Yeah,
you.
well, that's what I said.
Yeah.
You felt safer with my adopted family more than your abusive family.
They're not abusive. Do I have marks on me?
I would like to ask a question. Isn't it true that you have PTSD from your childhood abuse from your parents?
What does PTSD have to do with anything?
Ma'am, he's asked the question. Answer it, please.
No.
Oh no. You don't.
I would like to ask another question. Is it true that your mother's boyfriend put hands on our children?
No. It's not true.
So you're saying it's not true? Okay. Is
No,
it
it's
true
not
that
true.
is it true that your parents call our kids niggers?
No.
That's not true. And so if I call Jamar with the texts and the calls, would you admitting to that? Would he say it's true or not?
No, he wouldn't say it's true.
He wouldn't say it's true?
No. He wouldn't.
So you're saying your parents have never said anything racial about me or our kids?
They never said the N-word.
So your mother has never called me the N-word.
Well, called you, yes.
So she called me N-word. Is it true that they
Yeah, look, are y'all paying attention to the judge? Man, he writing shit down every time she tell a lie, with an obvious lie. He writing shit down. I got to see how this gonna end, but I want to see what other questions. I'm gonna hear what he got to say too, but this shit
They
long.
said they don't want our kids having those.
Oh, I'm not sure if y'all see, but they say this is part one. Oh, I know this shit can't be going on for more than this long ass shit. Oh, damn. Look like he gonna call. Wait a minute. No, it look like it's gonna be another case. No, that's him. Oh shit. They're gonna be look like he gonna call some witnesses, yo. Oh, damn. Oh, okay. Let's keep it going.
Those people here. You're under oath.
Wait, what was the question?
People here.
Wait, gotta go again.
So she called me N-word. Is it true that they say they don't want our kids having those people here? You're under oath.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yes. When
Is it true?
How it was, Fro.
Is
Oh
it true that your mother told them they're more white than African American?
No. No. She said they have white in them. They're mixed, which is true. That's not, they're mixed.
And I said, Amara looks more white than she did.
I can't read that. All right. Is it true your mother took the kids out of school for days, which you told me, just so I couldn't pick them up?
No.
I have proof.
We took them out so I could spend time with them.
Took them out
when they get out of school.
But is it true that she would take them out of school early so I couldn't spend time with them? Don't worry, I got the teachers and everything. Don't forget, we had the whole incident. It's all documented.
Not so you couldn't spend time with them, but so I can get them because you wasn't allowing me to have them. I had to go to the school. And if I couldn't do it, she had to go grab them for me. Because you would
But
not
is
allow
it
me
true
to-
though that but it is true that
But not,
it is true that y'all pull them out of school?
we didn't pull them out early all the time, but
Is it true that y'all pulled them out of
I
school?
just said yes. I just said yes. So I can have my baby, so I can spend time with my children.
How many times, like, on a range, how much school you think they missed because y'all pulled them out of school? Just a range.
Not much.
Excuse me, I didn't hear that, ma'am. How much?
I said not much.
Like days, like a
No.
week, 2 weeks,
No, that's a lie.
all together, not like in a straight, like all together. Like if you accumulate it all into one, how much time do you think they missed out of school? Because we do have school records.
I don't know.
All right, Kelsey, is it true that I've been taking care of the kids by myself for the past 8 months?
No, that's not true. I've been having them on and off. That's not true.
When
I've
was the
been
last time
giving
you
them-
had the kids?
I was in and out the hospital. I was at high risk pregnancy, so yes, we had to
When
have
was the
kids.
last time you had the kids?
When's the last time I had the kids? Hold on. I'm asking mom because she might know. I don't remember.
Ma'am, hold on, ma'am. Nobody else can give you information. You're testifying.
Okay.
So I do not, hold on, stop talking. I don't want them giving you information. I don't want them testifying. They had a chance to testify previously. This is the time for you to testify.
Okay, I do remember. Sorry, sir. I just had Kyrie like 2 weekends ago before his birthday. His birthday is June 6th, so the weekend before his birthday, I had Kyrie. I have my kids on and off, so that's a lie.
All right. No, you had Kyrie. We have 4
Yes.
children, but okay. It's not.
We got Lorenzo back. Right,
Isn't it
fine.
true that y'all had to your mother had the police drop off Kyrie because not you, your boyfriend, or your parents want to take care of him.
That's not true.
Are you sure about that? There's police reports. The police came to my door.
That's not why he got dropped off. I had to go to work.
The police.
Okay, so you had to go to work when I gave you our son so you can have time with him. But since you couldn't take care of him, you had the police come to home.
Care of my kids.
Yes or no?
Because you would not take him back.
Yes
you
or
were
no?
refusing to take him back. So yes, you're refusing.
Kelsey, yes or no? Y'all had the police drop our son off because you couldn't take care of him at the time, correct?
No, that's not.
Then why was the police there?
Because you were refusing to take him back when I told you I had to go to work.
But I gave you our son, and
had
correct me if I'm wrong. You said I would not allow you to spend any time with the kids.
Right.
But
that is correct. I have to.
But no, the point I'm trying to make is
Just ask the question, sir. You don't have to make a point. You have to ask the question.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, Yana. So you do get the kids. Correct?
Audrey has no choice but to give them to me now.
No.
You're at work.
So you do get the kids, right?
Not here lately, no.
Lately.
You're the
But
one
you
that
do
don't.
get the kids, right?
Yes.
And so
Why are you picking them up?
where is it that I'm withholding the kids?
I have proof. Every time I've asked for those kids, oh, we're doing something. Oh, I can't do it today.
Okay. Do you have a way for our kids, all four of them, to be cared for while you're working a full time when you and your boyfriend, your current boyfriend, both work first shift?
My fiance. But yes, I do. I have somebody to watch them. Yes, I do.
Who is that?
I have a babysitter. That is none of your business.
Okay.
They have somebody to watch them. I'm not.
Why the judge not making her answer?
No, I have one final question.
This is fucking business. Judge, what is you doing? He's the father. That is definitely his business. But she ain't getting these children. What y'all thinking? She ain't getting these children. I hope he don't lose them. But because she only focused on his drinking and then tried to say he naked. Shit like that around the children. And we hear that she's a bad parent. She sent her mixed, half black child back to him by cop because her mother wouldn't even help her watch them kids. Her mother wouldn't watch the kids for her, the grandmother. The same grandmother who had no problem lying on him because he's a black. See, he's black. He's a black. Black. He black. So as soon as you not, you know what I mean, they didn't want her with him anyway. She didn't have four children for this man. And now they black. Okay, they black.
We separated on Thanksgiving Day.
Yes.
Who has the children primarily stayed with? And who taking care of them? Me or you?
No.
Both.
That's a
I have
lie.
the kids on house, so both. It's not allowed.
That's fine. I can only ask questions. Out of the past 8 months, who have the children lived with the most?
Just get to the point because you won't give them to me like that.
Who have the children lived with
Who is breaking up in the bus?
the most in these last 8 months?
How can I have my kids if you don't give them to me? And I have to snatch them.
Only thing I need is
Answer
Ma'am, that's not the question. Okay, he's asked you, who have the children been with the last 8 months? Ma'am, don't look to somebody else for an answer.
You've been doing
No,
it
I'm
the
not.
whole
Sorry.
time.
I'm thinking. He has. Because
Okay.
he won't give them to me. Like I want them. He's refusing.
I have
to go
another
see
question.
Audrey.
I have another question. I thought that
So
was
that's
my
not
last
my
one,
fault.
but
That's not my
all these
fault.
questions, like they're filling my mind. Okay. Is it true that you claim all the kids on food stamps, correct?
Yes, because we're supposed to have joint custody. And I've been giving you food stamps for the kids when you have them.
All right. How much do you think you've given me within these 8 months? Wait, before I do that, how much do you get in food stamps a month?
I don't get much. I'm getting cut off.
I need a number. You know the number because you checked the food stamps. How much do you get a month?
You know, look, she don't want to tell.
I don't know. I don't check them like that. No, I don't.
How much do you get in food stamps a month? You check it. We have records. That's why you're being investigated right now. You know.
Say it, woman.
It's well past 1,000. We know this. You're under oath. Please don't lie.
I'm not lying. I just.
Ma'am, if you don't know specifically, approximately what?
Actually. 900.
900.
Don't.
I'm pretty sure it's 1,206.
Hey, sir, you can't testify at this point.
Okay. I apologize. So you say 900, right?
I don't check like that. I just go grocery shop and I get them. And I just
No, it's fine.
For the kids.
For the past 8 months, how much have you given me in food stamps to pay for our kids' food? Oh wait, I'm sorry. You get WIC as well, right?
For Lorenzo, but I had Lorenzo up until May of this month.
But you get WIC as well, right?
Yeah, that's
Yes
for
or no?
Lorenzo. Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
I had Lorenzo for a whole year.
So for the past, we haven't been separated for a year, so that don't make sense.
Well, almost a year.
We haven't. No, we're not even close to a year. But anyway, how much do you think you've given me in food stamps to pay for our kids? Even though you already said that I've had the kids. You already admitted that I've had the kids, but you still get the food stamps for them. I can't. How much do you think you've given me?
I don't know.
For
But
food
you said
stamps.
you didn't need them. At first, you said you didn't need them. You got the food. I have text messages. I told you I've been offering them since the day I left. Hey, when I get the food, we'll split it. Some
Okay,
for my house,
ma'am, the question was, how much have you given him in the last 8 months from the sources that you have, food stamps, WIC, et cetera?
that I don't know.
Well, approximately then.
You're going to jail.
I don't know.
Was it $100, $200? What?
More than that. I know it's more than that. Is it close to 600? 500 to 600? Something around there?
Damn. 500 to 600 for the whole 8
Is that
months.
your answer, 500 to 600?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
But you get 900 a month, right? And so for 8 months, that's all I've got. Okay. Is it true
You said you didn't need it.
that
I offered.
is it true that Kyrie has severe food allergies, right?
Yes.
He can't have dairy.
Right.
He can't have any nuts, and he can't have gluten, correct?
Exactly. So I get the stuff that he needs on the food stamps. Yes.
So for 8 months, you know what? That would be nice. Let's say you gave me 500. What about the rest of the months? Who was paying for all the food in the house to support our kids?
What was that, ma'am?
But you said you did not need my food stamps. I said he did, but you told me when I tried offering you food stamps first, you said you did not need it. So don't lie. Yes, you did. Because I was like, hey, I got food stamps. You want it? No, I don't need it. I got cash. You can keep your food stamps, keep the kids on it. That's what you said. So let's not lie. Stop trying to make yourself look innocent because you did tell me that. I even have proof in text messages.
All right.
I tried multiple times.
No,
Hey, I got the paper.
no. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm not trying to be rude. I put my 401k out in September, correct?
Yes.
We were still together, right?
Actually, it was in November. You pulled it out, not September.
No, I ain't pulling out November. It was September. I have the receipt.
Oh,
So
okay.
September, when I did
Hey,
get
sir,
fired from the
sir,
job.
you're not testifying now. Don't try to. Ask her questions.
Okay. So we pulled it out in September, correct?
I know.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay, I can hear you. I pulled it out in September, correct?
Okay. Yes.
We used that money to take care of the kids. That's correct?
We. No, not we. That's not correct. Not we. You. I didn't see none of that money. You. I didn't
But
see
we
none of
was
that
living
money.
together, correct?
No, I moved out right after.
You moved out in
right
November.
when you got that money.
Hold on. I understand. But you moved out in November, correct?
Yes, I did.
Right. So September, October, November. That's 3 months.
Correct. Okay, correct.
But we were still together, correct? Until
Yes.
November. So we used that money.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't because I wasn't there. You got it as soon as I left.
No,
So
we
that's
got
why.
you just said
No.
we got it in September because
No, you applied to get it.
we
in
have the
September, yes.
receipts.
Okay. What's the relevance of this, Mr. Daniel? There are no property disputes in this case.
Oh no, I was trying to get to a point, Your Honor.
Well, please
But
do.
I'm sorry if I'm wasting time. I can move past that.
Okay, what I'm going to do, do you have more questions, Mr. Daniel?
You know what, Your Honor, I'm done.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a brief recess. I have another matter that I had to take at 10:30, so it'll probably take about 10 minutes. So we'll put you back in the waiting room for about 10 minutes. Then we'll bring you back in, and then we'll continue. Okay?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
5 minutes later.
Back because I had to go to work. I had to get everything ready to go
Okay.
to work.
You're missing my question. You said you had him for the weekend, but it was a Thursday when you had to work and go back. That Thursday is not on the weekend. So explain to me how you had him on Thursday when you had him on the weekend.
No, I just had him on the weekend and I gave him back.
Okay, so it wasn't a Thursday?
No, I went to work on Thursday, yes, but no, I didn't have him on Thursday. That's for sure.
Okay, I don't know why you brought up Thursday then, but okay. And I asked you, when did you have to have Kyrie back and the police involved? And you said Thursday. So that's wrong, correct?
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. I was confused.
Okay. What day and what time did the police get called and have to transport your son back to the defendant?
Y'all, mind you, this is a black child. in the back of a police car. I didn't know police deliver children. Shit, if I would have known when my kids had to get off from school early because they were sick, I would have called the police. I would have been like, hey, little Mark is at the school sick. Can you go pick him up and bring him home? You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know they do that. So this woman put her black mixed child in the back of a police car because she had to go to work. Her mom wouldn't watch him. She claimed she want him. She don't even have all four of them. She only got one of them. And then she sent him back in a police car. And she think that shit is cool. And that's why this judge is questioning her about this shit. I wish we would have saw the beginning. Because it looked like he questioning her now. Remember, he was writing, remember everything she would say? He was writing that shit down. Now he questioning her. Here we go.
Wait, the police didn't get called that day. The day that we took him back, they did not get called that day.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
So on the week, okay, that weekend, when did you take him back?
We took him back, I think it was either Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember. It was one of those days, Your Honor.
Okay. So the defendant would have let you head, Kyrie, for, let's presumably for Friday through Monday or Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay. And then to the next question, which you are trying to anticipate and answer, why did you not have all of the kids?
They would not give them to me. I wanted them all, but they would not give them to me.
Okay. What was the incident in which you talked about the police having to be involved in apparently take Kyrie home?
I can't remember what day it was, Your Honor.
Well,
but I
approximate.
remember.
Are we talking a month ago, a year ago? What?
She don't even know nothing
A
about her.
couple months.
Tell me what happened.
I was having complications with my pregnancy. I was at a high risk. I was basically dying. They had to save my life, and the baby ended up dying. So I was like, "Hey, I cannot have I cannot have him here. I got to go to the hospital. So you need to take him because I'm in and out the hospital all the time." And they were refusing. Well, you wanted him, you keep him. I'm like, I'm having health problems. I don't want my son here to witness this.
So he was with you, and you said a couple months ago. And for what period of time was he with you? From the start, when he first came to you, until the time that he ended up going back to the defendants?
I think it was only a couple days. I think he was only with me a couple days. I can't remember, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Okay. If you were having problems during that time, as you said, you were in and out, et cetera, why did you take him in the first place if you were having health problems and you couldn't care for him?
Exactly.
Because like I said, I was dying and I wanted to spend some time with my child just in case if I did pass away.
She said I wanted him because I was dying, but she didn't want all of them. She just wanted one of them. So she wanted him because she was dying, but then she sent him back because she was dying. Oh my God.
I wanted to get that time in with him because he's so young.
Lord have mercy.
And I love my baby boy to death. Like I love all my kids. Like it scared me
Okay.
that I almost lost my life.
That's fine.
If this woman won custody, we all need to write in to this judge. But this is a good judge, y'all. Okay. They got a few good judges, man, who I watch. But she used the same excuse to get the baby and to make him get the baby back. The same exact. Well, I was dying, so I wanted to see him. But I was dying, so he need to come get him back.
So let's go back to, so you separated in approximately on Thanksgiving of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And after you separated, the children went and stayed with defendant, correct?
Not all four of them. I had Lorenzo up until May, the beginning of May. And I had, but the kids.
May of this year?
Yes, Your Honor. Lorenzo just went back with his dad. Like he's only been there for like what, month and a half? Month maybe.
Why was Lorenzo, why did he not go with defendant?
Must be young.
He goes with me everywhere I go because Dad really didn't want him. So I took care of him up from the time that I left Edward up until I was basically dying. So I was like, okay, you got to go back to your dad until I can get my health back.
So at the time that you left, you're saying you left, correct?
Yeah.
You kept Lorenzo with you and through approximately May.
Yes. Yep. And just had the other kids on and off, but I have had the kids on and off.
Okay.
Yeah.
My question is, in December of 2022, how many days were the children in your care?
I'd keep them, the children, well, at least the three, because Mara doesn't like to come be with me. She's a daddy's girl. I've been trying to get her to come with me, but the other three, well, the other two, I should say, they would stay with me for like a couple days out the week, and then they'd go back to their dad, and then I'd have to fight with him on getting them back. And then I finally had enough and go get them from school. They'd stay with me for about, Ari, she stayed with me longer than Kyrie. She stayed with me like a week or two, and then go back to her dad. And then Kyrie would be like,
okay, let's break this down.
By the way, they missing school when she does this. She's not bringing them to school. She's picking them up early from school. Here we go.
You said in December 2022 that they would come and stay with you a couple days a week, correct?
Yes.
Throughout all of December 2022.
Yes, I get them on and off. Yes.
Okay. Let's go to January 2023. Did that continue?
Yes.
How about February 2023?
Yes, with Ari, yes. And Kai, yes.
Okay. March of 2023?
Yes.
Same?
Yeah.
And April 2023?
No.
No what?
No, I didn't get the kids in April.
Okay. So you didn't have them at all in April?
No, just Lorenzo.
May of 2023.
Nope.
And how about so far in June of 2023?
Just Kyrie for the weekend, like I said, and that's about it.
Okay.
I just want my kids back.
No, you don't.
Ma'am, you're aware, aren't you, in these cases, if a parent is denying you time with the children, you have a right to file a petition and ask the court to order that person would turn the kids over to you. Are you aware of that?
No, Your Honor, I didn't know because I got denied multiple times.
You got denied what multiple times?
Like a lot to keep my kids. Like that's why I
Okay.
had to go get them from
That
school.
wasn't my question. Please pay attention to my question. My question was, are you aware that if you are denied parenting time, you have a right to come into court and file a petition and say, I want parenting time?
No, I didn't know that, Your Honor.
Okay.
To know where I'm working at. I can let you know. I just don't want him to be involved when I tell you.
Well,
If I don't know if we can mute him out so I can tell
no,
you.
we can't mute him out. He's entitled to be in the hearing. So
That's-
you're working. When did you start working?
16 an hour.
There's somebody fast forwarding it, y'all. Okay.
Are there
blame
any bonuses, any other, have any expenses that come
She
out of
gonna
that
have to
other
pay
than
child
taxes,
support.
such as union dues?
Look, they finding out where she work, how much she make an hour, and things like that, because she gonna end up paying child support. Okay, watch. Okay, we're gonna finish.
Uniform.
Oh, and the person who grabbed this is the one who fast forwarded it, which I don't blame him. I'm scared to fast forward because I'm thinking we're gonna miss something good. It looks like I thought somebody new was coming in. Oh, they are. But it's gonna be at least another, where we at? It's 1:30. 10 minutes. They might fast forward. Let's see.
Expenses, anything else? Anything else that you would like me to be aware of, ma'am?
Wait.
Yes. Since how we was talking about me having a baby out of wedlock, even though my son is dead.
What?
What about him when we were together?
Wait, what happened? Wait, did she say her son is gay? Wait a minute, what? I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta rewind. Uh-oh. It sounds like she said, wait, it might be me. It might be my ears, okay? So please don't take that to heart. Sound like she said me having a baby out of wedlock, even though my son is gay? Or dead? Okay, I'm sorry. Let me play it. What did this woman say?
Anything else that you would like me to be aware of, ma'am?
Yes. Since how we was talking about me having a baby out of wedlock, even though my son is dead. What about him?
Wait, did she say gay? I'm gonna have to put the what you call them on. Let me see how I get that on. The transcript. Let's see. Uh-oh. Wait, I put the transcript. What I need? I need the what you call them on. Settings, caption, closed caption. Okay, here we go. Let's see.
Form expenses, anything else? Anything else that you would like me to be aware of, ma'am?
Yes. Since how we was talking about me having a baby out of wedlock, even though my son is dead.
Okay, so she said dead. At least that's what the closed caption said. even though my son is dead.
What about him?
Okay.
When we were together, he had sex with my blood sister. Her name is Brandy Reed. And can't we do something about that too?
Yeah.
And he's cheated on me multiple times.
Okay.
That was in a polyamorous relationship. If he had sex with your sister, your blood sister, that's because y'all was all in it together. He might have had sex with your mama and your grandmama. Shit. You country bunking ass white trash.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else that's in relation to either your cross-examination or the court's questioning that you have to add at this time?
No.
No? Okay.
Uh-oh. It's his turn to put on his case.
Daniel, as a result of the court's questioning, do you have any additional questions?
Not at this moment, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that will conclude your testimony then, ma'am. And you said, I think you said that you have no other witnesses.
No, I would have, but I can't speak upon what she told me because she's not here to verify it.
Okay, well, my question again, you don't have other witnesses, correct?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so you rest your case, ma'am?
Yes.
And you're done?
Yep.
Okay.
Damn. Took 2 hours.
Okay, Mr. Daniel, again, we're at a point where you can now present your witnesses. So you have witnesses to present.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and who are you going to call as your first witness?
My first witness will be Audrey Woodson, a family friendly.
Okay, and is Miss Woodson, has she joined on Zoom or joining it by phone?
I would like to join by phone,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I could not get the number.
Okay.
So that'll be okay with the court.
Yep, we'll give you the number.
I'm gonna fast forward y'all a little bit.
Repeat.
I currently do not see a number.
Okay, it's 712.
Okay, we go.
Okay, let's see.
Were you able to get in? Okay. The judge
Okay,
is going to be there.
are you Miss Woodson?
Yes.
Not connected to the.
What?
She's not connected to the audio yet.
She is, I can hear her.
No, that was they're in the same, they
I see.
same
Okay.
thing. They're,
Okay. Ms. Woodson, you're gonna have to get in a different area of the home so that we don't have echo and reverberation, so you're gonna have to move.
All right. I'm about to go. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Is that better, Your Honor?
Ms. Woodson, if you could talk, okay, we couldn't hear you, ma'am.
Yeah, I just figured the audio out.
Okay, great. We can hear you now. What we're gonna do is we'll have you sworn in, then we'll proceed. So if you would, raise your right hand, please.
ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Daniel.
Adriana, is it true that Kelsey will leave Lorenzo unattended for multiple hours?
Yes.
Can you explain it?
Being on a phone call with her, hearing the child screaming in the background for over 3 hours, and not once did I see her pick the child up or attend to him.
Miss Adriana, would it be safe to, have you witnessed the abuse? Oh, that's leading, sorry. Can can you describe Kelsey's parents, Melissa, and her new stepdad now, Joel?
Stepfather Joel, very racist. Mother, also racist. Don't like either one of them.
But what do you mean by that? Have you seen?
I have Joel talk about the children's hair, and also Kelsey Daniel has also called me multiple times, talking about how she can't stand it because she can't have her kids where she was living at the time because her mother is racist, and the person that her mother was with was putting his hands on the children, so she could not have her kids over there.
Okay, ma'am, I didn't clarify. You said that the plaintiff told you this, is that?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure that that was correct. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Adriana, I'm sorry. Hold on. Adriana, can you give me the best statement of the children's living conditions when you first got to my home when Kelsey left?
It was good when I came here. They seemed great. They were happy, well taken care of, food, clothes, bedrooms.
What about academics?
Oh, excellent. They were achieving very well in school until this divorce started happening.
And you are a family friend. You've known me and Kelsey for how many years?
About 5-6 years.
At any time, did you witness any type of abuse or neglect on either of our ends?
Not on Edward's end. He was usually at work most of the time. On Kelsey's part, when I would come into her home, it would not be picked up the best. Her son would usually be in a soiled diaper. I mean, they run around and just mess the house up. She doesn't really do much. She's more of a friend than a parent, I would say.
Okay. I have a more serious question.
Okay.
Are we polyamorous?
Yes.
Have me, you, and Kelsey ever, all of three of us, engaged in sexual relations?
Yes.
Did she live with us for a brief period of time?
At the home here?
Yes.
Yes. Like live with us? Not live with us, but she would not leave as asked.
Okay. I know this is gonna be weird, but did the children at any point walk in on all three of us engaging in adult activities?
Of my recollection, no.
Okay. I have been arrested, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what I was arrested for?
A old speeding ticket.
That's all I have right now, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Daniel, do you have any question of this witness?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So when do I leave my baby unattended? Because I never leave him unattended. I'm always with him all the time when I had him. Never unattended. Yeah, he'd cry. That's just how he was.
I have seen Lorenzo in a car seat locked up, not able to get out. And I have screenshots as well of you, Kelsey Daniel, saying that you can't take him out because he gets into too many things. So he's locked up for hours at a time.
That's a lie. No, he's not.
Ma'am, this isn't your time to make comments. It's your time to ask questions.
Okay. Where? Where was he locked up in a car seat at?
At Jamar's house.
Supposedly he was locked up.
Go ahead, ma'am.
The home where she resides at, her boyfriend's house.
You've been. But you've never been there, correct?
Oh, it was video call. I screen recorded it.
Video call, but
Yes.
so is it? Never mind. So is it true you were never a witness to anything? Edward's just telling you things.
No, I've been a witness. I have known you for over 5 to 6 years.
Liar.
Ma'am, I'm not going to warn you again. Do not make editorial comments. You can ask questions or otherwise be quiet. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead if you have any more questions.
This is what can happen in a polyamorous relationship. You think everything is cool, right? The three of you are engaging in sex, y'all helping each other with the family, and it could be going good. But at some point, one of the three people may get jealous when they start seeing that another one may be getting more attention, or she may think that they relate more because they are the same color, or one of them may go out and end up getting pregnant because they wasn't doing what they should have been doing, like protecting themselves from that. Or, man, I've seen it all. I've had conversations with different type of couples, and it's all good up until when it's not. You know, like I could see the benefits of, especially when we're younger, of having a third woman. I'm quite sure my husband could definitely have seen the benefits of that, right? Another woman in helping me raise our children. We got 3 incomes. You know what I mean? We can afford a bigger house. And I always wanted a large family, so I would have been okay with her having my husband's children. Like, I would have been okay with that. Because in my mind, I would have thought that my husband, who would have taken care of all the children, you see what I'm saying? He would have been as fair as he could be across the board. But that's in my mind. You see, that's in my mind. That don't mean that's how it's going to actually be. Because suppose, let's see, I had 2 sons and this other woman come about, right? And we all living together, and she give him a daughter. And he treating the daughter better than he treating the sons. Now, I might get in my feelings about that. Or let's say I had the daughters and she ended up with a son. Or, or maybe we still together and she's younger and she can still give him children and I can no longer give him children, right? I'm going through menopause where she can still have children. Like, that's the kind of things people have to think about in the long run. And you got to be able to talk that through. The man, this shit is not simple. It seems like the women are the ones who got to do the most work, but he got to do a lot of work to make sure that jealousy doesn't pop up. He got to ensure that all them women are treated fairly and equally, and you know what I mean? Even though it may not be as equal. Example, I used to look at Sister Wives, and he had 3 wives, and then he brought in a younger one. The younger one already, the newest wife already had 2 children by her last husband. So this woman already coming in with children, right? And then because she's the newest wife, she's like the brand new toy. And if you watch that show, like I watched that show up until when they moved to Vegas. and I watched how they was getting them big ass homes, then I started to suspect some shit. You know what I mean? I was like, how in the fuck these people, you know, how are they getting these big ass $1 million homes? I started to think, what the hell is going on? You know, how is this one family? Wait, so them women was on food stamps, right? It came out in the papers and shit that they was on food stamps. Some of them was on food stamps. And then he divorced the real wife because he could only be married to one woman in his country. These dumbass niggas don't be knowing what they talking about, because somebody told me, no, he could be married to 2 and 3 wives. No, he cannot. Legally, he can only be married to one woman. So he was legally married to one woman. He was spiritually married to the other 2 women. Then he spiritually got married to the 3rd one, right? To the 4th woman. And the real wife, legally, there's only one wife. That's why the rest of them could get on food stamps, because they didn't have to announce him. They didn't have to mention him at all. Legally, they are not married. They are just single women with children. Make it seem like black men are having making these single children. Shit, they got in these religions, these men have hundreds of children. Some of their children are by their nieces. And you know what I'm saying? And they just doing the most. Food stamps. That's who getting the food stamps in this country. But anyway, I digress. Let me get back on this shit right here. Okay. But anyway, they can only be married legally to one woman. The other women are just like where they went before God in a church, and they just, you know, said they would love till death do them part. Anyway, so the real wife, she started to no longer want to be in the family no more. It wasn't Christine. I forget what her name was. I used to look at that shit, right? Christine was the chunky one. Mary, that's Mary. I think her name was Mary. Mary, something like that, right? Anyway, Mary was the real wife, and Mary divorced him just so the 4th wife could marry him, just so he can legally adopt her children. But I think she wanted to divorce his ass anyway. Like she started to part from the family, right? I guess she got tired, and you know, and this man tied up all them goddamn women, and then they start getting jealous. Like I could see getting older, and then I may decide I want somebody for myself. Oh, okay. That's the cable bill. Anyway, here we go, y'all. Oh, and support the channel, please. Cash App, $ Bomb Cherry Juice. Yep. I just got a notification of some bills. Okay. Okay. There we go. Here we go. Here go the rest of this shit, y'all.
So are you not, is it true you're Edward's girlfriend?
We are partners.
Because it's on Facebook.
We're partners. We're in a domestic partner relationship. I help him with his children, and he helps me with mine.
Is it true you got my son calling you mom? All my kids, you're forcing them. to call you mom.
Your oldest 2 children, Amara and Ariana, they call me Mama Audrey. Your 2 youngest boys, they on their own have chosen to call me mother because of my motherly role. I cannot help that they call me mom. I have multiple times told them to refrain to me as Audrey, and they insist to call me mom. So I can't stop a child from saying that.
So is it true that you used to be on meth?
Yes, I am now sober since December of 2022.
So is it true that you smoke all the time?
I smoke cigarettes and I use medical marijuana. I smoke outside of my home. or in my bathroom with my door locked, and my bathroom is in my bedroom. So
it's true that you're high a lot with my kids around.
there is
No one.
another adult in the home who is sober at all times. And I only smoke twice a day for my anxiety and my medical problems that have no recollection of anything that have to do with this case, but yes.
Now, if she was on meth, imagine what we talking about right now. See, I told y'all, I know I when I said white trash, right? I here we are, right? The whole group of them. See, you end up attracting what you are. So the situation is just what we see right now. Because 2022 was just a fucking last year. She was on meth just last year. I thought she was going to say, yeah, I've been sober now since 2016, but she said 2022. Okay. 2022. Man, oh, look, when they pick them, baby, when they go to the other side and choose these women, this is the best they can get. This is crazy.
From what I witnessed when I lived with you guys, your mom smokes weed with you all the time. But when I'm on the phone when I video call with the kids, ain't it true that she's in the room smoking weed with you? I see it all the time when I'm on the phone with them. So
Ma'am,
nobody
is
shows
that
me.
a question?
It's true. Was that right? Yes, that's the question, Your Honor. Yes.
So can you repeat your question, please?
I said, ain't it true when I'm on video with my kids, I see you and your mom smoking weed together? I know what weed looks like.
Because your children are never in the room with me when I'm smoking weed. That is not true.
Then how do I see you and your mom smoking
How
weed?
would you see me
I
and
want
another person smoking marijuana around children when there's never any children around me? And if you're on the phone with your children, how would you be able to see me? You call my phone, that's on my time. When you call your children's phone, that's on their time and your time.
Yes, I've seen it on your phone too when we video call too. You and your mom are in the room smoking. Is it true?
With no children around, and when we are smoking, your soon-to-be ex-husband is here with the children.
But
And
isn't it true that he drinks?
If he's not here, is it true what?
That he drinks too.
He
Don't lie,
has
Your Honor.
approximately 2 double shots a day, which is way under the legal limit in the state of Michigan.
But it's still true that nobody's sober in that house with them kids. You're under oath. You have to tell the truth.
I am sober. I'm sober right now.
Right now. Yes.
And every single time I have to watch any children, I am sober. It takes an hour for the weed to be completely out of my system. My body does not hurt anymore, and I can proceed to be the best parent I can possibly be.
Is it true that you smoke weed and drive with my children in the car?
Absolutely not. I have never smoked marijuana in the car with any child at all, ever. That's literally insane, but yeah, no.
Is it true that all the kids sleep in one room?
Is it what?
Is it true that all the kids sleep in one room, the boys and the girls?
Yes, it is. There is a twin size bed in the room, and then there is also a bunk bed with 2 sets of twin size beds. There is approximately 4 children, and your youngest son, Lorenzo, sleeps in our room, and he has his own toddler bed in here.
So is it safe to say that, I'm asking a question, ain't that dangerous for all the kids to be in one room if the fire happens?
No, it is not. In the state of Michigan, there can be 2 to 4 bodies of children per room. It is not wrong. They are inappropriate sometimes. Yes, these are children. They are learning.
But that's all I have to ask.
Okay, that's all you have, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Woodson, if you would, you talked about the again, the home situation, the environment, and the kids. You say the kids are happy, etc.
Oh, yes.
Do you notice, do the kids express any love, affection for their father?
Oh, absolutely. Last weekend it was Father's Day, and they were ecstatic to come in here and give him hugs, gifts, and stuff.
Okay. You say they hug, do they kiss, do they embrace?
Oh, yeah.
What?
He gives them all kisses on the forehead. They hug. I mean, they love their dad. It's very obvious that they do.
Okay. You said that at the time of the separation, that they said the kids were doing well in school.
Yes.
How are they doing now?
Well, we have two of the older girls in summer school to help during this divorce. Unfortunately, Kelsey Daniel had to have the police at the school multiple times for her own reasoning. And that has affected the kids a lot. They have said it's embarrassing. They have said that.
Okay, you can't tell me what the kids say.
Okay.
So you have the two older. You have Amara and Ariana in summer school. Okay, and Kyrie, how is he doing?
I work with him here at the house. He does great in school. We're working on pronouncing our words and writing our name better right now.
Okay. Anything else, ma'am, that you would like me to be aware of?
No. I mean, no, not that I can think of right now.
Okay. With that, Mr. Daniel, do you have any addition, as a result of my court's question or the cross, do you have any additional questions of this witness?
Not at this moment, Your Honor.
Okay. And as a result of my questions, Ms. Daniel, do you have any additional questions?
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
They're gonna
Okay.
fake cries.
Okay, Ms. Woodson, that will conclude your testimony. Thank you, and your excuse.
I was wondering when she was gonna pull out them fake tears. She tried to do it way earlier. She tried to pull them out when her mom was in there with her, right? But they didn't come out, and she started to talk. And once the witness said that them children love their dad, that's when the fake tears come out. Now she white womaning it, right? She white womaning. She's now the damsel in distress, right? She done lied. She done been caught in lies. She got herself caught up in lies. Okay, so this is part one. I'll show her part two. It's about to end soon.
Have a good day.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, Mr. Daniel, you have any additional witnesses other than yourself?
I may have, but I would like to ask politely, like, is there an age range for the witness?
Well, I mean, the only age range is the witnesses have to be of sufficient maturity to know right from wrong and how to tell the truth. So
I have no additional witnesses at the time, Your Honor.
okay. Other than yourself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, why don't we do this? I see it's about getting close to 11:30. Why don't we take a noon recess? We'll break and then we'll come back at 1 o'clock, okay?
Wow, just wow. I told you that.
Okay, this was good. Let's see if that part two, I'm not sure. Let's see if it's already up or not. It may not be up. Let's see. Let me see, y'all. Oh, that's not what I want to do, is it?
If you are looking for a court case that literally
This is, I don't think part 2 is up yet. No, it should be though. I wouldn't have watched that shit if I knew I couldn't come up with the ending. I need to know what the hell happened. I need to know what the hell happened, okay? I just need to know. Let's see. Anyway, I put up these videos. I didn't have nothing really to talk about, so I figured put something so those of you who at work can listen to something, you know. I just need to know how that shit ended. I could tell you, I think he gonna get custody. If he don't get custody, I don't even know what to say. Damn it. Let me see. No, okay, this is the next one. I forgot I put some things in my in the queue. But I'm tired of playing these long ones, right? But this is a woman on the opposite side. Let me see. Yeah. This is like the men say, right? When some of these women want to play games with the court, when they don't get what they want in one state, they'll go in a whole nother state and start filing charges, claiming abuse and things like that. So there are some women who do that, right? And it has nothing to do with their color, right? Because I'm saying that it's not just Black women who do shit like that. But at the same time, we see that we have some Black men who are fighting for their children and trying to do the right thing. And we got some Black men who ain't shit fathers. And then we got other races of people who trying to fight for their children, and then they got ain't shit fathers, right? And the same with the women. So, and we could go and pull these things up instead of sitting on a panel making it seem like Black women doing this and Black women doing that, and all these daddies want their child. I listened to one case last night. The only reason I'm not playing that shit was long. And I'm telling you, it was bad. I'm talking about this white man was terrible. He sounded like a Black manosphere dude, one of the white men who will come over and agree with these Black men. So he cussed in front of his daughter, call them cunts and all kinds of shit. And he was saying, yep, I do. He the one that brought the case forward. I play a little bit of it, but I'm telling you, it was bad. And the reason why he felt like, oh, that's just me. I'm real. That's just me. You know what I mean? It was almost on that bullshit. It was almost like, well, yeah, that's how I speak. Just rude and crude. Right? But he's the one that brought the motion. The reason they ain't court is because of him. And I was thinking, damn, is this dude purposely trying to Let me see, what's this? Is he purposely trying to not be with his kids? You know what I'm saying? I went to sleep to that shit last night. It was terrible. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. No, these are some things. It was terrible. Okay, y'all can see it was last night, so actually it would have been considered today. Legally, is going see if I had that video. Legally done. Look what legally looking at. Oh Lord. And then now running videos, little shorts, back to back. These little funny little things be having 2 million views on them. Be like, God damn. Okay. I ain't gonna be able to find it because he woke up. Well, I can't find it, but I don't know if I want to. So I like I do look at the court shows. I like watching them. I like the judges, you know. Let me see. There's a live that I did yesterday. But it was on private. That's why y'all didn't know I was doing it. It seems like, let me see, content. They got something called beta. I wonder what that is. It looks like when I put things on private or unlisted, I don't know what happened to those things. Okay, what is that? I don't know what that's 16. Anyway, so we could talk about something else if y'all got something new, recent in the community. Okay. Let me know. I am gonna have to let me see what beta is. Oh. They got something called Business YouTube. I'm not sure what that is. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't care right now. Okay. Okay, so man of tomorrow, let's go look him up real quick. Just for some context to who he is, okay? That's all. Let's go here. Man of tomorrow. Okay. Let's see what he got going on over there. Okay. Cartoonish ass shit. See? Okay. I wish they were more upfront with not believing in the mission. Let's go to some lives. Let's see what he's talking about. Okay. the inability to throw the whole ninja away. Addressing the porch monkeyfication. God damn. Kev BMBBH. Black men being brutally honest. What makes me qualified to lead the Black Manosphere? Now let's hear what he got to say. Fair use, fair use, fair use. I think anybody can lead the Black Manosphere. I think the monkey on that porch can lead the Black Manosphere. Okay? Is this thing silent? Or am I tripping?
Require any type of, it doesn't require any type of common sense or effectiveness.
Okay, I guess they do this thing where they.
How's it going, man? Tomorrow here. I want to thank you guys for coming through. I want to thank you guys for staying subscribed to my channel. And I also want to tell you guys that you should not be worried about the popularity piece within your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. Accomplished men don't worry about popularity. Accomplished men worry about effectiveness. Or what you're doing in life is effective. Anybody can say that they're popular. Popularity don't require any type of, it doesn't require any type of common sense. It doesn't require track. That there was nobody that was going to be able to significantly be able to challenge me on my points. Even back then, I knew I was way better, way further in life than these people. I didn't have to come here and complain about women to get an audience. I didn't have to do that. I just simply told you that most of these women at this point have already made their choice and their decision. There's really nothing to understand at this point.
And now we have it. See, he's no better. He's no different. He's no worse than the men in the manosphere because his talking points is very so much more than manosphere, right? These women have already chosen this and that. No, but here's it again.
Do that. I just simply told you that most of these women at this point have already made their choice and their decision. There's really nothing to understand at this point. If you're only engaging in politics to spite women, you're going to be a busy ass dude for the rest of your life. Because women don't have a political party. They got both political parties on lock. Same thing that the LGBTQIA position done. They decide to take up positions in one party or another. They're in both parties.
That's the smart thing, to be honest. Get in both parties and make them give you what it is that you want and need.
In large number.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because you have right now a 6-3 Supreme Court. And if the Supreme Court was interested in taking away their actual rights to live and exist, the same way they're taking away rights and positions for people to actually have the First Amendment, the Third Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Second Amendment. Like, dude, you have to understand what is going on here. And it doesn't matter that you don't understand it. That's a you problem.
Mm.
This is why nobody really challenged me for the position, because they know that I'm well more.
Wait, she ended up getting custody? You have the link to it, Lady T? Oh, she got full custody of the baby. And they got joint. Well, that don't make sense. I gotta go find that. Let me go find that. Because she wasn't. So they split up the children. Let me go look. I got to go look this up. Y'all give me a second. I'm fine. If this shit is out there, if Lady T claiming she saw it, then it got to be out there. Okay, let me put in their names. Remember, even the judge said on that day it was a custody hearing. Wasn't gonna be no, this was full custody hearing, not for part-time custody. So they gave her the baby, even though she didn't even ask for the baby. She asked for her children. I got to go see this. But she not breastfeeding. She ain't had a child in months. So that's what I'm saying. Listen, y'all saying things that's not true. Okay. I'm not saying that that's not the case. When y'all say when they're younger, they usually like the youngest with the mother. That's not true. Okay. If that mother isn't fit, she don't get to be with them with that. That's something that y'all keep saying out in this world. And these men use that shit to claim, well, even if she unfit, she gonna get the children because she's a woman. That shit is not true. Okay. Babies are not required to breastfeed. Fathers can bottle feed children just like mothers can. Okay. This shit is crazy. I got to see this bullshit. Okay. My son have his child since he was a baby, and people watch me in this house with my grandson. Okay. I watch people, but see, the men believe the same thing. Right? This shit is crazy. I got to see this shit. Oh Lord, that woman lied. Even the father, and she admitted she didn't have them children. She put one of them children in the goddamn now if the father, even then they would have to have a conversation, maybe where he said, okay. He said it was hard. They got, oh man, I got to find this shit. Let me see what their name was. I'll look it up that way. Because it was in June. Well, usually you have a mother who want to be with the child and want to raise the children. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, if she's befitting, and even if he's befitting, but even then, they won't just give her sole custody. It'll be joint custody. She may have where she, where she gets to say what goes on and things like that. But normally these days they give joint custody. Okay. They're giving joint custody. I'm trying to figure out how she got that baby. That line, and then it's a biracial baby with her racist ass family too. I need to see how this shit happened. Cause I know you could tell, remember he wanted to know where she worked. So now she works. Remember when she was working, she sent that child back to its dad. But actually, I think it sounded like it was one of them older ones because the police took the baby. I hope it wasn't no baby. Let me see what the name of these people were. This shit it's crazy. Oh, let me see, y'all. I got to find it. God damn. You mean to tell me they done gave them babies to that woman? And then they split them up. Like, I do see the reasoning. You know what I mean? I understand what we women are saying. Hey, it's a baby involved. But that woman didn't want the baby. That's what I'm saying. That woman didn't want that baby. That woman wanted the food stamps. That's what she wanted. Okay, what did I say? Wait, is this it? Wait, this might be it. part 2. Let me see. Yep, I found part 2, baby. Okay, let's get it. Oh, part 2 fell right in my lap. God damn. Okay, y'all, let me share. Oh, we gonna be, look, we already know how it went down now. We kind of pissed off. Look, I'm kind of pissed off, but let's see how this shit rock and roll. Soon as I closed everything up and came back to YouTube, part 2 was right there. This is part 2. God damn, this is a whole nother hour. Lord have mercy. Maybe something happened. Okay, here we go. Damn.
I'm gonna try to keep it as brief as possible.
Well, make sure it's as thorough as possible.
Okay. I really believe like kids should have both their parents, but right now I want them to have an environment where they feel like they can thrive and really succeed. Because like as a child that went through foster care and later was adopted, and the stuff that's going on over there, right now, I don't believe that's the best for them right now.
Okay, you're going to have to tell me what stuff you're talking about, stuff going on over there. That doesn't tell me anything.
First off, just the way our kids are treated. Her mother's new boyfriend, he's assaulted both our kids. A CPS case about it. There's
CPS got involved. Oh my.
Her, like the way like she texted our daughter, say she might be homeless because her current boyfriend is talking to somebody about somebody else, and she don't know if she's gonna have a place to stay. On top of that, it's just crap.
Look, man, get out of your goddamn emotions and talk. This woman is fighting you for your kids. You gotta get out of that emotional shit. And see, when these men say women are emotional and men are this and logical, this dude is not being logical right now. Because he still don't know he's in a battle. He want to be respectful and nice while they throwing slick shit at him, while they lying on him and everything. And because he think that being a better person will end up with the result. But that's not how life works. You got to spit out facts, something that people can hear, grab onto with some proof. She done threw out all kinds of things out there. Okay? This man better pull on his big man's boxers on and throw them underoos away. The fuck is going on? He would be nice to the grandmother, right? To her mother, even though she's been nothing but ill to him, calling him the N-word and his children the N-word. He shouldn't even want his children around her parents. And that's what he should have did. He should have fought for the right that she don't get to have his children around her mother. You prove her to be unfit. These guys want to play with these kitty gloves. They trying to knock his ass out. And he's talking about, well, I'm going to be respectful. Fuck out of here.
This is way harder than I thought.
Pussy.
When there's stuff like, when I first met my wife, me and my family we want to help her get her GED because she wanted to get her GED. I would work and I would come home, I would buy her books, we would study, and her mother would tell her, hey, that's too hard for you. And so she gave it up. When we tried to get a place, our very first apartment together, before we even got married, her mom was still her social security checks. Because at the time she was on disability because she has bipolar. And her mom told her to lie and tell me how much she got. Eventually that came out and her mom got upset. Then there's a fact that when she was 15, her mom was letting her date like a dude who was almost in his 30s. And allowed them to sleep together. I'm not saying this to be like rude or anything, but like this is like the reason why I want to right now have custody of the kids so she can get the environment away from that negative influence. Because the same person that been whispering and doing all this whole court interview is the same person. She was almost gang raped. These guys took their mother's phone, Kelsey phone, and told her she couldn't have it back. Otherwise, they all got to have intercourse. And her mother's response was, "Hey, they just messing around." We get our first place together, and I'm working, and I'm tickling her, and her mother calls, and all of a sudden the police at my door. Turns out while we was playing around tickling, she didn't hang up the phone. Her mom called the police and told them that her daughters had been assaulted. The police came. I had to step outside. They interviewed us, and it was like, sorry. Her mother's right there waiting. We would play fight, and she used to get upset. Like, well, we won't play fight anymore. I'm like, we can't. We was play fighting, and we was wrestling, and I did accidentally hit her on the lip. And the police came. I will work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And hey, he's not doing enough. So I'll work 12 hours, come home at lunch, tuck the kids in the bed, get them to sleep. He's not doing enough. I will do more and more and more. I'm just really terrified that, like, if my kids are brought up in that environment in 10 to 15 years, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, you might be seeing them in your courtroom one day, be like, hey, I remember your name. I don't want that. And so right now I'm trying to build my kids up to be successful, to get an education, not like a mom who encourages her 14-year-old daughter to drop out in 9th grade. I want them to be in an environment where they succeed. Like Kelsey stated earlier, she felt safe from my family. I don't like saying my adopted family, but I think I have to clarify that. I am adopted, and my adopted family, only thing we strive for is to try to better ourselves. And when I got adopted, it changed my life. Especially being in foster care, like I've seen too many people just like her. And I thought I could change that. I couldn't. It is true. I did get arrested for operating while visually impaired, but there's no excuse for that. And like, I still own up to it because that was my fault. But Kelsey was there. I had gotten off work. Friday, we was doing 12s. We got a 3-day weekend.
Got off work, I was at home playing the game, and I was drinking with my friends. And then Kelsey was right there, and we got the call. It was like, "Hey, my girlfriend kicked me out. I have nowhere to go." And this is like February. It was still cold out. I told Kelsey, "Hey, I'm gonna give him my room. He can stay here for a night." Blah blah blah. I didn't end up getting pulled over when I picked him up because turns out him and his girlfriend had assaulted each other, and the police was actually looking for him. And they pulled us over at a gas station. I blew a .083. I'm sorry, I don't remember. But I do not drink and I do not drive with my kids in the car. That is false. But ever since then, I can't go out. I can't go out with my friends. I can't, if I go out and try to even have a beer, it's always he drank too much at the school. Even the teachers, the principal is like, "Hey man, we got you. No matter what happens, the police are always called." And it's always, "Oh, he drank too much." And every single time I pass, like, yo, I don't drink like that. I don't. I'm like, yo, I can't. If I have a beer, suddenly, yep, he's an alcoholic. I'm like, no. That's why I continue to get tested. Even right now, I could come in and I'll still pass. Only thing I'm worried about right now is honestly just the well-being. I don't want my kids growing up in ghettos. I don't want my kids to be in an environment where like I hate to say it, they're discriminated against. Like they can't have their hair. They can't have, like, her mother and their family. I don't like playing a race. I don't like talking like this. I'm not trying to play a race card, but like, they're racist. They don't like us. And then we have Kelsey on the phone telling new guy, like, I'm gonna try to get his money and hope I can get his money this time. Or hope I can get this. Her parents, or her mother, sitting there, "Hey, come on, let's go get child support. We'll get child support for you. You can stay with me, but you gotta pay me." It's just like, I don't want my kids to be a money grab. They're more the kids. They're not asked to be here. But it's our responsibility as parents to try to do what's right for them. That's my only thing. I'm done.
Good message.
Okay.
Good message. But that shit ain't got nothing to do with what the hell going on right now. That message was good though. Right? Heartwarming, tugging at the heartstrings. This woman trying to cut you off at the knees. She's calling you alcoholic. She even mentioned drugs. She mentioned that you abused them children. This woman threw everything at you. There's only one thing she didn't throw at you. One thing. But she kind of almost did by saying you walk around the kids naked. She kind of almost did. And here you are, well, when she needed her GED, well, you know, I wanted her to do better. Oh, yeah. And her mother abused her. And nigga, shut the fuck up and fight for these fucking kids. You ain't got to lie like her, but what the fuck is you doing right now? See the difference between that guy who was sitting in the courtroom last week when I played that video. And remember when they went to the house They went to that woman's house and got that baby from her ass. They didn't care that that baby still was on a bottle, possibly breastfeeding. They went and picked that baby up from her ass. You see what I'm saying? That's right. That's what they did. But we know that baby was young. Remember, he looked like he was just starting to walk. He was walking. He was in a diaper. We know that baby was about 2 years old. They took that baby from her ass and gave it to the daddy. That's right. So I don't know what the hell what this man is doing. He should have sat there. He did a great job by cross-examining, right? Getting her to walk into her lies and stumble. But now it's his turn to man up. This nigga over there talking about, I want help. I tried to help. I'm from a I want my children not to be in the ghetto. Like, come on, dude. If you don't want your kids in the ghetto, you talking to a white judge right now. He figures if you don't want them in the ghetto, the best thing is to let them go live in them white trailer trash over there with that side of the family. You better tell him with this man what you do. I ain't hear this man mention nothing about where he worked, how hard he worked to make sure that his family is taken care of. I haven't heard him say that. All I heard him is, well, you know, I come from this and I come from that and I don't want my kids go. Nigga, just tell this judge how you gonna be able to afford these goddamn kids, how you hardworking and how you gonna help them children remain in school. You should have shown that she took these kids out of school to where they missed so many days. That's why they had to go to summer school. That's what your ass should have done. I thought he was gonna call maybe a teacher or something. Let me see. Because I'm thinking if it's this long, it gotta be some more witnesses. Ain't got no more goddamn witnesses. Not a teacher or nothing. He should be saying, well, Judge, I sent you this. Look how many days he missed. Did you see it? Yes, I see it. Okay, she went to pick them goddamn kids up early just so I couldn't get them. But they missed so many days that they're now held back. Or they held back to where we had to go to summer school just to make it up. Talk your facts. Stop playing around with these courts and thinking it's all about you being emotional. Because that woman threw everything at you except the kitchen sink. She said that you walk around naked. She said you and your girl, y'all get high. She said you get drunk. She said you drink and drive. She says that you abuse them kids. She said, man, she just said so many goddamn things. And here we go. We're going to finish listening to this shit. I think I'm a little pissed off now that I know how this shit ends. I'm not happy about this shit neither. Because the baby is the one who definitely needs to be with the daddy. The ones who could talk. Well, okay, if you got the older ones who could talk, go on with the mama, okay, you give them a couple of years, they can sit down and tell everybody what's really going on. See that baby though? That baby ain't, man, no telling what's going on.
Ms. Danielle, do you have any questions of the defendant?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Since when did I tell you that my boyfriend wanted money from you? Or you wanted money from him or something? I never said that. That's a lie.
Ma'am, this is your time to ask questions, not to respond to anything he said. Understand?
Yes.
I've only... She don't even know what he said. You see how she switches? She said, since when did I tell you my boyfriend want money from you? Or you want money from him? Or whichever you said.
I've only admonished you a few times. If I keep going to do this, I'm not going to let you speak. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so don't do it again. Go ahead and ask your questions.
Okay, so when the CPS get involved with so-called Joel abusing our kids. 'Cause when did that happen? Where's the case?
CPS was involved, and I'm trying to think.
That's not what I'm asking. When?
When CPS had to come to our house when they was doing an investigation because Kyrie humped Audrey's son, and then the abuse case came up because you guys kept calling CPS to try to get a CPS case opened against us, and then they was all cleared out. And Amara, Ariana, and Kyrie all admitted to CPS that Joe had kicked Kyrie and that he had hit Lorenzo. You know this because you was there.
No, I was not. No.
Ma'am, it's not your time to testify or make remarks. You ask questions. Any other questions?
I'm thinking, Honor.
We gotta fast forward this bullshit.
Yes.
Okay, is it true that you and Audrey are about to have a baby together? You're trying.
No.
Isn't it true that I'm not a bad mother?
It's not true. I wouldn't say that you're a bad mother. It's just you have bad influences, and the people around you are not great influences. That's why Amara feels the way she feels about you, because like even your sister, like Tiara, our family friend, we have Audrey. Like we all keep telling you, like we can still hear your mother in the back trying to coach you. All she does is bring you down. You're not a bad mother. It's just that your mother's been manipulating and trying to control your whole life because she get a check from you. And you even admit it. You know your mom don't care about you. She just want a check. You can't rely on your mother because she takes everything from you. Your mom stole your WIC card for like how many months now? You don't use eggs. She says you don't use eggs, you don't use the milk, so she took your card. So where has your WIC card been?
You're asking me a question now?
No, he can't ask you questions. You ask the questions, Miss Daniel.
Okay, I was sorry. Because he started asking me a question.
Mm-hmm.
It was rhetorical, but go ahead.
Okay.
I really don't know what else to add.
Issues. In fact, stated there were no property issues. So you can't go in at the day of trial when we've went all the way through these proceedings and now bring up something at the last minute when the case is 169 days old.
Okay, understandable.
So,
I skipped.
okay, I have some questions for you, sir, in view of your testimony. Where are you working at now?
I work at Musashi Auto Parts.
Okay. And how much do you make per hour?
23.
Okay. And do you have any other source of income other than from Musashi?
I'm currently in the process of starting a small business. I can't really give you a figure, but like we made about $3,000
The last 3 months.
Okay. Now, when you say we made 3,000, is that gross revenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know how much the net was?
To be honest, at this moment, I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Okay. You said that you had a OWI sometime back. When did that occur?
I had OWVI, operating while visually impaired. I didn't have an OWI, sir.
Okay, so you had an OWI. You had you had a DUI, then operate driving while impaired.
No, I had operating while visually impaired, sir.
Okay. When did that occur?
That occurred in 2019 of March.
Okay.
Actually, Your Honor, I'm sorry. That was actually 2016.
Okay. Explain to me your relationship with your children.
Mostly, I don't know if I could really put in words. Like, it's more like a southern father. Like, I want to see my kids succeed, and so my kids always come to me advice. They come to me and tell me like stuff that's happening at school, academically. Like, if my kids don't understand anything, they come to me because they feel like I always have the answers. And most of the time I read most basic elementary stuff. I got it. But like, they come to me for everything. And so we usually we sit down, we talk. Our relationship is, I think, getting closer to the ideal relationship of like a TV dad. I'm sorry to say it like that, but that TV dad that comes home from work and the kids can come and talk to their dad and communicate. That's it, Your Honor. That's the best way I can explain.
Okay. The plaintiff had testified that she had Lorenzo up until approximately sometime in May. Is that correct?
I don't know if I'm being rude, but this might be really distasteful. But is it okay if I ask her when did she lose that poor child? If you don't know, you don't know. Well, I know it was around the time that she was getting ready to lose that.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying you don't know when it was. It's not time to question her at this point.
Yeah, I was trying to get a time frame.
I understand. How often between, let's say, November and approximately May, during that time, how often did you have Lorenzo in your care?
2 months.
Okay. Was it a 2 months at a period of time? Was it 2 months over?
Like over a time period.
Okay.
That's why she got that baby. because she had the baby since birth until except for the last 2 months. Okay. I'm still like, what? He had the baby for the last 2 months himself. He's saying he had the baby for the last 2 months. But I think he confused him with he just asked him, because he said over a period of time 2 months. No, what he mean is that in the last 2 months solid, he's had that baby. See? I'm missing something. Where are you at? Come here. Pain. Oh, yeah. Just right there. Missed you. I missed you. Fly out.
And I take it from what has been said that Amara does not visit the plaintiff. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. But the other two children, Ariana and Kyrie, they do visit her?
Yes, whenever we can have arrange time to do it, they do. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Look at her fake crying. Look, not a tear to drop down. Not
Okay. Anything else, sir, that you would like me to be aware of?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Daniel, as a result of my questioning, do you have any additional questions?
No.
No? Okay. Thank you. Well, it looks like that concludes your testimony, Mr. Daniel. You don't have any other witnesses, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Daniel, I'll ask, do you have any rebuttal witnesses in this matter?
No.
Okay. That looks like that concludes the proofs.
okay, I'll fast forward.
Do have a good bond. We're playful together. My kids are deaf. I would never harm them. Okay. I just feel like my kids should be with me. I don't really want to lose my kids. I do love my kids to death. I would never harm them. I do want what's best for my children. I already lost one. I don't need to lose the other 4. I'm a loving, caring mother. Like, me and my kids do have a good bond. We're playful together. Like, I do anything for them, anything they ask for. And I always got in trouble by Edward. Don't do that. You're doing too much. That's because that's the type of mother I am. I just want to make my children happy. I want to make sure they're happy. I never had a, happy childhood like that, but I want my kids to have that. So I try to do what's best for them in any type of way I can.
And that's not necessarily good. Just like that last witness said, you're more like a friend than a parent.
And it upsets me when I do have to discipline them and tell them no and sit them in timeout. I don't like that. It's just, when kids don't listen, they have to go to timeout and get things taken from them when they're misbehaving. It still hurts me and I cry, but I
don't cry. Fake crying.
And yes, the house may get dirty, but that's because you got kids, I have to clean up 3 times a day. but they go right behind me and destroy again. But you know what? It's a part of having kids. It's a part of being a mother. You have to do those things. But that's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Daniel, any closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Don't push it out.
I will.
Don't do
I have no problem admitting that, like, she's a very caring mother. But when it comes to raising the children and the people that's around the children and the environment, it's not good. And so, only reason I'm even here is just to make sure that the kids have an environment. I do not, like, even if, let's say I do get sole custody, the kids will always be in her grasp whenever she needs. It's just the environment. I do not want my kid to grow up in those environments where her parents call them racial slurs, with them being hit because they hair look nappy. Like, I want them to grow up in an environment. Like, right now, it's not a good environment, and I'm not here to take kids. I'm here right now to give them the best life they can have, because me and her laid together and we brought those children into this world. They didn't ask for this. And so it's time to put up, oh crap, I almost said time to put on big girl's panties. Oh crap, that's on record. Oh god. It's time to, we gotta step up, and like, we gotta give them the best life they can have. That's the only thing I'm looking at. That's the only thing I'm looking at. I'm not looking at money. Shoot, take the money. I don't care. Car, take it. House, take it. I don't care about that. What I care about is those kids, because like, I don't think they understand. Like, when I was in foster care, and when all of us kids had to sit around waiting to get adopted, and you hear the stuff, you hear it, and it haunts me. And then now I'm literally looking at it right now, and it's like, my kid's gonna be in that situation. Nah. That's why I work 12 hours, 7 days a week. That's why I bust my butt. Kelsey's right here, so she can tell you I'm not. I work my butt off so my kids will never, ever have to go through that. And like I said, she's a really caring mother. It's just, I believe, and I'm not saying this in a bad way, I believe she really had to let go of those people that's whispering in her ear, because they taken everything from her whole life. Her mother, that one, has stripped everything from her to keep Kelsey in control, because she made a statement about me sleeping with her sister. That's correct, but she didn't tell how I work 12 days a week. I mean, 12-hour days, 7 days a week. And she was cooking for another dude, but I would come home with nothing to eat. I had to cook my own food. And so, yeah, we broke up, and I did end up doing it. But guess what? Her biological sister, her blood sister that she was talking about, don't want nothing to do with any of them. Her blood sister cut her mother off because she saw what her mother was doing. Everybody around her, we keep trying to tell her, your mother is
really just dragging you down.
You don't
And
have
I
to
do not-
put my
I do not-
daughter and me into it, Edward.
Hold on, ma'am, stop.
We knew that the mother was right there. That's why her daughter not speaking up and being real, because her mother right there. the mother been sitting there for hours, listening, telling her what to do, what to say.
Talking, you're not involved in these proceedings. If you need to, leave the room. If I hear you again, ma'am, we'll have you in and have you held in contempt of court.
That's right. Rest that.
Go ahead, Mr. Daniels.
We keep
Wait, did he say?
like if you
Wait a minute.
Go ahead, Mr. Daniels.
Y'all heard her? Sound like she said fucking nigga. Did y'all hear that? Watch. Hold up. Let me.
Ma'am, we'll have you in and have you held in contempt of court. Go ahead, Mr. Daniels.
Damn. Let me put the witch column on. Let me click it. Let's see. I know she said fucking something. Nah.
And have you held in contempt of court. Go ahead, Mr. Daniels.
we keep
they didn't catch it.
like if you can ask Kelsey like who's her friends now. She don't have any because her mother pulled them all away. Kelsey's alone, just the way her mother wants her to be. Like I said, I'm not saying this to be rude or put Kelsey down. Kelsey is a really caring person. That's what's sad. She's such a sweet person. But she got those evil, the person you just heard in the back. I swear. You said like we're here for sole custody, and like I made a statement about temporary custody. But that's what I'm saying. Like the reason I'm looking for sole custody right now isn't permanent. I just want to give our kids a better environment, let Kelsey work, get her place, get her driver's license. She's almost 30 with no driver's license. Let's go ahead. Come on, build up, build up. That way, our kids, like I'm going to my mom, boom, my mom got this. Boom, my mom got that. And I know that we're taken care of. Not sitting at your mom's apartment, that one bedroom apartment. I know Kelsey's better than this because when me and my family was helping her get her GED, she was killing it. It got to a point where I got her up to college calculus. And I'm really bad at calculus. She was feeling, and she got it right. And then her mom walked up. Kelsey, that's too hard for you. Now you ask Kelsey, what's 8 times 8? She cannot give you the answer. She gives up. Her mother continues to make her give up. That's why I want them in that environment. When we went to Texas, like she said, she felt safe from my family. The whole time, well, Kelsey, they just want to take the kids and leave you homeless. We was offered a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house with 2 cars. Because my grandmother is getting old. And that was the only condition. We had to take care of my grandmother.
Mr. Daniel, I don't want to cut you off, but you need to only address what was put into evidence through the testimony, etc.
Okay.
All this other stuff, nobody testified to this, so the court can't consider it.
I'm sorry. You know what? I knew right there. You're right. I was getting emotional. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Daniel, anything else that you have?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
My kids will be brought up in a good environment. If I get sole custody of my kids, I would not let anybody harm my children or let no harm come to my children. I do want what's best for those kids. They do deserve a good life. They didn't ask to be here. And that's what I want to give them. And I can provide that for them. And no, I'm not with my mom. I don't stay with her. We have a house. That's where I stay, residing with my boyfriend in his house. He has a house.
Your boyfriend has a house.
I don't come to my mom's house anymore.
But you're there now.
This is the first time I've been here in months.
Well, why are you there now? Why is she there now? If she says she don't come to her mother's house, but she's there right now. Why? Why you didn't take this call at your house so you could say, this is where I stay. And then it's not even her house. She said my boyfriend's house. Boyfriends come and go. That's even worse. It was better when it was your mom's house until it was 1 bedroom. But anyway.
And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Well, the court has heard the testimony, the proofs in this particular matter. I will state first, it's clear from listening to the parties that there has been a breakdown of the marital relationship to the extent that the object of matrimony has been destroyed and there remains no reasonable likelihood the marriage can be preserved. As a result, the court will grant the judgment of divorce. Miss Daniel, I'm going to have you, if you have been able to, or if not, you can go back and look at this, because you're going to have to, as the plaintiff, you're going to have to prepare the judgment and the Uniform Child Support Order, et cetera. So you're going to have to pay attention to what the ruling is, because you have to put that in in a judgment of divorce and a Uniform Child Support Order. I will tell you in this matter, just so you're aware, that the court has heard the testimony, and the court in this matter will be bound by the law that exists in the state of Michigan. I'm not swayed by any particular testimony or by any emotions that come up in the case. So I want you to be aware that it'll be strictly on the law as relates in this matter. Court will note that there was the parties were married in this matter, Honor.
Oh, now that make even more sense, right? They have law. What state they said they were in? Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
About August 16, 2013, they separated on or about November 26, 2022. Prior to that time, they had resided in the same household, been in various states, as we heard the testimony. Michigan, went to Texas for a period of time, then came back. During that time, the parties did, in fact, raise the children together. The defendant was, in fact, the primary breadwinner in the household, although the plaintiff did work during that time. They have 4 children: Amara, age 9, Oriana, age 7, Kyrie, age 5, and Lorenzo, age 1.
Oh, he's 1. He's just a baby. Okay.
In this case, the court will note that the custody cases are governed by the best interest of the child test as delineated under the Child Custody Act, being Michigan Compiled Laws 722.23. We will specifically address each one of the factors in just a moment. However, the first task in any custody case is to determine if an established custodial environment exists. An established custodial environment exists if over an appreciable time, the child naturally looks to the custodian in that environment for guidance, discipline, necessities of life, and parental comfort. The statute provides that the age of the child, the physical environment, and the inclination of the custodian and the child to the permanency of the relationship shall be considered. Michigan Compiled Laws 722.26a requires that the court consider an award of joint custody, and joint custody will be awarded in a case where the parties are able to cooperate concerning child-related issues. Doesn't matter whether they get along, it's a matter of whether they can cooperate in that manner. I think, well, I'll address that in a moment. As I said, the first task is to determine whether an established custodial environment exists. Court will note that the testimony in this case has been that when the plaintiff left the household back in November 2022, that she took with her and had in her care Lorenzo up until approximately May of this year. It could have been a little bit earlier or something of that nature, but the other 3 children were principally in the care of the defendant. As a result, the court is going to have to, when I look at the testimony, I'm looking at, again, the guidance, discipline, necessity of life, and parental comfort. The testimony has been in this particular matter that, in fact, when Lorenzo was with the plaintiff, that she obviously was looking to him, or excuse me, he was looking to her for that care, guidance, necessity of life, parental comfort. And in fact, the defendant had testified that during that approximate, I guess at this point, probably 7 months during that particular time, that again, Lorenzo was primarily with his mother, and he had about 2 months during that time when they were in his particular care. In contrast, the opposite is true regarding the other children, and that I took the plaintiff through the months as we went in this particular case, and note that he acknowledged that in December 22, she had a couple days each week with the children. In January, the same. February 2023, March 2023, the same. A couple days per month. Per week that she had the children with her. However, in April, she didn't have the kids, as well as May she didn't have the kids. In June, she's only had Kyrie for a period of time. It does appear that, again, the 3 older children were, again, did look to the defendant for, again, guidance, discipline, necessity of life, and parental comfort. I'll get into that as we go through the factors to examine that, but it does appear that those factors existed in the defendant's home. As a result, the court will find that the 3 older children, Amara, Ariana, and Kyrie, have an established custodial environment with the defendant in this particular matter. That Lorenzo's established custodial environment would have been with the plaintiff in this case. The reason that's important is that the legislature has found that where an established custodial environment exists, the court cannot.
People need to pay attention to this right now. Now, this is in Michigan, but you got to know the different laws in the different states. Okay. All that going back and forth really didn't matter. Like all them questions and things like that, unless they found abuse somewhere in there, didn't matter because they have a law. And that's what he say he's bonded by. He says, even though he listened to everyone, he's bonded by the law. Bonded by the law. Did I say B-I-N-D-R? Bonded. He has to enforce the law, right? So, and he just mentioned that the custodial parent. So that's why you men lose. Because when you leave, see, when she left, she took that baby with her. And I've been telling these men this shit for many, many months. I'm like, actually, many years. I've been like, when you left that child there, you come back 6 months later and then think you're going to fight for it. No, you abandoned that child. You abandoned it. And when you abandon it, then now you got to fight for it. And in most states, you lost. Yes, you lost. It don't matter. None of that other bullshit. You how your ass done got your clothes, right? And your PlayStation. Yeah, you didn't forget that motherfucking PlayStation. You made sure you had all those fucking wires and those controllers. Yeah, that you ain't forget that, but you left them kids behind. And then you want to wait until you get you a place to stay and get established, get you a job, and now you got a car. And now here it is, 6 years later, you talk about, I have rights. Yeah, you got rights, all right. You got a right to fight. You got a right to get to see the child, maybe, depending on a lot of things. But you ain't got no rights to be coming talking about, I's better now. I's better now. While them children was sitting there all in the grittiness, right? While that woman was trying to figure shit out. Not only did she have to figure it out because the main source of income just picked up and left, but now she had to figure out how she gonna work through this. She gotta, I heard these niggas the other day so talk about, and this was a grown-ass man, OG. An OG, yo. Somebody older than me. He's in his 60s. You know, well, Bob Cherry, you know, I as a man, you know, when separated, you know, I don't think it was fair, you know, for me to have to be able to find daycare, you know, because I ain't had no family here, and I had to find daycare, you know, and I don't think it was right that, you know, so I had to do this. And I said, well, wait a minute. You mean your ass can't find daycare, but the woman has to? What do you mean? Talking about, well, you know, have some stranger taking care of the kid, you know. And I'm like, well, what you think happens with the women? We don't be knowing these daycare people. These people are not in our family. We risk our kids' life every time we leave them with a stranger, and hopes and pray. Hope and pray that nothing go wrong with our fucking children. And so she could go to work to feed them goddamn children. So who are you to claim that you can't do it? Huh? You can't do it? The same way we found daycare is the same way you will find it. Through a motherfucking book, through word of mouth from other people. Where the social services give you a list of daycare providers, but there's all kinds of lists out there. Every time I left my kids with a daycare, it was through word of mouth or me driving by. Look, I'm on my way to work and I noticed this daycare center not far. And I'm like, oh, this in between where we live and where I work. Where we live and where we work. So I'm passing by this place, and then guess what my ass have to do? I pull up in there and I ask them, do they have openings? Tell them about my child. They tell me, okay, you can start on Monday the 1st, the 1st. This is what we need. We need this, that, and this. So in between me still going to work and back home, I still got to go get the paperwork, because I tell y'all, I don't think we ever paid fully for daycare. That's my word. Daycare costs a lot. So I was on, since I was getting weak, I was able to get help with childcare. And still, I had to pay like $75 a week. That was my portion. See, I was paying $75, and the state was paying probably the other $75 a week, some shit like that. It wasn't free. So why can't men do that? Oh, because y'all children. Okay, I got you. You can't do it. Women got to do it. And that's the fucking problem. When y'all act like it's our job to do this, that, and the third. Even you might be in a household and still the woman's doing this. Like, why y'all can't do some of that shit? Anyway, here we go.
Change the established custodial environment except upon a showing of clear and convincing evidence. And that's done to minimize the prospect of unwarranted or disruptive change in custody and to erect barriers against removal of the child from the established custodial environment, except in the most compelling cases. When there is no established custodial environment, the burden is simply a preponderance of proof. In this case, as in most cases, credibility is always an issue. There has been some Each party has had some witnesses testify, and the court is considering the credibility of those particular witnesses in deciding and determining the case. Often parties will allege that the other party or their witnesses are untruthful in their testimony, but however, the court finds that, again, oftentimes parties and witnesses' testimony is affected by their background, perception, bias, understanding or misunderstanding, and is not always and not necessarily the result of intentional untruthfulness. To assess credibility, the court looks to other witnesses and other evidence to arrive at an objective understanding, and the court has made such an assessment in this case because obviously in some instances there was inconsistent or contradictory evidence. And the court will take into consideration credibility in assessing the evidence in the case. As I go through the ruling, I will attempt to assess and address the salient evidence, but I can't address all, as we'd have to spend an additional day here going over everything. It does appear in this matter that the parties had many issues during the marriage, and the court cannot correct or solve any and all the problems and difficulties the parties have experienced during their marriage. The court can only resolve and the disputes that exist at this time. And again, there's been the testimony about many issues, conduct during the marriage. The court is always struck by the fact that during a marriage, these issues, conduct, which were seemingly obtruse and insignificant, however, now with the light of the divorce proceedings shined on them, they are raised as character assassination in an attempt to disparage or demonstrate how deficient the other party is. And there were a number of these issues that were addressed in this particular case.
Like them being polyamorous.
Court has to, and I will now go through the best interest of the child test. The first factor the court has to address is the love, affection, and other emotional ties existing between the parties involved and the children. I would say as I go through the best interest of the child test, the court has attempted to, through the various witnesses, to, again, supplement the testimony, because quite frankly, a lot of the testimony in this case was devoid of evidence on the factors under the Child Custody Act. However, many of those did come through. In this case, it does appear that the parties both love their children. It does appear from the testimony that the children have a loving relationship with their parents. And again, it looks like based upon some of the testimony that we could be able to glean in this particular matter, that again, the love, affection, and emotional ties existing between the plaintiff and Lorenzo is stronger than with that of the defendant. In contrast, the testimony will show that Amara, Ariana, and Kyrie have a stronger emotional ties with the defendant in this case. As a result, as it relates to the four children, I'll find that this factor does favor the plaintiff as it relates to Lorenzo and favors defendant as it relates to the other three children. Next factor is the capacity and disposition of the parties involved to give the children love, affection, guidance, and continuation of the education and raising the children in a particular religion or creed, if any. The testimony is devoid of any testimony about the parties' religious involvement, so the court will not consider that. The court does note in this particular matter that obviously with Lorenzo, he's very young, so it's hard to find anything, if you would rate, obviously nothing as it relates to education, but as it relates to guidance, etc. The court does take that into consideration. In this particular matter, the testimony has shown that, again, obviously, I think the parties do have both the capacity. The issue is, do they have the disposition? Meaning, are they doing what they claim that they have the ability to do. In this particular matter, court will note that the plaintiff has not had substantial involvement with the children after the separation of the parties. It had limited contact with them other than Lorenzo. And again, the defendant did have contact with Lorenzo during this particular time for approximately a total of 2 months during that approximate 7-month period of time.
He messed himself
It
up with
does
that.
appear in this matter as the defendant had testified and as Ms. Woodson had testified that in their home, in that particular home, that they do work on the education of the children. It does appear based upon the testimony that the education or grades, et cetera, had slipped after the separation of the parties. That, however, fortunately is oftentimes something that occurs that is normal in this particular matter. The court will find, based upon the testimony as to the salient portions of Factor B, that the plaintiff has a benefit as it relates to Lorenzo, and defendant has a benefit and it favors him as it relates to the other 3 children. Next factor is the capacity and disposition of the parties involved to provide the children with food, clothing, medical care, and other remedial care recognized in place of medical care. Again, there's been somewhat devoid about much testimony in this matter. However, the court would note that the testimony would show that during the separation of the parties, that the plaintiff was acquiring public assistance for and on behalf of the 4 children, as she says, of an amount of approximately $900. She was also receiving WIC benefits for Lorenzo. And during that approximate, let's say 8 months, she had testified that she'd only given the defendant either between $500 and $600. And she testified, however, that the defendant stated he didn't need it to keep the money, maybe, but there was not any other. The court looks at this as capacity and disposition. She had the capacity, but the court will find as related to the 3 older child, she did not have the disposition to provide those material needs. And there was testimony at one point that I think it was Kyrie was hospitalized, and it was defendant who was responsible for having him in the hospital and taking care of that. As a result, but the court will note with Lorenzo that he was in her care and she was providing for him based upon her receipt of public assistance. The court will find that, again, this factor weighs in favor of the plaintiff as it relates to Lorenzo, but weighs in favor of defendant as to the other 3 children. Next factor is the length of time the children have lived in a stable, satisfactory environment, desirability of maintaining continuity in this matter. It does appear, again, that Lorenzo was in the plaintiff's care the majority of the time. It does appear, although there's been some question or alluding to the fact that the plaintiff may not be in that home long term, that there's been no credible testimony that there's nothing other than stable. Likewise, there's no testimony been that the home of the defendant is not a stable environment as well. So the court will again find that as it relates to Lorenzo.
Now see why he lost the child, the baby? Because they were focused on the wrong thing. This is a custody battle, and they were fighting each other as if they was worrying about what each other doing as far as the divorce. He had to prove that she has no place. And he never really asked her. Like, who do you live with? Do you have a rental agreement? You see what I'm saying? And he had no proof to back it up. And so all she could say is, well, I live with my boyfriend. Right? So that's how he lost that baby. Plus the baby's young, but that's why he lost that baby. Just like the judge said, they were fighting about, they was talking about information that wasn't bearing, it wasn't important as to the custody. She worrying about who he's sleeping with. Right? And if he would have had a lawyer, he would have got all three of them kids up. If she would have had a lawyer, still, he would have won them kids.
So that environment in the plaintiff's home is stable and satisfactory, and as it relates to defendant and the other three children is stable and satisfactory as well. The permanency of the family unit existing or proposed custodial homes. There's been no testimony about any lack of permanency in the family unit, so the court weighed this factor to be equal. The next factor was the moral fitness of the parties involved. There's been very little testimony about the moral fitness of the parties. The only thing, there was some allegations of drinking on the part of the defendant by the plaintiff and her witnesses. However, that was not substantiated by any other, what a court will consider objective witnesses. There was the admission by him that he did have a drinking driving offense back in 2016. That's now 7 years ago. The court doesn't find that to, again, be at issue at the current time. The court is going to find that the parties do each demonstrate moral fitness and will weigh that factor equally. Next factor is the physical and mental health of the parties involved. The only thing, there's been some statements that the plaintiff was and had exhibited signs of being bipolar. That was not really highlighted in any way in the testimony, although it stated a reference that she might have been on some disability at some point as a result of that, but there was no independent testimony or evidence of that point. The court cannot find that this factor weighs in favor of either party. The court will weigh that factor equally. Next factor is the homeschool and community record of the children. There's not been any testimony about the community record. There has been testimony about the older children in the school record briefly, and the court will consider that. It does appear that all the children have home records in the home that they're in, although again, the evidence on that was slight. The court will find that this factor does favor the plaintiff as it relates to Lorenzo and the other three children, weigh in favor of the defendant. The next factor is the reasonable preference of the children. If the court considers the children be of sufficient age to express a preference, I did have a chance to speak to the children, and the court is taking into account their preference in this matter. Next factor is the willingness and ability of each of the parents to facilitate and encourage a close and continued parent-child relationship with the other parent. In this matter, the court notes that, again, the plaintiff has made allegations that the defendant was uncooperative in letting her see the children. However, she does acknowledge that during the months of separation that she was able to see them, and the court would note as well that she did not at any point ever file any action in this particular case to acquire any additional parenting time other than what she had testified to previously in her testimony. The testimony has been that, again, the defendant was able to have time with Lorenzo during that period of separation, and what the court will find that this factor does not favor either party, that they're both equal as it relates to this factor. Next factor is domestic violence, regardless of whether the violence was directed against or witnessed by the children. There has been some allegations of domestic violence. I will say that, however, that has been very scant, although there's been some testimony about that. But the court does not find any objective testimony about that, and find that the plaintiff was a caring mother. Did acknowledge that it did appear that he and the plaintiff were able to work things out as it relates to various matters concerning the children, when maybe third parties are not involved or intermeddling in the case. And as a result, the court does find that it's appropriate that the parties are granted joint legal custody of all of the children. That means that both of you will have to be consulted concerning important decisions in the children's lives. Change in schools, medication, non-emergency surgical situations, things of that particular nature. You consult with each other. I will tell you so that you don't come back in 3 years or 6 years or whatever it might be and say, oh yeah, I went in and I decided to change the child's school from here to there. And yeah, I didn't discuss it with him because I didn't think I had to. Well, I will tell both of you, you have to discuss it with the other party. Doesn't mean you have to agree. You just have to discuss it. If you can't agree, then you bring it back to the court for a determination as to what we're going to do. And I will tell you that once you are not able to agree in this matter, the decision is no longer yours, okay? The decision is mine because you've given the decision to me. And I don't like to make the decision. I don't like to do that, but you've turned it over to me, so I'm making the decision. So in the future, if other decisions have to be made, you have to bring it back to the court, and I will make those decisions. When, like I said, the court will grant joint legal custody to the parties as it relates to all of the children. As it relates to Lorenzo, because the established custodial environment was with the plaintiff, she has to show by a preponderance of evidence that it is in his best interest that Lorenzo would remain in her care. The court finds, based upon the factors under the Child Custody Act, that those factors do justify an award of physical custody of Lorenzo to plaintiff mother. As it relates to the other 3 children, the evidence demonstrates clearly that it is in their best interest that the defendant be granted physical custody of the 3 older children. What the court is going to do is the court is going to award parenting time to each of you as to the other children on alternating weekends from Friday at 6:00 p.m. to Sunday at 6:00 p.m., alternating legal holidays. And the front of the court has a schedule that you can get on the front of the court website to find out what the legal holidays are and what the schedule is for the legal holidays, because they vary. For instance, Christmas Eve is from 9:00 p.m. on the 23rd through 9:00 p.m. on the 24th. Christmas Day, 9:00 p.m. on the 24th through 9:00 p.m. on the 25th. So, and there's other dates and times, so you'll have to look at the front of the court website to determine that. There's also, the court will award alternating holidays, I said, one half of the Christmas vacation period, one half of the summer vacation period, and the court will order that you exercise parenting time in a manner such that the children are all together. So the weekends where plaintiff has the kids, she would have all the kids. The weekends defendant has the children, he would have Lorenzo with him with those particular children as the same over the winter and over the summer, spring break, etc. The court will order child support consistent with the custody arrangement in this matter. It will, and you're going to have to calculate that, but if you go to the service, let's say you go to MichiganLegalHelp.org, it'll help you, take you right through that. You'll put in the fact that you do have split custody. The court is going to take into consideration in this matter that and find that the plaintiff does have income at $16 per hour for 4 hours per week. The court will find that the defendant has income of 40 hours per week at $23 per hour. Court notes that there was some testimony about another business. The court finds that that's, at this point, he's only been operating 3 months. speculative as to what that's going to be. That could be subject to review in the future, but at this point, the court's not taking that into consideration. Likewise, the court isn't taking into consideration the plaintiff's overtime, which she stated she has, but there's uncertainty as to what that is. So the court will take into account just the income as I've stated, and then you'll have to calculate that, and you will figure it based upon the other party having 90 overnights with the other children. So when it's calculated, it'd be calculated that plaintiff has 90 overnights per week with the 3 children, and defendant has 90 overnights per week with the 1 child. Give you a calculation as to what the support obligation would be and the difference with, and then
she's gonna end up paying child support. It ain't gonna be that much, but cause he got most of the children, even though he make more money, but he has more of the children. He has 3 of the children. She only have 1. And I'm gonna tell you, I don't think she really want that 1 child, right? She got that baby and she ain't got nowhere to stay. He gonna end up with that baby. Okay? It's harder to take care of babies than older kids. Okay?
the party, obviously, that would be ordered to pay would be the party that the calculation would establish. Court believes that the parenting time, as the court has announced, is consistent with Michigan bylaws 722.27A, taking into account all the factors under the statute, reasonably likelihood, plaintiff has asserted a claim for spousal support. Spousal support is provided for by statute, MCL 552.23, and the court required to take into account various factors considered in the Louts case at 298 Mishap 21, Friends 2012 case, take into account past relationship and conduct of the parties, length of the marriage, the ability of the parties to work. The length of the marriage has not been significant. It's really, at the time of separation, it was a 9-year marriage. The ability of the parties to work, both of the parties are working. The source and amount of property awarded to parties, that's, again, not an issue either. Age of the parties, both the parties are young in this matter, so that should not preponderate in the way of support. The ability of the parties to pay, again, courts do not find that there has been substantial testimony about the ability to pay by either of the parties. Next, the present situation of the parties. Again, the parties seem to be paying their bills. They are, again, under the present situation, there's been no showing of need, and the court will address the needs of the parties. There's been no showing of need for spousal support. Health of the parties, there's no parties.
That's why they should have had a lawyer, especially her. She should have been the main one with a goddamn lawyer, because spousal support is up for grabs, but she never put into evidence about needing support. In fact, she did the exact opposite. She did the exact opposite by saying she got a job, she got a place, she got a boyfriend, she about, they got this, they got that. And so she already done moved on. She done hurt herself all kinds of ways. Get you a lawyer, y'all. Even if you have to get a lawyer just to give you some help on what you need to focus on. If you can't afford that lawyer to be in court with you, then you have a consult, you sit down with them and you ask them what you need to focus on. What you need to focus on. Okay? And they may even help you come up with questions and things, or, ways in which you need to attack certain things in order to prove your point. It's still going to cost you some money, but it won't cost you. They've been in court damn near all day, right? This all day. So if if you hire a lawyer, that's an all day. They may charge you like $50 an hour, and it may 8 hours. That's a lot of money just for that appearance. But you can lessen that by maybe speaking to them for 2-3 hours, or maybe they have a packet already ready for you to kind of give you an idea what type of questions to ask, what you need to tackle. Okay? Because they in this bitch dumb, and she, okay?
Are not, in fact, impacted by any health issues that would constitute a need for support. Fault, there's not been any, again, credible testimony about fault. Prior standard of living of either, or is either party responsible for the support of others. There's been very little, if any, testimony about that. Next factor is the effect of cohabitation on the party's financial status. Court will note both of the parties appear to be cohabitating. Other factor is the contribution to the joint estate. That's really not relevant, as the parties have kept the minimal property in their respective possessions. And the general principles of equity, the general principles of equity do not preponderate in favor of awarding spousal support. So the court will deny an award of spousal support in this matter, finding that that has not been established or proven in this particular case. With that, Ms. Daniel, you're going to be required to include all of that in a judgment of divorce. And I said, if you haven't written down everything that the court said, you can go back and review it on YouTube. You'll have 30 days to do so before it's deleted. So make sure you start right away, because oftentimes you have to submit, you're going to have to submit the judgment of divorce, the Uniform Child Support Order, and the judgment information form. Those 3 documents you have to submit to the front of the court for their approval. And if oftentimes when parties are not represented, they get an objection because they haven't included something that they have to include, or they've calculated something wrong. And if so, then the front of the court's going to file an objection, then you're going to have to redo it again and get them to agree and to approve it. Once they do approve it, you can submit it to the defendant for his approval. And if he approves it, then you can submit it to the court at that time. If in fact he doesn't approve it, and that he believes it's an error or you made a mistake, then you're going to have to notice it up for entry before the court. With that, Ms. Daniel, do you have any questions in this particular case, or do you believe that the court has in any way omitted or failed to address something I need to address?
You said, where do I go again to do that?
Okay, for the third time, MichiganLegalHelp.org.
Okay, all right.
And what happens, you put in, you'll get to the point where it's talking about preparing a judgment of divorce in a UCSO, and it'll take you right down through a series of questions, and you just answer all those, and in the end, you should be able to come up with a proposed judgment of divorce and a Uniform Child Support Order. And I will tell you, as you do it, they're going to have a lot of provisions that are not going to make any sense to you, but those are standard provisions that are required by statute that they be in the judgment. So put those in, because otherwise the front of the court will not approve the judgment. With that, is there anything else, Ms. Daniel?
So we basically have joint custody?
You have joint legal custody.
Okay.
And when you prepare the form, there's a place in there, joint legal, physical. Physical custody, you have physical custody of Lorenzo, and defendant has physical custody of the other 3. And then the support under the parenting time, you're going to have to split that, is that because you have parenting time with the 3, he has parenting time with Lorenzo. So you're going to actually have 2 paragraphs under the parenting time, which are going to be reciprocal provisions. The only thing is it does provide that each of you would have a midweek parenting time from 4 to 8 o'clock p.m. Obviously, you can't do that and have the kids together. So you're going to have to put, usually if the parties have the kids together, it'll be, if the parties can't agree, it would be like a Wednesday. And then we always put in there, you do it at a date that the day that the parties can agree. If you can't agree, in your case, because you can't do it that way, if the parties can't agree, then what I'll do simply order that Ms. Daniel, you would have the children on Tuesday and he would have the children on Wednesday night. If you can't agree to other nights.
Do you understand what he's saying?
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Any other questions you have, ma'am?
No, I don't. I was just hoping to get my daughter Ari too.
Well, that's a hope. That's not what the evidence established or dictated. So the court can only go with the evidence and the law in the case.
Y'all heard that? So they got 4 kids together. And she got the baby. And she was hoping to get her daughter. So what about the other 2? Like I'm not understanding these parents. I'm not understanding. Why would she say that in court where her children may one day find it, especially online, since they agreed to do it on Zoom, which they have an understanding that if you do it on Zoom, everything could be right here on the internet. The whole entire court, right? And so, and she just said, oh, I was hoping to get my daughter too. One day her son's gonna see that and be like, well, damn, did she even think about getting us? No, was she even thinking about getting us? Anyway, why y'all think she want the daughter? Do you think she want the daughter for? I would like to see the pictures. It would be, I bet you they'd tell us all in their photos of them kids. I bet you that daughter looked like she could pass. She a little closer to whiteness. So that's why. The boys probably look more like their daddy. But that little girl, the one she was hoping. Sad. I wasn't here when he ordered the child, the spousal support. Did she have a look on her face? I'm gonna rewind and look, because I need to see. Because she thought that's what she wanted. Money.
Mr. Daniel, is there anything else you have or questions about, or you believe that the court failed to address that I need to before we conclude?
No, Your Honor. I think everything was
okay.
Fine.
Thank you both. I hope that everything works out for you. And best of luck to you. And the court will conclude this matter at 2:19.
That's it. Look, she wanted money. That's why she was there with her mom. Her mom was like, you gonna have to lie, you gonna have to do this so you could get that money. Okay, let me see what he mentioned, that spousal support.
Health of the parties. There's no parties are not, in fact, impacted by any health issues that would constitute a need for support. Fault. There's not been any again credible testimony about fault. Prior standard of living of either party responsible for the support of others. There's been very little, if any, testimony about that.
Damn, and they state they have fault. See, that's what I be trying to tell these men and these women, right? So certain states all states are not where you could get a divorce just simply because you want one. All states don't do that. Some states still have fault. Well, you could get a divorce, you have to prove that it's more likely than not their fault for this divorce, for the resolution of this marriage. I say he cheated on me and it's his fault. I was doing my duty and everything as prescribed in my goddamn, whatever you said when you got married, right? In my pledge or whatever. And it's his fault. Yeah. Michigan seem to still have fault. They got no fault divorces, and they still, every state is not a no fault divorce state. Okay. And you heard it himself. Listen to what he said. Because he going through all the things you have to go through, right? He went through the differences on who gonna get custody, who focused on this, that, who's the custodial, who's best, who was there, who's there for the kids, who was there mostly, who was the kids with mostly. He went through all those little things with the children. And then he going through with the other things in his marriage, right? And he went through the spousal support. But here he go. Let's see.
About fault, prior standard constitute a need for support. Fault, there's not been any, again, credible testimony about.
See, no credible.
Fault, prior standard of living of either, or is either party responsible.
Right? She didn't say, well, hey, I'm used to, while I'm living with him, I'm used to this, that, and the third. I'm used to the accommodations. I'm used to being able to be secure in my home, even though it's not that big, Your Honor. Like, since we've been divorced, since we've been separated, I haven't had a stable place to live. She could have used that on her side, except for the fact that she admitted she's the one that left. She admitted she's the one that left. So she couldn't really use that. But see, a lawyer, though, would have helped, especially if a lawyer found out that he didn't have a lawyer. Oh, it would have been so easy. Look, she got a lawyer, he don't have a lawyer. It would have been so easy.
For the support of others. There's been very little, if any, testimony about that. Next factor is the effective cohabitation of the parties' financial status. Court will note both of the parties appear to be cohabitating. Other factor is the contribution to the joint estate. That's really not relevant, as the parties have kept the minimal property in their respective possessions. And the general principles of equity. The general principles of equity do not preponderate in favor of awarding spousal support. So the court will deny an award of spousal support in this matter, finding that that has not been established or proven in this particular case. With that, Ms. Daniel, you're going to be required to include all of that in a judgment of divorce. And I said, if you haven't,
oh man, she didn't get nothing, y'all. Okay, what's up, Empress? How you doing, sis? How you doing?
Hey, girl. Ooh, this was good.
You thought, girl,
she put her foot in her mouth though, because
Yeah.
she could have clearly gotten the spousal support if she would. Because he even stated that the daughter claimed that the boyfriend was threatening to kick the mom out the house.
That's right.
But she was too arrogant. That didn't happen. You're a lie. That's my fiance. All right, fiance.
Right.
All right.
Ain't that something? When you put your own foot in your mouth.
Because she was trying to stick it to him.
Yeah.
So sad. So sad.
So you were listening to it from the beginning?
Girl, yeah, it was good. That was a good one.
Good. They into polyamory. They sleeping with others. She threw that in his face. But
then she slept with her too.
Yes. That's what she didn't mention. She didn't mention that she was in the bed with him.
We all three were in the bed together. It's like, come on, lady. How you gonna throw that in this? You was in there. Stop
That's
it.
right. He probably would have never mentioned it if she hadn't.
No, because she incriminated herself. So like, even let's say she wanted to go with a fault and say, oh, he cheated, right? Or alienation of affection. She could have got that. But it came out she was involved in the whole poly situation.
Yeah, man. But then again, remember she crying about a baby she lost, but it wasn't his. So remember
she moved fast. She
Yeah.
moved fast. That one she got, it just one. So how old was it? It was in May, they said, right? Shit.
Yeah,
And that
but yeah,
court case happened in June. Girl, she moved.
and
She moved too fast.
she left him in November. It
Yeah, she
hasn't
moved
even been a
fast.
year yet.
She moved fast.
They got
moved.
divorced fast as fuck too. You know,
Mm-hmm.
she left him last November, y'all. November of 2022. They divorced. In some states, they can't even start the divorce proceedings until they've been separated legally for at least a year. I think here in Delaware, you got to be separated either 6 months or a year before you can even file for legal separation. And then
It's like that in South Carolina too.
Yeah. So
well, you can file for separation, but you have to file for separation, but you can't get the file for divorce until a year after that. Girl, it's a mess.
So here in Delaware, you got to be separated 6 months to file for legal separation. And then after that, you could file for divorce. By then it's a year, because now you got to be legally separated. I think you got to be legally separated for a year to file for the divorce. So these states, these are the states that want to keep families together. So,
yeah. And I've been telling people, been warning people, not only a lot of states that have no fault divorces are pulling those laws back. So now they're going to be fault. Like all of this stuff is happening here recently. They were doing that. So people, I don't know why they're getting so comfortable. That and the paternity, the automatic DNA test, no matter if you're married or not.
Yeah.
They're not playing.
They're not playing. They about to, because shit is gotten real wild. People, there's a TV show that's been out for a while now where motherfuckers getting married without even seeing each other. And almost every single one of them had to get a divorce.
Yep.
And the message behind that show, even when I first saw it, when it first came on, I was thinking, this is bad. Because the message is, it don't matter if you hurry up and get married, because you can quickly just undo it through a divorce. So now we have people who may meet and get married. They're not really taking it serious.
Like even people get married in Vegas. Hello.
Yeah. Getting married and shit and not taking that shit serious. And then you bringing kids in this shit. But yeah, that married, what is called? Something at
Married at First Sight. Yeah, Married at First Sight. Yeah, that thing is a mess.
The first season I saw, there was this black couple, and so it was two couples that I was really interested in that I can't forget. There was a black couple, and there was that one white couple where that man had that mold on his nose and shit. She thought was ugly. She couldn't stand it. She thought he was ugly as fuck. She wouldn't touch him or nothing. They went all the way to deciding whether they want to stay together without her sleeping with him. She never slept with him in the whole, I'm not even sure how many weeks that shit is. It's not even that long. Most of the people don't even decide to move in with each other. But so I remember the black couple though, like they slept with each other on the first night, on their wedding night. And they enjoyed it.
Like, black men gonna take any opportunity. Yeah, you my fiance. Take the panties off.
but they were married. They married. They get married on the first. When they first see each other, is at the wedding. So they was married and they slept together. But they enjoyed it, right? They had a lot in common. And you know what failed that shit? Him. It's almost like because he didn't take it serious. Like he didn't want to move in with her because he still want to be a bachelor. Even though
they don't think about that stuff.
Yeah.
They don't be thinking about that stuff. They be thinking quick money, let me get on this show.
That's right. They do. And they do get paid on the show too. They get paid per as long as they stay on there so many days. They get paid. Some of them think they're gonna get really famous.
Yeah. Well, some of them do become like, especially if they're like failed actors and stuff like that. You get a lot of them that get on them kind of shows.
All of them are fair. Every single one of them on them shows are trying to be actors and actresses. Yeah, so that's who they go. They go to what you call them? What they call it? Like the people who represent actors and shit. They go there and they get them on the shows. So that's who they are. Yeah, the ones with agents and stuff. So they do a call, getting on that show, and many shows, and all these shows. That's why I be telling these people when they talk about Maury, right? They talk about all them women. It wasn't a dad. You aren't the daddy. And they talk about all them black women. I'm like, dude, that shit is not real.
At all. It was all staged.
Yes,
do y'all really do they okay, I got a question. Do they really think like housewives and basketball, do they think that's all real?
I think they do. Yes, they be over there talking about, look at them. They doing this, they doing that. Look at them. They get wild. I'm like, dude, this shit is fake. They call it reality TV, but it's not.
They play. It's like they play characters. So it's some of it is scripted and some of it isn't. But they play up the drama in it.
Yes.
So it's like you watching a bunch of actors ad-libbing.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Just so they can get
some money.
Yeah, and some of them get the more wild they are, because I hate some of those shows because I used to look at Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, mainly because of Kurt and Rashida. Like I liked them. Kurt and Rashida was the nice couple, married 20 years, right? Had their family and everything.
But you saw they couldn't have that, so you saw they couldn't have that, so they had to add the drama with the baby on the side,
drama. And that's when I stopped looking at it. So the drama was this man who's supposed to be, with this woman for all these years, love her, she's beautiful and everything, and he goes and get with the hoes, the men who the hoes go up in the mountains and shit in a cabin, and he ends up in a up there in one of them hot tubs with one of them stripper women. Then the next couple of seasons, he is the father of somebody's child, right? And we don't know if this shit is true. I'm not even sure if it's true or not, right? Maybe it's just
a lot of people have been saying that wasn't true, that the child wasn't there, wasn't his,
right,
and all of that stuff. So
that they hire people to make their storyline better. But their storyline was perfect the way it was.
I know. But see, they don't want that. They don't want those positive images of black people in love. And
right.
Good, successful relationships. They don't want that.
Exactly.
That's why think about everyone on Real Housewives, right? If they were married and stuff like that, they ain't married no more.
Oh no.
The only ones that still married and kicking off is the white housewives, Beverly Hills and stuff like that. But the black ones, oh no, baby.
That's right.
We can't have that.
The white ones can remain married. They can even go to prison and still keep their storylines with long as they married. And the black ones, they waiting for us to get divorced, being ghetto, cheating, stealing, thugging,
But you ever thought like the Real Housewives shows that feature black women, majority of them aren't even wives.
Wasn't even married. That's right. Nene Leakes was married. Who else was and Witchcomb got married on the show, her. The one who married to the guy, the one who used to be in that singing group. She got married on the show.
Yeah, Candy.
Yeah, Candy got married on the show. She was on there for a couple of seasons before they even got married.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But all the rest of them are like, so you got Cynthia with her married, divorced.
Yeah. And she was in a good marriage when it started. And then all of a sudden it fails. I'm like, damn. But maybe it was already in that status. Or the men get famous and now women throwing themselves. Fame could really fuck marriages up. I understand why. Because now the ability of all these women,
And you got to look at too how that kind of played out. Like she was, because she played the good girl, right? Cynthia was the good girl, right?
Right. Yeah.
So she married this guy. He started getting into legal trouble. Oh no, we got to split y'all up. Because that's exactly what happened to them. Because all the other stuff that was going on, it didn't break them up. But it wasn't until he was being charged with, his failing businesses and stuff like that. They were like, nah.
And
the same thing happened with Phaedra, but Phaedra was too ghetto, so they just left her out there by herself.
Yeah. Man, and Phaedra was the one who acted like she was sedity and real popping like that. And I used to think to myself,
she was bougie. She was ghetto bougie.
Ghetto bougie. Because I'm thinking to myself, what the hell? She the only thing I like
attorney. She was supposed to be an attorney.
Right. But what was weird about it, she was an attorney, but wanting to start a business remember she wanted to cremate people and bury people.
Mortuary. She wanted to run a funeral home. Yeah.
And I'm thinking, what you doing? So I don't even know if she was a real lawyer. I don't even know if what she was doing. Because I'm thinking, how you a lawyer and able to make all this money, but you want to bury people? But let me tell you, business is good at the cemetery, though.
Hello. That's one business that will never go out.
That's right. They ain't going to never go out business.
But yeah, she was an entertainment attorney, and she wasn't very good, unfortunately. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then her husband, she had this nice looking husband who wasn't he in jail when she met him or something?
Yeah, he was in jail with. But see, he was supposed to go straight and narrow, right? It was supposed to be the Cinderella thing, but he couldn't.
Well, he couldn't because she wasn't. Come to find out, she was the criminal too.
Yeah, they both were scamming.
Yes,
they both were scamming.
All these mofos are out here scamming. You don't see them; they're going to jail. Whether they even that strawberry woman, her husband, they all of them are getting caught these days. I don't know what changed, but I remember when they used to be out here scamming everybody. That if you wanted a lawyer, you could buy a lawyer ahead of time. That was nothing but a scheme.
Prepaid attorney.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't gonna lie, I do have a prepaid attorney, but mine is something specific. Like it's for like specific things.
Oh,
and I had one the last 3 years of my military career too on retainer. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then they got the ones where they fix
having one on retainer versus prepaid legal service. It's like how I'm gonna prepay and know what I'm gonna be sued for. Like that don't make no sense.
Exactly. It makes no sense. None.
Unless you know you're scamming.
They sold that to the black community. That was heavy in the black community. What else? Fixing your credit. When fixing your credit is the that's the one people get caught up on now.
Yeah, that's the one Shirley husband get caught up with. One of the many charges he got.
Yeah, because they not fixing people. See, it used to be easy to fix your credit. Because we didn't have computers connected the way they are now. It's still kind of easy like you could go online and fix some shit up, but the thing is, it used to be where if you contacted them at a certain time of year and the other people didn't respond, that shit would come off. They got a certain amount of time to respond. But I think now it's a little different because
still, and see, that's the reason why these credit repair places are getting in trouble. Because what they'll do is they'll sell you this pack and say, oh, we can improve your credit and do this and that. And they will do all of that, like write the letters and do all of that and have stuff removed from your credit. But after that 6 months, that shit going back on.
That's what I'm saying. It used to be where,
and that's why they're getting sued because they're like, well, you didn't fix shit.
It was legally where if a company had 30 days to respond to the credit union or TransUnion, right, in order to prove that you owe that money. And if they didn't do it in 30 days, then they had to remove it. But today, though, they remove shit, the computers automatically will put that shit back.
Yeah,
because that's where
6 months.
Yeah, because that's where it's supposed to be. Now, if they can prove that it's legally your debt. Now, some of these places can't do that though. That's the kicker. Some of these people that sold that whatever you owe to that company, and they don't even have the hard copies. But some of them do. It just depends on how long ago it was. Because now everything is on a fucking computer.
Yep.
Before it used to be in a box, y'all. People used to buy how should I say it? Your debt. They used to buy it, and then it would get shipped from that company in boxes, and then people couldn't prove that you really signed an agreement because the agreement was lost.
Yep.
And so they had to remove it. But these days, that shit is on somebody's server.
Yeah.
So it's
well,
now
the same thing happened with the mortgages, right?
Yeah.
Banks and companies were buying mortgages and stuff and selling it off, and people didn't know, but they still making their payment to that bank.
Yeah. You have a company calling you. Like I remember used to have one company call me. Then a year later, another company called me. One time and they used to be slick with it. Right? Somebody called me while I was online. But if y'all remember, this happened last year or year before last. I was on live. Girl, somebody called me to tell me I owed them money. And I said, for what? Girl, I got a car way back in 1999. The car got repoed in 1999. These motherfuckers called me.
We trying to get the debt.
Girl, 2 years ago from 1999 and gonna tell me I owe them money. I was like,
Tell contact the salvage company because that shit's in the landfill somewhere.
Man, I was like, I owe you what? Yeah, you owe money. I said, for what? And they mentioned that. I said, y'all must be crazy.
But you know where they find that information off of the web, right? Because a lot of companies, even back then, they just started uploading all their stuff on the web, and so it'll show like you owe. Oh, this person had an issue with their credit back in this, and they defaulted on this credit card. So people will go on there, find that information out, and pretend to be that company to
to get that money, huh?
Oh yeah, it's all.
This was a black man too, yo. I wish I could remember what stream that was, because I was live, girl. I was talking to him, and I was like, he was telling me I owe him money, and then I started laughing. He told me I'm gonna go to jail. I was like, well, good luck with that. Girl, it was funny. I play with these motherfuckers, me, girl. I don't give no shit. Okay. Hey, Rude, that's you.
Yo, what's up, ladies? How y'all doing?
All right.
Okay.
Girl, they don't even call me no more. I keep them on the damn long.
That nigga Bobby Brown called me the other day. He told me every time he hired Phaedra Parks to be his lawyer, he stayed in jail, man. You know what I'm saying? Man, that nigga told me that shit.
How you entertainment attorney? And people hiring you for all kinds of cases that ain't got nothing to do with entertainment. Stop it.
And nigga, she a criminal defense attorney, all that. She a pro bono, public defender, she all that, babe. But yeah.
I never see it with no case over there. All we saw was in a building once in a while.
With a suit on.
On a suit on, yeah.
Taking people money. Asking for that retainer money. That's all I've seen to do.
But I did want to ask you ladies this question, right? If y'all can give me an honest answer. I want to know why, like just based on the court hearings you was playing, Bomb, and I'm looking at how so many people go through that, right? Like they have children with each other. They can't get along. They can't stay in each other's guts, but yet these kids are still here. Why is that like always the end result of these relationships, man? Just you can't get along. It's like you can't put your differences aside for the children. You still got to try to iron out what the hell y'all went through, which I didn't go through, whatever y'all trying to figure out, and the kids suffering. Like why do we see so many cases of so-called love resulting in the biggest hatred and to the biggest disrespect? Nobody's being mature. No one is handling like mature adults. you see the childish behaviors of two adults on display when they break up. What's that about?
I can tell you. You want to know the answer?
Hell no, I don't want to know that. I don't want to know the answer, man.
Why you don't want to know the
don't.
answer? I'm gonna tell you.
I'm scared to hear.
got it.
Go ahead, go
Got
ahead.
it. That's because they never loved each other to begin with.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I think the harder they loved each other, the more evil people can be in the end when it ends.
Because look, I've been married and divorced twice. Me and my exes are still friends. We still cool. Matter of fact, one of them, we share custody of a dog. Long story. But
yeah, but what about the kids though? Y'all got kids?
Oh no, we ain't got no kids.
Well, see, that's
no, because he knew. Look, because I told him, I said, baby, if I start popping out babies, this is forever. So if you ain't happy now, I suggest you get out because it's gonna be forever. We gonna be some mean ass roommates.
Yeah. Do y'all think the kid? No, I'm saying, do y'all think the kids that the parents sometimes when they break up and they going through whatever they going through, and the kid is there, do you think they kind of resent that kid for the reason why they can't make a clean break from this shit? Like if it wasn't for this kid, they wouldn't be dealing with this shit. I'm just asking.
Sometimes, and sometimes they use the kids to get back at the other parent. Because it's hard to see when people do that. They play those kind of games with the kids. But,
all right, so 504. What is the misunderstanding though? Like, let's say, all right, a man and a woman get together, they stay together, they get married, or they just have children together, right? And then when they break up, what is the misunderstanding? Well, what is it that the two adults, the mom and the daddy can't figure out and get together and get an understanding on for the fact that they do have children? Like, what is it? I mean,
selfishness.
You know what I'm saying? You say what?
Selfishness. They're selfish because how could you put your hurt emotions, your hurt feelings because your relationship didn't work, and you put that burden on your child? But is it a time? Is a time and a place for that though, or is it understandable, right? That okay, if they prematurely broke up, they really weren't trying to stop fucking around, right? But they ended up by circumstances or whatnot. They not messing with each other right now, and now they still got these 2 and 3 kids, right? That they got to deal with. And they never got a chance to really hash out their differences, right? So when do all right, what age do the kids need to be for the parents to finally sit down if they not over it? We talking about like for them to sit down and say, you know what, this is what you did, this is what hurt me, man. This is what I wish I could have said this shit 5 years ago, but I wanted to put that to the side for the children's sake. And I said they in high school now. Me and you got to have a conversation. This is what like I'm saying. At what time do you need to iron out your differences with the other parent though, so you can move forward as being co-parent with the kid? That's to say, shit, when you're thinking about getting a divorce, that should be talked about then.
I'm talking about even if you're not necessarily married, though, you just got a kid, you got kids together, y'all staying together, y'all boyfriend and girlfriend, fiance or whatnot, y'all never necessarily got married. I'm talking about you just got children now in this situation, and now y'all parents, y'all can't get y'all shit together for the sake of the kids, and y'all not trying to. You're not trying to. So
yeah,
when is a good time?
Like that. I don't understand people like that because they probably won't. They probably won't.
It'll never be a good time for them to go through their little hurt phase, right? I guess going through it at the time they're going through it is the right time, right? Even though it's fucking up the kid, and then the kid seeing this shit, and the kid is taking on this energy, and they seeing the mama hurt, they seeing the daddy tripping, and yet they growing up through they rearing phase, they try, they puberty phase, they going through all that, upbringing, and they see this shit, right? So what I'm saying is the fact that okay, we know it's gonna be hurt when mom and daddy break up, or when they stop fucking around, and it's pretty much gonna be dealing with cheating, infidelity, misunderstandings, shit like that, right? So the kids, but a lot of times that be really the case for what I see, right? It'd be somebody was cheating, people, wasn't faithful, and because it don't really be always financial, because black people, we've been known to get through the struggle together, all right? So it's not really financial all the time, and it's really no other reason for why a man and a woman can't seem to get along after they done broke up, other than it was some lying, some betrayal type shit taking place, right? So I'm just saying, when do you address that? Or when do you just say, you know what? All right, since we broke up, do we put the kids before our differences, or do we steady worry about or still deal with what the hell we're dealing with and say F the kids right now, even though we're gonna take care of the children? Because the shit it does get hard on the kids though after a while. but it's like mom and daddy got to kind of get through what the fuck they get through.
But your kids should never be a part of that part of it. And that's the
Man.
thing I think a lot of people don't realize. You exclude your kids from that.
How do you exclude the kids from that when they like, let's say 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and they small like that, they young like that, not grown kids, like Steph Curry, mom and daddy, you know what I mean? We talking about these small children in elementary and middle school. How do you exclude them from the drama between mom and daddy?
Easy. Don't have drama around them. Make sure your kids are not included in that drama. Make sure they're not aware and present during said drama.
Okay, so
that's
you're saying,
real easy to do.
So you saying all right, let's say, how do you get both parents to come to that understanding? Because it's gonna be one parent who's gonna try it. One parent might agree and might do what you say do, right? May not ever want to bring that shit around their kid. The other parent, it's like the fact that the other parent who see that this one parent is being mature and an adult about it, that's gonna make them really get pissed off. So what about that daddy or that mama who say, you know what, nigga, you ain't fit to be mature, nigga, in this situation. I want to talk about what the fuck I want to talk about right goddamn now. Nigga, this is what you did. This is what you did. Bitch, this is what you did. And going at it. We talking about because how do you get both of them to be on that same page? And look, man, we can't bring this shit around the kids at all. And they both like, you know what, you right. I got you. I got you when they go to daycare. Or I got you when they go to my sister's house or my brother's house. And we can talk about this shit in. How do you get that both parents?
Well, if they're not mature enough for you to already have that understanding, I don't know if you can even have that conversation. You see what I'm saying? Like, because how productive would that be? Because at the end of the day, that person know what they did wrong. You know what they did wrong. So why you really need to discuss it?
That's damn. That's a good point. But it's all right. You're right. Why do you have to discuss it? The thing is, people don't let shit go. So it's like they say, if you grieving, you're going through the whole grieving process of breaking up with this person, right? So all the things y'all have done together for years, now it's come to an end, and really neither one of y'all, right? Neither one of y'all really want to let this shit go no time soon. Hell, even if one had to let it go, let's say for instance, right, in the case of Melody Holt and Martell Holt, right? You know them, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't believe that Melody really wanted to let that family shit go, but she had no choice. So buddy, Martell left her no choice. And she's mad about that shit. He fucked up, right? He fucked up in the worst way. She never wanted her family to break up, but she was forced to have to do the right thing for herself and for her children. But yeah, you can see her attitude even with everybody, and especially how she feel about that nigga because he fucked up her family.
Well, her attitude with everybody else on their show is the fact that they knew about the shit and played in her face.
That too. There you go, Bomb. There you go, Bomb. It's supposed to be everybody. You know, you always the last to know. Everybody know about what your motherfucker husband or your wife doing and shit except you.
See, and that goes back to that. Remember a couple of days ago, I talked about people don't know how to be real friends. That goes back to that.
But even with that though, I'm making an example by saying, even with them two, right? Cause they on TV and they really going through a fucked up situation and they trying to work through it, and they got 4 children. Okay, you know, you can see a lot of times he don't want to let that shit go though. He can't let her just make it, and they talk about it probably next year when everything calm down. He want to talk about the shit when he want to talk about it. You see what I'm saying? She can be mature about it. Go ahead.
Not really talking about anything. No, that's the kicker. He just wants to dredge. He just want to dredge up drama because there's no reason to talk about it. We're now divorced. You doing what you want to do. I'm doing what I want to do. Only thing we should be talking about is these kids. When you coming to pick them up, or what y'all doing this holiday. That's the only conversation that should be had.
So I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this right. You might think I'm crazy. Bomb always thinking I'm crazy when I say this kind of shit. When I say the deep down feelings on how people feel, man, but they not gonna ever let it be known. Like what you just said, right? I'm doing what I want to do. You doing what you want to do. Now we all know good and well that if you was fucking with somebody for a long time, that you're not gonna ever be okay with them doing what they want to do when you know they fucking with somebody else and you don't have no knowledge on who it could be, or even if you do, they actually spend time with somebody else. You know, if we fresh off of a breakup, a divorce, or whatever the fuck it may be, that's never gonna be a good thing. That's never gonna be cool.
What you talking about?
No, hear what I'm saying.
Yes, I am. Look, yes, I'm telling you, I did it. Yeah, I'm telling you.
Man, that don't mean
you know why? You know why? Because I know the type of wife and girlfriend that I was. I don't have no regrets.
No, I agree. I
I don't
agree.
need
It's kind of like when people dying
You
and
know what
shit,
I'm
and he was good to them. It's kind of like when
Yeah.
folks be dying and he was
Yeah,
good to
I
them.
ain't
You
the one
don't
who's
feel
gonna
bad when
live
they
with
die.
that. Yeah, I'm not the one that's gonna have to live with that. That's you.
No,
Don't
so
worry.
what I'm saying,
And I always tell them. I always tell them at the
I'm gonna
beginning.
see you in a couple of
If you
days,
mess
okay?
this up, if
Okay,
you mess
love
this
you.
up, you're gonna
what
want to
I'm
come back.
You
And
gonna
it's
see
gonna
your
be
mommy?
when
but
I
see,
walk
see,
away,
it's
it's
never,
forever.
see, it's never going to be both parties agreeing to say, you know what, we had a good time. We had a good time while it lasted. What was that Usher song? I hate that we didn't make it to forever. You know, shit like that, right? So it's on some shit like that, right? To
Why
where
he
we both
looking like that?
who do you know? Damn,
He was-
bomb got it. Bomb talking like what's
I
up,
was
bomb?
in
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to my grandson. I didn't know I wasn't muted. He telling me what time it was.
His little cute self.
Yeah, the way he was squinting though, I was asking his dad because we gotta make sure he don't need glasses, you know.
Oh yeah.
So he was
Yeah.
squinting, looking at the numbers on the clock, but he know how to tell time.
Maybe he was
Okay, y'all
trying to, he
go
was thinking real hard. He was thinking real hard. That's all that was.
See somebody 504, somebody in the chat say somebody named, I don't know how you say how you say Amutaha Abdul Rahman. Who's that?
Oh yeah.
All right,
She was up here
said,
the other night.
oh, that's a woman or a man?
A woman.
Okay. Well, she said you can talk to each other about it when the children are not around. Now, you know, see in that regard, right? Peep this, right? In that regard, you know that's not gonna be enough time, man. That's what I'm saying. Like being realistic. The very few times the kids may not actually be around. That shit was a day. I mean, a couple of hours. You know what you got on your chest, what you got on your heart to want to talk about to your co-parent or your ex-wife, your ex-husband, whoever it may be. You really need a whole year, damn near. I would say a whole month of starters to just really just sit down, just dwell on this shit and repeat yourself and ruminate all goddamn day, man, and talk about the same
that
shit.
ain't healthy.
Nah, listen what I'm saying. No, it ain't healthy. But I'm talking about the time for you to be able to get that out your chest, for you can say, you know what, let me chill the fuck out because now the kids come back around. It's gonna have to be a longer than 5 hours and shit, or a whole 24 hours a day. They with your your brother, they with your sisters, they with your grandma, they with their grandma and shit. You know, all right. So we gonna talk on the phone all fucking day. Hell no, you gonna want to talk in person, and you know what that's gonna end up like. That's gonna be not really too good, but yet it's not gonna really be satisfying to talk on the phone for somebody who.
What y'all talking about?
Let me show you. I'm gonna tell you about all the transgressions, all the guilt from a nigga perspective. No, hear what I'm saying, right? Hear what I'm saying? From a man, he pointing the blame at everybody except himself, or he trying to come to the grips, trying to bring it back full circle. He trying to come to the reality that he was the one that fucked up, but it's gonna take him all day to come to that goddamn conclusion and shit. It's shit like that. What I'm saying, I'm talking about the motion, the realistic motion that people go through when they break up, and when one party could be wrong as hell, the other party could be somewhat wrong, but not as wrong. And yet we have a time to speak on something like some pain, some hurt that we need to get up off our chest, and we can't get out because we really still want each other, but we know we ain't gonna ever really be with each other like that, or at least not right now. And that's the frustrating part, knowing that we're not gonna be together the way it was 2 years ago, type shit. And don't nobody really want to take the blame that I'm the reason why this shit's fucked up. And I ain't gonna take this L, and now you my woman, and fuck this shit. You gonna hear what the fuck I gotta say, and you my man. It's shit like that. What I'm saying, that shit is not gonna ever be to where you can only speak like that away from the kids, man. That shit gonna come when the kids come back around too. You ain't done talking. She ain't done talking. Mama, I mean, you about the kids. The kids gonna be at school for what, 8 hours, 10 hours for the most part. I ain't done talking. You at work. I can't talk to you while you at work. I'm at work. You can't talk to me while I'm at work. So when do we talk though to where we both just getting all this shit off our chest, and we doing it until we both can't breathe in this bitch? That ain't gonna
That's
ever
what
happen.
friends are for. That's
Man,
what friends are for.
Fuck talking to a friend. You want to talk to the person who either did you wrong or who you did wrong, the person you broke up with. You don't want to talk to no goddamn friend. That ain't the person you want to talk to after a while, though. After you done vented to your friend already, now you got to talk to that woman or that man who done fucked you over, or who you done fucked over, or whatever it may be, and try to express how you feel with this individual and try to come to some kind of goddamn understanding. Because, I mean, we talking about dealing with hurt, operating up under hurt. I mean, this shit is dangerous, man. Ain't no friend can do shit at this point.
I'm one of them people that I say what I'm gonna say when I'm walking, when I'm leaving. After that, there's nothing else to say.
Man, you sound like you Iron Woman. You sound like you mean shit. Like you trying to be me or something. Man,
I'm
that's
not.
what shit I feel.
I'm very caring, and it takes a lot for me to walk away. But when I walk away, you know you really fucked up. And I give people
But we talking about, see, that's you though. We talking about the person you with though. Is the person you with got the same mindset as you? No, hell no. You ain't gonna ever meet nobody who got the mind as you. So with that man,
look, they always call once a year. I get random ex calls from all of them. Hey, I still remember our first kiss. You remember that? Yeah, all of that. Yeah. No, thank you.
Hey, Amatullah. Welcome to the show, sis.
Hey, I just wanted to get on here and say thank you, Bomb Cherry, for bringing us content that we can talk about. And
that was good, wasn't it?
Yes, it was good. I'm not trying to get off the subject. I just wanted to, tell her thank you, because it's so much other stuff that's out here and it's all over the place. But when you talking about something that's got substance in, you can go back and kind of look at it and see how it was. It just gives you gives you some meaning to something. It's not just out there just blowing off steam and talking.
And it gives you strategies and things how to. Yeah, hello. If I ever be very afraid, I use my powers for good, not evil. But I'm saying be very afraid. New tools in the tool.
Okay. Knowledge is power, right?
It is. It is. It is. It is.
Oh, Bomb, you asked earlier why she wanted that little girl, the daughter. You know why she wanted her? That's in live-in daycare. She already don't care about the child's education, right? So guess who's gonna be watching that baby?
The daughter. Ain't that some shit?
Thank you.
Yep.
Guess who gonna be watching all of them kids when she got them?
Your daughter.
There you go.
Oh, that's fucked up.
And she the oldest.
She sure is the oldest.
So yeah. I know Bomb can see this one.
But that family dynamic was mess. Just that family dynamic was a mess.
I'm reading what Coca-Cola in chat says. She said she cordial with a lot of her exes. Man, look, I'm hearing 504 say the same thing, right? Y'all good with your exes. Listen, I'm talking about the relationships that ended prematurely and shit, and neither one of y'all was ready to let that go at that moment, but y'all was forced to let that go. We talking about that situation.
My divorces were just like that. What you talking about? My divorces were exactly like that.
Mine was exactly.
You thought all right. Hey, that first one, I ain't gonna lie. That first one took me a minute because I was like, I ain't never getting divorced.
So you talking about? Y'all talking about like, we ain't talking about like it was long past due. Y'all already done ran this course, and now y'all just waiting for divorce. I'm talking about. All right. Let's say like in the case of family.
Let me explain.
Let me get example.
No. Because see, you don't understand. My ex, I came home from work, walked through the front door. My ex is walking down the stairs, meet me at the front door, walks past me and said, "I'm not happy. I'm leaving."
Damn.
Hello.
Damn.
No. Hey, baby, how you doing? Like, what the fuck? Hey, what's going on? Confused. Wouldn't tell me anything. It's still not the same. Talk about it. Wouldn't talk about it. His friends came over to the house. Wouldn't say nothing. Right. Found out years later after we got divorced, he was sleeping with a 17-year-old girl who got pregnant and said that if you don't leave your wife, I'm going to tell her. And so, all this, me trying to work it out with him, trying to figure out what's going on, his friends, everybody was involved trying to figure this out because it made absolutely no sense. Right. Wouldn't say anything. So I'm like, well, he's not willing to work on it. So we need to get a divorce. Filed for divorce. He started talking about why you in a rush to get a divorce. What do you mean? You're not willing to talk. You're not willing to do anything. He was hoping that I would wait it out
Yeah.
until after that baby was born, and he can get a DNA test to find out if the baby was his or not before he had to make a move.
Okay.
Well, by that time, I was already that paperwork's done. And guess what? They got the DNA test, and the baby wasn't his.
Damn.
Yeah.
No, ain't that something?
Hey,
That's
that'll kick in the head.
so let's say if you had already had 2 children with him, how would that ended up? How would that played out if you would already had 2 kids by him? He said the same thing. He ain't happy. He ain't fucking with you. He gone.
The same way.
It would have been the same. Come on, man. Stop. That's what I'm saying. They said disingenuous shit. Listen, man.
No,
I'm fucking with you.
serious.
I'm fucking with you.
If you're not happy, and you like, my love for you, I want you to be happy. You not happy. You telling me you're leaving. You won't talk to me, family, friends, nobody. Like, his best friend came over to the house and sat on the sofa with both of us and like, what the no, So, you can't really, how can you fix that? You can't.
Sorry, you guys.
Yeah. It happens. It happens.
Well, let me say this. So for me, the 5 mommies on the phone, please, sweetheart. Okay. So for me, I don't know what was wrong with my crazy person, but anyway, it was always something when we did separate. It was just like you said, he wanted to come and talk and say, I want to tell you, why did you talk to my baby's mother and she turned you against me? That hurt me. Why did you? And so for me, it was like, you're not in reality. You have a daughter with that lady, and I was help raising her daughter. So of course, you knew I had to talk to her when her daughter got in trouble or whatever, because you wouldn't talk to her. But the thing is the rationale behind it. And you want to argue and fuss. And then when I said, no, we can't do this in front of our child. Let's talk when she's at school. Let's talk maybe when she's, at the babysitter, or when she's asleep, let me go in the next room and talk to you on the phone. And it got to a point where he wouldn't do that. So I had to say, you know what? When he calls, I'm not going to answer while she's up, or I'm not going to answer, while she's up and playing or whatever. I had to wait till he went to sleep, had to set that barrier, and then let him get out what he had to say. And then I got out what I had to say. I was like, this is the reason why we are no longer together, because you are this, you were that. When I tried to discuss it with you, you didn't want to discuss it. You wanted to holler and scream like you are now. So every time he hollers and screams now, it's like I have to do him like he's a child. Basically, don't talk to you for a while, to let you know that's not how we're going to communicate. It's okay for you to tell me how you feel. I am going to exactly listen to you, and I'm going to take into consideration how you feel. But you have to take into consideration how I feel too. And we both have to come to the table and say, what did we do? What did both of us do to cause this relationship no longer to be? Or if it was just one person, then let's take ownership for that. But you have to set barriers with people, even when they're expressing that, so that both of the people can be heard. And it doesn't damage the child.
You know what? Old wise man told me, he say, the one who's pissed off, feelings matter the most. All right? So the other one who's calm, your feeling don't matter at that moment. The one who's pissed, goddamn it, or who got more energy and passion, all right, it's about their feelings. They coming to you telling you, look why I'm mad. I'm pissed off. Hear me out. Look at my feeling. You too calm. So we'll worry about your feelings next week. But right now, goddamn, I'm pissed. So you see what I'm saying, Race? I don't know.
And that is exactly it. That is exactly. But at the end of the day, when you hollering and you all upset, ain't nobody hearing you. All they hearing is you're hollering and you. I don't understand what you're saying anyway, because you're hollering and you're screaming. So somebody has to be the person to say, let me set this barrier. So when they come, they can stop, think about their feelings, and learn how to express them in a calm manner. So If you are right, then your feelings can be addressed and we can make amends. And if you're not right, then maybe you can hear yourself and hear that you talking crazy as H. And I can't cuss because the baby, But
some of these people already know they're wrong. You ever have a conversation with somebody who they know they're wrong?
Yeah, that's why they hollering. Most of the time, the person is hollering and screaming and don't care what you got to say about it. They know they wrong. The hollering and the screaming is, I just got to get your attention because I know I'm wrong. I don't want to say I'm wrong. But if you never take responsibility for what you do, then it's never going to. You're never going to get better. The relationship not going to get better. There's no use in trying because everybody has to take responsibility for your own actions. And you have to admit when you're wrong.
That shit might come 20 years later. Y'all remember, listen, on Basketball Wives, right? Listen, on Basketball Wives, it came out like 10 years ago, right? When Tammy Roman and Kenny Anderson was talking at the table, and he finally apologized for everything he did. 20 years later, she started crying at the goddamn table.
I remember that, yeah.
She been waiting for that shit for 15, 20 years now, man. That's how that shit. The nigga who be wrong, a man that ain't gonna tell you he wrong until he dying prostate cancer like a motherfucker, man. Listen, he got stage 4, he about to go terminal illness. Is when he'll tell you, man, look, baby, look, I was wrong. Look, y'all remember? Hold on. Y'all remember when Peter Gunn was crying on the stage?
Yeah.
He did Tara wrong. That's because he had prostate cancer, but it reversed. That's why he acting the way he acting now, though. But at that time, it was told that he had prostate cancer.
Oh, damn.
But that's why he was crying like that, because he thought he had prostate cancer.
He thought he had prostate cancer. That's why he was crying when Monique was like, it's all right. Monique was like, it's all right for a man to cry if he's for real about his tear. But he was crying, talking about he had no business doing Tara like that. She didn't deserve none of that shit. He thought he had colon cancer on that motherfucker, man. That's the only reason niggas start telling you. Yeah, go ahead.
What about the way he did Amina? Did he ever think about that?
Amina was the one he was using against Tara, so it's like fuck her. You see what I'm saying? Like, she signed up for this shit to be the side chick. She knew like she could get played at any goddamn time. She was agreeing with that, but like he fucked over Tara, and he cried.
I thought at first he didn't know that he was with Tara.
He did.
Wasn't he
Amina
lying?
didn't know at first.
Yeah,
Right?
she didn't know.
You right, Mom. She didn't know.
She knew. They told me she knew. You know what I mean?
They told you.
But see,
they told me, man. They told me she knew.
You know what's crazy? All of those tears and confessions, usually that's them with their guilt.
That's all it is.
You already know what they did. It throws you off, and it does bring up emotion when they apologize for it because you never expected an apology, right? So that's where the emotion comes from that. But as far as them crying and then coming up confessing it, yeah, you could say that one.
Yeah, you motherfuckers. They only crying because they're on TV. That's the only reason.
That and to purge yourself of guilt. Purge yourself of guilt, and that's not actually redemption. You know what I'm saying? Like, show that you are improved.
I agree.
And change the way you act going forward, even if it's not with that person. Show them you really sorry by changing who you are and changing how you act.
Peter
But
Guns
if you keep
is a
repeating
piece
the
of
same
shit.
thing, exactly.
Okay, because I see he was doing cheaters. Remember, he was doing cheaters.
Yeah,
Walking up to the men talking about, man.
That shit was funny.
He found that lump in his balls, and he thought he was gonna see his maker. He didn't think he was gonna make it. He's like, "Oh Lord Jesus, I heard hell is hot. Let me start praying." See,
that nigga was gonna do cheaters. One of the biggest cheaters out there.
Yeah,
he was gonna approach cheaters talking about, I understand.
Well,
yeah, you do understand.
He should be able to tell us what their game is.
Did a cheater.
Yeah, he know where they at. He know all the spots. He wrote the playbook. What you talking about?
Them two beautiful women fighting over that lounge. That nigga didn't even have no job. What was Peter doing?
He was light skinned nigga, baby, with curly hair.
And not Tammy doing a show about cheating.
Who?
Oh yeah.
And Tammy Rowland, she doing a show about cheating.
Oh damn.
Hey,
Which one she doing?
She got her own show. She got her own show where she tell the wives to come to her and or the wives of the girlfriend or whatever, and she asked him, "Do you want me to investigate to see if they cheat?" And da 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 da. And she got investigators and all that.
I remember it was on TV too. It was like on VH1 too, huh? Or what?
Yeah, it's still coming out. She got a series.
Hot ass mess. If you need to go to somebody and say, "Hey, I think my man cheating," that's all you need. Just go on and cut it. It's done.
Now, see, I didn't want to go.
You done already lost your trust.
So I didn't want to go too far to cheating. I really was trying to come up with a solution on how parents can actually get along for the sake of the children, because we see this shit play out the way it play out every goddamn day, man. And it's all over the world to where it's just like mom and daddy they just become straight enemies and shit. Just straight enemies and stuff after, and they stuck with this child though, and yet they can't even care. They don't even care to think about how we're gonna really raise a child up, man, now, because we're not together. Fuck it, we're not together. This child is still here and we love this child, so therefore is this more important than us? And I don't see a lot of people saying that the child's well-being and the child's mental health, emotional health, and all that is more important than what the fuck they got going on or what they haven't resolved.
But you're automatically assuming all parents love their kids.
Man, all parents love their kids. 504, what the fuck you saying?
No, they don't.
No. Tell them 504. No,
man, that niggas love their children, man. Why you saying that?
No. Tell them 504. Tell them
no. I beg to differ. I've seen some people. I know some people.
Name me one. Hold on. Name me 5 people you know who don't love their kids.
Don't ask so many of them. Too many of them.
Shit.
We talk about
that
who
video
all right,
that
who
I
all
just
right.
played. They don't love. She don't care about them kids
at all.
No,
are you misconstruing Bomb not being able to do for her kids to not caring for them?
No, they don't care for their kids.
Don't give a damn about them kids.
Man, I ain't met not one person who don't like it. Come on, man. Y'all hurting me now, man. What y'all doing?
How was that hurt you? You asked the question that you got to be able to accept the truth. You got,
I'm not ready for that type
women.
Of truth, man. A lot of people.
He said a lot of me. That's why when I said I had to answer, he was like, I don't want it. That's why he didn't want the answer after he asked the question earlier.
Okay.
No, I don't want it.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Okay.
In the world we live in, listen. In the world we live in, everybody put the children's welfare and the well-being above grown folks. We let the children eat first. We get the bottom of the pot. We'll get the kids the clothes of our back. What you mean?
We should. But explain how. Okay, I got a perfect example.
I'm from Houston. From Houston. That's where I'm from.
Okay, I got a question. Do you know a mom right now who's on assistance, right? Wearing a $300 wig, right? Getting her hair done all the time. New wigs all the time, right? But kid looking rough, right? Also, kid, guess what? When they graduate, they ain't got no college fund. Couldn't they have spent that $300 a month they were spending on hair to put in the college fund or something for their kids?
It would have. Listen, that sound logical. That sound logical, right? But you talking about money been put. You talking about money been put in the fund that's not gonna be touched for like 10 years and shit. When somebody need to get something done like today, you see what I'm saying? And
the hair.
Man, all
so the hair is a priority.
Shit, clothes,
the hair.
all that priority. Hair, goddamn it, hair. Like getting your hair cut, getting your hair done is a priority. What you saying?
Okay, I get that. But then why the kids be looking and not getting their hair done, but the mom do?
She probably can't afford to get the kid, but she can't do it. She can do the. You right. She can do her daughter. You're right. I agree.
You see what I'm saying? So
that don't mean she don't love the kid. That don't mean she don't love the kid though.
If you love your kid, you're not gonna have your kid looking crazy and you out there.
You talking about
designer shit on with $300 wigs and shit. You're not gonna do that.
Now, if you talking about a teenage girl compared to a little girl, that's different. Cause a little girl is not wearing all that just yet, right? So if you're talking about somebody 16 and she got a 16-year-old girl busted, that's different. But a 3-4-year-old girl, I mean, what the hell can you buy a 3 or 4-year-old girl that you know what I mean?
Wait, can I answer that? Can I answer that? Hold on. Let me tell you.
Yeah, go ahead, answer. Your turn.
I got a 4-year-old.
We double dutch it.
You
We
hear
double
the- you
dutching.
hear
Go
the
ahead, your
background,
turn.
right? Okay, so listen. My hair ain't been done in 3 months. You know why? Because she growing like crazy. Every time I turn around, she needs some more shoes. Every time I turn around, she didn't grew out them pants or she didn't grew out that skirt. She got to have a uniform for school. Every time I turn around, she looking at me like, I just fixed a whole plate to eat. She said, I'm hungry. I want some more. Every time I turn around, she might got a cold or something she didn't get from school. So I got to take her to the doctor. I got to pay the copay. Every time I turn around, the school asking me for something. So
you ought to be dizzy in her motherfucker, man. All that
I am. I'm
terrorizing
thinking right
already.
now. I'm talking to you and multitasking. I didn't put her clothes on for her to eat her food, her little nap. I didn't fed her. I didn't just got out of here getting in our conversation. But she talking about I need to talk to Bomb Cherry. She don't even know Bomb Cherry, but she all up in our conversation. So I didn't have to put her in
She
another
hear,
room.
look, she hear Bomb Cherry grandson over there. She like, hey, what are you doing?
So and it's always something. So a parent that loves their child, a mother or a father, I'm not just gonna say a mother, you're gonna sacrifice for that child because guess what? The 4-year-old is the one that's gonna keep growing. That 17, 18-year-old, you might got a little room in there unless you're a boy. Now he might shoot up at 18, you don't know. But usually you got a little room. But you tired because they want to talk constantly. She talk from the time she get up to the time she go to sleep. She don't know about her emotions. So she tell me, Mama, I do not want to be your best friend anymore because I said she got to do her homework. So when you're dealing with a child, it's a lot of work, baby. It's a lot of work. And some people get in it and don't know what it's going to be about. Then you done got by yourself because either the man or the woman has decided they don't want to be in a relationship no more. But guess what? You still got to be their mama or you still got to be their daddy. And some people can't deal with it. You will see mothers leave their children with anybody.
No,
don't care. But
that's
they
what
tired of them.
grandparents
They
are
don't
for.
want them.
That's
They
what
don't want
grandparents for. The grandparents. Listen,
No,
this
but
way-
guess what my mama
Okay.
told me and I'm 50. I had my baby at 46. Guess what my mama told me?
What she
You
said?
know what my mama told me?
Yeah,
She
tell
said,
me.
baby, my mama said, that's your headache, sweetheart. She said, I didn't raise you. She said, I will be a grandmama when I want to be a grandmama. I keep her when I want to keep her.
Nah, I bet the difference. Hold on. Tell your mom I said this, right? Tell her, look. When the
let me give
parents,
you her number so you call Nita. Let me see you tell Nita yourself.
I'm about to call her right now. Now, this how it go down, right? This how it always been. Hey, the mom and the daddy, they supposed to raise the kid together. The moment they break up, it becomes the grandparents' responsibility, man. This how it always been. In our community, man, grandmama and grandpa always was there. Always.
You take this number down, baby. Take this number down because I want you to call I want you to call Anita Hester.
The grandmama,
you
the
think
grandmama and the granddaddy.
You
listen, the
call
grandmama,
Anita Hester, we gonna see is you gonna be able to stay on that phone with Anita Hester.
I'm gonna stay on the phone. I'm gonna stay on the phone with all of them. The grandmama and granddaddy have always been a backup plan, man. When the mom and daddy be on some bullshit, you give the kids to the grandparents, and then the kids will be a whole lot better off with the grandparents than with the mom and daddy. Half the time the mom and daddy be
Not all the
fucking up.
time.
Not
all the time.
No. All the time. Hell no. Everybody who's been raised by their grandparents came out being okay. Been pretty way productive. They would have been. That's true. Hold on,
Y'all ain't never heard of the grandpa that's been touching the granddaughter?
No, hold on.
Y'all ain't never heard of it?
You never heard the grandmama 46 years old? Have you ever heard that?
No, listen what I'm saying. Don't talk about the grandmama 60. Listen, I'm talking about everybody who parents wasn't ready to really raise them and they had to give them to their grandparents. Them kids came out to be a whole lot better than they would have if they was with their parents. And I agree with that. Like if it wasn't for your grandmama and your granddaddy, you probably would have been lost in a world like that. But your mama wasn't ready. Your daddy wasn't ready to raise you. Grandmama and them always saved the day. Granddaddy always saved the day, man. I'm telling you, but I know. What you saying? Yeah, y'all know I'm not lying about that shit, man. Kids been better off being raised by their grandparents and parents a lot of times in a black community for sure. For goddamn sure.
Hey, y'all know grandmama, grandpa supposed to do. What they grandpa? What you gonna do?
Grandparents always been better parents than the actual parents.
But what if they ain't got no grandmama, grandpa? What?
That's different. That's different. I agree. That's different. You're right.
Are you gonna have to come on back to them to where
Hold on,
we are.
somebody in chat say, hell no, grandparents are every once in a while. You a lie. That ain't never been the case in the black community, man. Like you talking about, it's getting like that now. Cause like, people
it's
say,
like that
I got
now.
life. I don't feel like dealing with these grandbaby. But for the most part, grandparents always been solid and always had their kids back. They knew that the kids didn't know what they was doing in raising kids. It's like they always had
you
to come.
talking about back in the day, are you? You talking about back in the day.
We talking about shit in back in the day, 90s, 2000s. Yeah. I'm talking about, for the most part, the black people in America, we've always been able to rely on grandparents. They've always saved us. They always saved the family, the grandparent. It never really been, the mom and dad have done the best they could, right? But your safety net was always your grandmother or your granddaddy. It's just been facts. Now, other than that, if your grandmom and grandpa, if your grandparents have passed away, then you're right. It's just something different. But if your grandmama, 60, 70 years old. You say what?
I ain't had neither set of grandparents. They all died before I was born.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, my grandmama told my mama the same thing my mama told me. She told my mama, you and her and Amos was gonna have to raise me. And she would, when she saw him struggling too bad, she helped a little bit. But all she did was make a phone call and say, Vaughn, that baby sounded like she got so-and-so, you need to take her to the doctor. But she didn't do no keeping, no babysitting. She didn't do none of that. My mama had me, my mom and my dad, they had me all the time. It was very seldom I would call and say, Maria, can I come over there so I could play with Quita and Drawn? Because I didn't have any brothers since I was only child. Sometimes, a lot of times she would say no. But when she did say, yeah, I was on my best behavior. And it wasn't because she just believed that my mama needed to raise her own child. And my mama's the same way with me. Now, I'm sure if I got an emergency, my mama would help me. But she ain't. I'm telling you, you can call Nita right now. She's going to tell you exactly the words I'm telling you. They ain't gonna
Call her on three-way. Call her right now.
Ooh, you want me to call Nita right there?
Yeah.
I ain't trying to get cussed out by proxy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to drop off the stream. No, you ask the question. No, you don't want to know. Because I can feel it. I'm
gonna say, ma'am, how you doing, Miss Nita? Your daughter.
You already started up wrong.
Your daughter told me to ask you, can you raise that 4-year-old until so she can go out this weekend? So she can go out to the club this weekend. Have a high girl fall.
Mom, you better help out you, because Nita ain't gonna, my mama gonna mess your whole live stream.
Yeah, no.
Have you snatched off of
if you told your mama, I can bet you if you offer to pay your mama $2,000 a month to raise your babies, just offer, not really do it, just offer. I bet you she'll do it. Just say, look, I'm gonna give you.
You know what she told me when I offered her that?
What's that?
You want to know what she told me?
What she
said? Let
say?
me tell you something. You bring her over here today. She said, but you better find your backup plan, because I'm not doing this every day. I said, but mama ain't got no help trying to work. She said, did you hear what I said? You can bring her over here today, but you better find a backup plan, because I'm not gonna do this every day.
Why y'all trying to hate? Why y'all trying to make it sound like these grandmamas ain't fooling with their grandbabies like that? What y'all saying? Like how y'all I know that's a lie.
Just telling you. You talking
about dealing with hold on, you talking about dealing with 24/7, that's one thing. We talking about like on the weekends.
I was trying to work. I asked her every other weekend. I said, Mama, can you keep Sophia every other weekend for about 4 hours till her dad get off? And I'm gonna repeat to you what she said. Now, if you want to mess up Bomb Cherry stream and call her, you're welcome to do it. But she told me, she said, I'm gonna do it tonight. She said, but you better find yourself a backup plan, because I'm not going to be doing this. And I understood why she said that. My mother is almost 80 years old. She wants to live her life. She
already lived her life. She not listen. You just want to tell your mama you already, if you 80, you already lived your life, man.
She's
almost 80. You already live your life, man. Just chill.
Why would she want to be dealing with a baby? You know what I mean?
Tell him again, Bomb Cherry. My mama
so she can make to 100. That's what the hell dealing with babies. add on years to your life, man. You dealing with, you been active, you moving. and
That's
shit.
that bullshit, y'all. You people tell you. Trick you into.
Bob Cherry, you gonna be 90 years old. You see what I'm saying, man? Because
I'm gonna be 90. Leaky gonna be in his 30s. I'm be good with that.
I'm talking about he gonna have, when
Leaky
he
got.
have his children. When he have his children, you raising his kids, but you look.
Nah,
look
I
you
ain't
be
raising no
90
kids at no goddamn 90.
with your New Balance shoes on, running around
Look,
the
them
goddamn
kids be
neighborhood, man.
them kids be raising their great grandmother. That's what happened. You know, y'all used to watch your great grandmother. She couldn't watch you.
Shit.
Y'all was watching
You
you.
watching her.
You and your cousin was watching her and shit.
Nah, we
Didn't
don't know.
even know it.
We was watching it. We was watching
Making
it.
sure, look, making sure she don't wander out in the street.
But we could. Nah, hold
Yeah,
up.
making
If
sure
we was,
she
if we was
alive
wa-
and shit.
Nah, but if we was watching her, then why the hell she was telling us we couldn't go outside and shit? If we was watching her ass, man, she was still telling
Yeah.
what we can't do.
Yeah, she was telling you not to do because she couldn't follow after your ass.
Couldn't get up fast
They call
enough,
it.
man.
Hey, they
We not finna
hey,
handle.
they make sure you come in before them street lights come on. You know why?
Say,
'Cause
man, we
that's
not
when them
finna.
Alzheimer's be kicking in at night. They
Hey,
call
look,
it
man, we
sundowning.
we
They're
not
like,
about to.
you need to be back in here before them lights come out.
Yeah.
Say, look, we not
Sundowning.
about to. We not about to handle grandparents, man, on this goddamn panel, man. Hey, I told you, we gonna you know, black men gonna kill about their grandparents, man. Black men would kill about their grandmamas and granddaddies.
Shit.
I'm gonna leave.
Now
Leave
these
black-
men,
Shit, bomb. All these
Man.
men, bomb, on the
Man.
manosphere. All these niggas will kill about their grandmama. What you
Shit.
talking about, Bomb Cherry? Huh?
man, we've heard these men.
These,
Okay.
these niggas ain't never talk bad about their grandmamas. They ain't never. I
Shit.
promise you. Shit.
I'm telling you, I was over there on Jay Prince show
What's
last week, and he said that men are no longer protecting women. I said I mentioned that I have my husband and my sons, right? And he said that I was a danger to men by wanting men to protect me.
Look, that he didn't include grandmamas. He didn't say
Yes,
grandmamas.
he did.
Nah, he didn't say grandmamas. He didn't say grandmamas, Bomb.
Yes, he
I heard
did.
it.
Bomb is a
Nah.
grandmother.
No,
Yeah,
I'm saying.
Bomb is a
I am a
grandmother.
grandmother, right?
See, no. Jay Prince ain't talking about his grandmother though. I'm saying though, he not
No,
talking
he
about.
said it.
He
Now,
talking
they
about.
don't want-
Look,
he only want to
talking
protect his own daughters, dude.
he talking about sister. He talking about his sister, girlfriends, baby mamas, wives, and some cases some of their mamas. He thinks we talking about their mama, but I ain't never heard now nigga talk about their grandmama on here.
Man.
I ain't never heard not one.
I never hear him talk about his grandmother. He always talk about an aunt. You know, everybody didn't have no grandmother.
A lot of people had their
So-
grandmamas, or a lot of people did have their grandmamas. They didn't have their granddaddies over before, but a lot of people did had a chance to be with their grandmama for a little bit, whether for 10 years, 15 years, I don't know, man. But
Nah,
their
man,
granddaddy
some people
probably dead.
didn't have no grandmother.
You say what?
There are a lot of people who didn't have a grandmother at all.
Man,
They may have
that's a
heard
small-
about their grandmother, but imagine if my parents would have left Louisiana, and although I would be able to know I got a grandparent, doesn't mean
Yeah.
I would have been around them. And I got a lot
So
of
you
people
talking
who
about you
don't know
talking about
nothing about
you talking about your mama's mama, not your daddy's mama. You talking about your mama's
Oh
mama.
shit!
Nah, because the most important grandmama is your mama's mama. I'm just saying though, they
You gonna make it shit up. We'll make her
no
the
for
most
real though.
important.
It's like you close to your mama's side of the family and shit. So it's your mama's mama and your mama's daddy who you fuck with the most though, right? Your daddy mama is like, okay, I go see her. She might be out of town though. But I'm talking about your mama's mama who you close to. I mean, it might not the case.
My grandparents.
I don't know. A lot of folks won't be close to their daddy's mama like that though. It be their mama's mama. But I could be wrong though. I could be wrong as hell though. right?
Yeah,
But-
that probably was you know, you probably was close to your mama's mom, but
Yeah.
lots of people have both. Like I had my grandmother on both sides. I had my
Yeah.
great grandmother on both sides, and my great grandmother on my mom's side.
Hell, that's a blessing.
Yeah,
You
they
didn't get a
was all
picture?
living. The,
You didn't
the
get a
men
picture?
were dead. Huh?
You didn't get a picture of all of them? You didn't get a picture of all of them together?
Bullshit.
No, you know they ain't got no pictures. You talking about a picture?
I'm talking about
Now look,
What's
Rude
up?
always come up here with this philosophy shit. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
So say, what you
I'm
say?
Socrates.
Resistance.
I'm Negro Socrates running around this motherfucker, man. You know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, I got the hell of a philosophy though, but now what I'm saying, Bomb, you say you got you saw all your grandparents, your great grandparents, and your great you say I said you didn't get a picture of all of them living at one time? Man, hey,
He was a
hell
kid.
no.
They have no pictures back then like we got today.
And then she was a kid. What was she thinking about some damn pictures?
I know.
Man,
God
she.
damn.
I think when my great grandmothers passed away, I probably was like 12.
Okay.
When my great grandmother passed away, I was probably like 9.
Okay.
And yeah, my grandmother passed away. I was in my 40s. Yeah.
All right.
My grandmother passed away in the 60s, like 15 years before I was born. So
The men passed away early. Like I remember my grandfather. I was like 7 when he passed away on one side of the family, and then I had another grandfather who really wasn't my grandfather. He was my grandmother's husband, but he wasn't my dad's, and he passed away probably when I was like 9. I probably was young then too. I think both the grandparents.
Yeah, my grandfather passed away before my grandmother did.
Yeah, the women lived long time until their 90s, but the men died in their goddamn 30s.
Yeah, I don't
and
know why
40s.
niggas be dying in their 50s and shit. Niggas be stay dying in their 50s like that. What's wrong with black men? And women die in their 80s like a motherfucker. These niggas be dying in their 40s, 50s.
My grandfather died in the 70s. My grandmother didn't die until 2012.
Yeah,
Well,
damn.
My great grandmama, she died when she turned 100.
The women lived a long time.
Yeah, her husband, my great granddaddy, he died when he was 60 something from Alzheimer's. And my granddaddy on my mama's side, he died of bone cancer, and he died in his 40s, and she died in her 70s. On my grandmama on my daddy's side, she lived to be 102, and her husband died before her. He lived to be 88.
He still lived a long time.
He
And
did.
Back then, all them motherfucking people were smokers. You know, the men, the women wasn't smokers.
And chewing that tobacco. Chewing that
Yeah,
tobacco.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean they died in their 40s and 50s and 60s. And
Mom, why you let Rube be coming up here with this philosophy shit? Every time Rube got to say, well, what about this? And let me ask you, Lady D. Let me ask you, Lady D.
I be on point though. You sure about that? Hey.
I said, when I heard it, I said, there you go with that bullshit.
They was answering. See, look, they was answering though. I was asking some legit ass questions too, right? They was answering. Like I always answer.
Hey, y'all, that first one you didn't want the answer.
And he thinks somebody getting divorced. He thinks somebody getting divorced. Oh, y'all want him back, and y'all was such and such. And now, when I got a divorce, I was done. Get out. Here go.
You lying, Charles. You lying,
I'm
Charles.
outta
What
here.
you said? You what done? What you mean, man?
I
You
was
wasn't
done.
You went back. Like y'all remarried and shit. That was y'all generation who remarried. You bomb.
Hell no.
Listen, y'all to remarry. Listen, y'all to remarry y'all first husband generation, man. For real, man. That's
Oh,
what
hell
y'all.
no.
That's y'all generation.
No, we won.
Somebody
Man,
said
y'all-
You talking about
Marilyn
Elizabeth Taylor marrying all them men, remarrying
I'm
3 or
saying
4 men the
the
same.
Gen
wait a
X's.
minute.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Okay, so Jerome
I ain't
White
gonna
said-
lie, I'm willing to do it
Hello?
again. I'm willing to do it
Hello?
again.
So Jerome Whiteside said Marilyn Monroe wasn't a smoker. I don't know, but she didn't die from smoking though. Somebody
She got.
killed
I think
her.
they killed her.
That's
They
right.
killed
She was on drugs, so she died from drugs. Wow,
The
it's like
OD.
weird. We say one thing and then they take what we say and switch that shit out. So
Yeah.
women, I didn't say that there wasn't women smokers. I said the women in my family wasn't smokers. That's what I said.
But she didn't die
I said
from no
my
smoking?
grandfather. Listen, I said my grandfathers died. They were smokers, and I said the women in the family they wasn't smokers. So no, the women in my family were not smokers. None of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Not even now, except my grandmother on my dad's side of the family, and she died from cancer from smoke. But I was talking about, remember, wasn't I talking about all my grandmothers that lived and all the grandfathers that died?
Yeah, died
The
early,
grandfathers were smokers. The grandmothers were not. That's
Yeah.
all I said. I wasn't talking about no generation and okay, go
Ain't no
ahead.
goddamn Marilyn Monroe. The fuck?
Yeah,
The
what
fuck I know about Marilyn Monroe?
And Marilyn Monroe died from a overdose. What
Yeah,
you
Did she
that's
talking
die
about?
before I was
yeah.
born? What did she? What year
She died. She died like in 64.
Yeah, before I was even born. The fuck
Yeah,
I know about
55.
Marilyn Monroe. I wasn't
And she
born
died.
yet.
She
Yeah,
died.
we
She
were
died.
born.
Yeah. So I don't know what she died of. I just know they said it's an overdose, and
Yeah, it
people
was
say
an
that she was
overdose.
killed. Maybe, maybe not. I don't
Probably
know.
was killed.
I
Yeah.
think he was killed.
And she
Yeah,
probably was
that's
killed though, man. I think she was killed, man. Probably like smothered, strangled,
but
some
what
shit
though?
like that.
Why would they kill her?
Because he was messing with Kennedy.
She
Yeah,
messing with
but why
Kennedy
would
and
they
all
And
kill
that.
her
Bobby.
though? Why would they kill her? They would.
Because she was
There's
threatening to
lots of
tell.
women who, huh?
She had
She
some
was
stuff
threatening to
on there.
tell.
No,
She was
people
threatening to
already
talk.
knew. People already knew. Yeah.
No, but she was threatening to talk about other stuff because she was sleeping with both brothers.
Yeah, but how? Why would they kill her? People already knew. Remember, she got on there and did a happy birthday song. Everybody in the nation watched and was thinking, "Oh my God!" But even if she told, that wasn't how that was going to ruin anything.
Well, no, I don't know what exactly she was going to tell, but they said she had some information and she was about to.
Now, all they
spill it.
said was that she was messing with the brothers, and there's no factual information to that. That she was messing with both of them, and they said that's why they had her killed. That's some people putting shit out there.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I don't know personally.
Yeah, that's just a rumor, you know, like just like
She was murdered, Bone. You don't know.
They say,
huh?
they say it was a barbiturate overdose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was on drugs, so how we know she didn't overdose?
And how we know they didn't nobody give her that shit either?
But we
No, her
know
doctor
somebody
gave it
gave
to
it to her because we know she
Her
didn't
doctor.
grow that stuff herself.
All
No, her
right,
doctor
Whitney
gave it to her.
She was murdered.
They Michael Jackson her.
Yeah,
No,
she
they
was
went to
murdered.
Houston, huh? They went.
Yeah, they went to
Exactly.
Houston, huh?
Oh, so somebody
no
murdered
telling
Whitney
nowadays.
Houston too?
Yeah, they went to Houston. Yeah, you didn't see her autopsy report? She had all kind of bruises on her.
And they were saying, somebody put her under the
black
water. They said they put her under the water. What they were saying right there. They doped her up. They had her in that tub, and she went up under the water. Somebody put her up under the water. I mean, a whole lot of shit they were saying about Whitney, man. But we'll
What they
never
killed
know.
her for?
See, her autopsy was a struggle autopsy.
You say what, Charlene?
A struggle. Meaning she was struggling, fighting.
That's what they
According
said
to her
about the daughter
sister-in-law,
too.
according
Yeah.
to her sister-in-law, she said they tried with the daughter first.
Yeah, cause she almost drowned that night.
Yeah, and said she came in her mama room and said when Whitney interrupted that interview with Monica and Brandy, she passed Brandy the note to tell her that what had happened. But her sister-in-law, Bobby's sister, said that they were, when she saw Whitney in her autopsy, she said she had a black eye, she had bruises all over her body. She said Whitney fought for her
Yeah,
life.
that's why I said she had all them bruises.
What was that note?
Did they give her?
What was that?
Did they try to save her life? That would be the
She said,
bruises.
she
right?
said they didn't. She said that Whitney's brother and his wife and Ray J wouldn't let nobody in the room, and said they was coming in and out the room even before the police got there removing stuff. That's what Bobby Brown sister said. You know, she come on every week talking about Whitney, and she said she finna write a book about everything. And she said Whitney and Bobby was finna get married again. That's what she said. Now I don't know.
But what was that? What was
Ray
that
J
note?
be tied up in a
Bobby
lot
Brown
of
ain't
shit.
saying that.
What was that note? What was that note saying that she gave to Brandy?
She said she was telling Brandy that what happened to Bobby Christina, that they had, you know, that they had put Bobby Christina in the tub and tried to cover with water because they had got her so high. But they said she came to and she came to her mama room, so she fed, because you know Whitney was wet when she came and gave the note to Brandy. She was wet.
Yeah, yeah, she was.
Yeah. She was wet. Now I don't know.
So how she got wet then?
They said she was wet because Christina, she was holding her baby, you know, trying to get Christina all dry and stuff. Because she said Christina came and got in the bed with her and told her mama they tried to kill me. And so she went to tell Brandy. Now, why she told Brandy, I don't know.
Why wouldn't she tell the police? Because you know they always over there on that dope. They always over there doped up. All of them.
I don't know now.
All
That's
I know
allegedly.
is Brandy and Ray J show do come up a lot. That's all I know. Brandy and Ray J, they always seem to snaggle their way into stuff. I don't know.
And what stuff?
All kinds of stuff.
I don't know. I don't be hearing shit that they be doing. 'Cause I don't. I'm like, what stuff?
What happened? What happened?
Man, y'all got the hold on, y'all got the inside scoop. Hey man, y'all got the inside scoop, man. Share it with us, man. What's going on in the industry?
No, because they was cracked out over there. All of them was cracked out. So
it was saying that Ray J
called
was
the
getting
police when somebody tried to kill her baby. She went to Brandy with a note.
That's what she said.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. That's why I don't listen to what they say.
What did the note say that was they didn't know what that note said.
Yeah, nobody know.
Nobody know what the note said. They didn't tell it.
It don't even matter what that goddamn note say. She didn't call the police, but she gave Brandy a note.
No. She was telling Brandy they finna kill her ass.
Well, you just said they don't know what the note said, but you just told us what the note said.
She told Brandy that they were gonna kill her.
When? In the note?
In the note.
In the note.
But you just said nobody know what the note said. You just said it.
No, that was me, Bomb Chair. That was me that said I don't know.
Sharzay knows.
Sharzay did say you don't know what the note said, and then right after she said
I'm
that,
just saying that to y'all, but it was the note was saying that Brandy that they
no,
want
listen,
to try
this
to
is
kill her.
people getting paid to put out information on YouTube for views. Okay, because none of this shit makes sense. So her baby just almost got killed, and instead of her calling the police so they can investigate, she, with her wet ass, decides to walk over slowly with this long ass gown on, slowly, like she getting married but wet, and gonna give a note, a dry ass note, while she's wet to Brandy, and the note says they trying to kill. Like what?
Yeah.
Y'all don't even imagine that in your head and see how fucked up and crazy that is.
Hey,
I
would have been like, hey,
Bob Cherry, the reason why people say
that's Illuminati. You don't know nothing about that
the
Illuminati.
reason
I know
the
a
reason why
lot
people
about
saying that.
Illuminati.
Bob, I would have been
reason
like
why-
Tina Turner on What's Love Got to Do with It, running across that highway shit. Pass me no damn note.
I think they're going based on Brandy's reaction when she read what Whitney wrote.
Brandy read
it was something.
Yeah, they read something, but we don't know what she said. But Brandy's still alive. Why don't nobody ask her?
Ain't time yet.
Goddamn, like people gonna assume when she read, but she's alive.
She ain't her time.
And why she didn't say nothing?
That's right. She would have said something.
No, she wouldn't dare say nothing, man. She ain't gonna say
Why
shit.
she wouldn't say that she knew she was gonna die ahead of time, and she wrote me the note, and here's the note. She could write that in a book and get paid, but she ain't even did it. So, but everybody
the sister didn't say what was in the note. She just said, she said they tried it with Christine, Bobby Christina first. And she said that Ray J and them had Bobby Christina, and what's his name? Who was Bobby Christina going with? Whoever that boy.
Yeah, that boy.
The brother.
Yeah.
He died.
Her brother, he dead too.
He dead too.
But she did play the tape when they was all sitting in the family room, and he told what's her name, Whitney Houston mama, he said, I'm not going down for this one. Because I ain't going down for Whitney. I helped you with Christy, but I ain't going down with Whitney. And 2 weeks later, he killed himself. But now, what he was saying he wasn't going down, we don't know. Could have been about some money, anything. We don't know. But when her book come out, we gonna see. But that don't mean she telling the truth though. We don't know.
But she could be telling the truth.
No, she telling no truth. That woman telling a lie, and you know it's harder to put it in a book because if she put it in a book, people could sue her ass.
Well, her book's gonna come out, but why Bobby ain't saying nothing with her though? That's her brother. Why Bobby
that's
ain't on there, got on there saying nothing with her about it. Only thing Bobby did say was that him and Whitney were trying to get back together. Now he did say that, but she
don't mess up his shit for her. He ain't ready to die. Shit.
Yeah, nigga, I think he about ready to
Well,
die
if what
too,
y'all
man.
saying, the people who killed her is the young man. Y'all sound like y'all saying Bobby Christina killed her mom because her and that boy was real close. And then, well, who killed them?
They saying that whoever Whitney brother's sister, they're trying to say Whitney's sister-in-law and her brother was the ones that was trying to kill her to get her estate.
What's her name? Oh, Houston. What's the Houston woman?
Oh,
Cicely.
Cicely.
Not Cicely. That's a mama.
That's her mama, Cicely Tyson. I thought that was her aunt.
No,
No,
you
her
talking
sister-in-law
about
that was married to
Dionne
her
Warwick?
brother.
Dionne Warwick?
Her name
Dionne
was
Warwick.
Houston.
Oh yeah.
What's her name?
Dionne Warwick
You
was
talking
like
about her brother's wife? I
Her
can't
brother's
think of her
wife.
name. Yeah, that's the
Sister-in-law.
one. They saying that she's the one that was trying to kill Whitney because she wanted Whitney's estate. Because Bobby's sister said she was the one that originally had custody over Bobby Christina when Whitney went into the program. And she said that Whitney's brother and his wife went to court and fought her for because they wouldn't give it to Bobby. What's wrong, baby?
hey, we going down a goddamn rabbit hole.
Wait,
So
how did she? Wait, I don't get that. Cause how would she get the estate? Cause that girl was grown. But
No, she wasn't grown when Whitney went into the rehab. She wasn't grown.
No, I'm talking about when she
was still a
died though.
teenager.
But when they
So
tried
why
to
was she
kill her,
They had been trying to kill her
when they tried
since Whitney had been in the rehab. Because Bobby's sister said that Whitney allegedly said that Whitney gave her custody of Bobby Christina while she was in the rehab. But Whitney's sister-in-law took them to court because it said Bobby wasn't fit and said that she wasn't fit either, and they got custody of Bobby Christina.
Mm-hmm. That's when she was young though, but by the time they tried to kill her, which they wouldn't get her money, right? Because Whitney Houston was still alive. They saying they trying to kill Bobby Christina while she was alive.
Yeah, but Whitney didn't have custody of her daughter now. Her mama had custody of her daughter.
But what I'm saying is, why would they kill the daughter to get the mom's wealth?
Because I don't know why they would kill Christina, but Whitney, they was trying to kill Whitney so they could get the estate that she had left for Bobby Christina.
Now, see, that makes sense if they're doing it that way, but based on what the story goes, they tried to kill Bobby Christina.
Well, I don't know what the reason why that boy was trying to kill Bobby Christina.
Y'all don't know the Illuminati. They try to get somebody close to you. Y'all, that's what they get the daughter. You got to grab blood sacrifice.
I love Struzzy.
Yeah, so Bobby Christina been dead since 2015, man. God damn.
Yeah, Whitney been she died the year after her mom.
No, she died in
12. She died in 12.
Oh, okay, a couple of years, but the same way they say. And then the boy died a year later.
He died in 2020.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm looking at all that right now on the website. He died in 20, she died in 15, and Whitney died in 12.
Oh, damn, 5 years. I thought he died right after. I thought.
He did.
Oh, he was walking around with some money, huh? Because he was like her adopted son.
Right.
So he had no reason to kill her for money because he already have access to money.
No, he didn't. He did. The sister-in-law she was in control. Whitney was not control. She did not have control over her money or anything when she went into rehab. Her sister-in-law and her mother was in control of her estate.
Yeah, but what I'm not saying where he had control of money and just go and buy what the hell he want, but he's still living good. He still live comfortable. So
he didn't get no money from Whitney.
He didn't get no money. And then he was on drugs too. Bomb Cherry, he was on drugs.
Are we talking about after He after everything.
He was on
got them
drugs the
confused.
whole time.
I'm not
Him and
talking about
Bobby
that. I'm
Christina-
talking about when he was getting money. He was with her daughter,
Yeah,
and they
They were
still
on
was
drugs
living.
though. They were
Yeah,
on
but they still
drugs.
was living
but
good
that's why
though.
he was getting money. But he give no money from Wendy.
Now, Bum Cherry
Okay.
said, but he was still living good. But that was because Bobby Christina was starting to get her own part of her estate because she had become of age.
That's
So
what
that's
I'm
why
She
he
was
saying.
in
wanted to
Tyler
marry
Perry.
her.
She was in
That's why he
Tyler
wanted to
Perry. She
marry
started
her.
doing movies.
That's why he wanted to marry her. Because she
Mm-hmm.
was finna get all that estate. All the estate was coming to her. Every dime was coming to her.
Right, it's gonna go to her.
Mm-hmm.
At least
Bro, I was so
that's
I
what
was-
y'all say, but we don't know what her wills was saying.
Oh no, they read her will. It was going to her. They read it. They read
Of
it.
course, it's gonna go to her, but I'm saying the way people was making it seem like they killing this person, he killing her,
Oh
she killing
yeah,
him,
yeah. We
without
don't know
people
that.
knowing what the will say. You know what I mean? Like,
We don't know that. Yeah, we don't.
but I do
Yeah.
see what y'all after the fact.
I would believe her if Bobby would come forth and collaborate with
what's
her
his name?
story. But
Clyde
Bobby ain't said nothing. He ain't said nothing.
Davis had a healthy insurance policy on. Shit.
Huh?
Clyde David had a healthy insurance policy on him.
Right, sure. And yeah, there should have been a lot of people who have. He's supposed to have a life insurance on him.
Yeah, because he lost his son right after he lost Bobby Christina. He
No,
committed.
I'm not Bobby. I said I'm talking about
Clive
Clive
Davis. Clive Davis.
Isn't that the guy who she worked for, who got her the
Yeah,
career?
Yeah.
He's supposed to have insurance on her. That's how that shit works.
Yeah, because he was his artist. Yeah, that was his artist. Yeah,
That's
that
right.
was right.
These artists who run around, these rappers who might kill themselves and overdose and shit. That's somebody with a whole big ass policy on them.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, most of us, you work at Walmart, Walmart got a policy on your ass.
You tell him
Yeah,
again,
yeah,
Bob
yeah.
Terry, my job got a policy.
That's right.
It's called
And the best
Dead.
kept secret in the music industry is your work is actually more valuable after you're done.
When you dead. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Walmart's called dead. It's called dead peasant clause. They
That's
got on
right. Sure do. Huh?
Dead peasant. Ooh,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
They said that the man that got shot at Walmart for hitting the other worker.
Mm-hmm.
They said that we need to take up a GoFundMe and pay that lady bill, all us black women.
Wait, what happened?
For who did what?
Her husband got boyfriend or husband got, he was trying to help another lady out at Walmart because the dude worked there. There was 2 employees. He was fighting the chick. He went over there to help him. He shot him like one time. So the girl had the baby, said, don't shoot him no more. Shot him 4 or 5 more times. In front of the baby. But they saying that we need to take up a GoFundMe for the wife because he protected that woman. Now he gone. So he
Why
said
that
now
woman
the black women need to.
What happened again? Who got killed?
And this dude that walked, it was a good Samaritan, was helping this dude. The dude was fighting. He came up to work because he worked there. He was fighting one employee girl, beating the shit out of her. The dude went to go break it up. And he shot him one time, and then the girl said, "Don't shoot him no more. Don't shoot him no more." Shot him 3 more times.
Hold on, y'all. Go on, tell Bomb Cherry hi, and you finna go to bed. Go ahead.
Hi. Hello, how you doing? That's good.
Say good night.
But what I'm saying is,
have a good night.
The brotherhood said that we.
The little girl saying, the little girl talking. The little girl
Good night. Good night, sweetie. Have a sweet dream.
Say good night.
Good night.
Okay.
Good night.
Because we grown people talking. It's 50 and over. Go ahead and go to bed.
Yeah, y'all know. Hold on.
Tell
Hold
her,
on.
tell her,
She said-
look, tell her I'll switch
she said
places with her.
50. Now, look, I
Dog
told-
shit is for
Start
the
all over.
birds.
I got a thing. I told my mama. I told my mother when she turned 50 that really she can start back over. So now she's 74 years old, but I would say she's 24, right? So like you totally start over at 50, man. So y'all not 50 like that, man. So y'all just start over, man. So Bomb, you about 3. I think Mule she'll be about 3 years old, man. Y'all not 50 no more, man. Y'all a wiser young person. You see what I'm saying? Y'all wiser now.
But
So-
I'm trying
I got a couple of more. So you telling me I got a couple of more years before my clock roll back?
Man, you got a couple more years, man.
Rude.
Charles ain't 8.
Rude.
Charles
I'm
ain't
trying to
8.
tell Bomb what
Back.
they said about the sisterhood.
I'm about to
go
roll
ahead.
it back like them Walmart prices.
Y'all got people in the chat rolling back their comments. They like, okay, this is too old. We too young for this conversation.
No, you might learn something, baby. Come on, stick around.
Why?
Hey, is that you, Mule?
Hey, my love. Hey, my love, my Bob Sherry. And
Hey.
Ruth, I am not 50 yet. I don't know why I keep telling this nigga I am not 50 yet. Stop pushing me up.
My bad. I'm sorry, man.
I'll be there. I'll be there soon. Soon and very soon, but don't push me now.
I'm 50, so what? What the fuck? Don't make no difference. We can be
He just,
50.
he just be guessing, Bob, because I don't want to tell him, but he guessing.
I feel you. What's up, Mule? How you been?
I'm
Well,
doing good. I came in on Illuminati. You heard me? I was listening to the case. Oh my God. That case, man, I thought that black man was gonna get all them kids. How they let that? And then her mama was a racist. Yeah, oh, it was just too much.
Girl, he did too much defending her. That's what that is.
That's what he messed up. Talking about she's a good person and all that crying. He lost that shit right there.
Birds of a feather. Yeah.
He lost it right there, trying to uplift people. Look, Bomb called it. You in a fight, man. This is not the time to get emotional. You in a fight. These people slandering you and all this here, and you want to be the good guy.
Right.
Shut the fuck up. He needed his mama. I swear to God, because I would have
You sure did.
I would have said, "Shut the hell up."
Hey, you would have constantly seen my hand batting the piss out of him. In the back of his head.
You uplifting
Like, do
these
you got
people and
time?
every damn thing they talking about you violent, you beating her, you this, you that, you walking around the kids naked. Come on, man. At first, I ain't gonna lie, I was like, is he on some nature boy polygamy shit?
Well, he
Nature
was.
boy wanted his son to touch him. Now, so I was kind of like, whoa, what is they going to say? God damn.
Hey.
But you still
they went short of it.
Her. Oh my God.
They went
when she
short of
trying to
saying
get her
that.
GED. She was doing so well. I'm like, man, get the fuck.
Yeah, man.
A mess.
I was getting pissed
doing
off.
that. What did he do all that at the end and start crying and all that?
Yeah. Because she was fake crying, but he looked like he was in real tears.
She was trying to push it that whole time.
I ain't gonna lie. When he was emotional, I'm saying all of that shit, yeah, but I think that dude was serious in his heart. I felt him.
He was.
You know, it just wasn't the time because I'm with you on it. He in a battle. And I think he is such a good dude. He really trying to, speak his heart. That ain't the time, though. That's why the manosphere always say men are logical and women are emotional, but we saw a reverse today. You gotta be logical when you're in a fight, man. When you're in a battle, that's even if you're emotional, you can't let that shit show. I remember on that movie Training Day, and they said, and I know Bomb hate the manosphere because they use movie references all the time. But a man only controls two things: his tears and his fears. Man, you gotta control them damn tears. And that go for women too. You gotta control it and know when you gotta think.
Hey,
you gotta think.
I'm
You
just gonna
cannot
warn
be
y'all.
uplifting somebody who trying to tear you down. That shit don't match.
If you see tears coming down my eyes and you can't really decipher if I'm sad
That
or
mean
not,
you're pissed,
run.
huh? You're pissed, huh?
Run. Cause I'm mad that I can't figure out how to kill this person and get away with it. And I'm struggling with it on the inside. And it's just
That's how I get
boiling
too,
up.
man. Ooh, it used to anyway. I won't say it's been many years, but if a tear came down my eye, oh man,
run.
we was about to fight for real. Ain't nobody, you know, I done got over
Run.
hot heated. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that's
I'm
you know, when
crying
we
because I'm
younger.
trying not to put my hands on you.
So, but as we get older, though, we have to learn how, especially in court. You know, court the rules are different. You can't get mad. I saw one court case, y'all, where all the guy was doing was moving. He was shaking his head, like when he was in agreeing with the judge or what somebody else say. He was shaking his head, or he was doing no. He wasn't even saying no words, and that judge kept telling him to behave. And I don't think he understood what the judge was saying, like, because the judge never came straight out and said, "Hey, stop shaking your head like that. You just, you know." But he kept doing it. Where I was like, damn. So yeah, you got to be in court, and you can't show no emotion. No. Even if you up for murder, you know what I mean. You can't even. If you get off, if they say fine, you're not guilty, you can't even shout and be happy like that. You gotta just.
Didn't he send that other woman to jail, the one that was talking all that shit?
What woman talking shit?
The one that was talking about, not this show, the one you had the other day. You remember the one was talking so much shit, they called her back on the phone on Zoom?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Did he put her in jail?
Oh, yeah.
He gave her 3 days, Jose. He gave her 3 days.
Sure did.
Hey, I wish he would have heard what that woman said today.
Yeah.
When he told her mom to be quiet.
Mm-hmm.
He said gonna hold in contempt. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She said, "Fuck nigga."
Yep.
Oh yeah, she sure did, Bomb Cherry.
Yeah, she did. And as she was walking out the door, he ignored it. I know if I heard it, he heard it. Okay.
Like he heard her that whole entire time trying to coach that girl. Every time they would ask, "You have a question?" she would be, "Hold on."
Then she claimed,
and you would hear the mom in the background. Like, come on.
And he didn't stop it. You know what I mean? But he was supposed to stop it. I've seen other courts where they will tell them to get in separate rooms. And yeah, you can't do no coaching. But I guess because it's a divorce. And I guess he felt like it wasn't going to really matter anyway. Because she ain't giving her no good advice. You know they liars, right? Mm-hmm. Before the daughter can ask her a question, she was already agreeing. Yep, he did that. I like the way he answered, even though he's not a lawyer or nothing. He ended up getting it, you know, where he can try to make his point through questions. And then when the grandmother,
I think he messed himself up. I think he was supposed to win full custody of all them kids. But you know what? Him trying to be sympathetic, him big up in her, it really hurt him in the end. Because the judges got to look at it and say, well, damn, he's even saying she's a good person. He's even saying she's a loving mom.
Right.
He's even saying.
That's why he didn't get full custody.
That's why.
That's why they got shared custody. Now he got to deal with her, who gonna give him a hard time every time they want to do something. You're right. You're right about that. Yeah, because
I think she gonna mess around and all them kids gonna end up with him.
Yeah, she didn't care about them kids. She wanted that money. Mm-hmm. If she had full custody, you see how she was getting all the food stamps. He said it was $1,200 a month. $1,200,
and she was getting whipped.
So
you know that's about to cut.
Yeah, she was getting all of that, and in the whole damn year, all she gave him was $600, and she done got what? If it was a year, it would have been like $12,000. She gave him $600. So I was like, God damn! But he said that she up on charges for that. And the government gonna get that money back. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna get that money back. She gonna have
especially if they just look at this. Look, just if they look at the court transcripts alone.
Yeah, she got to give that money back.
What y'all thought about when he exposed it that they was all having sex?
Oh yeah,
That was
remember
funny.
because
You
she
saw
the
how
one that
she
brought it
looked?
up. Yeah, and she was shaking her head no. Oh man. And then remember he asked the girlfriend to verify. And
Mm-hmm.
and she was like, yeah, we all was in bed together.
That shit was hilarious. That was a good show today, Bob. I had my grandson, so I had it in my earpiece. I was dying laughing. I was so sad. At first, I got scared. I said, "Oh, she gonna end the show," and I wanted to go. But that one little grandkid in here, y'all, he be so loud. He's so loud. He gone now, y'all.
Oh, okay.
That sucker be so loud, and I can't go live when he there. You know.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Why? Legally be in the back of me, girl. Legally, but he be listening to iPad or doing some work, and he be on the other side of my room.
Y'all got it good over here on TikTok. You got to watch everything you said. Okay, like God damn.
Yeah. Why you gotta watch everything over there? It must be
You gotta
because a lot
watch
of children.
Huh?
Probably because they got a lot of children over there.
Yeah, if you don't have your stuff rated correctly, yeah, or somebody flashes.
Nigga, I said, I don't know. You gotta say
They-
you gotta say pew pew and all that. I said,
You gotta say what?
You gotta say pew pew when you talking about the gun. Can't say gun or can't say something like you can't say bomb.
Nah, girl, they making that shit up.
You can't
All
say
that-
it. It's too much shit. I said I'll be
Oh,
over there.
but that's not true though.
You
That's not true.
wilding out.
That's not
Yeah,
true.
they
You
be
ain't gotta
talking
say
about
no.
some crazy stuff over there.
You ain't gotta say no pew pew instead of no gun.
The chance I be in, you can't say chit. Somebody got they had to use their backup channel because they shut it down.
Because of what?
Saying different words. Pew,
Yeah,
pew,
it
or whatever.
depends. Pew.
I mean, you can
gun
say
is
pew,
not
pew.
one of those words though. It might
Gun,
be.
you can't say gun.
Yes, you can say gun. You can say gun. What's wrong with the word gun?
They
There's
don't
actual-
like it. You got to say pew pew.
Nah, no, that's not true. That's what they saying over here too, right? They saying we can't say gay. They saying we can't say Jew. They saying we can't say rape. They saying that people are making up these rules as they go along and people following it. But we are American citizens, and none of these words are bad for kids. The word gun will not harm or hurt children. In fact, kids play with guns, BB guns, water guns, Nerf. Leaky Leak got a Nerf gun and shoot these little Nerf things out. So the word gun is not taking no channels down. But it could be something that they talking about that gun.
Or if they're sponsored, like if they're sponsored and they have certain ratings on their channel channel is rated a certain like category, then yeah, you can get struck down because you're gonna. Well, they're not getting struck down; they just not getting money for that stream.
Okay, because they can't get struck down. I mean, they got Nerf guns. They sell Nerf guns to children, water guns to children.
Yeah, they do.
So
yeah,
that means Mattel will come and they'll put their little Nerf gun on that channel. Now, you know.
And Ryan, that means Ryan, the little kid that reviews toys, he couldn't review it.
That's right. They got somebody named Ryan, my grandson follow. He on YouTube, I think. Some little white, look like he Mexican or some shit. I don't know.
Oh my God.
He got his own.
We
He got his
review
own
Ryan
set of toys
everything.
and stuff.
Yeah, Ryan is very popular.
Yeah, he
Ryan almost had me. Look, almost had me wanting to tap into my childhood and start being a toy reviewer.
Man, I was telling my son to do it with. I was like, let Leak do one of them shows. I see y'all. There's a white family. They rented out a mansion. These motherfuckers from the second story, they live in this big ass house. They jump from the story up there, like you go up the steps and they jump, and they got this big ass, what they call it, like when you bounce, one of them bouncy things at the bottom down there.
Oh, like a trampoline?
Yeah, but one of them soft ones. You know how, like if somebody was jumping off a building, they put it underneath them.
Oh, the foam pit. foam pit.
You can't.
Yeah, something similar. So these people got this big ass house, and all they do is shoot videos of these kids acting crazy, jumping off the thing on the thing.
It's a little boy and a little girl.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yes, if I watch it, yeah.
Yeah, and see, that's what I'm saying. These mofos have their kids making money. Even
and
that
paying
girl,
off their house.
Yep, that
Paying
woman
off their
over
house
there.
because their house is now business expense.
That woman who was over there with Kevin Samuels, and then when he died, that woman had a big ass. I didn't even, y'all the ones who told me. That woman had 2 daughters and her husband working for Disney. They let them have a house over there in Disney and doing shows. 2 black girls, 2 young little cute little pretty girls. I never seen it before, because my kids are a little older than them. But I say, why don't we do this for our children, yo? Legally gets funny. He likes looking at videos. He laughs.
Especially if you put a beat on. Ooh, that roast the other day. That still had me giggling.
Mew, my grandson was rapping with me. We put a beat on. He was roasting Aunt T. He don't know Aunt T, of course. He just saw his picture, girl, and started talking about he looked like he's sick. He looked like he needs to go to the hospital.
He needs some medicine.
Yep, he needs some medicine. Yeah.
He had me rolling.
I think I am. Is that you? I am came up like a half hour ago. He didn't say one word. Is that you, I am?
Oh yeah, that's me. When y'all was talking, I was just how you ladies doing?
We just rambling. That's all. Yeah.
I have a question. Because I was listening to the stream while I was out here hustling. But anyway, so do y'all think it was fair? I know, I guess it's a state law, but do y'all think it was fair that he split those kids up?
He had to, based on the law.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because he said that, but based on their own testimony, the baby was with her most of the time. He only had the baby for 2 months out of the 7. So based on that, then that's why I don't think
there was no reason why. So like if he would have brought up proof that her mother is collecting that check for her, that disability check for her, yeah, I think it would have turned. I think it would have turned into his favor.
No, that wouldn't happen. No, it wouldn't.
I think if
he
would
just
ask
had to bring
questions
up
about
and
where
say
she
she was
live at.
bad. He had to say that she. But he made it seem like she's a good mother. So if she's a good mother, and all and she had the baby all them months. Okay, well, let's give her the baby. But I think he know the baby gonna end up with the dad.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I think the baby gonna end up because not only she got to pay child support because he got 3 of the kids, so she gonna have to pay him child support, and she gonna have to
Except for those
fork
90
over.
days. Except for those 90 days, which I don't think she realized. It's just a total of 90 days. So like when she has all of the kids, he's supposed to pay her child support for those 90 days that she has the kids or in full custody of the kids.
Yeah,
just
but
for
90 days.
It's a total of 90 days for the entire year.
Yeah, but 3 months.
She gonna have to pay child support in the end.
No, what's gonna happen is nobody's gonna pay for 3 months, and then she'll have to pay him for 8 months or 9 months.
No, I don't think they're gonna do it like that. They're gonna break it down and split that shit up, figure out how much would she pay, and then they're gonna split it up in 12 months so she could start paying. And it's gonna be it's gonna be small amount of money because she got a child. She don't make that much money. He make the most money, and it's gonna be minimum. It's not gonna be much.
Yeah,
but I think the biggest thing is gonna be the food stamps. Because God,
she about to lose
to go
the
have
food
some kids. Shit, they giving out 1,200 food stamps. Shit, I need some.
That's not even. That's not a lot.
Some babies.
Yeah, that's not a lot of money. He in Delaware for 4 kids. 1,200, what you was getting like 20 years ago. Now I'm quite sure it's somewhere in 2,000, close to $2,000 now.
Well, who trying to have some kids? I'm trying to get some food stamps. I need 1,200 food stamps.
See, and so she'll get the child. She'll get food stamp for her and one child, he may not qualify for food stamps at all, but remember, they got more children in their house. Remember, the girlfriend said, what she called herself, a partner. The partner has children too. So I think, all in all, I think they said they had 6 kids in the house, right? 4, his 4 plus her 2.
Yeah, but you can't
Bob,
double claim though. If she claiming for that house and that
wait,
space, then he can't claim it.
but Bob, he
Wait,
was
what?
lying too. Because in the beginning, y'all remember he kept saying he didn't even have a girlfriend?
He don't.
Yeah, but she didn't call herself his girlfriend. She called it. She said she wasn't his girlfriend. She said partner, and she said she has her own room too.
Yeah, and she helps out with
And
the
it's the
kids,
same,
and he helps her
but
with
it's the same woman that he was with when he was with her. And they
Yeah,
were always
but
sleeping together.
they was with her together. So
Yeah.
polyamorous relationships don't mean that you're boyfriend and girlfriend. It just means that, you know, so you get
She was an
together.
extra topping.
Yeah. So
he just kept one.
Well,
No,
she
she
didn't
probably just
leave.
stayed
She
when the
didn't
other one
leave.
left.
She used to live there with
Does
her.
that mean
too.
like concubine? I don't understand.
No, I honestly think it's more of she's there because she needs a place to stay, and since he works so many hours, he needs someone there to watch his kids. So it probably just became, like you said, a partner or a friendship.
No, they were living. They were living together.
They were living together
as a couple.
when he was married.
A couple. Yeah, as a whole couple. She was the girlfriend to the wife and him.
Right, but what I'm saying is, normally when you're in a party, when one of the branches break off, sometimes the other people don't really function right at just dating each other. So since the wife left and moved out, the lady stayed, and he's helping her with her kids, and she's helping him with his kids since he works so many hours. I mean, damn, he's really working 80 hours a week.
That's what he works. Yeah, he said he's barely home, and so their relationship working good. Plus, she said she had her own room. Remember, she said she smoked in her bathroom. That's all from her room. Yeah.
Right. So it probably is more like a partnership. And every now and then they get it in.
It sounds more of a marriage to me than what he had with old girl.
But Bob, remember she did say, she said he helped me with my kids, I help him with his kids. She did.
And she said that. She said, remember when she asked, are y'all trying to get pregnant? And then and she said no. Remember, she said, are you his girlfriend? And she said, no, I'm his partner.
His partner.
Why would she ask if she's trying to get like?
She was trying
to get him make it seem like he did something. I don't know why she asked that question. It sounded like she was jealous.
Jealous because the girl's still there.
Yep.
And then they probably wondering, are they gonna build a family that she's no longer a part of?
Yeah, that's what she asked. Are y'all together and y'all trying to have a baby? And she said no.
Well, she the one found, ain't she, Bombshell? She the one that
left.
Yeah, she the one who left and had somebody's baby.
But you know what? I think the dude was telling the truth. I think the mama made her leave. I think he was telling the truth about how the mama was putting so much stuff in her head, like you dumb, you slow, you can't do no better, just to keep that girl, mentally disturbed so she can keep getting her checks and using her. The mama taking a wig. What you using a wig for? You get eating all the baby eggs, milk and cheese and yogurt and shit, and taking her disability check. I hope she did move out with the boyfriend.
But the mom, you could tell they thought he was stupid, which he is kind of stupid, right? Because if she getting a check, if the mom's still getting a check for this grown ass woman, that means the mom went down and said that her daughter has no capabilities of dealing with her own funds, and so the mother is getting a check. Just like if, like my husband, like say something happened to me, hubby will get my disability check. Like even my father-in-law, he used to get a disability check, but because of I don't know why they made some other adult get his money. He had to find somebody who would get his money on his behalf.
Yeah, my mom had to do that for my.
I think when they're on drugs, I think that's what happens.
Or they have
somebody to be responsible.
Or they have an illness that's going to be deteriorating to the mind.
Yeah, I think it's drugs. I think in the case I'm talking about, I think he got a y'all drug addicts get approved for Social Security.
They sure do. They sure
They
do.
get it quicker than me, who've been trying to fight for it in the beginning for years.
Yeah, but you
That's all
serve
they got.
in the military. They don't want to give it to you. Let's not get on that because I'm going to get mad.
Yeah. And everything, my back has been deteriorating since I was, in the military. So it's sad, right? Because everything that the doctors told him, nothing changed except I got older with it, which means it just got worse. My back is so messed up. It's crazy. But anyway, drug dealers though could go, and if they could prove any drug court, anything like that, they get money.
Yes, they do.
The government pays, and it's mostly white people because they will deny black people. See, it's harder for the black people to get it unless they know. They just got to know how to do it, which means you usually got to get a lawyer.
Yeah, they get times and then they give it to them. Usually they do.
But if we smart, we'll know how to do Social Security right, because there's no reason for you to get denied and have to wait 8-10 years. If you just got
to answer this for me. Why they want y'all to serve the country, and then when it comes time for y'all, if y'all disabled something, why they feel like y'all shouldn't get it? I don't understand this.
Because they don't care. They don't care about Americans. These people don't care. They don't care about nobody. And so they don't even care if you go to war and die or not. Let's be clear. They sent motherfuckers over there, y'all, with equipment that was not working. Guns that were falling apart. The Cavalier, where the bullet would go straight through it, and they knew it. People, they knew our government because they contracted. Now the government didn't do it. What happens? The government get contract, right? They contract the work, and it's usually somebody in the government who own that company. And then they sell all that defective shit and had them men over there getting killed.
Like the earplugs too.
None of that shit was working. People got like me. I'm hard of hearing. It's all kinds of shit that fucked me over, because you got to remember them weapons are loud, and you do get earplugs, right? You put in earplugs to save your hearing. And I ain't gonna lie, I don't know how I passed hearing tests. That's what they claim. Because I'm listening, they tell me to raise my hand when I hear a beep. But in my mind, I don't know if I hear a beep or not. So sometimes I'm raising my hand. You know how you listening for a beep, but you're not sure you hear one? And so I think they think that maybe I was faking. It's almost like, but I was hearing, I'm thinking I'm hearing something. I don't know if I'm hearing something or not.
It's like you saw that baby.
Yeah, but like I saw that baby. Yeah. But you know what I found, y'all? Black people.
That's not funny, because I saw that baby too.
I thought I saw that baby because I was wishing.
The only baby I seen was in a king cake.
But let me tell you what we as black people do, right? So we hurt, and then we go to the doctors, and we bend like I did. Like I took the test. They said bend down as far as you can, and I was in pain, but I bent down. But I was in pain. I was like, like I was doing that right because I was in pain. Them motherfuckers don't care about the noise you make. As far down
they
as I
tracking
went,
the percentage. They care about the percentage that you're able to bend.
That's right. But what we should do as soon as we feel pain, stop. Right there. Uncomfortable.
Bomb, let me tell you what they're looking for. So if you can go there, if your flexion is at a certain degree, they're gonna see you pass whether you having pain or not, because you can bend that far, but it's painful.
See, I didn't know that.
Right. You are right. So the next time you go, sweetheart, you can't bend. Okay?
See, I had a VA rep let me know for each one of my things. Well, he helped me fill out my packet too. For each thing, he made sure it was coded correctly, because that's a lot of things. A lot of times what they don't do, especially if you have a military doctor, they don't code your shit correctly. They don't put all the secondary things under there. They mess you up.
Me and hubby was supposed to go today. I was gonna go and put in some more paperwork.
because it's important, and then I want to get him on. So we don't have no children who legally could be under us anymore. So we shouldn't have to pay for no insurance through his job when we could get it through the VA.
Yeah.
Medical insurance. So that's what we about to switch over to, y'all. Because I'm telling you, hubby pay a lot. Hubby pay like $300 some every pay period just for insurance. And
so you don't have TRICARE? You don't have TRICARE?
Yeah.
I do have that insurance too, but hubby has insurance through his job. But since our children, until the last one turned 25, which was last year, right?
Okay.
So because of that, he was going to have, you know, when you go through your job, you either pay for single or family, don't matter how many in the family. It's the same amount. So
because it's only like $400 something for TRICARE Prime for family. So y'all might
through
want to look into
TRICARE?
that
Oh,
too.
I don't have to.
Yeah.
When I go through the VA, I don't have to pay for nothing.
No, I'm saying if you don't like get the VA with him, like you can do the VA the TRICARE family, because it's only like $300, $400 for the entire year.
Really?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Oh shit! So even if we don't qualify, he still could pay that, and that's way cheaper. God
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah, that's why.
For an entire year.
Yeah, that's why I asked you that, bro.
Oh, I didn't know. See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
When we get
baby.
together and share information, you know what I mean? Like man, listen, I left a lot of money on the table, y'all. It's embarrassing, but at the
You want me to find that link? I could find the link for you, because I'm gonna get the updated.
Can
one
we do
for
it
you. So
online?
you can look at
Can I
all the
even do my
codes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. So it'll have all the codes for you and exactly how to write it out
Yeah.
and how to
You know,
word it.
Yeah, but see, when it comes to the VA stuff, y'all, I get emotional. I can't. I'm gonna have to get somebody to go with me because
it's
the
upsetting.
stuff that I'm supposed to tell them get me all in my emotions. You know, I'm supposed to write out everything that happened to me, like when I was raped and how I went and all that shit.
Yeah,
and
that's a lot.
They give me the paperwork. They gave me the paperwork years ago, and I still haven't done that yet.
They have a whole new so now they have like a whole special section that deals with that.
Really?
It's much better now. Yeah, girl, it's much better. It's a lot better.
I'm gonna have to. I gotta do what I need to do, cause y'all, shit. We're getting older.
First time filling my stuff out, I got 100%.
See, I would look when I got out. I got out on a medical. It was just 30%. So from there, it went up, and then it went up, and then I just, I let some of that shit go. Oh, you know what pissed me off though? Is that I got out on enough for my children to get paid. Them people knew I had children because I would go there, right? I had to fill out something. Nobody ever said, oh, and by the way, here, your children would get this amount of money every month.
You know it's retro. Like you can let them know that, and you can get back paid all of that. You do know that,
oh,
right?
Really? No, I didn't know
yes,
that.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well,
you can get back paid.
Girl, me and hubby this week or next week,
yes,
we
ma'am.
going, and I'm gonna complain because I'm gonna tell you, they can never lie and say I never walked in that place to ask them questions. And you know, every time I went in there, they would either say we don't do that, and then they would give me this big ass fucking book. You know that little book with it? And I guess they want you to read it, and you have to know what it is they give you. That's a fucked up shit right there.
Yeah, no, and that book don't cover everything. That book does not cover everything. I'm gonna tell you now, it don't come up with everything.
I'm pissed off about my kids.
Why the VA about to buy me a $2,500 recumbent bike?
I'm gonna need to talk to you. We're going to talk. We're going to talk out there, either whatever. So, cause my they gave me a heating pad. It's a nice little expensive thing, but I heard that they, like you said, they get bikes.
Yes, man.
They doing all kinds of shit now. You know who we help for that?
Massage therapy.
Yes. You know who I heard? You know who did that to us for us, huh? Obama.
Yeah.
Obama check. People was dying before Obama got in, y'all. I'm talking about veterans would make an appointment for heart problems, and them motherfuckers would tell them, well, we'll call you when we get to make you an appointment, and it would go months, and them people been to die. They used to
That's what
say,
they were counting on.
Yeah, they was counting on us dying. That's what they do. It used to, what it was, deny until they die, act like you don't see them until they die. Yes, they're waiting for us to die off. And now I'm in that age range. Like I'm in the perfect age range, right? When we in our 50s. And yeah. And these motherfuckers, and it's a lot of war veterans. You know? War veterans.
Oh,
but you ain't got.
Do you know also every time you go to the VA, when you drive to the VA, you know you can file for travel pay.
Yeah, that little fucking $1 and something they give me. I can't.
Little every little penny for my account. I can.
But that's
give
true,
me my
but
money. I'm gonna
that's-
spend it.
That's true, but if I had to get in the goddamn Uber, that $1 and something was nothing but a tip. So I'm about to make them
baby.
start.
No. Why would you get in the Uber? You better make them provide transportation. You know they provide that, right?
Yeah, that's what
that's
I'm
a whole
saying.
department.
That's what I'm about to. And thank you. If you know the department, because I called them the other day. I keep missing this appointment because hubby can't get here in time for me to
It's
get
called
there.
escort services.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She told me to call my. She told me to call my primary.
Like
Go ahead.
No,
What
it's
you
the
saying?
same people you would call. They call like when they need to bring you from one department to another. Like if you're in a wheelchair,
Oh,
it's not the
yeah.
same department. But
Yeah,
they
they
do the
push me around.
transportation, the van, and all of that stuff to pick you up from your house. Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
and also,
shit.
if you have an appointment that you need a chaperone for, or need someone to be there for you, and you don't have anybody, like they provide that service as well.
Okay, girl. Well, I'm calling tomorrow to get on it because, yeah, and I'm gonna see if I can get that money for my children because that's fucked up, y'all. It would have been like $1,200 a month for them.
Yeah,
because
they know because your information would have been in theirs, right? Because you had the kids before you separated, right?
No, I had the kids after, but wait,
it don't matter.
Yeah, I had the kids after, but yeah, I was eligible.
Yeah,
you know,
And
that's
Bob,
all
I
that
don't know how that. I think everything she's saying is true because my husband got hurt, and 7 years after he got hurt, and he was still in the service. So, I started getting a check for my children, and they had to pay me back arrears from the 7 years before.
Yes,
for our children, for each one of our children.
Hell yeah, we going. Listen,
so yeah, you can get that retro.
And it happens from the date you were entitled, aka the date your children were born.
And
Oh,
Bum,
hell
you know,
yeah, really?
Bum, you
Yes,
know you
ma'am.
got Bum, you know you got a case manager for your VA too. You know that, right? Yes, ma'am. You have a case manager. She's supposed to be doing all this for you.
Oh, okay. Who told? Would I go to the? Do I go to the hospital or to the VA?
You go to the VA or the hospital, and they'll tell you who your case manager is.
You don't even have to do that. You know you can log on to the VA website, right? VA.gov.
Yeah,
and you
and
can
then-
message them all that information.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
they will provide all of that for you digitally.
So to fill out the paperwork, do I have to go down, or can I do it online these days? Do y'all know?
You can do it online. You can do it online.
Okay.
But I would also have a rep, like schedule for a rep to actually go over the paperwork with you to make sure everything is filled out
Thing
correctly.
is done. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do that shit tonight before I go to
Mom,
sleep.
that's what my husband said. Get a rep. Get your rep. He said,
Yeah,
the
to
rep
make
is
sure it's
supposed to
done
be
right, huh?
everything. Yeah,
That's what I'm gonna do. Because they can't. First of all, they can't deny me because of the rate, right? They can't deny. So I automatically get. But I want what my kids to do. I was so pissed off when I found out about that. I found out after when my youngest son, right after he graduated, and somebody online, I think it was the general, came up and he mentioned something. And man, I was so heated. I acted like everything was cool, but I was so heated. I'm like, wait a minute, my children would have been getting money.
Hey, make sure you ain't leaving no money, no tax benefits too with your state and city and state for your house and all of that. Your vehicle. Because I don't pay for like for property tax in Florida, I don't pay property tax, either private or for business. I pay zero property tax.
Yeah, General told me about that. He also mentioned that I can go to the federal parks and stuff for free. You know, they give you the
I don't
tax.
pay for driver's license. I don't pay for license
You don't?
plates. No, ma'am.
Oh hell! Look, y'all know I ain't got no driving license. Y'all be hearing me say my hubby got to bring me. It's about three years ago. On my birthday, my license expired. Shit, it's longer than 3 years now. It happened before COVID. I haven't had because I haven't gone to go get it renewed, y'all.
Yeah, bring your disabled veterans letter, your eligibility letter that you get every year.
Yeah.
Just print one of them out and bring it there. And you'll get a special thing on your license.
Yeah, I got that. I got the special where it says veteran on my Delaware license. Actually, it's not a license, it's the veterans specialty card that Delaware give. It says veteran on it, but it had my license number on the card.
Oh, okay. No, that's your that's the other VA card, the
state
I forgot what they
VA
call
card.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, something they've been giving me for years. Hubby got one. But yeah, I gotta get on my shit, y'all. For real. Cause I was so pissed off. I was so pissed off when I heard that. I was like, wait a minute, my kids would have been getting what? And I've been going to that place, like I done went through school through these people. And you know what else I'm pissed off about? So I paid for the GI Bill, but by the time I got out, I was eligible for it's another chapter 31. That's when you're disabled, which give you better benefits, right? Because so the GI Bill is based in that $100 I paid every month, and they give you up to a certain amount. But the other way that I apply that I'm beneficial is like they give you money for going to school. So I was getting money for going to school, which I don't remember getting no money for going to school. Now that I think about that shit, they paid. They paid for the school, but I don't remember them giving me. I was supposed to get a stipend every month.
Yeah. So like if I went to school full time, they would give me $3,000 a month just to go to school, on top of paying for my education.
Right. It wasn't that much back then, but I don't remember getting the money. I may have gotten that money though.
Did you have any GI Bill left? Did you have any months left?
I never used it, and then they told me I couldn't use it. Told me it was expired.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't expire. They extended it. It's lifetime now.
Oh, what? I wonder could I use it for my kids? That's all I was concerned about. I was like, look, I paid this money. Give me my money back, or let me use
Congress came back and said it's lifetime. It does not expire.
Oh, see, they told me
that happened like I want to say like 4 years ago. They came back and said no, because they figured it was illegal because a lot of people didn't use it, and they were told that it expired 10 years after you retire, and no, so they changed
when they told me that shit, after it expired. But I was like, why would it expire? I paid the money. Y'all didn't tell me it expired. So they was getting over on people. Oh man, look, I'm getting.
That's why Congress came back and said it was. That's why they came back and said it was illegal.
Oh man, see, but how many people you think don't know this? Girl, like we know, like we found out
millions of people,
millions of them. Man, I'm gonna get my motherfucking money.
Look, they can't keep it from me because I'm too goddamn nosy.
Girl, and that you my best friend. I'm a two.
Look, I like to read too damn much.
Look, yeah, listen, and that's the last thing I do. But yeah, we need to have a place where we share information like this. Because when I'm gone, when me and my husband gone, my children don't benefit from none of that. And I think that's fucked up. I think some of the benefits should go to our children. Because I did hear, and y'all can tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm not lying. I've heard this from a veteran, but I just don't like when I go down. A guy told me that they helped him with his daughter's school. I'm not lying. I went down there and I asked him, I say, hey, I heard that my son's about to go to school. I heard there's a program that will help them in college. And that woman told me no, like me and hubby went. And then so she told me no. So some people telling me, yeah, they helping some, and then they telling me no. I'm like, I don't know. Like
because now they have it where it's partial, like you can sign over your GI Bill to your kids.
Really?
You can actually do, you can actually do
that. That's right.
What? Shit, I'm about to sign that shit over to them. Shit, and if I got to go back to school, I will go back to school. Like these,
No,
when I was
Bob.
telling, huh?
From what I
You
know,
don't have to
it's
go back to school.
$2,500. $2,500 a month to your children for that GI Bill.
What?
I
Yes,
don't know, but
ma'am.
I use my dad for some of my school, my schooling. And my dad he only served 4 years in the Marines.
And you know, certain like, especially if it's a state college or university, if you are a disabled veteran, a lot of times your child can go with drastically reduced prices.
Oh shit!
Like for me, because I'm 100% disabled, certain states, my kids get a free ride.
Oh hell no!
Automatic.
That's a good thing. I'm saying hell no. That's listen.
So you gotta check with the state and then also with the school, because there are all kinds of program. Girl, it's so much stuff. It is ridiculous, and people do not talk about it, and the ones that do know, they just be like, I ain't telling y'all.
I wonder why they don't share though. That like,
but them white people know. Them white people know. Because
they know.
At Tuskegee, that's how I found out, and I was like, I'm too old. And a woman looked at me at the register office. She said, baby, sign that money, and get your money. In other words, she said, you talking too much. I'm trying to tell you, your daddy he served 4 years. I think I didn't get a whole bunch, but I think I got like 1,500 or something.
That's a lot,
something
girl.
like that. Yeah, because going to Tuskegee, I still owe them. But and the white people was coming to our schools. There was a minority at the school. The men was double minority because they was white and they were minority in the nursing program, and plus they was getting their GI Bill from their parents.
I wonder if my husband.
So on top of, don't forget about the grants that they sign up for to make sure whatever's left is covered for.
So let me. So hubby is a veteran, right? He was in way longer than me, but he didn't get hurt or anything. But when he got out, he found out he was diabetic. So I was telling him like to apply it, like what I mean. Private disability. They gave me 10% just because I had a facial breakout while I was in the Army. So I was telling him they'll give you a percentage for and then because let me tell y'all, hubby's insulin, that shit is breaking up between my medicine.
If he looks at his medical records, if there's any indication that he was pre-diabetic before he got out, it is automatically covered.
Yeah. We gonna have to we gotta
Wait a minute. Is your husband going to the VA?
No, he's never gone to the VA. I've been trying
to
get
he
him.
needs to, because he don't have to pay for no insulin.
Exactly, none at all. Zero money.
None. Then he got to pay for that. If he goes to the VA, then he got to pay a dime.
Yeah, we were supposed to go do some paperwork today, but I'm glad I'm talking to y'all. So
girl, you better put that money back in your
pocket. And if he look, I don't care if he ever had ankle sprain, anything broken, like anything, the whole entire time he was in, it is covered. He is covered.
That's what I told him. So he got this skin fungus because he was over there in Korea, all in that grass.
I know exactly.
Yeah,
the Korean crud. I know exactly.
I told him.
Oh yeah, there's a actual, because of the yellow, it's like a yellow dust. There's a disability claim specifically for that, and also for the burn pits.
Yeah, because his skin, like it, even though his skin is the way it is, right? In the summertime, you can see this big area, like it's just discolored, and in the wintertime, his skin get lighter, but you can see this area. And he told me, "Oh yeah, he got that in Korea," and I was like, "Well, what is it?" And he just said something he got a Korea. So
it's a fungal infection.
Yeah, and then so there's some different soaps that the doctor would give him that would lighten.
He's definitely all of that's covered. You know, all of that's covered. All of that's covered, baby.
Why in the HELL bomb are y'all going to these doctors when the VA has to give it to you for free?
We didn't know. Like, we just learned. I knew that I could go to VA. I could go to VA and everything's covered. And everything, right? He, on the other hand, because I'm a disabled vet, I've been, I got out medical discharge. He, on the other hand, just got out, he ETS'd out. You know what I mean? And
But
No,
they
you know, I
supposed
don't know
and
what
see,
that is. You got to
this is the
tell
thing.
me. What is EST?
Time and
What's
service.
that?
he
Oh,
just did his
time and
time of
service.
service. Yeah.
Yeah, he
Okay.
just did time and service. So he didn't
So that's what
retire,
my
but he
daddy
did time and
did.
service.
So
Yeah,
my
he-
dad did 4 years. That was term of service. Was that
But
what that
see,
was?
yeah.
Yeah.
But see what they're requiring now, even if you separate, you are supposed to go through the VA claims process. And they make sure it's mandatory now that everybody goes
Oh,
through it.
yeah, I heard they do it
And
even before they get out.
yeah, like 6
Yeah.
months before you get out, you start it.
Yeah.
Because they want to make sure that your pay starts right when you
Right away.
separate.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah,
yeah.
he definitely needs to file a claim.
He sure do,
I
baby.
didn't start
'cause
getting
that's
paid for
crazy.
I didn't get paid for 3-4 years after I was out. And I didn't even know I was getting checks because they were sending them to my home in Louisiana. And yeah, and somebody was
Because
stealing them, girl.
his claim will also be back paid. So from the
Really?
time he got out, yes, ma'am.
Oh shit.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
about to
Y'all
look,
sitting
I'm
on
about-
money.
Yeah,
Look,
we
y'all
sitting on
sitting on,
money.
y'all playing.
Yeah, we
look,
playing.
look,
We
just give me
playing.
something for Christmas. Look, just give me a
Look,
little something.
both of
Little-
y'all gonna
little
get
gift.
something nice for
A little
Christmas if
thank
I
you.
get that money. I'm gonna make y'all
I just
something.
want
Look.
you to get. I just want you to get the care you need because
Exactly.
you know, as a registered nurse, and I
Mhm.
work in case management as a registered nurse. I have so many people that call me and tell me, I can't afford this, I can't afford that. I said, sweetie, your job insurance has a program. You ain't got to pay nothing for it. But knowledge is
Really?
power. Knowledge is,
Mhm.
yeah.
Hubby,
Yeah, you know, I was a
man,
case manager
sometimes
for
we
the
gotta
VA.
sometimes we gotta decide on his medicine versus other shit.
I know
'Cause
whether you
that
gonna eat
insurance-
or whether you go. I know that, but and then don't ever forget, Bomb Cherry. They are like when I call my patients every day and I talk to them and say, you know, I see in your claim that you didn't get your you get this. Well, baby, I can't afford the copay so much. That's what your case manager there for. So me, you know what I have to go do? I have to
Look
call
at the
that
drug
company.
programs.
Yeah, I have to call the
Mhm.
company, see if I can get them a coupon.
Yep,
Call
that's
that
what I did for
pharmacy.
my mama.
Yeah, call that pharmacy and say, wait
Yeah.
a minute now. You having to pay for it because you didn't got your 30-day supply, but now the insurance says you must get a 90-day supply. That's the only way they're gonna pay for it. See, you have to utilize your case manager. Everybody don't
Yeah.
know you have a case manager. I don't care if you got VA benefits, regular benefits, you have a case manager, and that's what she there for.
My
Or supposed to
medication
do.
used to be $5 a month. Then it went up to $50 a month. I was like, and that's after insurance, y'all. That's after 2 insurance.
But wait a minute. Did you look and see? See, this is what insurance
Look.
companies do. They don't tell you. This is what they do. For so long, you can get a 30-day supply.
Uh-huh.
After that, they want you to get a 90-day supply.
90 days. Mhm.
But the pharmacists, they so lazy, they don't check and tell you. They supposed to check and say, well, Miss Bomb Cherry, you know, your insurance not gonna pay unless you get a 90-day supply now. That's what they supposed to tell you, but they don't tell you.
Yep.
But then
But
you
it's the
end up paying
price.
this big price.
But
The
it's the
price
Yeah,
gonna
because
be
you
the price
Huh?
gonna
the
be
price gonna be
$5. The
Yep.
price gonna be
Oh,
$5. But
so
you
what
gotta
we've
get
been
a 90-day supply instead of a 30-day supply.
okay, so I'm saying like when the medicine went to $50, because hubby, now that makes sense what y'all saying, because hubby, his first time getting it, and y'all know this happened every year. Every year shit reset when
That's
insurance
right.
do.
Mm-hmm.
Dumbass shit. So before his insurance pays, we gotta pay like $1,500 before they pay for anything.
So you have
that's
his,
through his insurance though, not
right.
the VA. But
But
and then so
I'm gonna tell you the
but
type of insurance that he got. He got the high deductible insurance. See,
Mhm.
that's another thing. A lot of people don't like to go EPO, but let me tell you something about EPO.
Yeah, he got that
He got the high deductible. See, the high deductible is where he got to
Hey,
pay for. They'll touch it. They ain't
yeah,
gonna
the
touch
P,
nothing till he pay a certain amount.
yeah.
nah, we don't have a high deductible. It's just that that's how all the insurance do. You gotta pay something. You don't have one with a spending account. They got the ones with the spending account.
That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you now. I work for an insurance company, case management.
Okay, so
nurse, It's called that's called the high deductible. So what
Which one?
that does, the high deductible is where you can have a health savings account with it, or you can have, I forgot the other account you can have with it. But
You got wage,
usually
you got wage with the one I got.
The FSA, the
Wait,
FSA.
y'all
Yeah.
can't talk over each other. I can't hear. So they got a HMO, right, and a PPO
and an EPO
PPO.
and an EPO. And
Okay,
an
so
EPO.
which one is, because they got one with a spending account, right?
That's the high. That is okay. So the flexible account, you can have with any of them. You can have a flexible account with any of them. But the HSA is the one where the company will put money in for you too, and it's a savings. You can use that. You can use that saving from year to year to year. You put money in there from year to year to year. But when you go to the doctor, it's not going to pay nothing until you pay whatever your deductible is or whatever your co-insurance is. Then you have the other one. It's called the high deductible. It's not going to. You can see any doctor you want to see, anything like that, but it's not going to pay nothing until you meet your out of pocket or your deductible.
Right. So is that a PPO or HMO?
Yeah, PPO.
That's the PPO. HMO means you have to go with the network.
Yeah, I got
okay.
HMO
So we
have
got
to go with the network.
Yeah, so we go in network, but still we have our copay is the same, right? It might say $25 for this type of doctor, specialist is $35, and then they tell you about the ambulance. It's all on the card. But what I'm talking about, when I talked about the money, I'm not talking about that. We're talking about the pharmacy portion, remember?
Just for the medication, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that's a different area. So, but his medicine, and maybe it's because of what y'all saying, after he get a certain amount, then they want him to get 60-day, 90-day supply.
Yeah, it's a 90-day. I have to do that or they charge me higher if I don't do the 90.
It's a 90-day supply.
Yeah.
But this is my question.
They
With the
mail
90
it
day
to you.
they mail it to him. But this is my question. The 90-day supply, they want you to pay that same amount of copay, but 3 times for 3 months. So now instead of paying $25, he got to pay damn near $95. Then he go
That's
don't
because,
work like that. It's
no. That's because he getting the mail order. Okay, so
my mail order ain't that high.
So when people have different prescription plans have different co-pays and different things about their how they deliver your medicine and how you get it. When you go to the pharmacy, a lot of people don't like to go to the pharmacy, but when you go to the pharmacy, it's going to stay the same. So I don't know. I'm just saying Walgreens. He might not go.
Yeah,
to
that's
Walgreens,
where we go. Walgreens,
but if you go to Walgreens, so usually the first 90 days you can get 30 days worth of your medication. After that, the prescription insurance wants you to get a 90-day supply because it's cheaper for them how they get it. So you'll still pay that $5, but you're going to get a 90-day supplies. Now the mail order like Express Scripts and people like that, they do theirs differently. They can tell you, well, we want you to get a 90-day supply for your insurance to pay, but you will have to pay 5, 5, and 5. That's 15. You see what I'm saying? To get whatever you got to get.
This shit went up to $95. So you saying we don't have to do mail order? We can just go to Walgreens?
You can just go to Walgreens. You don't have to do mail order.
So wait, he thought he was doing mail order because he thought it was cheaper.
It's gonna be cheaper.
But it's not. That motherfucker shit $95.
It's not.
I guess is cheaper. I think instead of paying, I think like $50 a month, they give him 3 months for $95. But he got to put it all out at once and shit.
It's more than $95.
I would say to check with that what medication manufacturer that is. Like for that medication, check with the name brand of that medication and see if there's any discount codes or anything.
And also
discount.
see if he can get a generic for that.
Yeah.
It's an insulin.
Because like my mom, her one of her COPD medications, she was paying $180 a month.
Damn.
I
Yeah.
went online. She started paying $10 a month.
A month, yeah. And then sometimes they have programs with that particular medication that will give you an astronomical discount on it.
Yeah, not,
Then you
the
can get
medical.
coupons and everything.
Yeah, I had a
But your
coupon.
case manager should be doing it. You shouldn't be sitting back. This what they pay me for.
Oh,
Girl,
okay.
let me
So
tell you, they don't do that no more. They don't be doing none of that. Girl, my mom case manager ain't do shit. I tried to get her a electric scooter. She's like, I don't think she qualified. I was like, okay.
She
She
don't
didn't
think
even
she
try.
qualified. You
She
should
didn't,
you
she
mean
didn't
she
even
don't think
try.
she's
Hold up.
damn.
She didn't even try. So I went and I did the legwork and I got her scooter. She came one day. How you get that? Oh, because I did your job. That's how.
Oh Lord, y'all look. So I'm supposed to be asking for a case. Let me write this. A case man. So I'm a contact VA, right? And me and him, we should have went today, but I'm gonna get him to take another day off, and we're gonna just go handle our business, or do some of it online if we can. And
Yeah, you can do
then
some of it online.
yeah,
You can
because see
call your case manager. They'll tell you who your case manager is, and
yeah.
they'll transfer you to your case manager. But yeah, you got to get on it now, cause
Yeah, because you
you
know,
like
VA
the
full of
money.
shit. VA done tried to kill me. Y'all know I'm over here. My leg swells up. They don't know why. I was in the hospital for over a week. And right when it was getting better, they sent me home on some So I have this problem with antibiotics. Like I become resistant. So they got to find the right one. Right. So when they found the right one, they sent me home with some pills. So my leg never got right. And now I think I got a pinched nerve because now it's in my hip. My hip, if I move, pain shoot through my body. And my ass just don't want to get up and go to the hospital. But
You
that's why
sure it's not sciatic nerve pain?
my nerve, yeah, I got problems. Like my nerve in my back is all fucked
That's
up.
what I just asked you. Did you have sciatic nerve pain?
Yeah, yeah. So they never gave it that definition until like they never give me a real definition, except when they saw my X-ray of my back. My pain management explained it to me because the doctor at the VA didn't. So I gave them the paper that they mailed me, and I said, "Can you explain what this is?" And she was like, "Oh yeah, your lower back is shot." She said, "Oh shit," and your upper back, and she said that explained the pain you're in. And like for a few years, I couldn't even walk on my legs right. Like they get numb, they hurt so much I have to stand up and rock on them. Hubby used to wake up rubbing them for me because I would be crying in my sleep, y'all, the pain in my leg. Come to find out it's a nerve. So yeah, it's a nerve in my back. And yeah, I had to get injections in my back and in my hips.
The VA pays for chiropractors also. So acupuncture, chiropractor, all of that stuff.
Acupuncture, they pay.
That's the one I've been scared of, but that's the one I think I'm gonna try it. Because I'm not me and
If the VA, let me trip you out. If the VA near you does not have a pool, right? You can get a gym membership and say you need aqua therapy.
Oh,
you're welcome. Lila, you welcome.
I do need
but
to
you
get,
got
look,
so
y'all.
many benefits, Bomb Cherry. But like she said, if you don't, you have to be. You have to be your own doctor because people.
Because a lot of people they do not know,
and
like,
they don't
even
care
around
either.
me.
And they don't care either.
Yeah, but when
They
you're
don't.
your own doctor, you know what? When you're in the situation I'm in, and you're your own doctor, you know what they call that? Medicine shopping. Even though I ain't asking for not a motherfucking medicine. So that's what I learned being a Black woman in pain, chronic pain, because I've been in chronic pain for over 25 years now. Right? Going on 30 years. I have a headache that hasn't stopped. I have a headache that has not stopped in 30 years.
And that's dangerous.
Oh,
it has
is
not
it a migraine?
Stopped. Yeah, it's like they don't even know what to call it. Originally, they was before the term migraine came out, they was calling it migraine. Then they started calling it a cluster headache. Because then they started telling me it's a rebound headache, claiming that it's the medicine causing it. I'm like,
so let me tell you, there's a device that the VA currently gives out. I'm gonna spell it for you. It's CEFALY.
Wait a minute. I'm about to write it. Wait, give me a second. I got it right here. What is it?
CEFALY.
L-Y.
And it's a device that helps with migraines.
Don't
You
Venus
put it
got
on.
that?
Yep. You put it on once a night. No, it's an actual device. It's an actual medical device. You put this thing on your forehead for like
Yeah,
30
I'm talking about
minutes
she got
every
it because
night.
she suffered from the migraines like that. She was doing a special something. She said they gave it to her. She put it on at nighttime before she goes to sleep. Venus, the tennis player.
Oh, okay. I don't be knowing them motherfucking people.
So this is a medication-free migraine treatment.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to take no medication.
Oh.
You use this device, and the VA provides them free.
Oh, okay.
Because
Well,
she
I
said
sure
she suffered from the same thing you suffer from. She is constant. She always have it all the time.
all
But she
the
said the
time.
device helps her. Yes, she said she had it all the time.
It never stops. It only get worse. And then I'm through all the years, I'm just getting on. They about to talk about upping up my medication. You know, I've been on everything. You name it, I've been on it. Yeah.
That's
Most
horrible.
of it don't work. You know them strong ass medicines. I've been on fentanyl. I used to be on a fentanyl patch. I never took it.
I used to take the oral spray. Yeah,
I took the patch, but the patch won't stick to my body. Like the patch, like my body, my skin is a certain type. So none of the patches would stick. So I got off of that. They had me on Oxycontin, and I was so scared because I had heard of Oxycontin that I wouldn't take it. So they took me off that. And right now, I've been on morphine. And so, but they see those long-term acting drugs, like those strong fentanyl patches, and those are long-acting drugs.
Yeah, they are.
Oxycodone is my short. That's the thing that worked, but the long-acting don't work. They don't seem to. I don't feel no difference in them. And then I do get scared to take them. You know, when I hear people dying of this slowing of your breath.
Well, because that and it's habit forming. I'm gonna explain to you why. Because the manufacturer put me in a clinical trial because I was on fentanyl for over a year for my spinal injury. And they were like, for one, I was on Oxy, the highest dose the FDA allows, which actually I was prescribed the higher dose, but they banned it, so they had to rewrite the prescription.
I used to be on
that
15. They put me
fentanyl.
on 10, and which is
I was
high.
on, I was on fentanyl, Oxy, and I used to get the spinal injections.
Yeah.
Every month, right?
Every month you was getting the injections?
Oh yeah. Every month. Like I had serious, like I had to end up having spinal surgery. But yeah, so
did you have it? Because I'm scared to let them do it.
Yeah, I had it. Oh, I had it. The first one, not so well. The second one, I went to the actual head specialist in the state, and he went in and he actually did a bone graft.
Did it get better?
So oh yeah, I have full range of motion in my neck, which they still don't understand.
Oh yeah, I haven't had full range motion in my neck for over 20 years. I look that when I drive, you know, you got to look back. I got to move my shoulders, and I could barely look back there.
Talking about that, you know, there's adaptive equipment that you're now qualified for that, right?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, for your vehicle. Oh yeah, baby. Lola, if it's something that I need to get, bitch, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Oh, dude, I'd say what?
I'm gonna give you my number. We gonna have to
run me that, please.
Yes.
Be like, oh, please run it from me.
You need to give her
need
your number, Bomb, because you, baby, we got to get you together now. You
I know, yes, y'all do, because I'm falling apart over here, y'all. Look, since COVID, things got worse, because I caught COVID in 2019, before they even knew COVID. And that's why I felt like I'm winded when I walk.
That's probably long-term COVID effects. You know, you got long-term.
Yeah. So I used to be very active up until COVID. Like I was, you know what I'm saying? Active, be outside playing with my grandson, twerking and all, like breaking it down. And now I feel like, damn, I feel like I'm 90 years old. I should not be feeling like this.
You get winded real easy?
Yeah, I get winded real easy. Winded. And then y'all know I'm built a certain way. I got a big backside, man. I'm trying to tell you.
Who you telling? Girl, me too. What you think?
Girl, I feel like
Hey.
look, somebody cracked a joke and said I'm walking like I'm a bit over. And I'm like, nah, that's just a big butt back there. But I just feel tired. And hubby been putting up with this shit. I know sometimes I can look on his face and tell that he, but because he been taking care of me for 3 years, y'all.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this, and don't. Have you tried ginger?
What you mean, ginger? You mean ginger?
Just getting
ginger?
some regular ginger from the store and boiling it and making some tea.
Oh no, I never tried that. What that do?
Yes, ma'am.
It
That
help with
cleared you up.
Inflammation.
It helps with your lungs and everything.
Oh,
yes,
wait
ma'am.
I'm gonna get some ginger tomorrow.
Look, all I'm saying is when I got here, my mom was on 2 liters of oxygen, and she's on 1 now.
Yeah. Well, I hope
With
not be
severe
on oxygen
COPD.
for some while. Oh shit. You look good.
And they like, how did her oxygen go down? Don't worry about it. I'm getting all this inflammation and all of this. I'm getting all that down.
That's right. That's right. Because herbal stuff work now. They, the doctors tell you that it don't, but it do work.
I'm gonna try that ginger though. I know I have heard that ginger was good. I just didn't know what to do with it. How it tastes? How it tastes? Can I add some sugar to it?
It's spicy. Oh yeah, definitely add sugar to it, girl. I don't.
Yeah, it's spicy.
Oh, it's spicy. Ginger is spicy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, girl.
I cook with ginger. I never noticed it.
No, raw ginger.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. I cook with it. Oh, you mean raw without cooking it? You mean?
Yeah.
When you boil it in that tea, it's gonna be a little spicy.
Oh shit! I didn't know ginger was spicy. I'm gonna check it out though. Me, I'm gonna talk to him.
You can even put a little lemon in it if you want to.
Yeah.
Take the spicy a little bit off.
Instead of putting sugar, put you some honey, baby.
Little honey. Girl, you gotta have money to buy honey, girl. Look,
you do not
put some
have
sugar
to
in
have
there.
money to buy
Put some
honey.
sugar in there, girl. Look, she getting all bougie. Put some sugar in there, girl.
You have to buy honey. You will get the cheapest honey they got, baby. Still gonna work. I don't know why people think, oh yeah,
that ain't honey.
Girl, please.
That honey is the real deal. I don't know what the hell that is.
The Dollar Tree sell honey. The Dollar Tree sell honey for $1.25.
Yeah, they call that honey. That is that gin. What the name of that tree, man?
Molasses tree.
Huh? How they make low grade honey? What they do to make it low grade?
They don't spin it or anything. It's straight out the hive.
Well, why would that? Wouldn't that be high grade when they don't spin it?
Don't give me the line. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, look, hubby no girl. He be over here knowing all that scientific shit. I don't be knowing. I be like,
no, but I know it works just the same, baby. Works just the same.
Yeah, that should be turning hard in the goddamn what you call them. You ever see when it solidifies, honey?
Oh yeah,
Like,
it's
how in the
all
hell
like
I'm gonna
cloudy
get it out of
looking.
here? Yeah. Like, how in the
I
hell
don't know. Mine don't never last that long in this house. This
you just gotta warm it up a little bit. That's all. Put a little heat to it.
Yeah,
But yeah,
you don't have to get on it, honey. You can't be. You got too many benefits. You pass.
Yeah, you sleeping on money, girl. Money.
Yeah, me and hubby, we gonna take care of it.
Because I know he qualifies for automatic disability just for being in Korea.
Yeah.
Oh.
You heard what she said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey man, sound like he sleeping. We keeping him.
Yeah, he looked tired.
He said, I ain't stunning y'all. I ain't stunning y'all women.
Yeah, he lit up. We talking.
Anyway, how long I've been on, y'all? Let me check. It tells me up here. 9 hours, 10 hours. Yeah,
you been on that long, Bomb Cherry?
I know, huh? I came on early, just to make sure y'all had something to listen to while y'all at work. Look, that's what friends do. I was like, okay, let me, and I figured we go through.
Crowds is making me cry. I said I was at work when I finished talking to my patient. I was looking at the Jonathan Quellich trial about he murdered his teenage niece.
Niece,
Girl, I was in there. I saw about the boohoo. I said, then I saw you come on, cause Vic sent me to this channel. Girl, I don't know what his name is. Everyday something. Everyday something. But he
Oh,
was
you talking about yeah, I know you talking Daryl Long.
Yeah. And I couldn't understand what them young folks were saying. And I saw your red dot. I said, well, let me hurry up and go over to these people. I can understand what they're talking about. I was like, I don't know what they talking about. I was like, oh my God, it's just me. I don't know. I guess because I'm older, that stuff started getting on my nerve and all that hollering and that cussing, and I'm like, I don't want to hear all that. I'm sorry. I don't
And
want
they don't look, and they don't be getting to the point. Be like, come
No.
on, what's the info?
Like, and he's sitting up there smoking weed. Bless his heart. He a healthy young man. I was like, okay, honey. Let me saw your red dot. I said, let me get over here with my kind over here where we talk about a case where I can understand what's going on, because I don't know what they were talking about over there.
Yeah. I kind of like that case that I went through. It was long, but
it was good though, and it helped you understand, like you said, every state has different laws, and because I really thought she wasn't gonna get nothing, but when the judge said he had to go by the law, he bound by the law. I thought, yeah, we gotta see what the law say.
He sure did. Once he said that, I was like, okay, yep. Then he explained everything clearly. And you know what? If they would have known what he was gonna be looking for, they could have prepared.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
They could have hit everything. They could have hit, oh, I need child support, or I need spousal support, or I need this. They would have known to focus on those things. But see, that's why a lawyer. But shit, look, y'all telling me I've always known I qualified for school, and I know I get good money if I go to school. I might decide to go to school to be a lawyer.
You would be a good lawyer, Bob. You would be a good lawyer.
At least what they used to call the people who really do the work.
Paralegals.
Yeah, paralegal. I thought about being a paralegal when I was younger. I don't know about this computer shit. I'm not really interested in that no more.
I wanted to be a corporate lawyer before I wanted to join the military.
Yeah.
I know. I was a little odd child. Don't worry about it.
Do y'all think when we gotten older though, some of y'all been smart since you were young, but I feel like I feel like as I gotten older is when I retain more information. Maybe because I'm more interested.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when I was young, man, shit, I didn't want to hear none of that shit, man. Now people say something and I'm listening to what they say, every word.
Because you can kind of relate it to different things too, and connect it to how it relates to your life, like
right.
That makes sense. When you're younger, sometimes, like, I think because I didn't have nothing to connect a lot of things to. Like, I didn't even understand fractions. It's so easy now, like, because my parents never had a cup, like a measuring cup. None of them. I never no measuring spoons, no measuring cups for dry ingredients or wet ingredients. So it's weird now as an adult and starting to see these things. I'm like, oh, this makes so much sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you got something to relate it to. Like when I was in nursing school and we did mental health, all the young girls were failing. I was busting A's. I made straight A's in mental health. They said, how are you doing it? I said, because I think about my uncle, he alcoholic. This is what he act like. My grandmama, she's schizophrenic. That's what she act like. I had experienced things in life, and I was like, this stupid nigga I was dating, that's what he act like. So he must be bipolar.
He said, I experienced all of this. Oh, this familiar territory right here.
I didn't mind come to class.
That was my minor. My minor was psychiatry, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but yeah.
Well, it's just the older you get, the more I think it's the life experience you can, like she said, you can relate it to other things. It's like the other day. I don't know who the heck gonna help this little girl with her homework when she get on up there, because I promise to God, I don't think I'm gonna qualify for it. But the teacher said, now she in the kindergarten, she 4. So they put her up. So she come and says, Stefani need to tell me how many syllables in her name. So the girl just learned how to spell her name. I said, okay. So, I sat back and I thought, and I was so frustrated. I called my friend. She said, I'm going to tell her, just let her clap it out. So I clapped it out. Sister girl had it while I was clapping. She already had it. Damn. And my stupid self said, they had to go over it with her at school first before they sent her home. I was like, oh my God. But when I related it to, like the lady said, let her clap it out, I was like, if she clap it out, she can count when she clap it. So I just think the older we get, we have life experiences that we can relate things to, and it makes it more familiar to us. It helps us with our understanding of what we're learning or whatever, we're trying to accomplish. Well, for me, it has been that way. For me,
it does. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
definitely.
That's exactly how it works. I'll be shocked. Like I didn't think I was good at math. And then now math, well, not just new math, because I don't know what the hell they doing.
I don't know what that is. The bum. That ain't no math. That ain't no math. Y'all know what the heck that is.
No, girl. Look, why I'm trying to learn it. I know I'm weird. Whatever. That's what retirees do. Whatever. I got time. So I'm gonna find me some videos and I'm gonna learn that new math. Oh yeah, baby.
When you find the videos, let me know, and we'll work it over here too on the work, because Zoom got a workboard. Because I want to learn.
Yeah, because I need
stuff. It's like, girl, when they was doing the multiplication, I said, "Now I'll be damned. Is that it? Oh shit."
I know.
You mean the time I've been doing it hard the whole time?
Yeah, we got to memorize, and they got a way to count it. I said, now that's a daggum shame. They wrong for that. We got to memorize our multiplication.
I lost the entire summer locked in my room trying to memorize my times table.
Multiplication, yeah.
Ain't that some shit, man? So I would love, we do the IQ stuff over here. We put up some of the videos, and people like that. And usually it'll be maybe no more than 20 of us, because everybody's not into the educational stuff. Yeah, they like fuckery, which I'm okay with the fuckery too, but I like the education stuff. Hey, Verbal, is that you? Verbal, is that you? I don't think that's Verbal, y'all.
No, it's me. Hi.
Okay, because you just changed the name of Verbal is here.
No, I don't know why it's saying that. I didn't write that.
Oh, okay.
It announced you. Don't worry about it. Zoom said, we ain't playing with her. It's Verbal here.
I'm about to beat you up.
What Zoom said.
That's my first time seeing you have that name like that.
I don't remember ever doing that, but Verbal is here though.
So Verbal is here. What's going on, Verbal?
I just wanted to ask you, because I just checked in because I was thinking about going live, but I wanted to check in with what's going on with you, my good sis. And I just have one question. Miss Bomb-Cherry. Can I ask my question, Miss Bomb-Cherry?
Yes, go ahead, ask your question, sis.
Who this woman?
Which one?
Amu Tyler. Who this woman?
Oh, go ahead, Amu Tyler. She's a good woman. I met her over there. She one of us.
Hi, Amu Tyler.
She good. I like her.
Hi, Amu Tyler. How you doing, sister? Why you quiet on me? Why you quiet on me, Miss Amutala?
I finally found somewhere I think I fit in, because I ain't fit in them other places. I didn't tell them about them young people.
This is a place where everybody fits in over here. Okay, we make you, and if you don't fit, we make you fit.
We make you fit. We might have to beat you a little bit and get you tender and all strong.
We might gotta haze you a little bit, but it's okay if you stick around. You become Bomb Squad, baby, and that's what.
I like it over here. The last time we talked, I think we talked a long time.
We talked all night, Verbal, and the stream stopped, and we still was up here talking.
Yeah,
we talked a little bit too long. Because I had to kick somebody off, y'all.
Yeah, I was finna say, Bon, what happened with that? I'm slow, y'all. So y'all have to bring me up the pod. Why would she be recording? Is it okay for me to ask you this question?
Yes.
Why was she? Why do you think she was recording us? Because the echo. Oh, okay. Okay.
Messy.
I just came in because I was listening to the little like few minutes and you ladies were talking about like getting older. And I was thinking about it, and honestly, without the physical part of it, mentally and emotionally and spiritually, I really enjoy getting older. It's like such an awakening from, where you were and how you can look back and be like, damn, I was dumb as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And, and you can really see your growth as you get older. And it's just really a beautiful thing because you come into your own, you really begin to know who you are, like yourself, and the stuff that used to bother you when you were in your 20s that you thought was so fucking important, it's nothing to you. It's nothing. It's nothing at all. And you just, when people try to trigger you with the shit that they're still in mentally and emotionally, and you're not there anymore, it's just, you just laugh at them. It's just kind of like, poor baby. You'll get there one day, hopefully.
Yeah, you'll get there one day. That's what you say. Now what the old people say, just keep on living, baby. Just keep on living.
Just keep on living. I remember when I was a little kid and I used to tease this man, this older man that had, my mother was friends with his wife and friends with him. We lived in this duplex. We lived downstairs from them, and we like really became like family, like he had 3 older sons. They were like me and my sister's brothers and stuff like that. He was like our dad, because me and my sister's dad died when I was only 6 and she was 4.
Sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that.
Right? He took us in, and he would be sitting on that couch with his feet up, and they would be crusty and ashy, and I would say, "Your feet, ooh, your feet," and he just would say every time, "Keep living, baby. Keep living, little girl. Just keep living." And I didn't know what it meant, but I kept living. Pedicure. You understand? I give me a pedicure because that living stuff. Oh, it ain't no joke.
It ain't. It's no joke.
You say you're going live, Purple? You gonna put the link so my Matula can come over there?
Yeah, so I can. Yeah, please put the link so I can come visit, please.
Yeah, she needs to visit. Now I'm a little bit different from Bomb. She's a little bit nicer. I be just cussing and dragging and acting a fool sometimes. But I got some stuff to say from real. So tonight I was just gonna talk about some real shit, right? It was gonna be a little serious. I was just gonna be honest, and I was just gonna own my shit tonight. Because I'm feeling away. I'm in a mood.
Well, if you need to go live, I'll shut down because I'm gonna jump in the shower anyway, and then everybody gonna come over there by you. Let you do your thing, and then I'll see y'all in the morning. I'm gonna be over there by you too, but we're gonna start this up in the morning. Y'all could come over in the evening. Hubby about to jump. Well, he just got out the shower. He about to get in bed.
Oh God, here she go bragging again. I'm gonna tell her.
I know, right?
Bragging again.
Everybody have to get in the bed. He ain't
Look,
looking
I'm
good.
keep living.
He's
Look, I'm gonna
freshly
keep
shaved
living.
and
Maybe I
everything.
get there. I'm gonna keep living. Maybe I get there.
Mom, that's all right. I always said third time's the charm. Shit.
She said she going for number 3.
Know what? Empress can get a man. Empress just turning down everybody. That's her problem. She just turning down everybody.
I'm turning down foolishness. You ain't gonna disturb my peace now.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. We can see foolishness 10 miles away.
And it's just I like to giggle of foolishness outside the house. Inside, don't do that.
Yeah. And it's like before that foolishness used to be a little exciting and interesting. It's boring. It's boring AF now. It's boring.
Ooh, yes.
It's boring.
Yes.
And it's expensive. Look, and it's expensive.
It's expensive, all right. It costs more than it's worth. How about that?
Anyway, y'all what y'all want to talk about tomorrow before we get off? Because Verbal got, when Verbal got something to say, I know she need to get it off her chest. So,
She need to drop the link because I don't know the name of.
I don't go live often. That's why.
Yeah, she don't. You gonna put the link in?
I did some shenanigans this weekend. I did some shenanigans and I made somebody hella jealous and hot this weekend, man. I did.
I missed it.
I put the Scorpio on him. I did. I put the Scorpio on him because he thought on Friday evening. See, he was testing me. See, and he thought it was just gonna be one way. Then on Saturday, I showed him it was the other way, and I used another man to find one too to do it. Yes, that's what I did.
It's better than
unite.
That's like a Uno reverse card.
Yeah, Uno reverse card. Absolutely. Skip.
We talk. Like, so you going live in how long? Well, you gotta give Amatula, you gotta give everybody the link. So her name is the Verbal Assassin.
Okay. Yeah. Can somebody put my link in there? I'm on my laptop and it's acting real funny right now. I can't even.
I ain't got nothing on.
Can I just type in the Verbal Assassin? Will it bring me straight to you on YouTube?
It should, and you'll see a cloak. Like it's a woman in a cloak with the dark. It looks like an assassin. It's a woman in a cloak.
Okay.
Wait, let me go grab it. Let me go grab it.
I see it.
Oh, you see it? Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody in the chat.
Subscribe now.
I just did.
Big J say who recording y'all. We'll talk about that another.
I put it in the back chat.
Okay. Yeah, who was recording and what were they recording?
Well, it was just a few of us up here, and we heard an echo, and I was thinking, okay, somebody's recording, because nobody was able to hear us in the chat because I disconnected us from the chat. Because I was already at past the 12-hour mark anyway. So I had already told people that, anything we talk about now won't be able to be caught in the what you call it, y'all? In the replay. The replay. But then I decided, let me just disconnect it all together. I think we was at like 14 hours when I did that. But we was up here for a long time. We didn't leave until the next day, y'all. Everybody.
Yeah.
I had to doze off on them. But anyway, what happened though was when I did that and we started talking about what women want to talk about privately, I ain't gonna lie, there was an echo came about all of a sudden. And so mentally I was like, okay, we're being recorded right now. Right.
I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, everybody heard it, right? It wasn't just me.
Yeah, I just thought the thing was messing up. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
That was because somebody was on, but they wasn't saying nothing, thinking they were being slick, but wasn't.
Thought they were being slick.
Like, we can still see you. We can see you.
Now, what's weird about that situation is at the end, I said, Amatula, I apologize for so-and-so for giving you a hard time earlier. And she popped out of nowhere. Right? And called me a B. Said I was missing. So you already listen to what I just said. You already know who I'm talking about, Verbal, right?
No, I'm sorry. I was distracted.
Oh, you're not paying attention? Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Well, anyway, we talking about somebody.
You said somebody was recording. Wait, what did you say?
I was saying that it sounded like somebody was recording up here. And recording our conversation that was private. And then when because we were leaving, right? And I had said bye to Miss Amatula, and I had mentioned, I said, I apologize for somebody giving you pushback earlier. I mentioned that person's name. I said, I'm sorry, I apologize for her giving you pushback earlier. And she just came out of nowhere acting like she wasn't here. And called me a B. Bomb, you B, Massey. You B. Man, so I got fed up, I told her not to come back.
Oh, is it the person that person that I think it is right now, you think?
Yeah.
Okay. The messy person.
Yeah.
Okay.
What you gonna do? Play it on somebody's show or something?
Probably not.
I mean, I can repeat everything I said, so I don't know what's the point.
It was nothing up here that was so egregious or nothing, you know what I mean? We were just talking about how we usually talk.
Laughing.
Yeah, laughing. Don't be worried
trying to
about.
find me what kind of Arab man or Pakistani, what kind of man I'm supposed to be
Girl,
looking for next. That's what we were
Pakistan, and
talking
I
about.
done told you, leave them Arabs
Hey, hey,
Pakistan.
hey. All I know, he keep looking for me. I'm gonna let him find me.
I don't know why you want to let that man find you. I don't know.
He gonna mess around.
I
He
don't know why
looking
you
at me.
want
That's
to
why I
let
can't.
that man.
That's why I can't go to certain gas stations around here right now. Because he looking for me. No, literally, he is looking for me. So
I
I'm not
know he is, and you just, I don't know why you pay it hard to get. That's okay. Let me get in your predicament. I'm gonna be inviting all y'all to my wedding.
I'm gonna go too. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, Lena said, does it end with an A? Yes, it does, Lena. Yes, it does. Everybody kind of know. I don't know what's going on with her lately. And I don't know why she called me a B. Like, did I do it? Did I say anything wrong for her to do that?
No, because you didn't get a chance to finish saying what you were saying.
What you was about to say.
Because it helped with our conversation, with expanding more to get her to talk more. Because this was your first time. That was your first time coming up.
Yeah.
So.
And y'all had gotten in a great conversation. That's why I was like, I was saying I apologize for her giving you such a hard earlier, pushback. I didn't say anything bad, nothing wrong, nothing mean. She's accused me of being messy and called me a bitch and just went. I was like, what is wrong with you? And then Almatula said she exited and left. Almatula said I'm exiting.
When did she call you messy and say you're a bitch? When did she do that?
Right after
drag that floor for real. Like she needs to get dragged because I'm
the only reason I ain't drag her because I decided I'll be I'm gonna just let
nice
it go.
in front of new company.
Yeah. Well, I did kind of drag her up here.
I was gonna say, Bob, you did get a straight drag.
Yeah, I did give it a little drag up
straight.
here, but then I said I wasn't gonna go live on the channel and drag her. I figured that's what she want, some attention. So, but I did take away a wrench though. So if she come over with no wrench, that's her. Cause I asked her, I was like, look, I'm not dealing with this no more.
It doesn't rhyme with Ella Bobella.
Yeah.
B5 Boella Bella.
I don't know what the idea of. Remember when one day me and her was going back and forth. We were just having a conversation, and sometimes I'd be like, bitch, and I was like, damn, bitch, calling myself, and she said she didn't like it, right? She said, Bob, you call me a bitch, and I was like, but damn, I didn't mean it that way, so I stopped. Right? She told me she don't like it, so I stopped doing it. But she does it all the time. But I think she wants to fight, but I ain't giving her the satisfaction because just a couple of days before that, you saw what she did. You was up here,
Yeah,
she was actually trying to fight with Amatula. She was actually trying, and I like the way you handled that. You handled that so good. You said, okay, well, I ain't talking to you. I'm gonna talk to everybody else.
Oh,
and then she wanted to jump back in, but she wanted to argue, and I love the way you handled that perfectly. She did that twice while we were having that conversation. She was trying to derail it, and you brought it back. You brought it back, and I was like, I'm looking at, okay, like you've been here the whole time, girl. I like this.
Like she belong.
Did that happen on this stream? Because I want to hear it.
No,
it happened.
Yeah, it was the other day. I think it's the other day.
I think it was Friday stream into Saturday or Saturday into Sunday. One of those Saturday into Sunday.
Saturday to Sunday. Yeah,
Saturday. That's a very lonely, miserable, jealous woman. She's very jealous of other women. She's jealous when she hears women happy or women talking or getting along. She's just a very miserable person. That's my conclusion.
We was having ourselves a good time,
yeah,
child.
She doesn't like that. She does not like
tried
that.
to derail it. She did try, but it didn't work.
It makes her ass itch. She doesn't like it.
So I went to apologize. I was like, okay, Amatula is new, right? And I get where sometimes, we give new people a little hard, some pushback. But I apologized to her, and then she just went off. I'm like, I'm not sure what's going on, but it don't matter. You know,
That is crazy.
It don't.
You can't like logically analyze crazy. Crazy is just crazy.
I think you analyzed it very well. I don't know her, but it looks like she likes to play devil advocate. But the thing is that I think that we have to understand as women, all we got is each other. And like I was trying to tell her, Bomb Cherry might see something one way and I might see it another way. But there's no need to get mad at her about it. This is the way she see it. Yeah, this is the way she see it. And it's okay because me and her come from two different places and we think two different ways. We don't want everybody up here to agree all the time. It's gonna be boring. And then you want to hear what somebody else have to say. You should want to hear somebody else's thought process. And I'm probably the loneliest one up in here. But one thing about it is that I get good energy when I hear the happiness that comes from another Black woman. That makes me have hope for myself. That don't make me feel bad. I'm like, okay, well, shoot, I'm gonna get there where she at. If she got there, there's hope for me to get there.
That means I can get there too. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't know why women are like that, And if I can't get there, I don't think the sister would be mad at me saying, well, sister, how did you get there? Because I want to get there. I don't think any woman should have to be jealous of another woman because all you gotta do is ask.
You know where jealousy comes from? Jealousy and envy come from a scarcity mindset. So if you have this idea that there's only enough accolades for just a few people and there's none for you if this group has it, or if, there's only enough love for this only amount, like love is not infinite, it's finite. If you have that scarcity mindset, then you're going to get territorial and jealous and envious because you really feel that it's not enough for you. Everybody's taking it all. And there's no one, it's not, love is infinite. It's not finite. We can have tons of friends. We can love them all. There's always more room and there's always more love. There's always more acceptance that never dries up. But there are people who have, a scarcity mindset again, where there's only so much for everybody else. There's only so much. And so you have to scrape and grab and elbow people out the way because, they think it's like food or something, like it'll run out if they don't get it. So they got to grab it and try to snatch it from you because if they don't, it won't be none for them. And that's where a lot of people are coming from. That's where jealousy and envy comes from. Because if you have it, they think that they can't have it. And that's the wrong.
I never thought about it like that. I never thought about it like that.
Yeah, because we think of it as, like you said, you think of she can have it, then I can have it. We can grasp onto it. But some people think that it's limited, and they think that if she got it, they don't want you to have it. To be honest, I think it's more like I want
everybody to have it. Look, I want everybody to have it. Come on, girl. Do you know about this? Let's get this.
Because we as Black women, we struggle enough. And if we don't have each other, that's why I said, who do we have? Because we see these up and coming Black men, girl, the way they talking, I don't know. But all we have, if we don't uplift each other, the nation gonna fall because it's the Black women that's holding the nation up, really. And I just don't see me fight my sister over something that I can simply ask her, well, how did you get there? Because there might be this one thing I'm missing that she can tell me that I didn't know, and then I can get there. And then even if she goes higher, that still should give me hope that I can go higher. It might not be in the same direction she's going, but just to see my sister go higher, it should be something good within me. Because that should mean you got a chance to Amatulaha. And then you got a chance to give somebody else, pull somebody else up where they want to be. So that's just my concept. But like I told you, I'm probably the loneliest one up here.
I'm like that too. You know me. I'm I'm the hippie flower child, girl.
Hey,
Everybody come.
hey, Mr. Music. Hey, Mr. Music. Thank you, Ellie. I want to just say that for those who don't know, Amatullah is a Muslim woman, y'all. Okay, she's coming over to the bomb squad. She's chilling, having great conversations. Okay, yeah, and like everybody know, everybody's welcome over here. So I do want to welcome you. We grabbed up Empress 504 Empress a couple of weeks ago, and we grabbed her up, and we was like, "You belong over here."
I'm like, oh, I found. Let me see.
You'll be grabbing your wealth of knowledge, baby. She a wealth of knowledge. Don't let her get away. But you know,
Hey, look. If I know it, I'm sharing it. I ain't no hoarder. That baby. If I know about it or think I know somebody that knows something about it, I'm gonna girl. This person over here, no.
Verbal
back.
is too. Mom, she don't. Mom Terry don't want to admit it, but when she be over there, I hope I'm saying that man China right. The Black House, whatever.
Yeah, the Black House. Yeah,
yeah. They do listen to you. I mean, you got some people that just want to start some mess, but when you talk, those men do listen to you because they know that you're talking from experience and with knowledge. You know. Yeah. And they do the ones that what I'm saying. The other ones, I don't think they listen to anybody, but
right.
You have
just wanted to say hi to you, Amatullah. He said, "Is Islam as in a nation of Islam?"
No, I'm Sunni.
She said Sunni.
Yeah, Sunni. I'm Sunni. I'm Sunni. Yeah.
So that wait, let me go back. So that's what she was talking about. She was giving us education, y'all, on her what is it? Your like religion, right?
Yeah, Islam is a religion. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she was giving us information, and Mema was asking a question. Was seemed cool until she was almost waiting to catch you in a lie. She was ready to call you a liar, and I was like, "What the hell?" Yeah, and I'm thinking. Like I was about to say something, but then you handle it correctly. And so I was like, okay, well, she got it. You know what I'm saying? And then I waited, and then I just apologized to you, because it is weird when somebody come over. We have somebody come over, they're sharing what they're sharing. And I'm not sure if you noticed when she started giving you pushback like that, it was after. You remember when I asked you, I said, hey, I would like to have you have a discussion, up here where everybody can hear us about this. So I was like giving you credit, you know what I'm saying? I was asking you because I would love to hear, and I think a lot of people like to hear. And that's when, after I asked you that's when she went in to almost try to prove that you're a liar.
And then me and Chazé came in with other questions to turn it around.
Yeah.
After you handled it real nicely, we like, okay, enough of that. Oh, but I got a question about these men.
And that made me feel that made me feel so good, because a lot of people don't understand me being Black and being a Muslim. You don't know the hell I go through every day. Every day. I have had doctors recently just treat me any kind of way because I am Muslim. And like I was telling you guys, the lady on CNN, when she was saying that the man was chanting, I hate America, and I told you he was saying Allahu Akbar, which means Allah is the greatest. And and for me, I don't like to speak about people's religion, because if I haven't read the book that you say that you're following, how can I speak intelligently to you about your religion? And I don't believe anybody should be judging. If that's what you believe, then that's good. Who am I to say you wrong? Who am I to say you wrong? Nobody, because I ain't got a heaven or a hell to put you in. Believe me, I ain't the one gonna be judging you, honey, because I'm trying to get my foot out of here. So I don't believe people should do that. And I don't believe that friendship or companionship or sisterhood should be wrapped around, oh, she a Muslim, whatever, especially if you don't know anything about the religion. Now, if you're well versed in religion and you like, it's just some things in that I don't like and I want to stay away from it, that's understandable. That's understandable. But don't come at anybody's religion or anybody's belief, or, in a negative way, because evidently that's helping that person in some kind of way, some kind of shape, form, or fashion. So
Good night, Lena.
who am I?
How about then if so my only thing with religion and religious people is when they attempt to force that on other people as if everybody believes the way that they believe. And
that's wrong.
That's
wrong.
Then you're some kind
That's
of
wrong.
heathen and you're going to hell. That's my issue.
That's wrong.
So
That's wrong. People shouldn't do that. People
right, but I do think that there are certain so-called religions that are really cults disguised as religions, and they do harm to people and families. And I think that it should be spoken out about, because especially if you're in that religion and then you know about the religion and you really researched it, and now you have to sound the alarm that this is extremely harmful. I think that people should do that, and people should be able to do that. And everybody, if you have all of the information, then you can make your own choices based on all of the information, not information that's hidden, because there are some religions, cults that are disguised as religions that are hiding information and telling you not to go look here and don't read that's blasphemy or that's against God and all this stuff, just because they want to keep your mind subjugated to what they want you to believe, because they want to control you mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, and that is damaging to people. So I do think that people should speak out on those types of, religions.
But you said the key word. Inform people. I tell people all of the time, if somebody informs you, you don't have to get up in a roar about it. Take that information, like you just said, and look it up for yourself, research it for yourself, and form your own judgment about it. You don't get mad at the person for giving you the information, but you have to choose how you're going to take that information. And you have to really look at it for yourself. Like for me, I didn't know a lot about Christianity. I've never thought, I don't think bad about other people's religion. It's some things, like I was sharing with them, even in my religion, I'm like, I really don't, I don't agree with that. And nobody's giving me an answer to, I haven't found the answer, something that I don't agree. But I think a lot of people, they just want to celebrate their religion and everything in it is good for them. And that might be, but I'm a realist. I'm transparent. This is Islam. I believe it's the way. It's the way that I know. It's the way I believe in. And I don't just stand up and let somebody read something to me or tell me something about my religion. I research it for myself. And then I say to myself, is this right or is this wrong? And a lot of people would do that. And I think a lot of people, before they come to someone else and say, well, your religion is this and your religion, first of all, do research so there can be an intelligent dialect between the two. Because if you just come off what you hear somebody say or what you hear the majority say, like this one person, I'm not going to say the person's name, but he's telling me things. He said, well, I'm in the military and I know what I saw and I know what I saw. And I was like, you might have saw those things, but that doesn't mean that Islam says that's right. People put culture into their religion. But I know it. I was in an Islamic country. You might was in an Islamic country, yet and still, that people have different cultures that has nothing to do with their religion.
Right,
and
but
so,
that's not when I'm talking about cults. I'm not talking about just religions. I'm talking about, it's very specific. I'm talking
I know.
And when you're dealing with a cult, you have to look at what is coming down from the quote unquote top. What is the top saying, the hierarchy saying? And even though you might have individuals who might deviate from what the top says, that doesn't really mean anything because people have free will. But when you're considering what the top people, the leaders of that organization are saying that their followers should do, that's the rub right there. That's the focus. And
It
so
is, but it's people like you.
mindset.
It's people like you that you have to say something about it. But again, like you said, it's just like, if you came to me and said, I believe your religion is a cult, this, and this is what I found. It's up to me to say, don't let me bite at her, argue with her because she's brought me something. Let me look at it and research it for myself. And let me see.
But that's the thing when you're in a cult, one of the main things about a cult is that they don't allow that. And they use your love for God or whatever the spiritual being is that they subscribe to.
Mm-hmm.
They use that against the people to make them feel guilty for questioning anything. That's a cult. And there literally
that is a cult when they don't let you.
Literally is a
want you to
model.
question anything.
There's a but
that person still is
no matter.
Let
me just say this,
okay.
please.
Okay.
There is a well-renowned cult researcher, an expert in it, and he came up with the BITE model. The BITE model is how to recognize a cult. Okay. The BITE model is B, behavior control in your group or religion. I, information control. T, thought control. E, emotional control. His name is Stephen Hassan.
I know him.
I
don't know him, but I've heard of him. I don't know him.
That is a way. Using the BITE model is how you can recognize whether or not you're in a cult. That's either, it can be a religion, it can be a company you work for, it can be your friend group. Do they control your behavior or attempt to? Do they control information and tell you it will be a sin to look at this information? Don't read these books. Don't listen to this. Don't do that. Don't watch this. Information control, thought control. Are you sinning just because you have a thought? Don't think that way. If you think this way, if you even have this thought, you're sinning against God and you're going to die. Emotional control. They use emotional music, emotional videos, things that don't even really have to do with actual religion or the religion that they're preaching to you, but what will touch you in your humanity to control you. Cults are all about control, and that's the difference between a legitimate religion and a cult. And if
I understand what you're saying, but still, that person that's in their cult, some kind of way, some kind of how, they're going to have to step out of those things to look and see, is this really true what somebody's saying? Is what I'm saying.
You're absolutely.
You have to. That's like people like
you've already been brainwashed.
But because you got people like you got people
brainwashed from a child. It takes a lot.
But you got people like you. You got people like you that's not gonna stop until that person looks at it.
But what happens is that you have to come out of that in order to do so. And you have to overcome your fear, because also it's fog that they use. Fog, fear, obligation, and guilt.
Yes.
These are mind control tactics that are extremely successful. Extremely successful. Okay, they've used it within the military. It's really successful in controlling people's minds. And once your mind is controlled by an ideology or a group of people or people that you think are closer to God than you, there's a lot of fear that comes up, obligation that comes up, and guilt. So you can have these thoughts, and pretty much everybody does. But what happens is you also have these thought-stopping phrases, thought-stopping words. For example, there's a religion, there's a couple of them. I'll say Scientology and Jehovah's Witness. What they use is the word apostate. That's all they have to say. So if anybody says something that is outside of what they want you to know and believe, they will tag you and label you as an apostate. And that's all they have to say. And as soon as they
and
say
disassociate you. Yeah,
as
and
soon as they say
disassociate you.
that word, it triggers something in the cultist's mind that nothing this person says is valid because they've been labeled as an apostate. So there's not, I don't have to listen anymore. And they literally stop hearing you. They literally shut their brain off because of the label itself. It's a thought stopping word. It's plenty of them. When y'all are talking about these men and we talk about these men, they say certain things in the manosphere that are thought stopping. They're thought stopping. So if a woman gets up on a panel and she starts to say things that are logical, what you'll hear men do is use a term for that woman. They will call her a feminist. That is a thought stopping word. That means anybody listening should no longer listen to her because feminist is bad. So anything she has to say no longer matters and they'll stop listening because of the word itself. The negative connotation on the word will stop the thought. That's how cults work.
And that's true because half of my half of my family on my dad's side, they are Jehovah's Witnesses. But the thing that I'm agreeing with you, but I'm also telling you, when you have people like you that are able to speak on the issue, speak truth, and provide information to that person, even though they might use that stop word, don't you ever think there might be a stop word, but everybody has a subconscious. It's just like if you say something to me and my parents has always told me it's wrong, but something on the inside of me said, you might need to check out what she's saying. I might not act on it today. I might not act on it tomorrow, but it's going to change just a little bit. It's going to change just a little bit. And that in itself is a great deal. That's like my mother used to always say, somebody come and plant the seed and somebody else will come and water it and somebody else will come and tend to the plant. So just you dropping that seed is going to do something. It is going to do something.
No,
it's
you're
going
right.
to do something.
You can definitely drop the seed, but again, it depends on how deeply entrenched and how much belief the person actually has. So you can drop the seed, but again, they will stop themselves from even acknowledging it. They will cut you off. They don't want to listen. They don't even want to hear you. They will cut you off as a subversive person or, an apostate, whatever it is, which will trigger and click something in your mind where you don't have to listen to them because apostates are liars. Apostates are against God himself. And these people love God. They really love God, but they're following man and they're not really thinking for themselves. And they've been told that thinking for themselves is dangerous and demonic. Okay. So I understand that you're saying that you've known Jehovah's Witnesses or you know them. I've been one.
Yeah, so you already know. Like I said, they disassociate. Like my auntie.
So what I had to do was I had to actually completely get away from it. And it even still took years for me to research it because the brainwashing was still there in my head. Oh, I better not Google anything. I better not listen to anything. Now I know something's wrong here, but there were still those residuals of that.
I know 5 of my cousins, their mother does not even talk to them. They have been disassociated. She can't even talk to her children.
Yeah, they separate.
She can't talk to them. Period.
It's horrible. It's horrific.
It is horrific. And I was her favorite niece. But I've never been Jehovah's Witness. But for me, her children, when they started talking to, I don't know if it was somebody like you, maybe they talked to or something like that. They begin to say, something not right here. It took them years and years and years, but slowly they started falling away. And one of her children has a huge problem with religion, no matter what it is. It has a very huge problem with it. But just to say you're not going to talk to your child, period, something that you carried 9 months, that you fed from your breast, that you sacrificed for, She don't talk to them, period. She don't say nothing to them, period.
And
So
yes.
that in itself, and I was young, and I was like, Mama, they don't what why auntie is not
Because-
talking to her children? And my
hello.
mama was like, because they
That's
they
why.
did so and so and
So-
something about a panel you guys said you have to go before them. And
It's
if
a
the
code.
panel say, if the panel say you can't they nobody talk to you, you can sit and come, but won't nobody talk to you or say nothing to you, period. And that they had did something to sin against something, and so she couldn't talk to her children anymore. And then her sister got her in it, but her sister never got baptized in it. But my auntie, my oldest auntie, got them all in it, but she never got baptized in it. So when they had her funeral, they kept saying that she didn't get baptized in it. But now you didn't lead all these people to this religion that you really didn't believe in. Because that was crazy into itself.
It's not that they don't really believe in it. It's because once you get baptized, okay, so you can get baptized as a child, which I did. I got baptized at 11 years old. It was all I knew. And if I didn't get baptized and I really knew what I knew all the tenets of the religion and I didn't get baptized, at a certain point, the older you get, they start to look at you funny. The other kids, the other teenagers start not inviting you places. People are looking at you funny.
But she got them into it, is what I'm telling you.
I know,
was
I
grown.
understand.
She was grown, and she
Let me
got
tell you
them
something.
into
Let
it,
me
but
explain
she
something. Can I just
never
say
got
this?
baptized.
There's nothing about Jehovah's Witnesses that you can tell me. There's many things about Jehovah's Witness religion that you do have no clue about. And it's interesting to me when people think they know about
No,
it.
I'm just saying, why was she? My thing was, I don't know. I don't know why she didn't. Why would she lead them to something that she didn't get baptized in? That's why I was like, why would you do that?
But you're not listening.
Okay,
Yeah,
tell me again. Tell me again.
Wait. Listen, when I mentioned that she was a Muslim woman, we know we had some other Muslim over here. We do actually in the chat who used to be or still is. I'm not sure if they still is, but anyway, I didn't mean for y'all to go on a religion conversation.
Oh, sorry. You should have stopped us there, Bob. Why you didn't say hey?
Why you jumped in? I was about to talk about how I used to always get kicked out of Sunday school. And how I drank all the wine at communion and they stopped giving us wine during school because I went to Catholic school.
It's just that it's a really serious thing. And I think that because of the way that Jehovah's Witnesses, their image that they portray, outsiders don't really know. They don't know. And they think they know because Jehovah's Witnesses are all about image, That is the most important thing to them. But what's going on the inside is dirty. It's nasty. It's disgusting.
And the same thing is with the Catholic Church. Look at that. It's disgusting. It's nasty. But the thing is, you can't. A lot of times people use the religion to actually turn it into a cult.
Yeah, I think I was all saying the same thing. So I just want to, y'all all saying the same thing. But like Verbal was born, well, I don't know if you were born, but I know she was raised into a certain religion, just like you, Amatula. But so when she's speaking about, it's because she knows.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because that's why I was asking her. I wonder why my auntie did that, and she was about to explain it to me. I'm like, why would she do that? But she was about to explain it to me why she did that and she didn't get baptized. That's why I told her. I said, "Yeah, explain it to me again," because I just couldn't understand. I just didn't understand
because they don't. Okay, so there are people who don't get baptized. They've been raised. I know many people like this that I grew up with. They never got baptized. It's not because they don't believe it, because I can have conversations with them now trying to give them the truth, trying to open their eyes, and they get upset. They get upset, even though they're not baptized. And even though they're not baptized, they're judging. Ain't that some shit? But that's what because it's not about the baptism, it's about the mind control. You don't have to be baptized to be mind controlled. You don't have to be baptized to believe. They don't get baptized because a lot of times they feel that they cannot do the religion correctly. They're very clear
Oh.
about their flaws, and what they don't want to do is get baptized and then mess up and then lose their entire fucking family. So they don't get
Yeah.
baptized. That's because they
Yeah.
don't get baptized because there's a loophole. So they could have
Okay.
been in this religion as long as me, gone to every meeting, gone and knocked
Mhm.
on doors, know everything I know, but they don't get baptized. And that's the loophole. If you're not actually dunked in water, not baptized, people can still talk to you. So you can have the best of both worlds. You can do what you
Oh,
want to do and
okay.
still have the people and the friends and the family that you grew up with. But once you get baptized, that's the line drawn in the sand. Because it doesn't matter if you were 10 years old when you did it. It doesn't matter if you're 6 years old when you did it. If you are 30 years old and you find out some shit about this religion that was hidden from you all your life, and you say, you know what? I need to make a different decision because this isn't right. I realize now that this is not the truth that they told me it was, and I need to make a different decision for myself. Everybody in your life will hold you to that decision to get dunked in a pool and get baptized from when you were 6 years old, when you couldn't even choose your own clothes, that you couldn't drink, you couldn't drive a car, you couldn't choose your school, you couldn't choose the books, you couldn't choose anything. But for some reason, they hold you to choosing to dedicate your entire rest of your life until you die to a religion that you didn't even have all of the information about, because they hide a lot of they hide everything. They only tell you what they want you to know, and you better not go beyond what they told you. You better not read anything that is contrary to what they're saying, because they will attack you based on your love of God. Well, you don't love God? Well, you don't think the governing body is the voice of God? Oh, that's what they do. So there are people who understand the loophole, and they just shy away from actually getting baptized. They believe it because they're already brainwashed, but they don't go the extra step because they know that they're not going to really be able to they're going to get in trouble. They know they're going to get in trouble. So they're like,
that makes common sense. Now I can understand why she did. Now I get it. I get it, because I didn't get it at first. I was like, that is so cruel. But now I see what you're saying is she was like, I know I'm not going to be able to live this straight. Well, I'm just going to say they call it the straight path or whatever. That straight path, or dedicate that way. And I don't want to lose all her brothers and sisters except my dad. All her brothers and sisters.
Yeah, just in case she has questions.
Yeah.
And the
Okay.
the thing is about it, which makes it bad, is the fact that they limit your associations. So you're not really supposed to have any close friends that are not Jehovah's Witnesses. They frown upon that. So your only social outlet are the people in the religion. Your only friends are the people in the religion. That's the only people that you're supposed to associate with. So if that's all you have, and you're gonna lose every single solitary person you've ever known in your life.
Yeah, because she couldn't talk to me. I was her favorite niece. I was her favorite niece. Yeah.
Hey, Pure. I think Pure.
That wouldn't work for me.
Pure came up and raised her hand.
Yeah, I wanted to add to that Jehovah's Witness thing, because I used to be Jehovah's Witness. When I was 18 years old, I turned Jehovah's Witness. My whole family was like, what the hell's wrong with you? And because we grew up Southern Baptist, and I became Jehovah's Witness on my own. And then I started raising my kids as Jehovah's Witness. Let me tell you something. There is so much racism in that religion, and they may look surface level, like it's not
for real.
Huh? Yes.
No, speak on it. It is a white supremacist religion.
It is a white supremacist Freemason religion. Okay. Russell and Rutherford were Freemasons. And when I brought that, after I got out of it and brought that to their attention, or the person that brought me into that religion, who also now I realize was also a white supremacist as well, right? She would say little slick stuff like my daughters at the time were like 5 and 10, right? And then we were in the religion for about 4 years. They couldn't have birthdays. They couldn't celebrate Christmas. They couldn't do nothing, right? And I remember her telling me, so everybody knows my kids are mixed, right? So she would tell me stuff like, your daughters will never get married. You're never going to get married. She would say slick shit to me, right? And I just ignored it. And there's a lot of things else they used to tell me, because I get visions. And I think Bomb gets visions. I get visions as well. They used to tell me all the time that was from Satan. And I was like, well, if it's from Satan, why do I have visions that I can remember way back when I was 3 years old? Like, how is this from Satan that you get visions and premonitions when these so-called Bible prophets used to give visions and be able to, were they from Satan? So when I got out of the religion, I asked them, I wasn't out yet. I was on my way out, because it would baffle my mind that all of the publications, all the prophets were white men. And I was like, I said to a couple of the elders, I said, why are all the prophets in the publications white men, when if they were Jews or they were from the Middle East or they were wherever they were from, they would be dark skinned. So why do you portray them all as being white men? And you know what they told me? They told me it wasn't for me to question what the elders from Bethel, New York are doing. It wasn't my place to do that. Verbal, did you ever get that?
Yeah, I asked my mother one time. I was a little girl, maybe 10, 11 years old. I started thinking I was always a thinker. So I wanted to please my mother. So this is what she said was right. And this is what I was around. So this was right. But I was always thinking. So I remember one time asking my mother that question, that very question. Why is it that everybody in their depictions, their pictures and their drawings, why is everybody white? All of the prophets, anybody spiritual, everybody is white, lily white is what I'm talking about. And my
Not
mother
white, not even ethnically white.
Not even dark white. Not dark
no.
white. White.
Right,
My mother's answer was the canned answer. And I saw it on a YouTube video one time. This guy had some Jehovah's Witnesses come to his house, and he was Hispanic, and he asked them that very question. And they said the exact same thing my mother told me. And my mother said to me that the reason why they were white was so that they could relate to everybody. And I was like,
how? No, the reason why they were white is because what they were doing is they were whitewashing the Bible, one, and two, it was subliminal messaging to everybody going to these different oh my God, my brain went dead. What were the churches called? They're not, what are they called? I forgot.
Kingdom Hall.
Kingdom halls. The Kingdom halls. So it basically what it is that it's subliminally messaging your brain subconsciously. If you're not paying attention to it, this is trying to show you their hierarchy. They're showing you their hierarchy and where your place is among the hierarchy. Do you get what I'm saying, Verbal?
Absolutely. I was a young girl, like I said, and I was thinking. And my mom told me that answer, and I remember it now because it didn't say, well, it wasn't satisfying. It didn't make sense. Why would I, as a young Black girl, relate to an old ass white man in the pictures? Why? And that is the same answer that some Jehovah's Witnesses came to this man's door and he challenged him. That's the exact same answer that they gave him. They are they are literally told basically to turn off their brain. They say that critical thinking is demonic.
Yes.
They say that critical thinking is damaging.
Well, they told me when I got my visions, I was like, I have a vision and I have deja vus and things like that. You know what they told me? They told me I was getting all that visions and deja vu from the devil. And I'm like, I've had this since I was 3 years old. I can remember visions from 3 years old.
I get them too. I had a vision. It came to me in a dream that my husband was gonna die, and everything around it was exactly that when it actually happened.
Yes.
Actually happened. I saw everything I saw in my dream a few weeks before, and I didn't even realize it until like a week later. I'm like, oh my God, my heart almost stopped. This was my dream. So I get that too. I have a certain gift also, but you can't have that because that's demonic to have.
It's demonic and it's from Satan.
Yes.
And
Girl, I
it-
would
I
have get
couldn't-
out,
I
Lila.
wouldn't- I
I
could
would have
never-
got kicked out of that religion real soon, child.
I could never forgive them when the woman that and I can I could say her name. I don't want to typecast her or whatever. I don't want to go into that. But I remember her coming to my house and doing Bible study because you go door to door, but you always have the Bible study even after you get baptized. And I remember her telling me straight up that my kids would never get married. Never. Because they were mixed.
Why they won't get married?
Huh?
What was the reason for telling you that?
Oh, because my kids were mixed.
What?
Because yes. So she didn't want to say that because if she said that, she would show herself to be straight up racist and things like that. So she didn't want to say that was what it was. So she just said, and I knew what it was. I knew what it was all about. It was about my kids being mixed. And she was like, oh, they'll never get married. And you won't ever get married either. Soon as I got out of that religion, because I was 23 years old, 24 years old with my kids in that religion all the way up to like 28, 29. Okay. And when I got out of that religion, what's the first thing that happened to me? I got married. Both my kids are married.
Let me tell you, that's the thing. After I got out of that religion, I stopped believing in it. I said, let me just listen, I'm not going. And it's not even that I stopped believing, but I was like, I gave up. I said, I'm nothing. Because that's what they tell you that. They tell you you're nothing.
I'm going to tell you something too. There is demonic stuff on the literature because I remember a lady coming to the house I'm living in now, and she came to knock on my door and she put the literature inside my door, right? Because I didn't answer. I wasn't going to answer the door, right? And because I mean, there's nothing I cannot say anything to them that is it's gonna really, it would rock their world and it would blow their mind. And it would, if I ever told them the things I know concerning that religion and all religion basically, right? And I really broke the Bible down to them, I would make those people lose their mind. They would have to be in the funny farm. Do you know what I'm saying? So I didn't want to do that to them. I didn't want to destroy their faith. So I don't answer the door, because if you start talking to me and you start telling me your bullshit, I'm going to come with the facts and the truth, and I am going to hurt your damn feelings if I answer the door. So I don't answer the door, right? I picked up that literature to get it out of the crack of my door when I opened the door when they left. And I'm telling you, a wave of this energy went over me, like it was a draining energy, like it drained my energy and made me dizzy. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like it was a spell put on their literature. They don't even know about it. So if they don't think that their elders in Bethel aren't working with witchcraft, they don't fucking know what they're talking about.
They are. Have you seen the pictures where, okay, there's a picture of Jesus, he's got a sword or something like that, or a sorcerer, something in one hand, and then if you look at the other hand, it's all deformed and looks like a demon. Have you seen that?
I didn't see it, but I haven't paid attention to their literature for a long time.
It's in the Revelation book. In the book, in the Revelation.
I used to have all them books. I think I tossed all of that shit.
The red book, the Revelation book, where they go through Revelations. You have to study it. Revelations was horrible. Oh my God, it was terrible. But there is a picture in there. And I looked on YouTube and I saw people pointing it out, and I was like, let me pull my book out. Oh,
there's a lot of subliminal messaging in their literature.
There's phalluses in there. There's all kinds of stuff in there. You know what I'm saying? So I saw that demonic, decrepit hand. It was different from the other hand. That hand was long fingers, long fingernails. It was demonic. I said,
Like
oh
an alien?
my God, it scared the crap out of me. I had never noticed it before. Never noticed it.
Mm-hmm.
They put a lot of subliminals in their pictures.
Mhm.
They damage children. They put a lot of subliminals for children.
Mhm.
It is really a sick thing that's going on, and it's going on with people not noticing. They're like, oh yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses. No, that crap is some
My
demonic crap.
my family, when I got into that religion and I had been in there for like 2 or 3 years, my family would come to me and be like, "Girl, you know you're fucking brainwashed, right?" And I'm like, "No, until you get out, you don't understand how brainwashed you fucking are."
Exactly. Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to explain. And it's frustrating when people who don't really know because they weren't really in it try to
Mhm.
explain it away. No, this shit is diabolical. It's diabolical. And they
You know what's funny?
they
We were
hide sex
talking.
abuse of children. Did y'all know that?
Say that again?
They hide sex abuse of children.
Oh,
They
I
hide it.
know that. I know that because
Yeah.
in our Kingdom Hall, I remember something happened to one of the kids that was like 11, 12, 13 years old, and they couldn't tell the police or anybody.
No.
They
You know
were
why?
like,
You know
we
why?
can handle this with our elders from Bethel. That's what they said.
You know why though? It's what I talked about a little bit earlier. It's because of image. Their whole thing is we don't want to bring defame on Jehovah's name because they think they are Jehovah himself. So when you leave the religion, they don't say you left the religion. They say you left Jehovah, who is the God. That's their God. That's God's thing. You left Jehovah.
Listen, I know better now because then I believe that shit about God's name being Jehovah. And if you really investigate and you read scripture, that name is not Jehovah. That is the English.
Listen, they hate Catholics, but that was coined by Jehovah. The name Jehovah, that was coined by a Catholic monk. They got it from a Catholic monk.
Oh, I
but
believe
they
it.
hate Catholics. They hate Catholics.
Are we gonna say birds of a feather though?
What do you
There's a
mean?
lot of similarities. There's a lot of
Oh,
similarities
you know
between
why
the two.
there's a similarity? Because
Because they're
Nation
the
of
same thing.
Islam, Nation of Islam, the creators of Nation of Islam were creating, they were Freemasons as well, and they were in New York. Notice that all of these religions came out of New York. Does everybody recognize that?
The Nation of Islam. Okay, I don't know anything about the Nation of Islam.
All of these different religions are Freemasons. Rutherford and a lot of these different, and even the Nation of Islam.
Yep.
Yes, they
Freemasonry.
all know, this is a whole plan to indoctrinate the minds of the people in this nation.
I don't know anything about the Nation of Islam. People always ask me about the Nation of Islam. I have no. Okay, the only thing I know is that wasn't Malcolm X a part of the Nation of Islam or something like that?
Malcolm X was a part of the Nation of Islam, and what happened to him?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Like I can't speak. I don't know anything.
So what happened with Malcolm X is Malcolm X opened his eyes to what was going on too in his religion, right?
Another one called the Moors. Didn't they come out of New York too?
Yeah,
the Moors.
All of them.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling you. Pay attention to where the root of all these religions in America stem from. They all came from New York. The Freemasons and the way that they set everything up with the religions and stuff, it all came out of New York. All of them.
No, I didn't know nothing about that. Because like I said, everybody asks me, are you part of the Nation of Islam? And I'm like, no. And this one woman, she just kept saying, so you don't know about the bean pie? And I was like, no, I don't know about the.
I'm sorry. Let's troll. Do you want to hop your young ass up here and ask that question to us directly?
What happened?
I don't think you know what the hell you're talking about.
What happened?
No, let's troll. Why y'all dissing people? Be like, girl, shut the fuck up. This is my motherfucking religion that I grew the fuck up with, and I know
I
exactly
mean, I raised
what
my
the fuck
kids
I'm
and I
talking
feel
about.
very bad
Don't
for doing
ask
it.
no fucking dumbass little girl ass fucking questions. I'm not fucking playing right now. Don't try me right now because I'm not in the mood. I'm really not in the mood for this bullshit. Okay, little girl? Thank you.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel very much regret for bringing my children into that religion. I feel very much regret for raising my children in that religion.
You know what, Pure? Thank God that I had already started pulling away from it and I started to see. And yes, I took my children to meetings, and yes, you know, I talked to them, and I wanted them to know, I wanted them to have a sense of God, right? I wanted them to believe in a higher power, but I did not force it on them. I did not make them. I gave them a childhood. I gave them Christmas. I gave them birthdays. I did those things for them because I didn't get those things. I got those things from my father's side of the family. The only people that were Jehovah's Witnesses was my mom. Like, she was the only one in my family. And then, me and my sister. That's it. Nobody else. But living in my mom's house, there were things that I didn't get. I couldn't do.
I hope your mom's not still in that religion.
Oh, she is. Most definitely. My mother does not speak to me. She doesn't talk to me. She doesn't and that's what
You knew what you were talking about.
Listen, that's what actually woke me up, y'all, though, because it's a steady, bitch, hit this fucking link, you little ass.
You got
wet
excommunicated.
behind the fucking ears, can't even clean your pussy folds. Hit the fucking link. You calling me an old ass fucking lady, bitch. Live a little, motherfucker. Live a little, let's troll, you little fucking stupid ass bitch. Live a little, bitch, and hit this motherfucking link. Or I'll go live and you can hit my shit. You scary ass coward. Hit the shit and ask me the question you want to fucking ask.
Is she offended by what we're saying?
I don't know, and I don't give a fuck. This little bitch is just always running around talking shit in motherfuckers' chats like she knows some shit. Bitch, you don't know a motherfucking thing. You can't even clean your asshole. Let's be fucking clear. I'm tired of you motherfucking bitches. Stop fucking talking to me. Stop fucking talking about what the fuck I'm talking about, because you don't fucking know. You're too little. You're too young. You're too wet behind the ears, and you're too needy for a nigga's motherfucking attention. Bitch, you cannot sit with me. Sit your motherfucking ass down. Period. Shut the fuck up, because grown people are fucking talking. You young as fuck. Why are you here with old ass motherfucking people? You little raggedy ass rag doll. Why are you fucking here? Now I'm on your ass because I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you. Now I done dragged all of you motherfuckers and y'all disappeared. You should disappear like them, bitch, because you can't match wits with me. You can't. You don't even know the shit I know, little mama. So stop playing with me, because I'm not feeling it. I'm not. You big and bad in the chat, twerking your little funky ass that you ain't cleaned right. Hit the motherfucking link, bitch. Exactly. Laughing emojis in the chat. Sit your funky ass down and go to fuck to sleep. Raggedy ass, little ass bitch. Think you know shit. You don't know a motherfucking thing. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't like little ass girls trying me. I'm not the fucking one. I be nice and shit, and these bitches try to try you. These little ass, dumb ass bitches who don't know shit be trying to try you. Bitch, you are not on my fucking level. Please stop it. You ain't lived long enough. Shut the fuck up sometimes so you can learn some shit. Popping that yang in the motherfucking chat but can't hit a fucking link. Yeah, I know it's nah. I know it's nah. So shut the fuck up.
So Miss Verbal, you knew, you really understood when I said my auntie didn't talk to her children. You knew.
Oh, I know all about it. Yes, ma'am.
But
yes,
feel
ma'am.
like, wow.
Yes, ma'am. It's a horrible thing. It really is a disgusting, horrible thing. And like what Pure was saying about regretting, what I am so glad of is that I just let my children be them. I let them enjoy life, and none of my children are with it. So I don't have to worry. I don't have to worry about or deal with the fact that my children are so stuck deep in this religion and they got baptized and they are such believers that my children don't talk to me. You know what I mean? Because you know how much time I wasted videos, and they are very sad because their own children do not fucking acknowledge them. Can you imagine being a mother and you raise your children, you fought for them, you bled over them, you carried them, you sacrificed for them, you did the best you could for them, and now because of some fucking religion and some fucking white guys up in New York who don't know them and don't give a fuck about them really, they won't even talk to you. They won't even acknowledge your existence. I am overjoyed that I did what I did. And I didn't push it on them and force it on them. I'm so glad I did that.
And I wish I hadn't have done that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Let me just say this, as a Jehovah's Witness, you go to that church, that Kingdom Hall, at least 15 hours plus a week. This isn't even including you going door to door. This is just your meetings. They would have 4-hour Sunday meetings. And then you would have Wednesday, Thursday, or whatever the heck your Kingdom Hall did, where you had other extra classes. And then you would go to people's houses and do classes at people's houses. Do you know what I'm talking about, Verbal?
Yeah, but honestly, to be honest, so it was Sunday meeting was 2 hours.
It was 4 hours. Ours was 4 hours.
So they call it 7. That's not really the case, Pure, because they're very regimented. They study the same thing at the same time all across the world. They talk their assemblies. They talk about it's not different anywhere. They are very uniform. So your Sunday meeting it's supposed to be 2 meetings. One meeting is 1:45, and the other meeting, which is the Watchtower study, that's an hour and 15 minutes. It's that way across the board. It might seem like 4 hours because it's boring as fuck.
The lady that I was studying with would have me be there with my kids for 2 sessions.
Okay, but they weren't 4 hours. I'm telling you, it's not 4
I
hours.
remember being there for 4 hours on
I
Sunday.
think it was just because it was just that long, but it felt that long, but it's not. I'm telling you, you have to research more. It's not that. It's a 2-hour meeting on Sundays or Saturdays. Some congregations have it on Saturdays, but it's 2-hour meetings and it's the same subject matter across the board. Okay, that's the cultiousness of it. You're studying the same Watchtower. You're studying the same article every week.
Verbal, what you used to think about the songs and the songbooks?
There were a couple of them that are nice that I like, but the new ones were
I'm
really.
gonna be honest. I could not get into that music.
And
That
then
music felt
and then
so
you have
strange to my
your weekly
spirit.
meeting. So besides the Sunday meeting, you have your weekly meeting. So mine was on Tuesday. It was the book study. That was an hour. And then you had the Thursday meeting, which was an hour and 45 minutes. And then you had the Sunday meeting, which was 2 hours. But you would go out in field service all throughout the week. You would go out in field service either before the Sunday meeting or after the Sunday meeting. And then between meetings, you had to study for every meeting. And your shit better be underlined, because you got the brothers walking up and down the aisles with the microphones during the question and answer session, and everybody's looking at your damn underline. Listen, when I was disfellowship and when I was trying to get reinstated and I had my meeting with the elders or whatever, I remember an elder talking about, oh yeah, and she's been underlining her. I wasn't reading shit. I was just underlining, because I knew that they would be walking down the aisle and they're going to be looking to see if it's underlined, they think you study. So you had to underline your Watchtower, underline the answers, and then the brothers are walking up and down the aisle with the microphones, handing the microphones to the people raising their questions, raising their hand to answer a question. Oh, and if you don't raise your hand to answer a question for a few meetings, people are wondering why. And after the meeting,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I
answer
got
the
more.
question. Why didn't you raise your hand? You didn't you haven't commented for a few meetings. It's ridiculous.
So verbal, why do they hate the Catholics? Is that what did you say that they
Yeah,
hate?
they hate the Catholics. They hate
Catholics because they feel like that's the seat of Babylon, for one. Okay, and they feel like the Pope and the for one, Jehovah's Witness. I'm gonna lay it down on the line. You know what it's really about? Because the Catholic Church has amassed such wealth, and Jehovah's Witnesses are trying to go neck and neck with the Catholic Church. I'm gonna be God's honest, truthful with you. I don't like either churches. I don't want no part of any organized religion because it's all bullshit. But the reason why is because they want to be the Catholic Church. It's that envy.
Oh, wow.
It's about the money. It's about the power.
Wow. That's a lot. I'm just I'm listening to you guys talk.
Mhm.
I'm just looking at my little cousins. In my mind, I'm remembering my little cousins and, when I would go over there and play with them, I only could play with them when I was little,
Mhm.
because I don't know why, but just when
I'm
we
gonna
was
tell
like,
you why, because they say you're worldly, and their kids can't play with worldly kids.
no,
That's what
they
they
would
would say.
they would let me play with them when I was little, when I was real little.
Yeah, but when you got
But
older and had some sense, then you would be an influence on their kids. That's why.
well, I didn't, because I kind of like moved away, so I didn't get a chance. But I would just, they would always look a little sad to me,
Mhm.
and I'm thinking maybe it's because of what you guys are saying. They've never, I only had one cousin, and she would tell me like the things that you're saying. She would tell me about that, but she's scared she's gonna get this fellowship or whatever.
There is no joy for a child Jehovah's Witness. There's no
No,
joy.
there isn't. There
They
isn't.
take all the joy out of your life. All the things that kids love, they take that away from you and tell you it's bad. They want the children to be little adults and to act like little adults. They want 2-year-olds to sit still for 2 hours in a meeting that's boring
Yeah.
as fuck, even for the adults.
And I used
They
to have
take
my daughter.
everything
My
away
daughter
from
was
children.
barely a year and a half old, my youngest one, when we used to go. I remember I was still partially, well, I had just barely stopped breastfeeding her. And I remember, yeah, she would be in there in that meeting for that long. Yeah.
Wow.
You will see women getting up to go to the bathroom to spank their children because
Oh,
they
yeah.
got
Forgot
restless.
about that.
Because they're
Forgot about that
restless.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, because they cried, because they're restless. That's what happened. There is no Sunday school because they don't believe in separating the children so that the children can learn as children do. No, children have to learn as adults do. And you have to sit there like a little fucking adult. It's disgusting.
They wouldn't have liked me.
Their whole,
Look,
they
they
take your
wouldn't have liked
childhood
me.
away from you.
Cause hey, I asked what I told you I got kicked out of Sunday school. So I know they wouldn't have liked, girl, I asked too many questions. They
Well,
said,
I
you know
mean,
what, you're
as a
disrupting.
Baptist,
Because I had too many questions.
As a Baptist, when we were growing up, we had fun because they had cookies, they had Kool-Aid, like kids play games. This Little Light of Mine singing songs like that. When I went to church when I was a kid, we had fun. Okay, we liked going
I
to
was
church.
asking too many questions. I asked too many questions. I was that little kid asking too many questions. And got kicked out.
Fun when I
You
was
go
a
sit
kid.
by your mama. They were like, you go sit by your mama. Why? This is where the kids at. And they would always say she's disruptive. And my mom would say, well, what did she do? Was she running around? No, she asked a lot of questions. Okay.
Now, let me tell you something that I
Answer the
remember.
questions. She's like, well, answer the questions. She's like, no, it's too much. It's like,
Let me tell you
A lot
something
of
I
them don't have
remember.
the
I
answer for
remember, I remember because I had an aunt, my father's sister, who used to always braid me and my sister's hair. And we loved that. She was our beautiful aunt. She was just so fly and so cool. And she would always like braid our hair. So one day she braided our hair, me and my sister's hair, and she put some beads on it. We were little girls, like 7 and 8, 8 and 9, maybe. We were small. And we went to a meeting one night. It was a night meeting. So it was a Thursday night meeting because our night meetings were on Thursday nights and Tuesday nights, but it was a night meeting because we were at the Kingdom Hall. And one of the elders, when we walked into that Kingdom Hall, one of the elders went to my mother and said something to her about our hair and beads. And my mother took me and my sister into that bathroom and sat there. The meeting's going on and started. She took us into the bathroom because she was so ashamed that she brought her little girls with this beautiful braids with some beads on it into that Kingdom Hall. She got so shamed for it. She took us in the bathroom and sat us in there for an hour or so, taking every single bead out of our hair at the actual meeting. She didn't even wait till the meeting was over and take us, okay, brother, I hear you. I'm going to take care of it. Wait till we get home. No, no, no. My mother needed to be so good and so perfect and cared so much about what these random people thought that she took us in that bathroom and took all our beads out our hair. I remember that, and it was hurtful to me. I loved my beads. I loved my hair. I felt so pretty, but she took it all out during that meeting, that one meeting, just so she could please those men, just so she could please them, because she felt so ashamed. There was nothing wrong with the beads in our hair. We were little girls. There was nothing wrong with it. It was pretty. And that's the behavior control that I'm talking about. And my mother was very susceptible to the control.
This also sounds like, I hope I'm saying it right. Is it the 7-Day Adventist where they have to wear
the Dorothy on their head?
No, they have to wear certain kind of underwear. It's the Mormons. It's the Mormons. They sound really similar to Jehovah's Witnesses.
I mean, they have
Seventh-day Adventist is actually similar. I think it's a shoot off or what have you. It's actually similar, but
because women as Jehovah's Witness, if there's somebody, I forget how it goes with the men. You have to put a head covering on with certain men, right?
Oh no, all men. If your son is the only male at a field service meeting, because they meet before field service, they read a scripture, they read a daily text. They have a book with a daily text that you're kind of like an affirmation, a daily text that you're supposed to read every day. They read the daily text at the field service meeting. And if your son, it don't matter if he's 8 years old, but he's the only male in the room, he might not be able to pray, but you as his mother can pray. If there's no adult male there, but you have to put a scarf on your head.
Yep, that's what it was.
In order to pray.
Yeah.
Because you have to respect his maleness. His maleness is more important than your femaleness, than your knowledge. You're his mother.
Yeah.
But you have to respect him like he's above you because he's a male. That's what Jehovah's Witnesses do. It is misogynistic. It is oppressive to women.
Yep.
And it is racist. It's disgusting. It is a disgusting religion. And I'm telling you, I love my mother. Me and my mother don't have any problems. I'm good with my mom. I'm good with her. I love her so much. She's been a very good mom, and she only did what she thought was right. I understand that. So I'm not mad at her for it. But I'm very disappointed in the fact that you would allow strangers to dictate to you that you should not talk to or deal with a daughter that has been very good to you, has lived a good life, who has not disrespected you, who would do anything for you monetarily or otherwise, and you're letting strangers who wouldn't give you $5, although you've come to me for money, they wouldn't give you $5 to help you.
Yeah.
Because they don't do that. Now, they don't help you with money. Now, they tell you to pray, and you better go to your family. So she'll come to me for money, but you can't talk to me. You can't go to a movie with me. You can't go to a dinner with me. You can't do none of that.
Okay. So she'll pick up the phone and call you for money, but she won't talk to you otherwise.
That part.
Wow.
Exactly that part.
Wow. Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah. Now
I'm not gonna
I told her
put
one
down
time. I said
that's a lot.
And here's the thing. I told my mom. I said one time. I said, Mommy, if you get sick and you need to be taken care of, who do you think's gonna take care of you? And what she said to me was, I know who's gonna take care of me. And me knowing my mother, although she didn't say you, I know that she knew. I know what she was saying. She knew. She knows that it will be me.
Right.
So Empress, is is okay? Is it Catholic? Okay, is Catholics like that? I might be saying it wrong. If I am, I apologize. Are
You
they
can be
like?
excommunicated.
Yeah, but they
You
don't
can.
really, Catholics don't excommunicate you for smoking, fornication. Like they just don't do that.
Yeah. Hence
Jehovah's
why
Witness,
the priests are allowed to run rampant and molest little kids.
oh, that
They
too.
get paid off.
But
Yeah.
Jehovah's Witness, you will get kicked out for fornicating, adultery, let me think, smoking, excessive drinking. Like there's just a lot of things. If you're baptized and you do any of those things, you're going to get kicked out. If you are somebody that never gets baptized, you can do just about anything and be okay.
And that's what I was trying to tell Miss
Me, yeah.
Alcala. That's
She was
why
saying
they
that.
don't get baptized, because there's a loophole in it.
If you don't get baptized, you pretty much can fornicate, have adulterous flings, and do all kinds of stuff, because in their eyes, you're still a sinner and you haven't come to the glory of God. But if you get baptized and you do those things, woo,
And all baptizing is
hard for
a
you.
dunk in a swimming pool that they erected, not a real one, but a plastic one. You know, the one they like erect, the one you might put in your backyard if you don't have an ingrown above ground pool. That dunking, you're done. You're finished. It doesn't matter if you're 9 years old. You could be 45, and if you turn away from it and you say, "No, I've learned something else. I've researched." It doesn't matter that you were only 9.
Yep.
You can't make any other decision, but the decision to be a Jehovah's Witness when you're 9 years old, that stays with you for the rest of your life, as far as they're concerned. You knew what you were doing. You could make the decision, and you got to live with that. And so smarter people than me decided not to get baptized. I should have never got baptized, but I did it because I was a true believer. I thought it was right. I wanted to please my mother, and I wanted to please all the adults that were around me. That was all I knew. And I felt like if I didn't do it, I was going to die, because that's what they tell you. Armageddon is coming. Armageddon is coming. It's right around the corner.
Armageddon has been coming since 1914.
Wasn't it supposed to happen on the 19th? I keep saying it. They kept saying it was supposed to happen on the 19th. And I'm mad because I'm still here. And ain't nobody called me. I ain't getting no RSVP.
Sorry,
you know what I'm saying?
Sorry, you got going, okay?
I'm going. Yeah, they better look for me. I'm coming.
I'm talking about on the 19th. You wasn't going. They say.
But I'm gonna be up there eventually. Don't worry about it. I might not be up there right now, but I'm.
Everybody's salvation is between them and their creator. Point blank, period.
Yes.
And I don't fall for the okie doke anymore. And let me tell you something. If I have so much faith in my own divine creator, whose name is not Jehovah, okay, that if anything happens, I'm going where I'm supposed to go. And all the visions that I got when I was a 3-year-old child just fortifies everything that I know. Do you know what I'm saying? So whatever they're teaching, you know that what do they call it? The broad and spacious is the road into destruction, and how's it go, Verbal? The little path into righteousness, however they say it. Listen,
the
we are not on the same path.
road to salvation is narrow, and the road to destruction is wide.
Yes.
Be on the narrow road to salvation, which means listen to everything we say and don't question it, or you're going to die. So they use people's fear of death against them.
Well, child,
It's
I
a
was
very
destined to die
insidious
because
religion. It's very insidious.
I've been asking questions ever since I could talk. So
Well,
there was no hope for me.
Don't you dare go asking don't you dare go asking the elders why all the prophets are white, lily white men. Don't ever do that.
Hey, I told you that's why I got kicked out of Sunday school. Girl, I between the nuns and they didn't know what to do with me, because I had a question all day, every day.
The most information and revelations and the veil taking off my eyes that I got was when I got out of that religion and started reading the Bible scriptures by myself
Absolutely.
with the actual Holy Spirit.
Absolutely. But they tell you, but Jehovah's Witnesses tell you that you can't understand the Bible without them.
Shit,
They need to interpret the Bible for you from God.
I got out of there. I started reading the
Pure,
Bible.
look in
and had better
the
understanding.
back check. I sent you a message.
Okay, how do I do that again?
Just go to the
I got
bottom.
it. I see it. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Let me see. Okay, got it. Look. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, Verbal. Let me put that in. Okay.
Yeah, please do. Please do, honey. Please do.
Look, I want to know. I'm nosy. What y'all talking about?
Nanya.
You know my nosy ass.
That was
You know my nosy ass. Hey, I gotta ask a question. You know me. Girl, what y'all talking about?
Nunya, governing body of Jehovah's Witness. Nunya.
Girl, I want to know. How come you don't want to tell me?
We them too.
You know my ass is nosy.
I don't want to know. I was scared.
I want to know. Let me be a little scared. I don't mind.
I'm not gonna know. It ain't none of y'all damn business. Just mind your business. Mind your black business and be okay with it.
Girl, but I don't want to know. That's every.
That's my nosy ass.
Oh,
So if you want to delete that Verbal, you can. I got it.
She said, "Girl, don't ask me.
Okay.
I don't want to know."
Leave it alone.
Oh.
The only thing I can say is I was lucky that my family was 100% against me being a Jehovah's Witness. That was it. Because when I got out, they were all like, "Told you so."
You're right. And that's the thing too. I am very, very blessed that the only people in my entire family on both sides is just my mother and my sister. Other than that, but the painful thing is those are supposed to be the closest family members to me. So that's the rub. But
yeah,
here's the thing. When you lose something and you're righteous and you're standing on what's right and you're honest and you really just want to be correct, the higher power, because I do believe still in a higher power, right? I'm not sure if the higher power really, really cares about what's going on because of all the stuff that I see, but I believe there is one, and I think that the higher power speaks to the one that really believes in that higher power.
Yes.
You know, if you don't believe he or she may not listen to you or speak to you, but I think that there's a higher power that watches each of us individually because a higher power is able to do that. We can't do that, but the higher power can do that. And I think if you speak to your higher power, you believe in your higher power, you pray and you attempt to be the best person that you can be, the higher power, whatever that is to you, sees you, whether it's the universe, whatever it is, sees you, and what you think you lose, you gain. So I call that mothers. Let me just say this one thing. I have gained mothers. I lost my biological mother, but I've gained mothers. I've gained older women who could be my mother, who love me. I've gained sisters, plenty of them. And because the majority of my family is not a part of that religion, they're completely and totally on my side. And they will take it to my mother and my sister. They're like, "What the hell are you doing? Like, that's not right. I don't like that." And if I'm not involved in something, they'll be like, "Well, why isn't she here?" Okay, if she's not going to be here because of this, because of your religion, I'm not coming either. I'm good. They don't like it at all. So I'm blessed because what I lost has been gained in other people. And I truly believe, and there is a saying that family are the people that you make your family.
Exactly.
That's family.
Your blood is family's not they just related to you by blood. That doesn't mean that's your family.
Yeah.
Now put you on that one. That doesn't make them your family because they're related to you by blood. But I
Even
hate.
the Bible says it. The Bible says, I don't know what scripture it is, but I remember it because it stuck with me. There exists a friend sticking closer than a brother. That's a scripture in the Bible. There exists
there's a scripture that talks about
closer than a brother.
that there's going to be there would be more problems between a mother and her daughter, a son and his father, and I mean all the conflicts that you're gonna have that. That's just this is what we're dealing with. And you know, I mean honestly, I believe in the divine creator. I call my divine creator the divine creator. And if it is true that the power of the universe is so sanctified that you can't even whisper the name, even if you knew it, then why are we running around saying Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah?
Exactly. And then when you make Jehovah your religion is Jehovah. Jehovah is your religion. So if you leave the religion, you're leaving Jehovah himself. That's not.
I'm sorry. I'm alienated. I don't believe in the name Jesus Christ because that is a fictitious name created by the Catholic Church, and I don't believe in no Jehovah. I don't. That's not my God.
Now it's very hard for me to say Jehovah.
Yeah, I don't
name, but I can't. I say Lord. I say Heavenly Father. I say Creator. I say
Divine Creator. That's what I say.
I can't say that name because it's too connected to that religion.
Yeah.
And they have commandeered the name, and they say that. Listen, I'm gonna tell her. They say that you're a heathen and you're gonna die. They don't care about your religion. They think that you are lost AF. They are the only truth. They are the only truth. There is no other truth but them, and you are lost. You can't teach them nothing. You're a dummy to them. You're a dummy to them. They're very disrespectful of anybody else's religion or belief. Their belief is the only belief that matters. And if you don't believe it, you are going to die, honey. Period. There's nothing else but death for you.
And they believe only those Masonic.
I am gonna die. Death is promised to him. I am gonna die.
Yeah, but you won't get a resurrection. See, they believe in a righteous death where you will get a resurrection. You're not gonna get a resurrection, honey, because you're not a Jehovah's Witness.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
All these things that you guys are saying, I'm learning because a lot of stuff that you guys are saying, I don't know what it means, but I'm putting it together, and it's like it sounds like a lot of hate, but I could be wrong. But listen,
I don't have hate for the people that follow that religion.
Not you guys. I'm talking about.
She's saying the religion.
The religion sounds like it's a lot of hate. It doesn't sound like a lot of love is in there at all.
No, I didn't feel any love. I'm gonna be honest.
Hate and judgment.
Those
hate and judgment.
The years I spent there, I was the most miserable I have ever been in my life.
Me too.
I never felt happy. I never felt happy. I felt like I had a heavy heart the whole time I was in that religion.
Yep. And I've been through it. I was depressed as a child. I went through depression all throughout my teenage years. I went through the depression in my young adult years, in my 20s and stuff, until I got rid of that mindset, and I did away with the guilt, and I forgave myself, and I detached from that belief. That's when I felt free. That's when I felt free. And you know what? Nobody in the quote unquote world judged me for my mistakes as harshly as those so-called true Christians did.
Yeah.
Once I made the mistake I made, it was done. Yeah, you can get disfellowshipped and you can get reinstated, and everybody's supposed to welcome you back and forget what you did wrong, right? But that's not really what happens. They judge you, and they continue to judge you, and you continue to have a black stain on you. You are never the same. Once you get in trouble and you're punished, you're never the same in their eyes.
You're never good enough. Listen, and you're never good enough.
Never good enough. You're
Question.
never good enough. So I was depressed all the fucking time.
So
When
can
I found acceptance from quote unquote worldly people. They didn't care of the mistakes I made. They didn't care about any of that shit. They just liked me for me. They loved me for me. It wasn't an issue. But with Jehovah's Witnesses, I always felt less than. I always felt wrong. I always felt unworthy. And I went into my romantic relationships with that mindset. And I put up with shit because I had that mindset of being unworthy.
So verbal.
It was horrible.
Okay, so question. So do they tell you that God forgives you or the panel has to forgive you?
The elders have to forgive you.
Yeah.
Okay.
If the elders forgive you, then God forgives you. If the elders has not decided to forgive you, then you're still not right with God. See, they believe they speak for God. They won't tell you that, but that is really what it is.
Because
No man can speak for God.
in one side of their mouth, they say that you never should go to a man like a priest or whatever. Really, they always badmouth the Catholic Church. However, they do the exact same thing because they tell you that you cannot be forgiven really without the elders' approval. Point blank, period. And those elders, always men, never a woman.
Oh, women. Oh, absolutely. Oh, no. You can be a young woman of 16 and you met a guy, you fell in love with them, you had sex with them. It's a normal human thing, a normal human feeling. You have to go before 3 old ass fucking gray haired men, nasty motherfuckers, who will sit there and they will question you down at, did he have an orgasm? Well, what did he tell you? Where did he touch you?
This is no joke. This is serious.
Did
It's
he
for
lick
real.
you? You know, did you suck him? Like they ask you every fucking thing. Why do you need the fucking details, you nasty ass perverts? That's what they do. They do it to children who have been molested. And what they do is they will bring the accused molester into the meeting with a child.
Yep.
And have her face her molester and question her. And if that molester says, no, I didn't do it, and there's no witness to this sexual abuse, which we know that 99%
Who's gonna do it in front of an audience
of the time, a molester is not going to abuse a child in front of anyone. If that man does not admit that he did it, them elders will tell you to suck the shit up, let God handle it. Jehovah will sort it out. Don't tell nobody. And you better not have an attitude with this man, because we can't do nothing because he didn't admit to it and there wasn't another witness.
Right.
So you got to take your little 10-year-old ass out there and sit in the meetings, every meeting, and you have to treat this man with respect. You got to grin in his face. You got to shake his hand. You got to watch everybody laugh in his face and go to his parties and shit.
Until he
And
comes
you
up
can't
missing.
say nothing.
Nope.
Yeah. Hey, I saw it.
So baby, Islam, he gonna come up missing.
Hey,
I'm gonna tell you
God's
something.
gonna act through me.
Grown-ass woman.
God's gonna act through me.
If you're a grown-ass woman and your husband cheated on you, you're not allowed to be in his judicial, because they call it a judicial committee. They're the judges of you and your sins and whether or not you're repentant. So you cannot be in his judicial committee if he cheated on you and committed adultery. You can't be in that meeting unless he allows you. But if you cheat
and you're not supposed to get divorced either.
No. But if you cheat, but hold on, if you cheat on your husband, you don't have a say whether or not if he wants to be in your judicial committee, you don't have no say because he's a man, baby. So
okay, but are they gonna remove him from my household? Is the question?
No. Because see, you should forgive. And if you make the mistake and some weakness here, because you still love your husband, you have sex with him one time after he commits adultery, you're done.
They say you've forgiven him.
You've forgiven him. If you fuck him one more time after you find out of the adultery and you just have a weak moment and you fuck him one more time, you're done. You
Well,
forgive
I
it.
think he's gonna be done after that breakfast I fix him the next morning. So don't even worry about it. I'll take care of it.
Women can't
You'll
get
be
divorced.
disfellowshipped, and you'll be
Women,
disfellowshipped.
women can't get
No, I'm not
divorced.
gonna get divorced. I'm gonna be a widow. What you talking about?
No, what they tell you is the only thing you can be separated from your husband for is if he beats you, and you can get a separation. However, you cannot get divorced.
I'm not gonna divorce him. I'm gonna
No,
kill
the
him. What
only
you
way
talking
that
about?
you can get
Yeah,
divorced is if
no,
if
I don't
there
believe in
is.
divorce either.
Okay,
Let's do this.
that's fine and good, but we're telling you what's real in this religion. Okay, if you can't get divorced, and if you do get divorced on any other grounds besides adultery, then you are not free to marry anybody. It don't matter what the courts say. It don't matter you got your papers. You are not free to marry anybody because you're not divorced in God's eyes unless it was because of adultery, and that's only if you haven't had sex with him after the adultery.
Yeah.
Okay. Other than that, you're not divorced. So you can go ahead and go to the courts and get a divorce, but they're not going to recognize it. And if you marry, he can beat your ass. He can beat your ass bloody and blue, and they will tell you to be a better wife. It's in their literature. Well, what are you doing? Are you being a good wife? Are you being the best? Are you talking to him when he's angry? They victim blame and victim shame.
I'm gonna be talking and making his favorite meals. Yep, sure is. Go on, eat it. Go on, eat it, sir.
Verbal, I am so glad that you are out of that.
I am
That sounds
too.
so horrible.
I am
Girl,
too.
Because that is
that's a lot.
over in tears for both of you guys. I just can't pronounce the other lady's name.
Butterfly.
Yeah.
Butterfly.
Your butterfly.
Oh my God, my
And
heart.
I love my mother.
I didn't spend as much time in it as Verbal did. I was in it for about 8 years, but
That's
8 years too
enough.
long.
That's enough. That is
I was in it since two.
Oh
2
my
years old until when did I finally wake up? So I was out of it and disfellowship from it and not going to meetings for some years, but my mind was still in it. My mind was still guilty. My mind was still like, you're not doing right or whatever. You got to get yourself together. And I just couldn't do it because I just couldn't do it right. So I felt bad and I felt guilty. So I think it took me till I was about 35. I think it was about 35, 36. Where I
You
thought
ain't
of it.
no older than 34, 35.
This is
yourself time to
something
be
else I wanted to
deprogrammed.
point out. This is one thing else I want to point out. So they tell you not to really go to be educated. They don't want you to have a career, especially women. They don't want the women to have careers either. They don't
Well,
want
of
you to
course
have
not.
they don't want you to really be successful in a career, okay? Unless you're really funneling your money into the religion, then it's a whole nother ballgame. But if they don't want you taking time to be educated, go to college, all these other things, right? They don't want you to have a career.
Only for the rank and file though. But the ones that they want in Bethel, they look for.
Oh, that's different.
They
Yeah.
look for lawyers who are Bethelites,
Yes.
doctors and dentists who are Bethelites.
Yes.
You can be you can be a Bethelite and they absolutely enjoy your career, but the rank and file who are just living poor and in poverty, they love that shit.
Oh, for sure, for
yeah,
sure.
that's great. Be in poverty. Why you want to have?
They literally, let me just say this, there is an energy over that religion that because they have so many people in mass, so when we talked about witchcraft, one of the other forms of spells and witchcraft that religion does on its followers is to keep them in poverty. It keeps them in poverty.
Yes, they love poverty. They do. They absolutely, positively discourage anyone from getting any higher education. If you seek to get higher education, you can do it. You won't get this fellowship for it, but everybody will look at you as a weak Christian.
Yeah.
And people won't invite you to things. People won't want to talk to you. They won't want to really get close to you.
So they say that
You become alienated if you are in college.
So Jehovah Witnesses say they're Jehovah Witnesses are Christians.
They believe that. They believe that. No, they're not just Christians. They're the true Christians.
The chosen
Christians. Y'all are fake Christians. Everybody else is fake Christians. False Christianity, false religion. They are the true Christians, true Christianity. That's why one of their cultist phrases are, "How long have you been in the truth?"
Truth, yeah.
And that's how I know the Hebrew. That's how I know the Hebrew Israelites are. That's a cult, because they say the same thing. How long you been in the truth?
But remember, Verbal, the Hebrew Israelites came out of New York too.
New York Christianity, absolutely.
So they're all being taught by Freemasons. All these religions have started by the Freemasons in New York. They're all of them, even the Hebrew Israelites. They're very similar. If you look at a lot of the teachings, they're all very similar.
Hebrew Israelites are a joke. Okay, they're a joke.
So are Jehovah's Witnesses.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
They're all a joke. It's a joke. And I just believe, and they tell you that you cannot, Jehovah's Witnesses tell you you can't understand the Bible on your own. You can't understand it without them.
Except for when I stopped studying with them, the veil came right off my eyes, and I zoomed through the Bible. Like, I had so much inspiration and so much knowledge, like a multifaceted diamond, information coming to me from the Holy Spirit once I got out. And the message that I was given was from the Holy Spirit. I had to take you through this educational system of religion so that you could actually fully understand what I'm about to give you.
So the Hebrew Israelites, they read from the same book as.
Yeah, they read from the Bible.
Sorry, what are they?
The Hebrew Israelites are a cult of Christianity. Now, they don't want to say that, just like Jehovah's Witnesses don't.
I thought they were Jews.
They're a cult of Christianity.
Because they always said
the same damn Bible. The same damn Bible that Christians use.
Okay.
And they pretend that it's different.
Oh, okay.
Y'all got to understand, these religions are just corporations. They're money grabbers. They're mind controllers. That's it. Your own, let me tell you what your real religion is. Your real religion is not with an organization or a group. Your real religion is not what someone else tells you God is. Your real religion is you getting quiet and talking, praying to your higher being, your higher power, believing in that wholeheartedly, and having a personal relationship with him or her or it, and sticking to that. Tuning out all the outside noise and what everybody else thinks and how they think you should worship. You can have a personal relationship with God and never go to a temple, a mosque, a church.
Because God is within you as an individual. There is no church. There is no building to go in. You are the church.
Yep. But I don't know about all of that. But it's really amazing to hear other people, religion, and things like that. Now, the Jehovah's Witness is, like I said, on my daddy's side, all of them were Jehovah's Witnesses besides my father.
Just know that they would be calling me, if they listen to this, they would be calling me a verbal apostates.
Wow.
Oh, I'm absolutely apostate. But here's the thing, though. Apostate literally means in the dictionary that you have changed your mind about your political or religious views. That's it. It's not a bad thing. It's not an evil thing. It's not demonic. But Scientology uses it to demonize people, and Jehovah's Witnesses uses it to demonize people. It's a thought-stopping word. That's it. If I say apostate, oh, that's an apostate. They get triggered. I remember feeling that way. If I heard someone's an apostate, I was terrified, because to me, apostates were demons. They were possessed by Satan, because that is what Jehovah's Witnesses tell you. They're possessed by the devil. just because they don't believe anymore. That's it. That's it.
Again, I'm so very glad that you guys, are not in that situation anymore, and you found a way to express how you feel, with how you feel to worship God.
My worship for my God is very private. I don't need nobody to tell me how to communicate. I don't need anybody to do anything. All I need is to speak my words to my divine creator, and the messaging comes right on in. Conversations like a phone line comes right on in.
Yep. I don't need meetings. I don't need any of that. I have a direct conversation. I can have that conversation anytime. And when I have that conversation, I feel that I'm being listened to. Do you feel that, Pure? Do you feel that you're being listened to?
Yes. And everything.
I don't need a Jehovah's Witness elder. I don't need a
So
Jehovah's
in y'all
Witness
religion,
to validate that.
So in y'all religion, because I hadn't heard you guys say anything about prayer. So is it just like you just go to class and they just teach you? You don't have your own personal relationship with God yourself. It's just you just go to class and they just tell you.
No, you're supposed to.
They tell you. They give you. This is what they throw at you. They give you that example. Our Father who art in heaven. Where's our mother in heaven? Just our Father. We only have a Father. This doesn't even align with the reality of, if we are the microcosm of the divine, right? Well, the divine is a being. If we're talking about, you have to have a mother and a father to create a family. Well, where is our heavenly mother that's in the heavens? Why do we not pray to
I
the
don't know,
heavenly
because
mother
we don't believe God is our Father. So I'm really learning. I am really learning.
No, but they teach you that. They teach you that is the prime example prayer. Our Father that art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
That's a prayer.
Yeah, it's a prayer in the Bible, and they tell you to go through that.
I'm a Muslim,
as an
so I
example,
don't.
but then you
I'm a Muslim, so I don't
saying,
know a lot that you're saying. That's why I said I'm really
They
learning.
tell you to pray to Jehovah. They don't tell you to pray to the Father. They straight up tell you to pray to Jehovah, and at the end of your prayer, you say, Jesus Christ, in Jesus Christ's name, ... That's
So
how they tell you.
Why do you say in Jesus Christ's name?
Well, because they believe they're Christians.
Okay, I'm not a Christian. I'm sorry. So I don't know the significance of what that means. I'm sorry.
I'm just telling you what the Jehovah's Witnesses say.
No, I'm trying to learn. I don't know. You said that's because they believe that's what Christians say too at the end.
No, I mean the Christians don't say, they don't start with Jehovah. No.
Oh, okay. But
they believe in Jesus Christ.
But they end in Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And so what significance does let me see if I ask my question correctly. So what significance is it to say Jesus Christ at the end? Is there a significance to it or something?
I mean,
well, when you say in Jesus Christ's name, basically the Jehovah's Witness or Christian idea is that you can only get to the Father through Jesus Christ. You can't get to the Father without.
Oh, so Jehovah has a son.
When you're saying your prayer, at the end of it, you're saying in Jesus Christ's name, so that Christ can translate your prayer to the Father.
Right.
To God.
That's how they say it. Yes.
That's why you say in Jesus' name.
Okay.
So you get it, God need a translator.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I was like,
because we're too imperfect to talk to God directly. We're too imperfect for him to hear our prayers.
Oh, okay. So you got a Jehovah's Witness in Jehovah's Witness and Christianity, you have to talk to somebody else to talk to God. Is that right?
Well, in Christianity, they believe Jesus Christ is God.
Yeah, so you can't, but not Jehovah's Witnesses though. Jesus is the mediator. Jesus is the mediator between you and the supreme being, because Jesus is God's son. His firstborn.
Oh, God
most
has a
precious.
son.
His firstborn, his most precious. So when, well, I don't
This
know.
part
if
really
it's
gonna blow your
happen,
mind.
because
You know
the
how
funny
Jesus
thing
got here?
The funny thing is, I'm just telling you what they believe. I'm not telling you I
Mhm.
believe it. I'm telling you what they believe. And the funny thing is,
No, I'm
everybody on
learning
here-
because I didn't
everybody
know.
on here has a belief, and you think it's right. And I can say you sound crazy, and Pure can say you sound insane. We can all say that about other people's beliefs. All I'm doing, what Pure is doing, is telling y'all what you don't know about and what we do know about. So I don't think it's
Yes,
funny.
but I am sincerely, I don't know, but I'm sincerely trying to learn. I don't know. That's why I'm asking questions about what I don't understand, because I'm sincerely trying to learn. I'm not making fun of anybody's religion or saying it's right or wrong. What I'm saying is I'm trying to learn from what you're telling me. I'm trying to learn and understand so I can have an understanding of what you're saying to me. Because I don't the things that you're saying, if I don't understand, that's why I'm asking. So what is this and what is that? Because I don't understand it. So that's why I was asking.
If you ask me on a personal level what I know now and what I knew then, what I feel now about that so-called Jesus Christ is I believe there is a being that was a prophet of that God or of the divine creator, right? But is his name Jesus Christ? No. Do I believe that being exists? Yes.
Okay.
Jesus Christ is a name from the Roman Catholic Church.
Well, Roy Chess says
Okay,
Jesus
so that's the
is the same as saying Jehovah because it's the same God under different names. God. Okay, Roy Chess, that's what you believe. That's what you've been taught. That's not what Jehovah's Witnesses are taught.
No, that's not what Jehovah's Witness. Jehovah's Witnesses distinctly make a distinction between so-called Jesus Christ and Jehovah.
So Verbal, I'm sorry, because now I got lost. So Verbal, you were saying that that Jesus Christ, the way that is taught or something came from the Roman Catholics, and is that the Catholic Church? The Roman Catholic, that's the Catholic Church, right?
The Roman Catholic, yeah, that's the Catholic Church, but I didn't say that. I was saying that the reason why Jehovah's Witnesses in particular, and I've heard some other religions do it, but mostly Jehovah's Witnesses, when they say a prayer, they always say in Jesus' name.
Yeah,
because they teach that you cannot, God can't hear your prayer unless you send it through Jesus. He is the mediator. Do you understand that? He's the mediator.
I want to know.
Yeah, I got that.
In the Bible, it calls Jesus a mediator. So they believe that your prayers are not answered by God himself or listened to, not even listened to, unless you say in Jesus' name. So you have to send it through, and you can't pray to Jesus because he's not God. But you send it through Jesus to God. And if you don't say in Jesus' name, then God don't hear your prayer. So you got to
I want to point something out to a lot of people that they may not know. If you say, because a lot of times they say in Jesus' name, amen. Do you know what amen means?
It means I agree.
Amen is a derivative Amen Ra from Egypt.
Yes, but it's an agreement to your prayer.
So if you are giving reverence back to Amen Ra, do you see? Okay, so there is an intertwining of different gods. This is what I want to point out to people, and they don't even know. So we have Jehovah, we have Jesus Christ, and then we have Amen Ra. Why do we have three? Why do we have three?
Because they don't research Pure. They don't know. They have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea that they're mixing all kinds of shit together.
They know. They just don't care.
Well, the higher ups know.
Well, now in our religion, we call it church. So
the
I do understand
ups
that.
know, but not the higher ups may know, but not the rank and file who go to the meetings every week. They don't know shit because they're not allowed to look at anything. They're not allowed to read anything. They're not allowed to research because so much fear is put into them. Like when I Googled something for the first time, y'all, I was so terrified. I thought I was going to get struck struck by light. I literally thought lightning was going to come down and strike me. I was going to die in that moment. But I did it anyway because I needed to know. That's how people feel. If you watch Jehovah's Witness, ex-Jehovah's Witness activists on YouTube, there's many. They will tell you everything I'm telling you right now. They will tell you exactly how they felt when they first decided to say, I'm going to research this. They will tell you there was this brother, this man who was